Hashtag C2757, the world's martial arts gather. The divine corpse and Xuanhuan sword are all ready, and next, Chu Yan breaks through to the divine realm, defying the heavens in one fell swoop. You guys are too happy. The forgotten Emperor Xuan looked at the excited giants with a sad face, and shouted directly. Hurry up and get out of here, Lord God of War's heavenly Daoming curse has been activated ahead of time. This sentence was like a thunderbolt, and the complexions of the big bosses present all changed. What? How can this be? Heaven's Daoming mantra, ahead of time. Empress Shantian has not descended to the 10 directions starfield yet, but if the heavenly Daoming curse is activated early, it will definitely be a huge disaster for them. Senior, what exactly is the heavenly Daoming curse? Chu Yan looked at the faces of several giants, and suddenly his heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked. Could it be that the swaying person, just now, is the clone of Empress Shantian? But I feel that her strength is not very strong. When these words came out, the white-robed liger and clan elders standing beside Chu Yan also looked over curiously. Several giants of Anishan Dao were here, and they all had shocked expressions on their faces. Could it be that there is something in this 10-direction star field that can make several giants move their faces together? Chu Yan, let me tell you about the ancient battle between gods and demons. Emperor Xuan took a deep breath, looked up at the sky slightly again, and said. However, as if he had thought of something, Emperor Xuan didn't say another word for a long time when he uttered this sentence. Hey, although you are my master, it's not good to be so intimidating. The curiosity of the white-robed liger was raised, like a cat scratching, and he couldn't bear it, and urged him directly. Huh. It's because of you kid that I didn't say anything. Queen Xuan turned her head, looked at the white-robed liger, and roared with a livid face. What? Me, why? The white-robed liger asked, with a look of surprise. You are a martial emperor, you are qualified to listen to such secrets. Get the hell out of here. The Emperor Xuan didn't give the white-robed liger a chance at all. The moment his voice hit the ground, a cloud of Kungxia burst out, and he started. Xuan travels thousands of miles. With a big wave of his hand, he directly threw the white-robed liger into the portal. In less than 3 breaths, the white-robed lion and tiger appeared in the mountain gate of the headquarters of the God-defying Dao with a dazed expression on its face. Depend on. No matter how unwilling it is, the white-robed liger has nothing to do. On the other side, Emperor Xuan finally spoke again, slowly saying. 800,000 years ago, I led the entire Tianquan clan to counterattack God's domain. After the defeat, all the combined forces retreated. Among them, Lord God of War cast the forbidden technique of Heaven's Daoming curse. Relying on the opportunity of the power of the forbidden technique, Empress Shantian broke through the seal of the God realm, and became the last Godhead powerhouse in the 10 directions star region to ascend to the God realm. When Emperor Xuan said this, he stopped for a moment and looked at Chu Yan. Heavenly spell, forbidden technique. Chu Yan looked suspicious. Not the seal of God's domain. Even if it is the seal of Xingtian Pavilion, Chu Yan has seen it with his own eyes. With the power of the strongest man in the world, Qingmu Sword God, he cannot break the seal of Xingtian Pavilion. In this way, how powerful will the seal of God's domain be? The heaven and the earth are secluded, the way of 10,000 laws. Just when Emperor Xuan was about to speak again, a blue light overflowed from Chu Yan's body, and the voice of the green-armored giant followed. Master God of War. Hearing this voice, Emperor Xuan and the big bosses all changed their expressions. See Lord God of War. See Lord God of War. Those were the giants of the 10 directions starfield, the sword god Xuanhuan and the forbidden god Lord. When they heard the voice, they also hurriedly gathered their bodies to see it. Martial arts, what exactly is it? Who determined it? Why do you enter the Tao? And what is the ultimate? A few questions on the side. The words of the green-armored giant immediately made Chu Yan's eyes startled. These questions, it sounds, seem to be extremely simple, even a warrior who has just entered the martial arts can fully understand. However, when these questions were uttered by the blue-armored giant who is the god of war, the meaning changed completely. Where there is Tao, there are rules. Warriors are awakened, the spirit of the martial arts is the guide, the spiritual power of heaven and earth is tempered, the realm is improved, the emperor's seal is bred, the gods are sealed, and the godhead is achieved. Is this martial arts? The blue-armored giant's words fell to the ground, as if he was asking someone else, or talking to himself. Tao exists, and it can be broken. The next sentence shocked the sky, and the voice of the green-armored giant, like a golden spear, was instantly high. Heaven's Daoming curse is a forbidden technique. But why does it exist? If the Tao is unbreakable, how can there be a Tian Daoming mantra that goes against the Tao? One question after another, the green-armored giant's eyes were full of green lights, shining like stars, and shining like the sun and the moon. Others don't dare. I just want to give it a try. Having said that, the green-armored giant suddenly turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, and shouted. Chu Yan! This sound, like thunder, exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, causing Chu Yan, who was originally in deep meditation, to tremble and wake up suddenly. Yes. Chu Yan quickly responded. The so-called Tian Daoming mantra is a kind of exercise. A very special exercise. By using this technique, we can summon all the martial spirits in the world to practice together. The green-armored giant looked at Chu Yan and said solemnly. What? However, upon hearing this sentence, Chu Yan was taken aback. In this world, there is such a skill. You can summon all martial spirits in the world at the same time to practice together. Such skills really exist. The battle against the heavens back then was because of the gathering of martial spirits from all over the world, breaking the seal of God's domain. The words of the Qingjiao giant made Chu Yan unable to react at all. Wuhun all over the world gathered. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, huge waves and thunderstorms rolled up. According to what the Qingjiao giant said, what a terrifying scene, the martial souls from all over the world gathered together. If it can be done, it is almost really an existence against the sky. So, it's a forbidden technique. It shouldn't exist at all. The blue-armored giant continued. Because of this, those people in God's domain will never let me go. Including my god of war body, which is the same as this Emperor Kuan. Being suppressed and used by God's domain, they want to kill my soul. As these words fell to the ground, the green-armored giant was filled with fighting spirit. Then that Empress Shantian just now is. Hearing this, Chu Yan suddenly thought of something, his eyes widened, and his voice began to tremble as he looked at the green-armored giant. That's right. That's her. The blue-armored giant nodded. Puff. When the sentence fell to the ground, Chu Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Isn't Empress Shantian a woman? You are not. Chu Yan stared at the blue-armored giant with a pair of eyes, completely dumbfounded. Who told you that I'm a man? However, the next sentence of the Qingjiao giant made Chu Yan completely stupid. The god of war is a woman. #C2758 Upper Godhead. Chu Yan would never have imagined that the green-armored giant who had been staying in his sea of consciousness space was actually a woman. It was even more unexpected that Lord War God of the primordial Protoss would be a Valkyrie. However, this can't be blamed on Chu Yan. After all, no matter who it is, no one will think of her true colors with the green-armored giant always appearing in front of Chu Yan. There is no way. Seeing Chu Yan's astonished expression, the green-armored giant raised his mouth and explained with a rare smile. Xingyu and Empress Shantian got my body, so by using the connection between the soul and the body, it is easy to find where my soul is. That's why I had to change my appearance, even my spirit breath, to avoid their pursuit as much as possible. Hearing the explanation of the Qingjiao giant, Chu Yan finally understood. Why did the green-armored giant keep hiding in his own sea of consciousness, but rarely speak or show himself? Even if Chu Yan was in danger, she needed to make a move, and she did it very quickly, and immediately returned to Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. It turns out that all of this is because of that Empress Shan Tian. But, what's the relationship between Tian Daoming mantra and me? Chu Yan thought about it for a second, then asked. You are my heavenly spell. Don't tell me, you still don't understand where your 5 martial spirits come from. The Qingjiao giant looked at Chu Yan, chuckled again, and asked. Could it be that? Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, as if he understood something. That's right. Your martial soul was just when I gathered all the martial souls from all over the world. I used the forbidden power of the Tian Daoming curse to forcibly snatch it into your body. So, you, including your 5 divine beast spirits, are the heavenly curse. The words of the green-armored giant, every word, echoed like thunder in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Of course, besides you and them, there is also Empress Shan Tian and I. Because you are related to my heavenly Daoming mantra, so when my soul meets your sea of consciousness, it can be said that you are me, and I am you. However, Empress Shan Tian obtained my previous physical body, which has a lot to do with me before. And because of my relationship with you, there is also a special connection and relationship between Empress Shan Tian and you. After explaining for a while, Chu Yan almost fainted directly. This is all about what? Why is it so complicated? Can you put it simply? Chu Yan asked. Can. The blue-armored giant nodded, pondered for a moment, and then spoke again. About that Empress Xuanhuan's strength. Aren't you very curious? Her strength actually has 2 different realms of cultivation. 2 levels of cultivation. How is this possible? Hearing what the green-armored giant said, a trace of doubt flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. The realm of martial artists' cultivation level increases with practice. How could there be 2 realms? Aren't you in 2 realms now? The blue-armored giant replied. Hearing this, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. Good. Strictly speaking, he is really in 2 realms of cultivation now. The soul has broken through the God realm, and his physical cultivation is the 5th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. So to say. At this moment, Chu Yan seemed to finally understand something, and said. That's right. Empress Shan Tian is the same as you, with a different state of spirit and body. The blue-armored giant nodded. What kind of realm is that? Chu Yan asked. Within the 10 direction starfield, her cultivation realm is the same as your physical realm. This is her soul realm. However, her physical realm is going to be higher. The blue-armored giant seemed a little helpless when he said this, and shook his head slightly. After all, Empress Shan Tian obtained the body of a blue-armored giant god of war from God's domain. The physical body is the realm of God, how can she be weak? Higher. How much? Chu Yan looked at the expression of the green-armored giant, and a bad premonition flashed in his heart. Approximately, the peak state of the upper god, about. High God Pinnacle. When these words came out, Chu Yan's body trembled immediately, and he stared at the blue-armored giant in astonishment. At the peak of the upper god, it is almost in the realm of the gods, and I am afraid that it is the existence of the Overlord. Although Chu Yan is not familiar with the situation in the realm of the gods, he has also heard that the realm above the realm of the gods is the realm of the gods, also known as the realm of conferred gods. This realm of godheads is divided into lower godheads, middle godheads, and upper godheads. And above the upper godheads, there are 9 gods. Each deity guards the realm of the first level of heavenly gods, and together, it is the domain of the 9th level of outer heavens. And if Chu Yan hadn't guessed, the green-armored giant, who was titled God of War, might be one of the 9 gods among the ancient gods. In this way, Empress Xiantian obtained the body of the God of War, and her strength is absolutely terrifying. My Tiandaoming mantra has been transformed into 3 parts, namely Martial Soul, Qinglian, and Emperor Seal. No matter who it is, who can get these 3 things, he is the one who can break my forbidden curse. The blue-armored giant finally stopped when he said this, as he had completely explained the Heaven's Daoming curse. So it is. Chu Yan nodded, fully understanding. No wonder the blue-armored giant has been helping him without asking for anything in return. It turned out that he was his man. The cause and effect of all this is actually because of the relationship between the Heaven's Daoming curse. Senior, since the cultivation level of Empress Xiantian is only comparable to mine in the 10 Directions starfield, it shouldn't be difficult to help you fulfill your fate. Chu Yan thought for a while and replied. He. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the blue-armored giant smiled, and even Emperor Kuan smiled lightly and shook his head slightly. Chu Yan, don't forget, the greatest change brought about by the forbidden technique of Heaven's Daoming curse cast by Lord God of War is the mutation of the world's martial arts. When these words came out, Chu Yan was startled. In this way, it will never happen that when the heavenly Daoming curse is activated, all martial souls in the world will. Chu Yan's eyes were full of shock. Not bad. Exactly. Without waiting for Chu Yan to finish speaking, the Qingjia giant nodded directly. Martial souls are the foundation of my martial soul world, so when the world's martial souls gathered together, I forcibly took away the 5 divine beast martial souls, because these 5 divine beast martial souls were originally one body, and they were lord of the martial soul. However, this does not mean that there are no other powerful martial spirits that can rival it. On the contrary, in addition to the 5 spirit beasts, there are 9 other spirits. Compared with the 5 spirits, they are only weaker, and they may all descend. After saying these words, Chu Yan only felt the cool wind sweeping over the back of his neck. In his mind, a figure suddenly flashed, causing his pupils to dilate instantly. Ink blood unicorn! Chu Yan exclaimed in shock. Huh! Have you seen the black blood unicorn? Hearing Chu Yan's words, the green-armored giant trembled, turned his head around, looked at Chu Yan, and asked anxiously. #C2759 give up? Seen. More than just seeing it. For Chu Yan, when he was in the Haotian continent, he and the Qilin Wuhun almost fell directly into the hands of the ink-blooded Qilin. Not bad. When I was in Haotian continent. Hearing the question of the green-armored giant, Chu Yan took a long breath, and told the green-armored giant the few times he had encountered the ink-blooded unicorn in Haotian continent. Afterwards, after listening to Chu Yan's words about the black blood unicorn, the green-armored giant's face was full of astonishment. He didn't expect that when he cast the Tian Daoming curse, he would be sent to the door not long after Chu Yan awakened the Wuxin Wuhuan of the 5 gods and beasts. In this way, if the Tian Daoming curse breaks out now, the consequences will be even more terrifying than he expected. Chu Yan, if you let someone like Ma Shuiqilin take away your body, then I won't be able to run away. The face of the green-armored giant was solemn. The most frightening thing is that if Empress Xiantian is allowed to merge with such a life-robbing unicorn like Black Blood Qilin, the consequences will be even more unimaginable. Hearing the words of the green-armored giant, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness moved rapidly, and he began to try to clarify the relationship between them. Empress Xiantian obtained the body of the God of War, and there is a special connection with the soul of the God of War. But now, God of War's soul merged with his own sea of consciousness, it can be said that the two are one. In this way, Empress Xiantian established a relationship with herself by using the body of the God of War and the soul of the God of War as a bridge. And his martial soul is the 5 gods and beasts. If Empress Xiantian was allowed to obtain a life-robbing martial soul like the black blood unicorn, it would mean that Empress Xuanhuan's strength would increase countless times. However, among them, if Chu Yan is the Empress Shantian, it is easy to think of a shortcut. Then, find yourself directly and take away your physical body. In that way, everything will belong to her Empress Shantian. Above the 9 heavens, in the realm of God's domain, there will be a powerful Lord God of War again, even more powerful than the original God of War of the primordial Protoss. Hiss. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's pupils shrank suddenly, and a gust of cold air swept across the back of his neck. In this way, to Empress Shantian, I was like a big piece of fat. Moreover, not only the Empress Shantian, but also the life-robbing martial souls of the Mashuachilan might all want to pounce on them and bite themselves. Chu Yan, if you want to give up, you only need to give up Qinglian and the Emperor Seal Taoist map, and then you can give up the heavenly Daoming curse. Looking at Chu Yan's face, the green-armored giant knew, of course, that the current Chu Yan might have completely figured out the meaning of heaven's Daoming curse. Give up. Hearing the words of the green-armored giant, Chu Yan's expression froze. Yes. I can try again and find another person who can fulfill my orders. The blue-armored giant replied. Is it easy to find? Chu Yan asked. It's hard to find. At least, for 800,000 years, I've searched the entire 10-direction star field, and you are the only one. The blue-armored giant shook his head and replied truthfully. Really? A wry smile appeared on Chu Yan's face. I have something in my heart, I want to say it to the green-armored giant, but I am a little hesitant. If the green-armored giant knew where he came from, he would probably give up completely. In other words, if he hadn't suddenly appeared in this martial spirit world, maybe he would never have found it. In other words, his so-called heavenly Daoming mantra, I am afraid that the meaning of the forbidden technique itself is simply an unrealizable existence. But now, since I have come here and have cultivated to this level, how can I give up? I will not give up. I will definitely help you with all my strength. Chu Yan took a deep breath, put all the distracting thoughts in the sea of consciousness behind him, looked at the green-armored giant solemnly, and said, in any case, when I came to this world of martial arts, starting from the awakening of the 5 gods and beasts, I have experienced countless lives and deaths. Among them, the green-armored giant helped him through, and he didn't know how many times. Good, very good. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the blue-armored giant's eyes were full of green lights. The next moment, the green-armored giant turned into a blue light, rushed into the sea of spirit clouds in the world of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and merged with the blue sky lotus. When she appeared in front of Chu Yan again, she had already transformed into a woman in a green skirt. She has long black hair, eyes like stars, and is wearing a blue heavy armor. She has a heroic posture, holding a green lotus in her left hand and a sword in her right hand, like a god. Anyway, I can sense that Empress Shantian hasn't found the martial soul of life tribulation yet, we still have time. Besides, it's no longer safe to go against God, you'd better find another place and stay there temporarily until the day of the Godhead election. Qingjia God of War said. If that's the case, then I'll go find Li Mingdao. Chu Yan replied after thinking for a while. Fox Clan. The masters such as Aoki Sword God and Forbidden God Lord were stunned when they heard this. However, after pondering for a while, several giants nodded in unison. Yeah. It's good to stay in the Fox Clan. That's right. Among the 3 major factions and the 7 great clans, the Fox Clan is neutral, and they wouldn't have thought that you went there. Just right, the last time Li Mingdao came to see you, it seems that there is something important. After hearing Chu Yan's words, several big brothers nodded in unison. After all, it is probably the safest way for Chu Yan to go to the Fox Clan now, and they also just take advantage of the Fox Clan's peaceful place outside the world to practice well. Okay. Let's arrange it. After receiving the confirmed summons from the Qingjia God of War, several giants took out their tokens and started the summons arrangement. After all, the fox family is not against the gods, and Chu Yan is extremely important now. Therefore, it must be well arranged. However, before that, Xuanhuan's sword must be dealt with first. God Emperor Tianji suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said, "Fix Xuanhuan's sword." Chu Yan was startled. "Of course. You don't think that Xuanhuanjian will recognize the master, casually, do you?" God Emperor Tianji looked at Chu Yan, shook his head, speechless. During the time you went to the Yinyang realm, Xuanhuan's sword had already begun to be tempered, and now it is completely in the state of a sword embryo. At this time it is the easiest to let him recognize the master. If you want to recognize the master after Jianqing is released, I am afraid that there is no one in the world who can do it. Hearing the words of God Emperor Tianji, Chu Yan suddenly looked surprised. Unexpectedly, Xuanhuan's sword, the #1 treasure of the human race, is so powerful. Clang! At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, 2 sword lights, one black and one white, shot out into the sky, releasing 10,000 sword powers. Everyone looked up, but found that it was Haotian's sword and Duantian's sword. Okay. With Haotian and Duantian around, it should be easier. Chu Yan bowed his hands immediately, and said to the Emperor Tianji, "Everything depends on the arrangement of the seniors." After a word fell to the ground, a group of people walked through Emperor Kuan's Xuanhuan gate and headed directly for the land of forbidden gods. #C2760 Recognize the Lord Xuanhuan's sword. Chu Yan and his party came to the land of forbidden gods again, and it was no longer the excitement of the last time when the land of forbidden gods opened. In the entire forbidden god land, all seals and restrictions were opened. In addition, the land of forbidden gods is separated from the 9th star field, so there is almost no permission from the Lord of forbidden gods, and it is as difficult as going to heaven to break in. But ordinary great emperor realm powerhouses can't even see the void that exists in the land of forbidden gods. At this time, in the Forbidden God Hall, a huge cauldron without scriptures was burning. The crafting cauldron of the craftsman. As soon as Chu Yan entered the hall, his eyes were fixed on the huge red cauldron. Unlike the alchemist, the cauldron furnace used by the craftsman does not have a furnace cover, which is equivalent to a half-open state. It is also easier to judge the level of an alchemist than an alchemist. Because, the more advanced the craftsman is, the larger the area of the cauldron used is. But now, the cauldron that appeared in front of Chu Yan was over 100 steps in size, and looked like a fiery red lake. At a distance of 100 steps, Chu Yan could clearly feel the terrifying temperature released by the red flame in the huge cauldron. Chu Yan, you don't need to do anything to temper Xuanhuan's sword. I will take care of it. God Emperor Tianji walked up to Chu Yan, turned over his fingerprints, made a few seals, shot them into the cauldron, and said to Chu Yan at the same time, "You just need to prepare 100 drops of blood essence and condense a spirit will, and that's it." Hearing the words of God Emperor Tianji, Chu Yan was stunned. 100 drops of blood. Chu Yan did not expect that this Xuanhuan sword would need so much blood to recognize its owner. One must know how precious the blood essence of a warrior is, even if it is to recognize the master of a divine weapon, it only needs 3 or 5 drops of blood essence at most. But now, this Xuanhuan sword actually needs 100 drops of blood essence. That's right. This is because you are the suzerain of the human race. If it were someone else, all the blood in your body would be drained, and there would be no hope. Aoki Sword God also walked to Chu Yan's side, with a smile on his face, looking at the cauldron furnace in front of him, his eyes sparkling. Let's start. After saying a word, Sword God Aoki turned his head directly, looked at Forbidden God Feng and God Emperor Tianji, and said in a deep voice, "Good. Good." The two nodded in unison when they heard the words of Sword God Aoki. Immediately, the three of them flitted and lined up around the cauldron. After standing in a triangle, they waved their hands, and countless treasures appeared in the sky, including the 20 or so divine corpses that Chu Yan had just obtained, and the Kuan corpses above the divine realm, plus all kinds of powerful treasures of heaven and earth that Chu Yan didn't even know. They fell like a tidal wave in the cauldron in front of him. Swish! 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 The three giants shot at the same time, and when these treasures of heaven and earth fell into the cauldron, they copied them with both hands, and at the same time made a series of divine seals, and printed them into the cauldron. Boom! With the injection of the divine power of the three giants, the flames in the cauldron, like a volcanic eruption, rose to a height of hundreds of feet. But soon, the three giants shot again and again. The three strands of divine power, suppressed together, forcefully pressing the flame back into the furnace. One piece after another, the treasures of heaven, material, and earth began to melt continuously, flowing towards the golden sword at the bottom of the furnace. In the entire Forbidden God Hall, there was silence. With the passage of time, the process of tempering the Xuanhuan sword continued without stopping. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. For 5 days, Chu Yan looked into the furnace countless times, and every time he only saw the golden Xuanhuan sword rising little by little. But with the incorporation of various treasures from heaven, material, and earth, Xuanhuanjian's appearance was completely unrecognizable. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a golden light rushed out of the furnace, as if a golden dragon had escaped from its trap, and rushed into the air of the hall. At the same time, an extremely ferocious aura, like a strong wind, swept across the entire hall. Chu Yan, hurry up, it's now. The God Emperor Tianji shouted loudly, his eyes were bloodshot. Drink. Chu Yan, who had been prepared for a long time, waved his big hand without any hesitation. On his fingertips, a long string of blood beads almost formed a straight line, and shot straight towards the golden dragon roaming in the sky. During these 5 days, all the blood essence that Chu Yan extracted drop by drop flew away and landed on the golden dragon in an instant, emitting several dazzling red lights. Roar! There was a thundering sound, a roar and an explosion, and the whole hall trembled crazily. The powerful military power is not inferior to the power of the dragon, and the violent front of the soldiers exploded, crazily counteracting Chu Yan's willpower. Huh! Still want to resist? Chu Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he waved his hands, Haotian with his right hand, Duantian with his left hand, and 2 divine swords at the same time. Cut! With one word, the 2 divine swords containing the will of the soul rose into the sky and shot straight at the golden dragon in the sky. Clang! Clang! The sound of 2 golden spears exploded immediately, Haotian's sword and Duantian's sword, living up to expectations, slashed at Jinlong's body, immediately reducing Jinlong's military power. Acknowledge the Lord! Chu Yan shouted loudly, taking this opportunity, a force of will was poured directly into the golden dragon. Hum! Amidst the trembling sound, the golden dragon suddenly burst into golden light, and cast a golden glow, covering Chu Yan's body. Nailed it! Chu Yan's face brightened immediately, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned Haotian's sword and Duantian's sword first. This time, being able to recognize the master so easily, on the one hand, relied on the God Emperor Tianji, and at the same time, the god corpses and Kuan corpses that had been fused into the sword body also helped a lot. But, most importantly, Haotian's sword and Duantian's sword played a key role. Although Duantianjian was recovered not long ago, the level of divine weapon is several levels higher than that of Haotian's sword. And Haotian's sword grew up with Chu Yan, almost like a human sword. The Haotian sword alone accounts for at least 30% of Chu Yan's combat power. Good, very good. Not only Chu Yan, but also the Forbidden God Lord, Aoki Sword God and Tianji God Emperor, who stood aside, all looked overjoyed. After regaining the Xuanhuan sword, the next thing will be easy to handle. Chu Yan, next, the three of us will continue to refine here. For the power of God's domain, we must add a lot of spirit seals of the ancient gods to Xuanhuan sword. However, Chu Yan, you have to be clear that these immemorial spirit seals are extremely powerful. Whether Xuanhuan and you can bear it at that time depends on luck. After saying these two sentences, the divine breath of the three great god emperors was released, and at the same time suppressed the golden dragon in the air, and pressed it back into the cauldron to continue refining. Chu Yan, let's go to the Fox clan. Emperor Xuan, who had been waiting outside the hall for a long time, walked into the hall and said to Chu Yan. Okay. Chu Yan nodded, glanced at the three great god emperors, and followed Emperor Xuan to the outside of the hall. Chu Yan. When Chu Yan was about to step into the gate of the palace, Qingmu Jianshan opened his eyes and said solemnly. The battle of godheads only lasts for 1 to 2 years at most. You must remember. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan paused, turned around slightly, and looked at Qingmu sword god with serious eyes. After a while, Chu Yan nodded heavily, and then left the hall. 1 year, maybe 2 years, after the battle of the godheads, it will be time to counterattack against God. At that time, what kind of battle against heaven will it be? There will be a decisive battle between Xingtian Pavilion and Anishan Dao. And at that time, can I step into the realm of gods and achieve the position of Godhead in one fell swoop? Recommend the new book of Urban Master Lao Shi. #C2761 Guardian Race. Together, with Emperor Xuan, Chu Yan went to the Fox clan. Along the way, Chu Yan kept looking at various materials about the Fox clan, which were prepared for him in advance by the three big bosses. The Fox clan, one of the 7 great war clans in ancient times. Different from the other 6 great war clans, the strength of the Fox clan comes from blood inheritance, which is similar to the inherited power of the Yao clan. In terms of cultivation, with this kind of blood inheritance, whether it is cultivation or fighting, it is generally far superior to the same level of powerhouses. Even, some clansmen with purer bloodlines can still use bloodline racial skills. The origin of the Fox clan is somewhat special. They use the 9-tailed fox as their ancestral god, and they will use some ancient and special secret skills, especially in terms of reproduction ability, which is much stronger than other human forces. Because of this, the other 8 great war clans have always regarded the Fox clan as aliens, and even doubted their human blood, and did not recognize them at all. And the Fox family is also very sensible, almost in a closed state, developing on its own. It is said that the ancient war clan existed before the war between gods and demons. If their 9-tailed holy fox ancestor god really existed, would it have anything to do with the senior war god? Chu Yan has been thinking all the way, and this is the first time he has studied the materials of the 7 great war clans. After all, in the 10 directions starfield, the 3 major factions and the 7 great clans are the top forces. As for the battle between Anishan Dao and Xingtian Pavilion, it has been secretly trying to win the support of the 7 great clans. A day later, Chu Yan crossed the endless sea and finally arrived at the territory where the Fox clan was located. Li Mingdao was summoned, and the other party was pleasantly surprised, and directly gave him a place for Chu Yan, allowing him to directly enter the holy land of the Fox clan. Swish! Chu Yan's figure flew over Tianhu City and went straight into the distant Holy Fox Mountains. After flying for another half an hour, I finally saw what Li Mingdao said, the 9 Saints' Hall. The body fell sharply and landed directly in front of the hall. Chu Yan strode into the hall, but saw that the entire hall was already full of people. Unexpectedly, Li Mingdao called so many people in such a short time. It seems that the Fox clan really attaches great importance to their arrival. Looking up, in the 9 Sages' Hall, there are big trees everywhere, growing in the hall. It's just that these big trees are all in the shape of dead trees, with no leaves growing at all, and the trunks don't look like wood, but some kind of metal. In the tree body, a large amount of spiritual energy overflowed, filling the entire hall, which lifted Chu Yan's spirit. Above the high position in the hall is the patriarch of the Fox clan, the Emperor Yuansheng. Standing on both sides of him was the great elder of the Fox clan, with long hair and a shawl on his back, and the great guardian of the Fox clan, wearing leather armor and covered with various ancient spiritual seals. The great elder, the heavenly sage emperor, the great guardian, and the desolate sage emperor are all powerful men who have stepped into the demigod realm, and their strength is extremely strong. Standing on the left and right in the hall are a dozen or so Saint Emperor powerhouses from the Fox clan, as well as many Peak Emperor powerhouses, almost all of the Fox clan's strongest fighters, all present. Of course, there is also Chu Yan's acquaintance, Li Mingdao, the young head of the Fox clan. Welcome Tianbang Supreme Chu Yan, come to the Fox clan in person. Above high position. The patriarch of the Fox clan, Emperor Yuansheng, saw Chu Yan, and immediately stood up, bowing his hands and saluting. Next, a group of bigwigs from the Fox clan bowed their hands in salute. So formal. Too polite. Seeing such a posture, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, and then bowed his hands in return. Chu Yan, I have met all the seniors of the Fox clan. This action and words immediately made Emperor Yuansheng show approval and nodded slightly. And beside him, the Tianding sage emperor also smiled lightly and nodded in greeting, but the desolate sage emperor just watched with no expression on his face. In the entire Dianshan, all the big bosses of the Fox clan had their eyes on Chu Yan, and all kinds of spiritual senses swept across their faces. All of them were shocked. How many times they heard the rumor that Chu Yan defeated the supreme of the 5 heavenly ranks of Xingtian Pavilion in the first battle. Originally, I thought that Chu Yan would be an arrogant person, but when I saw him today, he was not arrogant at all. After all, at this age, to be able to achieve such an achievement in the 10 Directions Starfield is definitely enough to be proud of. Ha ha ha, big brother, long time no see. Li Mingdao just walked towards Chu Yan with an enthusiastic face, and greeted him warmly. If his father hadn't set up a battle and made it so grand, he would have gone out to meet Chu Yan a long time ago. Brother Li, long time no see. Chu Yan was also very happy to see Li Mingdao, and greeted him warmly. The dog is ignorant of world affairs, and acts recklessly outside, thanks to Brother Chu for taking care of him. Emperor Yuansheng looked at Chu Yan and smiled. At the beginning, when Chu Yan fought against the Supreme Master of the 5 heavenly lists of Xingtian Pavilion, he was there and saw it with his own eyes, and the scene was unforgettable. Brother Yuansheng, this time the entire Fox clan is mobilized, and all the elders and hall masters are here. Let's get down to business. The desolate emperor suddenly spoke, and said to the head of the Fox clan, with a hint of impatience on his face. Right. Hearing the words of the desolate sage emperor, the great elder Tianding sage emperor next to him also nodded. Brother Chu Yan. You are on good terms with Shower, so I won't say much if you are being polite. This time I invite you to come here because there is a big matter that needs to be discussed with you. Having said this, Emperor Yuansheng turned his head slightly, first glanced at the desolate emperor, but finally his eyes fell on the heavenly emperor, and nodded slightly. Among the 7 great war clans, my Fox clan has always been regarded as a different kind by the other 6 forces. The Emperor Yuansheng opened his mouth and said to Chu Yan. It's all because our Fox clan possesses the power of ancient bloodline inheritance and some powerful clan secret skills. Because of these, they even suspect that my Fox clan is a mixed race of humans and demons. Actually not at all. The Yuanqing Divine Emperor's gaze became sharp in an instant, and a powerful holy aura rose from his body, surging outside his body. His eyes were shining brightly, and he looked directly at Chu Yan, with an extremely solemn expression on his face. Actually, my fox clan has been a guardian race since ancient times. Guardian race? Chu Yan was taken aback. Chu Yan has heard of guarding the race, and it is not particularly rare. After some powerful giants or bosses are lost, they will leave inheritance or treasures. For the sake of safety, let your own clansmen, or choose a racial force, as the power to protect inheritance and treasures. This is not a secret in the 10 Directions starfield. But which race and power is the power of the guardian race, but it is definitely a big secret. Chu Yan didn't expect that the Fox clan would tell such a secret to himself, a foreigner. That's right. Our clan guards an ancient treasure. As if to prove the words of the Tianding Holy Emperor, the Patriarch Yuan Xingshindi said in a loud voice. Prime ancient treasure. Chu Yan's expression froze. #C 2762 Taiku Treasures. Great ancient treasure. Chu Yan never thought that the top power in the 10 Directions starfield, the Fox clan, one of the 7 great war clans, would be a guardian race power. What surprised Chu Yan even more was that, generally speaking, the guardian forces would get some benefits from the treasures or inheritance they guarded. And this benefit is often given by the inheritors or treasures, in order to enhance the strength of the guardian race and better protect the inheritance or treasures. In other words, the stronger the guardian force, the more precious the treasure or inheritance he guards. But now, the Fox clan, one of the 7 great clans, turned out to be a guardian race. If the Fox clan really made the Fox clan one of the 7 war clans in the 10 Directions starfield because of protecting this ancient treasure, then how precious would this ancient treasure be? The ancestor of our family, the 9 Holy God Emperor, became the guardian of this ancient treasure, and set down the ancestral rules. If one day, the ancient treasure finds an inheritor, our family will immediately become the inheritor's subject, otherwise, it will be a traitor. Guilty verdict. When these words came out, Emperor Kuan's eyes immediately lit up. All the subjects of the clan. As the emperor of the Tiankuan clan, the expression of Emperor Kuan who came with Chu Yan changed. If such a powerful racial force supports it with all its strength, it will be of great help to the rebels. Could it be that the reason why the Fox clan sought Chu Yan was because of the relationship between Chu Yan and this ancient treasure? At the same time, the gaze of Tianding Xingdi looking at Chu Yan kept flickering, and his eyes shot out. He looked Chu Yan up and down before turning his head to look at Yuan Xingshindi. After the Patriarch Yuan Xingshin nodded, the Tianding Saint Emperor continued. For hundreds of thousands of years, my Fox family has also been secretly looking for the inheritor of the ancient treasure, but there has been no news. But this time, when Li Mingdao offered sacrifices to the ancestors in the temple, he actually triggered the ancient treasure and reacted. Prime ancient treasure, emitting a strong fighting intent, golden light shining in the sky, covering Li Mingdao's whole body, lasting forever. As soon as these words came out, all the big bosses of the Fox clan in the palace looked excited, and all turned their eyes to Li Mingdao. Huh! Li Mingdao. Not only the big bosses in the hall, but also Chu Yan looked at Li Mingdao with a look of surprise. However, with a flash of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, he thought of a question. If Li Mingdao is the inheritor of the ancient treasure, why did he react suddenly after so many years without any response? Could it be said that the induction of this ancient treasure requires the successor itself? What conditions? However, what conditions does Li Mingdao have that can attract the ancient treasures? However, according to our detailed investigation, the young patriarch's move to Taiku Chongbao is not because he is the inheritor recognized by Taiku Chongbao. It's because. Having said that, the Tianding sage emperor turned his head, looked at Li Mingdao, and nodded. Seeing the gaze of Tianding Xingdi, Li Mingdao smiled lightly, then turned to Chu Yan, turned his hand and took out something, which immediately made Chu Yan's eyes freeze. In Li Mingdao's hand, it was the jade talisman of communication that he had given to him. This kind of personal communication jade talisman is usually used by warriors to use their own breath too. It was refined with a ray of divine and soul breath. The function is also very simple, that is, it can carry out one-on-one messaging and exchange news. This kind of jade talisman for thousands of miles is very common in the 10 directions starfield. Almost every warrior has a few pieces. My jade talisman of communication. Chu Yan was startled. Could it be that it was, because Li Mingdao was carrying his jade talisman of communication, that he aroused the reaction of the immemorial treasure? Good. Tianding Xingjing stared at Chu Yan closely, and said solemnly, "If our speculation is not wrong, you should be the inheritor recognized by the ancient treasure." When this sentence landed, Chu Yan was stunned. That's fine too. Great. Xuanhuan's face was filled with excitement. He thought more than he was surprised by Chu Yan. If Chu Yan is really the inheritor of that ancient treasure, let's not talk about how much help he can bring to Chu Yan in preparing for the battle against the sky. Just the surrender of the entire Fox clan is a great boost. Although the Fox clan has always been low-key, it does not mean that the Fox clan is weak. On the contrary, being able to rank among the 7 great clans in the 10 directions star region shows that the Fox clan's strength is definitely not weak. Seniors, this matter is very important. Can you let me see this ancient treasure first? Although Chu Yan was surprised, he didn't think too much about it. After all, he just listened to what they were saying now. For some things, seeing is believing. Moreover, what exactly is this ancient treasure, and what does it have to do with me? Although Chu Yan thought he was talented, it was a bit too mysterious to be able to confirm that he was the inheritor of this ancient treasure, which he had never seen before, with just a jade talisman of communication. However, until now, Chu Yan has also developed some interest in this ancient treasure. It's okay to see you. If it is true as the Fox family said, then there are many benefits to this matter. Good. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the patriarch and the great elder all looked happy and their eyes sparkled. Including the big bosses of the Fox clan in the hall, all of them looked excited and excited. After all, it has been hundreds of thousands of years, and they have gone through too much in search of the inheritor of this ancient treasure. Now, with hope in sight, it is natural to be excited. However, at this moment, the great protector, the desolate emperor, frowned slightly, and said directly, "Everyone, I have something to say." When this sentence fell, the patriarch and the great elder who were going to take Chu Yan directly to the apse, as well as other big men in the hall, all raised their heads and looked at the great elder. My Fox clan has developed to this day, and it is no longer what it was in ancient times. This is inseparable from the hard work of our clan and the hard work of the whole clan. This immemorial treasure, although it is the will of the holy ancestor, but if this person is really recognized, then our Fox clan, are we really going to support him? As far as I know, he is an elder against the divine way. When these words landed, the desolate sage emperor's face turned cold, his eyes swept across the hall, looking at the big bosses. What he meant couldn't be more obvious. Against the way of God, but against the Xingtian pavilion. If Chu Yan is really recognized by Taiku Chongbao, can it be said that their Fox clan will become enemies with Xingtian pavilion and even God realm in the future? In that case, the Fox clan will be involved in the chaos of the 10 directions starfield. At that time, will the Fox clan still be the same as it is now, like a place outside the world? However, the strength of Xingtian pavilion and Xinyu, the big brothers present, no one knows. For these words, all the bosses in the palace immediately attracted, and many of them showed a thoughtful look in their eyes, and then looked at Chu Yan, and there were some changes. But Chu Yan stood there, looking at the desolate emperor, but nodded slightly. As far as Chu Yan was concerned, it was not incomprehensible to say what the desolate sage emperor said. After all, as the great guardian of the Fox clan, it was completely normal to consider the survival of the Fox clan. So, I suggest that you consider, no matter whether this Chu Yan is the inheritor of the ancient treasure, our Fox clan can't choose to surrender to him. Otherwise, the entire Fox clan may be lost. #C2763 Fox Clan. Whether it's the patriarch of the Fox clan, the great elder Tianding Saint Emperor, or the great guardian desolate Saint Emperor, this is the first time Chu Yan has seen him. Of course, there is no enmity between everyone. Therefore, the desolate emperor did not act intentionally towards Chu Yan, it was entirely out of consideration for the future of the Fox clan, as well as concerns about Chu Yan's identity. To put it simply, if you change someone else, who also has the identity of rebelling against the divine way, the desolate emperor will still have the same attitude. After all, for hundreds of thousands of years, the struggle between various forces in the 10 Directions starfield has never ceased. But the Fox clan, because they remain neutral and do not participate in any battles, have always estimated their peak status, and the strength of the whole clan has been continuously improved. Up to now, the ancient heavy treasure has changed. Although it has given hope to the Fox clan's ancestral life for hundreds of thousands of years, it has also brought crisis to the Fox clan. More importantly, the general election of the Fox clan will be held soon. At this juncture, if everything is normal, both the desolate Sage Emperor and the heavenly Sage Emperor have a chance. After all, Emperor Yuanqing has been re-elected for 3 terms, and he is not eligible to run for the next term. In this way, the Great Guardian and Great Elder have the greatest chance. As for the Great Protector, Tianding Xingdi, he has no interest in the position of Patriarch, and may even abstain from it. In this way, the next Patriarch's position will most likely be his Baron Sage Emperor. At that time, he didn't want the Fox clan to become someone's subordinates. After finally becoming the Patriarch, he still had to obey others. Humph. This statement is outrageous. The Yuanqing God Emperor standing in front of Chu Yan finally couldn't help it, snorted heavily, and said angrily. The ancestral precepts are the ancestral precepts. No matter who is the inheritor of the ancient treasures, the whole family must unconditionally follow the ancestral precepts. Otherwise, those who violate it will be bound by the iron law. These words, like a thunderbolt, shook the entire hall. Yuanqing Divine Emperor, as the strongest of the Fox clan and the current patriarch, his prestige is naturally needless to say. Therefore, when his gaze swept across the audience and finally landed on the Baron Emperor, it still made the Baron Emperor tremble. Even if Chu Yan is the 9th elder of Against God, so what? I dare to assert that in the future, this 10 Direction starfield must be the 10 Direction starfield of my 10 Direction starfield people. Those outsiders and those who betray their ancestors will never end well. So, if Chu Yan is the inheritor of the ancient treasure, then my Fox family must surrender to Chu Yan unconditionally, even if it is a direct war with Xingtian Pavilion and God's domain, I will not hesitate. At that time, when the war is over, our Fox clan might directly become the #1 clan among the 7 great clans. When these words came out, the eyes of all the Fox clan bosses in the audience instantly brightened, and their faces were full of excitement. It is no secret that there will be a final battle between Enai Shindao and Xingtian Pavilion. Especially the last time, in the shocking battle where Qingmu Jianshan killed the Xingtian Pavilion with one sword, if God Domain hadn't intervened in the end, they might have split the Xingtian Pavilion and wiped it out. Ha ha ha, what a joke! However, when everyone's eyes were full of longing, the Baron Emperor reacted and laughed loudly. Yuanqing. You are just your own opinion, as a strong person in the divine realm, you must know the power of Xingtian Pavilion and divine realm. When this sentence fell to the ground, all the big Fox clan leaders in the hall frowned. This Chu Yan, the 9th elder who defies the divine way, should be well known in the starfield of the 10 Directions, so I don't need to say anything. The desolate emperor saw a sentence that made all the big bosses in the palace look terrified, and then continued to speak. You all know that almost all of his fame is brought about by his opposition to Xingtian Pavilion. With his current strength, he is only in the Saint Emperor realm. Facing the Xingtian Pavilion, is there any chance of winning? In the end, those who oppose Xingtian Pavilion and become the top 3 on the list of God's crimes, which one will die? When these words came out, the expressions of Chu Yan and Emperor Xuan instantly sank. That's wrong. As far as I know. Facing the strong words of the desolate sage emperor, even the great elder Tianding sage emperor shook his head and said. As far as I know, when Chu Yan fought against the supreme master of the 5 heavenly lists in Xingtian Pavilion, no one thought that he could win with 1 against 5. And, according to the news received, it seems that Chu Yan didn't do his best in that battle. So, the outcome of the future is still uncertain. It's all possible. Hearing the words of the Tianding sage emperor, the desolate sage emperor's face was full of sneers. It's all possible. Glancing at Chu Yan, then looking at the expressions of those big bosses in the hall, the desolate emperor said again. Don't say anything else, just talk about the battle of the gods that will be held soon. According to the information we have received, for this battle of godheads, the Holy Heaven Pavilion, including the spirit envoys from the 10 directions starfield, have been deployed for nearly 1,000 years. Based on Xingtian Pavilion, Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, and even the strength of God's domain, this Chu Yan has any chance. Now, who dares to say, what other possibilities are there? These words are very realistic. The Battle of the Godheads, in the past 2 years in the 10 directions starfield, is probably the most popular event, and various news are flying all over the sky. And upon hearing the words of the desolate sage emperor, all the big bosses of the Fox clan in the hall nodded frequently, and all of them agreed with each other. Obviously, the words of the desolate sage emperor are not based on empty ground, but everyone has such thoughts in their hearts. No matter how powerful Chu Yan is, he can fight the entire Tianbang by himself. There is only one Godhead. How can Xingtian Pavilion let outsiders go easily? Under such circumstances, does he still have a chance? Having said that, the eyes of those bigwigs in the hall have obviously begun to waver. The most important thing. The desolate sage emperor spoke again, raising his voice and resounding throughout the hall. The Aoki sword god, who is against the gods, has been lost. Now, what strength is there against the Holy Heaven Pavilion against the gods? Speaking of this, Chu Yan's face has become icy cold. Doubting his own strength and considering the interests of the Fox clan, these Chu Yan can understand. However, the desolate emperor was disrespectful to the god of sword against God, and this was something he could not accept. Desolate, shut up. An Aishan Dao is an ancient sect just like our 7 great clans. Didn't the Xingtian Pavilion also lose to it, and the Emperor Yuanqing was also a little angry, and he yelled, but before he could finish speaking, Chu Yan stood up and spoke. I have a word, please advise. When this sentence was spoken, everyone's eyes, including the Emperor Yuanqing who had just spoken, turned to Chu Yan. As for whether the Fox clan supports me, Chu Yan, or whether it is an Aishan Dao, I can say something on behalf of an Aishan Dao. We don't need it. Whether there is support for the battle with Xingtian Pavilion or not, I am against God and have a plan. #C2764 Sword Sweep. Chu Yan's words are a complete statement of his position. This kind of thing is like thinking that you are worth a lot, but it turns out that you are not worth much at all. As a result, all the bosses of the Fox clan in the entire hall had embarrassing and dark faces. Father. All of a sudden, Li Mingdao, who had been standing on the side without speaking, looked at Emperor Yuanqing with a livid face, and said in a loud voice. When this sentence came out, the divine Emperor Yuanqing's consciousness trembled, and he reacted instantly. Brother Chu Yan, this matter is up to me, don't listen to him. Others don't know Chu Yan, but of course Li Mingdao knows. Before Emperor Yuanqing and his son went against the gods to find Chu Yan, he had heard Li Mingdao talk about Chu Yan many times. Therefore, he knows Chu Yan's personality very well. As long as brother Chu Yan is recognized by our family's guardian Chongbao, our Fox family will definitely support it with all our strength. Whether it is Xingtian Pavilion or Xingyu, we will follow each other to the death. As the patriarch, his knowledge is naturally higher. Because of what the desolate emperor said, the Yuanqing divine emperor of course understood that what was originally a good thing was now almost collapsed by the desolate emperor. If it really angered Chu Yan, even if the Fox clan fights with all their strength in the future, the final result may not be good. Such a thing, to put it simply, is the icing on the cake, and it will never be as good as sending charcoal in the snow. At this time it is the time when Anai Shindao and Chu Yan need support the most. If they stand with them at this time, the benefits will not be less in the future. Plans? What plans can there be? Ants attacking elephants, in the face of absolute power, everything is meaningless. The desolate sage emperor snorted coldly, and said with a face full of disdain. Whether it makes sense or not, with the current relationship between me and the Fox clan, there is no need to say anything. In other words, you are not qualified to know. Chu Yan's tone also became tougher, and he replied directly. What? You. When the desolate emperor heard it, his expression froze. He didn't expect that Chu Yan would dare to speak to him like this. God battle. Chu Yan raised his head, looked at all the Fox bosses in the hall, and said again. Of course I know that Xingtian Pavilion, Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, and even God Realm must be prepared. This matter is like the last time when the Forbidden God Land returned. They sent 2 great God Realms at the entrance of the Forbidden God Land. All stop me. Including the Forbidden Gods, the sacred monuments of the 5 great heavenly rankings, and the heavenly list altars of the spirits of the heavenly Tao, all shot, but the result. So, this battle of Godheads will not be an exception, no matter how many people they come. Having said that, Chu Yan stopped, his eyes were like thunder, and the holy power surged all over his body, and he shouted loudly. 1 person and 1 sword are enough to sweep them away. As soon as these words came out, the entire Fox clan hall trembled slightly, and all the elders in the hall froze, their eyes full of disbelief. However, when they saw that at this time, Chu Yan's whole body was like a rainbow, merging with the void, like a god of war of heaven and earth, completely domineering like thunder, only uttered a word, but galloping the world like a gold and iron horse. Well said. That's how domineering. In the eyes of Emperor Kuan and Li Mingdao. At the same time, the flames ignited, and the fighting spirit surged all over his body, and he shouted loudly. Ha ha ha, you are so young and full of arrogance. How dare you say such a thing based on your mere cultivation at the 5th level of the Saint Emperor realm? The desolate emperor laughed wildly when he heard it, and said mockingly. Even if you are a strong man in the God realm, you dare not say that you can sweep the world in the battle of gods. Why do you just rely on the sword in your hand? Chu Yan said coldly. Clang. When the voice fell, a dazzling sword light shone across the hall, and in Chu Yan's hand there was an extra black long sword, pointing directly at the sky. Severing Heaven Sword. Seeing the black sword in Chu Yan's hand, how could the big bosses present not recognize it? This magical weapon is the #1 spiritual weapon in the world, the heaven-breaking sword that defies the divine way. The most powerful man in the world, the #1 sword god, and the sword of Aoki sword god. You talk too much nonsense. If you don't accept it, fight. Holding the long sword in Chu Yan's hand, his whole person's aura has undergone a shocking change again, like a heavenly soldier, showing his sharpness. I will fight alone, call as many people as you like, and fight with all your strength, we will fight to know the result. As soon as this sentence fell, all the bigwigs of the Fox clan in the entire hall were stunned. One person fights, how many people are the opponent random? This Chu Yan, can't he be crazy? Okay. Very good. I have been waiting for your words for a long time. The desolate emperor was overjoyed, his eyes full of smirks. You, and you, the three of us, let's fight with this Chu Yan. The goal of the desolate emperor has been achieved, so naturally he won't say anything more. He just turned his head, looked at the other two emperors, and said. Chu Yan dared to fight against their fox masters with his own strength, and he was still the top powerhouse in this hall. This is simply courting death. As long as he defeats Chu Yan, what qualifications does he have, and let the Fox clan surrender to him in the future? Chu Yan, let's start. The two holy emperors came out and stood beside the barren holy emperor. Their auras were extremely strong and their strength was extremely strong. Go. Go to the martial arts arena outside the palace. The desolate emperor didn't care about the pale faces of the patriarch and the great elder, but also the big bosses in the palace. All of them looked embarrassed and walked straight out. After all, in the eyes of the patriarch and the great elder, on the one hand, Chu Yan was invited by them, so of course it is not good to make such a move. On the other hand, if Chu Yan is really defeated at this time, even if the Fox clan surrenders to Chu Yan later, they will definitely not accept it. For the big bosses in the hall, the desolate Saint Emperor, a semi-divine powerhouse, and two Saint Emperors, fighting against Chu Yan, a fifth-level Saint Emperor realm, is simply bullying. No need. Chu Yan suddenly said. Oh. You want to go back on your word? It's okay, as long as you. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the desolate emperor suddenly laughed. No. I mean, don't bother, just here. Chu Yan replied. To deal with the three of you, here is enough. What? You. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the expressions of the Baron Emperor and the two emperors suddenly changed. To deal with the three of them, here is enough. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. It basically means that the strength of the three of them is not enough. Court death. With a roar of anger, the Baron Sacred Emperor could not bear it, and the holy power of his whole body exploded directly, and the holy magic attack blasted out with his hand raised. And the two Saint Emperor realm powerhouses behind him didn't hesitate at all, they shot almost at the same time as the desolate Saint Emperor. Three powerful holy arts attacks joined together, with murderous intent, and instantly enveloped Chu Yan in the hall. Break! Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and the five-colored electric light was released, and the five-element Shinchi in his whole body was surging like a tide, pouring all of it into the heavenly breaking sword in his hand, and when he raised his hand, he slashed out with a sword light. This sword, like the sword of the gods, carried incomparable power. When the sword came out, the three sacred attacks that struck were instantly shattered. What? This? At this moment, the desolate emperor, the heavenly emperor, the Yuanqing emperor, including the big bosses in the palace, their pupils trembled, and their faces were full of shock as they watched the sword across the void. #C2765 Challenge Repression. Without any suspense, a sword passed by, and the joint attack of the three holy emperors shattered directly. This is impossible. Including the desolate sage emperor, the faces of the three masters of the Fox clan who made the move were pale, and the spirit of death kept rising in their hearts. They never thought that the tide of holy arts that the three of them jointly attacked would be cut to pieces with a single sword. Although the three of them didn't use all their strength, they only used 30% of their strength, but two 7th-level Saint Emperor realm, plus a demigod-level powerhouse, even with 30% of their strength, it is by no means a 5th-level Saint Emperor realm can resist. Not to mention, being broken by the opponent's move. It's over. Seeing the sword light falling towards the heads of the three without any hesitation, a chill rose in my heart. The three of them didn't even move the Huchuan Gangyuan. If this sword fell, they would die. Quick, escape. What, can't move? However, just when the three of them were about to dodge the sword, they found that the void around them was as hard as iron and stone, and their bodies could not move at all. Even the void around the three of them has solidified, filled with an extremely powerful sword power domain. Good. It's the sword power. The power of soldiers, the power of generals, the combination of the two, the power generated is enough to confine one side to the void. This kind of power, combined with Chu Yan's soul power, can directly affect the rules of heaven and earth. Facing such power, the three of the desolate sacred emperor had no chance to fight back at all, and stood there like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Swish. The next moment, Chu Yan's aura was withdrawn, and the void forbidden solid disappeared, and the pressure on the three desolate god emperors disappeared, including the sky-filled sword. Call. Feeling the solidity of the void and the force of the powerful sword disappearing at the same time, the three of the desolate sage emperor heaved a long sigh of relief, sweating profusely all over their bodies. Chu Yan, who was not far away, had already retracted his sword and stood up, his black robe was lightly raised, and he looked at the three desolate emperors, calmly, as if nothing had happened just now. The three holy emperors, with pale faces and straight eyes, were immersed in the fear of death just now, unable to react at all. There was no doubt at all. If the sword was cut off just now, none of the three of them would survive. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The desolate emperor's eyes were dull, and he muttered to himself, as if he had lost his soul. This sense of loss made them completely unbelievable that the scene just now was real. 1 demigod realm, 2 saint emperor realm, 7 heavens, complete defeat. Chu Yan, who was at the 5th level of the saint emperor realm, completely suppressed the three of them with just one strike. If he didn't stop at the end, the result would be 3 deaths with one strike. This Chu Yan's combat power is even more terrifying than the legend. How does it feel? Still think it's impossible? Chu Yan looked at the sluggish Baron Emperor and asked. This? The body trembled, and the pupils of the desolate emperor dilated. Looking at Chu Yan, he suddenly became tongue-tied, and he was no longer as eloquent as before. Strong force. What is the use? After a long time, until all the big bosses of the Fox clan in the hall turned their eyes to the Baron Emperor, he whispered. Battle of the Godheads, Xingtian Pavilion will not let you enter at all. Even if you enter, at that time, the heavenly Tao of the 10 Directions Starfield will not allow you to pass the tribulation. Although these words were spoken in a low voice, the bigwigs in the palace could naturally hear them. Shut up. However, as soon as the words fell to the ground, the patriarch Yuan Xingshindi directly opened his mouth to scold. In the next breath, Emperor Yuanqing turned around, looked at Chu Yan, and said apologetically. Brother Chu Yan laughed, my Fox family is rude, please don't take offense. Nothing. Chu Yan shook his head and said. After all, Emperor Yuanqing is the patriarch of the Fox clan, and Chu Yan will not be too powerful if he can put on such a low profile. Everyone. Seeing this, the Tianding sage emperor hurriedly stood up and calmed down the atmosphere. Regardless of other things, the most important thing right now is to let brother Chu Yan meet with the ancient treasure that our clan guards first, and confirm whether he is the inheritor. When this sentence fell to the ground, all the big bosses of the Fox clan in the hall nodded in unison. In the battle just now, Chu Yan's strength has shocked everyone. Now, no one dares to doubt Chu Yan's strength anymore. At least, Chu Yan is qualified to become the inheritor of the ancient treasure. Moreover, regardless of what the desolate sage emperor said, or the battle between Enai Shindao and Xingtian Pavilion, for the Fox clan, the foundation of all this is the thing they guard, and the birth of the ancient treasure is the premise. Without this premise, the Fox clan would not have changed at all, and would still be the same as before. The strength of this Chu Yan is almost invincible below the divine realm. It is really hard to say what will happen in the battle for the godhead. Humph. Bastard. Hearing the words of the Tianding sage emperor, coupled with the nods of all the bosses in the hall, the face of the desolate sacred emperor was full of gloom. Although he had repeatedly confronted Chu Yan before, he knew that there might be some relationship between Chu Yan and Taiku Chongbao. After all, he was also present when Li Mingdao induced Taiku Chongbao. With the jade talisman held by Li Mingdao, he could activate the Taiku Chongbao, and even anyone holding the jade talisman of communication could activate the Taiku Chongbao. This shows that it is Chu Yan's breath that really makes Taiku Chongbao react. For hundreds of thousands of years, this has only happened once, so everyone in the Fox clan basically knows that the inheritor of the ancient treasure must be Chu Yan. However, if Chu Yan is allowed to go like this, not only will he get the ancient treasure, but the entire Fox clan will submit to Chu Yan according to the ancestors' precepts. In that case, it has nothing to do with him. Senior, please lead the way. Chu Yan glanced at the desolate sage emperor, bowed his hands to the Tianding sacred emperor and Yuanqing sacred emperor, and said. Immediately, the big bosses of Mandian followed Emperor Yuanqing and Chu Yan and walked towards the apse together. After passing through many restrictions and spiritual formations, Chu Yan and others finally arrived at the holy land of the Fox clan. What a powerful breath! As soon as he stepped into the temple, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and his whole face changed drastically. The strong fighting spirit in the temple seemed to be transformed into a substance. In the sky of the temple, it evolved into rivers, circling in the void of the temple, like a nebula field, and it looked like a vast starry sky. Moreover, in the center of the nebula, there is a faint wave of will, as if carrying a powerful spiritual breath, constantly surging outward. Is this going to turn the spirit into a will? Chu Yan's consciousness swept over, and his expression changed immediately. The ancient treasure in this temple is about to give birth to spiritual wisdom, which shows how powerful the spiritual power and will are. Could it be that the Qingjia god of war asked me to stay here? Looking at the vast star field in the sky, Chu Yan's face suddenly showed a touch of joy. What I lack most now is this. In the next moment, Chu Yan probably guessed in his mind what this so-called ancient treasure was. Literature Museum M. #C2766 Tiger Seal. Without waiting for Chu Yan to investigate further, Emperor Yuanqing and other Fox clan leaders entered the temple, forming a circle, and everyone was chanting something. At the same time, a large number of holy breaths surged, and spiritual seals emerged, and a holy ancestor sacrifice ceremony began directly. In the middle of the temple, a huge statue rose slowly from the ground, with a strong ancient atmosphere, which lifted Chu Yan's spirit. This humanoid statue is obviously a spiritual object belonging to the ancient times. This is the first time for Chu Yan to feel the ancient atmosphere, and his whole mind is attracted by it. However, Chu Yan could clearly sense that in this statue, there was an extremely powerful aura, which seemed to be sleeping. Chu Yan, how are you doing? Emperor Kuan, who was following Chu Yan, asked some key questions. Among other things, Emperor Kuan is very clear that if Chu Yan can really get the approval of this ancient treasure, then it is possible to pull the entire Fox clan into the chariot against Xingtian Pavilion. In this way, there will be an additional portion of the power against the divine Tao against the Xingtian Pavilion and the divine realm. This feels. Hearing Emperor Kuan's question, Chu Yan was slightly puzzled, and frowned slightly. The ancient atmosphere in the statue gave him an extremely familiar feeling, as if it had something to do with him. This inexplicable feeling made Chu Yan a little astonished, but for a while, he couldn't remember what this familiar feeling was. Previously, Chu Yan guessed that the ancient treasure of the Fox clan was very likely to be the last of the 3 heavenly Daoming curse mentioned by the Qingjie god of war, the golden seal of the god of war. However, standing in front of him now, feeling that aura, Chu Yan was a little shaken again. After all, the time that the green-armored giant spent with him was not too short. In her body, Chu Yan rarely felt so domineering and powerful, even with the aura of killing and destroying. Chu Yan, please go forward now, in front of the statue of the holy ancestor. Emperor Yuanqing opened his mouth and said to Chu Yan, "If the holy treasure recognizes you, there will be a reaction, and when the time comes, you can confirm it." "Yeah." Chu Yan nodded and walked forward. "Tread." As Chu Yan stepped out, the atmosphere in the entire temple fell silent for an instant, and everyone's eyes fell on Chu Yan. "Tread. Tread." After taking 2 more steps, a strong gust of wind suddenly picked up in the entire hall and swept out, sweeping the entire hall. At this moment, the hearts of all the big bosses of the Fox clan instantly raised their throats, and their eyes stared at Chu Yan intently, with nervous expressions on their faces. Finally, after 30 steps, Chu Yan stood in front of the white statue and looked up. In an instant, almost at the moment when Chu Yan and the statue looked into each other's eyes, a shocking thunder rang out. Boom, boom. It was as if a thundercloud rose from the main hall, and the gathered great spirit ancient spiritual chi evolved into a large lightning bolt, which slammed down towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan, little. Emperor Xuan was taken aback. He had just opened his mouth to remind him, but he saw that the thick thunderbolt struck the statue. Click! Thick thunder and lightning fell, and the entire white statue burst instantly, like a landslide, and large pieces of rubble fell down. At the same time, a big red tiger head seal broke through the statue and was suspended in the air. Roar! A phantom of a giant red tiger rushed out of the big seal, roaring into the sky with an extremely violent aura. Nua Da's temple trembled amidst the roar of the tiger, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Under this powerful tiger's power, everyone's breath became extremely weak, as if this red tiger golden seal ruled the world. Primeval treasure. Seeing the appearance of the big red tiger head seal, all the bosses of the Fox clan became extremely excited, and even the Emperor Yuanqing had a look of ecstasy. In the bodies of all the members of the Fox tribe, there was a powerful holy power, which was completely uncontrollable, rushed out of the body, and swept the hall. However, these blood powers will disappear instantly as long as they meet the tiger might in the hall. This scene is completely the resonance between the power of the Fox clan's bloodline inheritance and the treasure of the town clan. Sure enough, Chu Yan really is. Emperor Yuanqing and Emperor Tianding exclaimed in unison. Their faces were full of surprise and excitement, and their eyes were red. What kind of big seal is this? How did Chu Yan win this big seal? Is it related? In the hall, the only one who could keep calm was Emperor Xuan. However, at this time, he also looked stunned, looking at the big seal, and then at Chu Yan, wondering in his heart. Suddenly, Hu Ying, who was as tall as a mountain, shook, all the powerful auras were all restrained, and it turned into a tall tiger-headed silver-armored humanoid body in the air, and fell rapidly towards Chu Yan below. The speed is as fast as charging. The occurrence of this scene immediately changed the faces of all the bigwigs in the palace. What's going on? Could it be that the spirit of the ancient treasure is going to attack Chu Yan? All eyes were on the falling tiger-headed silver armor man, and when he rushed through the air, he took away the large red seal that was hanging in the air. No, I really want to. At this moment, even Empress Xuan's expression changed instantly. Although Chu Yan has now aroused the ancient heavy treasure of the Fox clan, if he is attacked by the spirit of the heavy treasure in a blink of an eye, then the matter will be complicated. Moreover, Emperor Xuan is also a little worried, although he knows that Chu Yan's combat power is not weak, but this is the ancient spirit after all, if there is any special power. Not only the Kuan Emperor, but even the Yuanqing Divine Emperor, Tianding Holy Emperor, Desolate Holy Emperor, and other big bosses of the Fox clan in the palace all had serious expressions on their faces and were completely stunned. Their hearts thumped at the same time, and they began to worry about Chu Yan. If the treasure of the clan of the Fox clan accidentally killed Chu Yan, how would he explain to an Aishan Dao? However, when the Emperor Yuanqing came to his senses and wanted to stop the immemorial spirit, the next behavior of the tiger-headed silver-armored man shocked everyone present so much that their eyeballs almost flew out. Tom. A muffled sound spread, but it was a man in silver armor with a tiger head, who fell down from the sky without any hesitation, and knelt down in front of Chu Yan, holding a huge red seal in his hand, and holding it in front of Chu Yan with both hands, extremely excited shouted. Jean, the 19th Battalion of his subordinates, is in charge of the battalion envoys, please see. Lord God of War. Your lord, the martial arts will flourish forever, and you will win forever. I don't know if it was because he had slept for too long, or because the tiger-headed silver-armored man was too excited, and the whole sentence was broken, and the tiger's body kneeling in front of Chu Yan kept trembling. Even the big red seal held in both hands was trembling slightly. Master. Lord. In the entire hall, all the bigwigs of the Fox clan stared wide-eyed, opened their mouths wide, and their hearts were full of shock. The ancient spirit is called Chu Yan, my lord. #C2767 Envoy. In the entire hall, there was a dead silence, and a needle could be heard. Everyone's eyes were full of shock, even with a hint of incomprehension and doubt. This is the ancient spirit. Their entire Fox clan has guarded the ancient treasures for nearly 800,000 years, and even led their Fox clan to develop from a small and unknown force into a powerful existence of the Fox clan, one of the 7 great clans in the 10 Directions star field. But now, this immemorial spirit actually knelt down and proclaimed Lord to a mere martial artist in the 5th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. After a long time, Chu Yan is not the inheritor of this ancient treasure, but its owner. Master God of War. 19th Battalion, Commander of the Battalion. What is this, and what? Although I can't understand what the ancient spirit said just now, it is easy to see that the ancient spirit can be regarded as the master. This shows that the identity of Chu Yan in front of him is probably more terrifying than they imagined. Many. What did you say? Not only the big bosses of the Fox clan in the hall, but also Chu Yan himself, all looked confused. Lord God of War. Could it be that the ancient spirit in front of him was referring to the blue-armored giant in his sea of consciousness? However, if this ancient spirit is a subordinate of the blue-armored giant, why did he appear here? My lord, my 9th Battalion has been defeated. Failure to protect my lord is a death penalty. When the ancient spirit heard Chu Yan's question, he seemed to have misunderstood something. He turned pale with fright, and quickly knelt down on the ground, crying like tears. Brothers are all dead, I owed my lord's great trust, I should have sacrificed my body and soul, to thank my sin. However, the tiger talisman of the 9th Battalion had the golden seal on their body, and they did not dare to damage it, so they possessed the golden seal with the remnant soul and fled to the lower realm. Unfortunately, the soul was severely injured and could not continue. A local force, guarding the golden seal, waiting for the call of the adults. The tiger-headed silver-armored man spoke as follows, his eyes full of aggrieved but extremely excited. It never occurred to him that the local force that was cultivated to protect the golden seal of the tiger talisman would actually bring the Lord back. Lin Hu, it's hard for you. I know it all. At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a voice seemed to pass through the eternal void and resounded through the entire hall. My lord. Lord God of War, is it really you? I. Hearing this voice, in the eyes of the tiger-headed silver-armored man, two groups of red-hot flames instantly ignited. Have you also come to the lower realm? As these words came out, the voice of the green-armored giant stopped for a moment before resounding again. Lin Hu, get up. Don't mention what happened back then. The voice of the blue-armored giant, with a trace of vicissitudes and sighs, seemed to have 1,000 words, and it seemed that he had accumulated thousands of years of time, but he couldn't say anything. Yes, my lord. Hearing the voice of the green-armored giant, Lin Hu stood up from the ground, stepped out, and stood directly behind Chu Yan, standing upright like a guard. You just said you escaped to the lower realm, why? Chu Yan turned his head and looked at Lin Hu. Asked. My lord, this matter, you will naturally understand it in the future. Now, it is inconvenient for the subordinates to say too much. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Lin Hu certainly understood that the Qingjia giant told him not to mention the past, not because of the problems between him and God of War, but because there are too many other people now. However, since this subordinate has found your lord, I will never let you down again. Lin Hu's eyes suddenly became fierce, full of absolute color. My lord, please allow my subordinates to fuse their natal martial soul with their remnant souls and transform them into tiger-roaring cloaks, and fight against the world with you. When the words landed, Lin Hu's entire tiger body began to burn violently, turning into a large piece of red flame, rolling towards Chu Yan. La. A large area of flames pulled out a tail flame of more than 10 steps long, and at the same time as it burned into the void, a silver cloak emerged from the flames and draped over Chu Yan's body. This addition of the tiger-roaring cape made Chu Yan feel the surging fighting spirit in his body, surging like a frenzy. In all directions, the original rules of heaven that were constantly eroding Chu Yan's body were instantly bounced hundreds of steps away, and were completely dispelled by the battle momentum of the tiger-roaring cloak. Even in the Sea of Consciousness world, the white tiger Wuhun on Wuhun Mountain felt something, opened his eyes, glanced outside, let out a low growl, and then fell into a deep sleep again. A cloak can be recognized by the white tiger spirit, which is enough to show that this cloak is extremely powerful. My lord, God of War, invincible. Lin Hu's will was completely integrated into the tiger's roaring cloak, and before disappearing, he let out a final sky-shattering roar. Tiger roaring cloak. The Big Fox clan members who were present looked at the silver cloak with countless spiritual seals on their body, especially when they saw a huge tiger head on the cloak. They were all shocked. His face looked horrified. Even those guardian races who have guarded for hundreds of thousands of years have no idea that the ancient treasure they guarded will eventually become such a powerful spiritual treasure. This is a good thing. Emperor Kuan's eyes were full of brilliance, and he swept across Chu Yan's body, and he praised him. As the emperor of the Tiankuan clan, he has seen many artifacts and spirit treasures, but he can be sure that this tiger-roaring cape possesses monstrous divine power just by taking a look. Even if it is among the ancient gods, it is probably a treasure of the gods. Although it is not as good as the Xuanhuan sword of the human race, it has reached the rank of God Venerable, but I am afraid that it is definitely a divine weapon and a spiritual treasure that can be ranked in the realm of the gods. I will not let you down. Chu Yan felt the strong fighting spirit and protective feeling brought to him by the cloak on his body, and his whole soul was touched by it, and he spoke softly. Although he didn't know the true relationship between this Lin Hu and the green-armored giant, Chu Yan was deeply moved by his spirit. It was an extremely precious feeling that came to the depths of the soul. Desolation. Now, what else do you have to say? In the temple, the Emperor Yuanqing had already reacted, looked at the dull-faced, desolate emperor, and asked. This? Seeing the blade-like gaze of the Yuanqing god emperor, the corners of the desolate emperor's mouth twitched, and there was still a domineering look in front of him. The scene just now touched him too much, and the first Big Fox clan boss present. At this time, if he said those words before, it would be impossible to have the effect he wanted, and it would make people cast aside instead. Since Brother Chu Yan has been fully recognized by our family's holy treasure, then, my fox family should follow the ancestors' precepts and regard Chu Yan as the main one. Do you have any opinions? After these words came out, Emperor Yuanqing looked at the big bosses of the Fox clan in the hall, and spoke with certainty. The last sliver of doubt in the current Emperor Yuanqing's heart has been completely dispelled, and not only him, but also the big Fox clan bosses in the whole hall are probably the same. Although everyone knows that standing completely and firmly on the side of Chu Yan and Anai Shindao means being an enemy of Xuanhuan Pavilion and Xinyu. However, that opportunity does not coexist with crisis. Just relying on their town clan holy treasure, the sentence Lord God of War, the Yuanqing God Emperor, confirmed that this risk is definitely worth a try. Maybe it will bring about earth-shaking changes to the Fox clan. Literature Museum M. #C2768 Take full service. According to the current situation, this Chu Yan is probably the master god of war mentioned by the ancient spirit just now. If there are no accidents, maybe their Fox clan will use the master of the ancient spirit to break the 10,000-year situation of the 7 war clans in the 10-star field and become the leader of the war clan. After all, with the strength that Chu Yan has shown now, the strength against God is not as weak as everyone imagined, and even slightly stronger. After all, as we all know, the strength of a sect force is mainly judged from 2 directions. One is the strength of the top combat power within the sect's forces, and the other is the strength of geniuses within the sect's forces. From these 2 points of view, in Xingtian Pavilion, the strongest Xingtian Divine Emperor, and in Nishan Dao, the strongest Aoki Sword God. Not long ago, Qingmu Jianshan rushed to the Xingtian Pavilion with 1 sword, and fought with the Xingtian God Emperor. Everyone has seen the outcome of the battle. If it hadn't been for God's domain's descending divine power and setting up a God's curtain, in that battle, the sword god Aoki might have defeated the sacred sky god Emperor without any suspense. After all, Aoki Sword God is recognized as the number 1 strongest person in the 10 Directions star field, the number 1 Sword God. As for the Holy Heaven God Emperor, he only had great strength thanks to the gift of God's domain, and the 2 cannot be compared at the same time. On the other hand, in terms of the strength of Zoman geniuses, Anai Shindao almost beat the 8 heavens of Xingtian Pavilion. Just before, Chu Yan alone defeated the 5 supreme beings of the heavenly list in Xingtian Pavilion. With this combat strength, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the number 1 talent in the 10 Directions starfield. Yes. The Patriarch is right. In the temple, a group of bigwigs reacted at the same time and nodded in unison. Well, you should follow the ancestral teachings. My Fox clan has formed an alliance with Anai Shindao, and we will advance and retreat together. This matter can be done, just do as the Patriarch said. At this time, the big brothers of the Fox clan, who no longer had any worries, agreed and spoke in unison. Okay. Brother Chu Yan, look. A look of joy appeared in the eyes of the Yuanqing God Emperor, and he quickly turned his head to look at Xing Yan and asked. This? Hearing the words of Emperor Yuanqing, Chu Yan was startled. This matter is of course a good thing. It is better to let Chu Yan retreat first. On behalf of Anai Shindao, I will discuss with you. Emperor Kuan glanced at Yang Yan, quickly took up the topic, and said. Oh. Dare to ask this fellow Taoist. Emperor Yuanqing had already noticed that the big guy who came with Chu Yan, but neither Chu Yan nor Emperor Kuan introduced him, so he didn't want to ask too much. Now, when he heard the big man speak, he hurriedly asked. This is the Kuan Emperor, the current beast emperor of the Tian Kuan clan. Chu Yan replied. Hiss. However, when Chu Yan's words fell to the ground, the face of Emperor Yuanqing changed instantly, and the eyes he looked at Emperor Kuan were all shocked. The Emperor of the Tiankuan clan. That is the most powerful monster clan among the 3 supreme monster clans. It almost represents the supreme identity and strength of the monster race. If it weren't for the ancient gods and demons' war. If the three supreme monster clans decline, then now, I am afraid that the entire monster clan will be decided by the Tianquan clan or the Dragon clan. However, even if it is in decline, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, not to mention, a few years ago, when the Antarctic Sea was opened, the powerhouses in the entire 10-direction star field have seen the strength of the Tianquan clan. Moreover, the most important point is that the Tianquan clan has a deep relationship with the primordial god clan. For this alone, no one in the 10-direction starfield would dare to provoke their Tianquan clan. I'm rude, I didn't expect it to be Lord Kuan, come here. My fox clan is really rude. The patriarch, Emperor Yuansheng, hurriedly cupped his hands in salute, looked at Emperor Kuan and said, "You are welcome." Emperor Kuan smiled lightly, cupping his hands in return. Not only Yuansheng Divine Emperor, but all the big fox clan bosses in the entire temple changed their gazes towards Emperor Kuan. They would never have imagined that the one who followed Chu Yan was actually the Emperor Kuan of the Tianquan clan. "Emperor Kuan, this way please." This time, the attitude of the Yuansheng Divine Emperor changed completely, said the extremely polite Xuanhuan. "Okay, let's go." With this one move, Emperor Kuan directly displayed his imperial prestige, glanced at Chu Yan, and then followed Yuansheng Shindi with 8-character steps. In the temple, several Fox clan bosses saw it and hurriedly followed. Some other Fox tribe bosses also left one after another to arrange some urgent matters. Because of the reason why Chu Yan wants to retreat here, especially the protection of this temple must be strengthened again. Li Mingdao came over, chatted with Chu Yan for a while, and finally left. "Lord God of War, the 9th God of War Battalion, the commander of the battalion, this is exactly the formation of the army, what happened back then?" Standing in the empty hall, Chu Yan looked down at the silver tiger head on his body and muttered to himself. The blue-armored giant probably still thought that the time was not enough, and he didn't mention anything about the ancient war between gods and demons, and the matter of the ancient gods, and now he has no way to understand. However, Chu Yan believed that the time for these things to surface was getting closer. This place is full of immemorial aura, and it is a good place for retreat. After a long time, Chu Yan raised his head and looked around the temple, nodded slightly. This Fox clan temple, because the ancient treasure has been taken by him, so it has no effect on the Fox clan. Next, Chu Yan restrained his mind and prepared to start retreat. "Wuhun, come out." With a soft drink, the 5 gods, beasts, and martial souls all appeared in the hall. As soon as they appeared, Chu Yan didn't need to say much. The 5 divine beast martial souls began to quickly absorb the remaining immemorial aura in the temple. After being tempered by the martial soul, it is then integrated into Chu Yan's body, slowly nourishing the physical body and improving his cultivation. At this time, on the other side, the discussions between Emperor Kuan and the high-level Fox clan had also begun. This is an extremely unequal annexation negotiation without a trace of gunpowder. On the side of Anai Shindao, there was only Emperor Kuan, and not even the 3 great emperors of Anai Shindao came. On the other hand, almost all the high-level members of the Fox clan were included except for the desolate sage emperor. However, it did not affect the Holy Party's negotiations at all, and even went extremely smoothly. After 5 full days, this event, which was definitely an earth-shattering event for the 10-direction starfield, finally came to an end. The Fox clan has only one requirement, which is to ensure the survival and continuation of the Fox clan as far as possible, and everything else can be subject to the arrangement of the God-defying Tao. After testing the limits of the Fox clan, Emperor Kuan was also extremely satisfied. From now on, the Fox clan will be merged into the headquarters of Anai Shindao, and all resources will be shared, and the disciples in the clan will be broken up and divided into various halls. And the patriarch of the Fox clan formed a family of his own, retaining some of the most elite members of the clan's younger generations and elders. However, Emperor Yuansheng, the patriarch of the Fox clan, has repeatedly stated that their Fox clan will fully support Chu Yan in the Battle of the Gods. If Chu Yan wins the Godhead and needs to cross the catastrophe, all the patriarchs of the Fox clan will swear to protect it to the death. But if Chu Yan did not win the Godhead, the Fox clan demanded that they be allowed to evacuate this 10-direction star field and choose to protect themselves. The most important one is that if Chu Yan succeeds in being promoted to a strong man of Godhead, their Fox clan requires that the 7 great clans of the 10-direction starfield must be led by their Fox clan in the future. Next, it was about the plan for the Battle of the Godheads. After contacting Aoki Sword God and God Emperor Tianji, Emperor Kuan also told the plan in detail to the Fox clan bosses. #C2769 Thunder Sky Continent. It's just surrender. Loyalty takes time to test. Therefore, Emperor Kuan did not tell the Fox clan about the biggest secret of Chu Yan and Anishin Dao, the heavenly Daoming curse. The last item, of course, is to make an oath of heaven. It's just that the oath of heaven written on a piece of animal skin that Emperor Kuan took out this time is not the oath of heaven in the 10-direction star field at all, but the oath of heaven in a higher level. With the strength of the Fox clan, they would not dare to violate it in this life. Master Kuan, if there is a chance, can you let us meet, Lord God of War? The Emperor Yuansheng asked, tentatively. From Emperor Kuan, they already knew that there was a wisp of the spirit and will of the primordial god of war in Chu Yan's body, and it was also the main spirit. And what their Fox clan has guarded for hundreds of thousands of years is actually just a subordinate of Lord God of War. Therefore, the Fox clan has a special sense of loyalty and bloodline inheritance to this Lord God of War. What's more, among the Fox clan, many bigwigs, after hearing that their clan was passed down to the lineage of the ancient god of war, all of them blushed with excitement, and their spirits were about to fly out of their bodies. Including in the negotiations in the previous few days, some Fox clan bosses directly began to regard themselves as descendants of the god of war, and referred to Chu Yan as the descendant of the god of war. For all this, Emperor Kuan is of course happy to see it, because, obviously, because of this relationship, the recognition and loyalty of the entire Fox clan to Chu Yan has been greatly increased in an instant. Okay, I will report this matter to God of War, and he will decide everything. Empress Kuan laughed. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Kuan. Emperor Yuansheng and all the great Fox clan leaders, thank you quickly. In the following time, Chu Yan retreated in the Fox clan temple, and occasionally appeared in some secret places of the Fox clan to improve his cultivation and strength in certain aspects. But wherever Chu Yan went, if he met any member of the Fox clan, he would be so frightened that he knelt down and declared Master. This made Chu Yan a little embarrassed, and in the end he simply tried not to leave the temple, and devoted himself to retreat and practice. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, a year has passed. For more than a year, the entire Nishan Dao seemed to have completely disappeared from the 10-direction starfield, and no member appeared in the vision of all parties. This made all the powerful sects in the 10-direction starfield think that after the last battle of the Anishin Dao Sutra, they have been completely suppressed by the Xingtian Pavilion. Since then, Xingtian Pavilion has unified the 10-direction starfield and is still the largest force. However, to everyone's surprise, the situation in the entire 10-direction starfield did not calm down because of Anishin Dao and Chu Yan's disappearance. On the contrary, the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion, like crazy, turned almost the entire 10-direction starfield over, looking for traces of that Chu Yan everywhere. Naturally, nothing was found in this massive carpet-like search. However, in the 10-direction starfield, one after another, the ancient relics, and even the immemorial relics, were born one after another. The forces of all parties didn't bother to pay attention to the crazy Xingtian Pavilion, and all went towards those lost things. All of a sudden, peerless geniuses became the heirs of various ancient and immemorial relics. Among these descendants, there are powerful saint emperors and ordinary emperors, but none of the descendants, with a cultivation level below the emperor's realm, appeared. In addition, the Tianyu building, the Dark Temple, the Hunyuanzong, and 6 of the 7 great clans, there are constantly powerful giants waking up from the closed state. There are constant exchanges between the top powers, and they seem to be quietly preparing for something. Among them, the most conspicuous one is Xingtian Pavilion. They dispatched Bu Jingtian, Wu Shenyan, Qing Muxue, and other top geniuses on the Tianbang list to fight everywhere. Even some strong demigods were defeated by a few people and declared defeated. This time, the 10 Directions starfield caused another commotion, and all the forces and powerhouses were spreading rumors about the supreme being of the heavenly list. Some people even suspect that the supreme beings of the Tianbang in Xingtian Pavilion have broken through the demigod realm and are preparing to hit the god realm. However, no matter which side it is, that strong man, when talking about the supreme being of the Tianbang, he will consciously or unintentionally think of, or mention, a name. Chu Yan. At the same time, in addition to the supreme beings of the Tianbang in the Xingtian Pavilion, the second thing that caused a sensation in the entire 10 Directions starfield was a strong man named Sage Emperor of the Sword River. This casual cultivator who appeared in the past 2 years, with a blood demon sword, killed the 3 geniuses of the Tianyu Tower, and fought against the 3 geniuses of the Tianyu Tower for 3 consecutive days. In the end, there was no winner, which shocked the entire 10 Directions starfield. A blood demon knife and a demon king's martial soul, wherever it passes, the flames of demons will seal the sky, which has almost become the symbol of Sword River Saint Emperor. Daohe Saint Emperor, Chang Tianhe, as a casual cultivator, became the 6th existence on the supreme list in one fell swoop. Just when everyone thought that the supreme being of the 5 heavenly rankings in Xingtian Pavilion would sooner or later have a battle with the Sage Emperor of the Sword River, both parties disappeared at the same time. Although this point disappointed everyone, one could guess that it was related to the upcoming Battle of Godheads. The tranquility before the storm made the 10 Directions starfield, various forces, and powerful people pay more attention to a person's news. Chu Yan, where is it? Now that the Battle of Godheads has begun, can this astonishing genius go upstream under the dire crisis in Xingtian Pavilion, or just lose it? This point may become the biggest suspense in the Battle of Godheads. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. The entire 10 Directions starfield was at peace, all forces returned to the sect forces, and miraculously, no more battles took place. From the ancient war of gods and demons to the present, these 3 months are probably the most peaceful period in the history of the 10 Directions starfield. The 10 Directions starfield, the Thunder Sky continent of the 8th starfield. This is a dry and lonely continent. Since the ancient war of gods and demons, this ancient battlefield relic where a shocking war broke out has always been in a kind of desolation and loneliness. The entire continent, nearly half of the area, is covered with crimson land. For hundreds of thousands of years, not a single blade of grass has grown, and all spiritual energy has been lost. Even the most tenacious weeds cannot grow on this continent. However, in the past year, various figures began to appear in this Thunder Sky continent. These figures, hundreds of thousands of years away, set foot on this battlefield remnant again, not for anything else, but because this Scarlet Continent is exactly where the Battle of Godheads is about to take place. All major forces have sent scouts to station on this ruins battlefield to investigate. The purpose, of course, is to know whether other forces have arranged anything here in advance, or if there is anything special here, so that they can take precautions in advance. Just now, that was the patrol team of Xingtian Pavilion. Almost died. A young martial artist with thick eyebrows and big eyes, wearing leather armor, emerged from the void, with a pale face, and said to his companions, That little captain seems to have a pupil-like martial spirit, it's too scary. The companion also said with lingering fear. #C2770 Godhead Vision. This is the first team sent by Anai Shindao in the past 2 years. And their task is to investigate Latian continent and collect all intelligence and news related to the Battle of the Godheads. However, the entire 10 Directions starfield is now under the control of Xingtian Pavilion, not to mention the Scarlet Battlefield ruins where the Battle of the Gods will soon be held. Be careful, we must not fail. The squad leader's eyes were bright and full of determination. This time, he managed to win this opportunity, and he must not miss it. This exploration mission is the most important one in the history of Against God. Among the 3,000 horse scouting teams of Anai Shindao, they finally won the first place and got the task. As long as they can successfully complete this task, they can get a lot of rewards, even high-level skills and inheritance. This time, I must complete the task. The Elder has promised me that he will give me a 9th-level spiritual seal. At that time, with this spiritual seal, I can be promoted to the peak of the Great Emperor realm, and even try to break through the Holy Realm. Hearing what the team leader said, the young man in leather armor nodded heavily, his eyes full of determination. These people, everyone's martial soul is a hidden or extinct martial soul, and they are born horse scouts. It is also because of this that the previous patrol team of Xingtian Pavilion almost passed them by, but they did not notice them so close at hand. If one survives, there will be future fortunes. This old saying gave them hope that their mission would be successfully completed in a short time. However, without waiting for them to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, a dazzling light shot up into the sky from a scarlet mountain range in the distance. That is. The young man in leather armor suddenly turned his head and looked at the crimson mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, his eyes trembling. Team, Captain. Calling softly, the team leader hurried over, saw the expression of the leather-armored youth, and asked, quickly. However, following the gaze of the leather-armored youth, with just one glance, when the squad leader's pupils reflected that bright beam of light, his whole body trembled violently. After a full 2 breaths, the team leader's eyes shone brightly, and he suddenly reacted. Quick! Send a message to the Taoist immediately. The same scene happened not only in the horse scouting team Against God, but also in the entire Scarlet Land. Hundreds of horse scouting teams from various forces all discovered that in the mountain range, a dazzling beam of light suddenly rose, and they all quickly sent messages back to the sect door. Boom, boom. When all kinds of messages were continuously shooting in all directions in the sky of the 10 Direction star field, in the Crimson Mountain Range, the dazzling beam of light shot straight into Jiuxiao, hit the sky, and exploded a large starlight phenomenon. Roar! 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 The starlight vision is like a mirage of grand buildings, with the sky as the curtain, evolving the illusion of battlefields. Countless monsters, gods, and demons waged a terrifying battle on the phantom sky above the sky, and the whole world trembled. Even if it was just an illusion, after nearly 1,000,000 years, the monstrous power still shakes the world. After receiving this shocking news, all the forces in the 10 Directions starfield. Everyone was shocked and acted together. At this time, Against the Gods, the headquarters. Handling, the Battle of Godheads, begin. A thunderous imperial order was issued immediately, resounding through the order talisman of the first member. All members of the Tao, no matter where they are, return to the headquarters immediately. One order, one message after another, frantically gushed out from the headquarters of Anai Shindao, and flew to all directions of the 10 Directions starfield. At the same time, the Land of Forbidden Gods, the main palace of Forbidden Gods. Aoki Sword God, God Emperor of Heaven, and Lord of the Forbidden God sat cross-legged in the main hall of the Forbidden God, around the huge furnace, guarding with closed eyes, all around the body, full of strong divine aura. In front of them, in the huge furnace, a dark sword soldier was slowly spinning. This is a sword without a front. In the dark color, there is a hint of dark gold. Even if it has been calcined by a strong divine fire for several years, it cannot conceal its original color at all. The blade without a sharp edge, even if it is in the furnace, the powerful blade's breath will occasionally overflow, but it will directly smash the surrounding void and the aura of heaven and earth. The next moment, the three Aoki sword gods slowly opened their eyes, and looked at Xuanhuan sword in the stove. It's time. As soon as these words were spoken, Sword God Xuanhuan, God Emperor Tianji, and Lord Forbidden God looked at each other and nodded in unison. There was a trace of solemnity in the eyes of the three of them. Swish. 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 3 people and 6 hands formed one after another incomparably mysterious handprints, which were smashed into the furnace like a violent storm. Boom, boom. When the handprint was put into the furnace, it seemed to wake up a prehistoric monster that had been sleeping for a long time, and the whole furnace made a thunderous sound that shook the sky and the earth. Immediately afterwards, countless sword chi erupted suddenly, like a blooming lotus, rushing towards the surrounding void. Wherever the sword chi passes, no matter it is the spiritual source of heaven and earth, or the avenue of void, the rules of heaven and earth are all twisted into powder and pierced into nothingness by the sword chi. The Excalibur is born, and there is no way to avoid it. This divine sword had been refined by the 3 great god emperors for nearly 2 years. More than 20 god corpses and 7 or 8 god realm Kuan corpses have only just merged with Xuanhuan sword. This time, during the trip to the holy tomb of Kuan Mountain, Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan, in addition to the god corpses, also accidentally brought out these god realm Kuan corpses. With these Kuan corpses in the divine realm, God Emperor Tianji had to extend the time for quenching the torch Xuanyuanjian. Consuming a lot of divine energy from the 3 of them, they finally successfully refined the Xuanhuan sword before the start of the Battle of Godheads. As soon as the sword was released, it was fused with the primordial spiritual energy in the god corpse, coupled with the time and space power of the Kuan clan. The power of this sword has reached its peak state. Everyone, get ready to start. According to the original plan. The voice of the Qingjiao war god suddenly sounded in the hall, with a hint of solemn tone. Yes. The 3 lords of Forbidden God, without the slightest hesitation, nodded their heads in agreement. Swish. 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 The next moment, in front of the 3 god emperors, the void split open, and the figures of the 3 disappeared directly on the spot. At the same time, in the 10 directions starfield, including Xingtian Pavilion, Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, the 3 major forces and the 7 great clans, the heads of the major sects are gathering the elites of the sects and starting to make final preparations. The Battle of Godheads begins. It was as if a storm that had been waiting for a long time was about to come, and the storm gathered, and it would soon sweep the whole world. All the sect forces and all the warriors were cultivating, all of them were extremely excited. There are even some casual cultivators and small forces who have already started to go to the Thunder Cloud continent in the 8th star field, ready to take a good look at this grand event. Literature Museum M. #C2771 Godhead War. In the entire 10 direction star field, the wind and the clouds meet, and the potential dragon soars into the sky. A large number of people were like a tide, all rushing towards the 8th star field, and the forces from all sides gathered in an unprecedented grandeur. Thunder Cloud Continent, a vision has appeared. So, the Battle of Godheads is really about to begin. Not bad. It looks like, in a few days, the Battle of Godheads will start. The overlord forces of the 10 directions starfield are all preparing. I heard that the Xingtian Pavilion and the spirit envoys of the Tao of Heaven will come. Of course, they set up a monstrous massacre. It is said that Chu Yan and Anai Shindao will be destroyed together. Hurry up, don't miss it. In the past million years, this battle is probably the most shocking battle. The bigwigs and powerful fighters from all sides can still sit there. Although they know that there is no hope for the Godhead, they will never miss this battle between the top powers in the 10 Directions starfield. Moreover, everyone has some expectations. If Xingtian Pavilion wins the Godhead, that's okay. But if Chu Yan and Anai Shindao were really allowed to win the Godhood, and a strong man with the seal of the gods appeared, then the local area of the 10 Directions starfield might undergo a shocking change. Of course, this is not the first time in the history of Wuhun world that the competition for Godhood has been held. In the previous battles for the Godhead, the powerful showed off their skills, but they could not collect the fragments of the Godhead. There are even rumors that some bigwigs have hundreds of pieces of Godhead in their hands. And in the past hundreds of thousands of years, no one knows how many battles have occurred between those top bosses in order to compete for these Godhead fragments. However, everyone knew that this year's battle for Godhead might be completely different from the previous ones. This battle is finally here. In the ancient city of Futu, the vigorous old man looked at the lively scene in front of him, his voice became extremely cold, and he sighed faintly. Yes, it's time to start. Suddenly, a cold female voice resounded, and in the void, large snowflakes fluttered, and ice crystals scattered all over the sky, condensing into a snow shadow of ice crystals, appearing in front of the old man. The entire ancient city of Futu trembled because of her appearance. Empress Xiantian, how could it be you? Where did you come from? The old man's face was stunned, and he looked at the ice crystal snow shadow beside him in astonishment. My true self is in the chaotic star field, not far from the 10 Direction star field. Empress Xuantian's voice seemed to be icy cold. The clone of Will is here, very close. When these words fell to the ground, the old man's pupils shrank suddenly, and a look of astonishment flashed across them. What you said is that your physical body is passing through the chaotic star field and is preparing to come to the 10 Direction star field. The arrival of the Empress Xiantian herself is not an ordinary event for the 10 Direction star field. There is not much primordial aura in this 10 Direction star field. It seems that she didn't hear the old man Futu's words, but Empress Xiantian said to herself. Heavenly Angel. Coupled with Xingtian Pavilion, both sides are competing for these primordial auras. However, they don't know at all that these primordial auras are not left out from God's domain, but this 10 Direction starfield has bred 3 eras, and it has its own source of primordial spirits. The old man's brows trembled. This last primordial aura has been gathered long ago, and has been in dormancy to avoid the Holy Heaven Pavilion and the Spirit of Heaven. Having said that, Empress Xiantian slowly turned her head, looked at the old man with a gloomy face, and continued. What are you doing? You can fool Xingtian Pavilion and the Spirit of Heaven, but you can't hide it from me. For so many years, it's not that they don't know your existence, but they all want to use you to devour the other party's spiritual source, and then refine you in one fell swoop. And you should also be clear about the plans of the two of them, so you can plan your own affairs. Am I right? Empress Xiantian looked at the old man Futu, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and ice crystals flickered in her eyes. You. These words made the old Futu's complexion change drastically, his whole body trembled, and he stared directly at Empress Xiantian with wide eyes, with a look of astonishment on his face. Don't be afraid. Seeing the expression of the old Futu, the powerful divine power gushed out from Empress Xiantian like a tide, instantly covering the entire ancient city of Futu. Next, I want to give you a chance. An opportunity that can change the world and subvert the whole world. Boom, boom. When this word landed, the divine power that enveloped the entire ancient city of Futu suddenly rioted, directly shaking open huge cracks in the 4 walls of ancient city of Futu. 10 Direction Starfield, Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan's most important place, the Leiyan mountain range, is a forbidden area for the family, including some high-level elders of the family, who are not allowed to enter. But today, a group of high-ranking bosses from the Lei clan, nearly 100 people, gathered at the outskirts of the Leiyan mountain range, setting up incense altars and offerings, looking extremely solemn. Clan elders, the battle of godheads has begun. I respectfully invite all clan elders to lead the customs. The patriarch of the Lei clan, facing the Leiyan mountain range, stood in front of the incense table offerings, and bowed to pay homage. New. In the depths of the mountain range, an old and ancient voice sounded, and several powerful breaths rose slowly, sweeping across the entire mountain range in an instant. Boom, boom. The next moment, these powerful auras became extremely violent in an instant, rushing towards the sky of the mountains, blasting the sky full of thunder, condensed into balls of thunder, and fell from the sky. All the big bosses of the Thunder clan in the audience looked up at the sky with astonishment on their faces, followed closely those thunder balls, and fell towards the ground. Soon, the thunder balls landed one after another, revealing one of the blue armors. These blue armors are not spiritual treasures, because in the armors, there are strong men sitting cross-legged, opening their eyes one after another, shooting out thousands of thunder lights. On every soldier, the majestic Lei Wei scattered like a tide, with an extremely powerful aura. However, if you scan your spiritual sense, you will find that the cultivation aura of these soldiers are all at the Saint Emperor level, and only a very small number are at the semi-sacred level. Eternal Thunder Field, the family is the Tsong's soul, the heaven and earth are pregnant, and my family is prosperous. Click. Click. Accompanied by the sound of thunder from heaven and earth, one soldier after another stood up from the ground, and the heavy armor rubbed against each other, making a metallic sound, which was extremely deep. This power is the hidden power of the Thunder clan, and it can be said to be the #1 combat power of the Thunder clan. And like this, the scene of summoning the hidden power and the family power does not only happen in the Thunder clan, the 3 major powers, the 7 great war clans, and other top powers are almost all the same, and the cards hidden in the family for thousands of years are constantly appearing. Handling, the clan war begins. After waking up the powerful Lei clan warrior who had been sleeping for thousands of years, the Lei clan patriarch gave an order with a radiant expression on his face. In this battle of godheads, the bosses of these overlord forces, who don't know that this is not just a battle for godheads. This time, it is also related to the situation of the entire 10 Directions starfield in the next 10,000 years. Every faction has been prepared for a long time, and is ready to do its best to fight. #C2772 Bloodline Festival. Xingtian Mountain Range, Xingtian Pavilion. The endless vicissitudes of the ancient mountains are golden, like mountains made of gold, undulating and radiant. At this time, in front of a huge spiritual peak in the mountain range, a figure appeared from the void. Looking at the spiritual peak in front of him, his expression suddenly changed. The spirit of the Tao envoy, as the incarnation of the will of heaven in the 10 Directions starfield, in this world of martial spirits, there are very few things that can surprise him so much. Of course, this spiritual peak in front of you is one of them. This is an ancient formation. Tao Envoy's spirit swept his eyes, and saw clearly that under the thin appearance of this Lingfang, there was a huge altar like a mountain. Moreover, there are hundreds of gates around the entire Lingfang altar, leading directly to the interior of Lingfang. At this time, a group of disciples of Xingtian Pavilion escorted a large number of warriors, passed through these gates, and walked towards the interior of Lingfang Peak. These tide-like warriors have extremely low cultivation bases, all of them are below the imperial realm, and the highest cultivation base is only half emperor realm. This is the Bloodline Heaven Festival. Tao Envoy's spirit formed seals with both hands, and after a little calculation, it was completely clear why there were a large number of low-level warriors in this Lingfang altar. Inside the Lingfang Peak, in the huge altar, the low-level warriors there, driven by the disciples of the Xingtian Pavilion, jumped into the blood pool around the altar one by one, making shrill screams, and soon melted a pile of blood. Dry bones. And the whole altar, after absorbing the blood water from the surrounding blood river, the color of the whole altar became more and more purple. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would definitely think it was the 18th floor of hell. However, the aloof spirit of the Tao of Heaven was only a little surprised. That's right. The bloodline connects to the sky. Suddenly, beside the spirit of heavenly Tao, a crack in the void burst open, and a tall figure in a golden robe stepped out from it. Long time no see, Taoist. Hearing the voice, the heavenly Tao spirit envoy turned his head and looked at the person who came, only to find that it was the Holy Heaven God Emperor. The Holy Heaven God Emperor, who was dressed in a golden robe, had a stronger aura since the last time they met, and the terrifying divine aura surged in all directions. Sacred Sky God Emperor, why are you doing this? The spirit envoys of the heavenly Tao are the supreme beings in the 10-direction star field. They are extremely disgusted with this kind of massacre of living beings, and they are also the living beings of warriors. They couldn't help asking with a frown. These are all members of my Jiao family. Xingtianshindi looked down, lined up, entered the line in Lingfeng Doli, and said expressionlessly. What are you doing? With so many clansmen, the loss is not small. The heavenly Tao spirit envoy looked at the Holy Heaven God Emperor with astonishment in his eyes. Whether it is the ancient times, or now, which ethnic family does not attach great importance to the blood of its own people? But now, the Holy Heaven God Emperor actually treats his clan bloodlines so contemptuously, it's like treating them like ants. With these bloodlines, I can connect the ancient times, and completely resurrect the most powerful elite among those clansmen. Now, I need you to help me, cover this world, don't let the breath here leak out. The divine Emperor Xingtian looked at the spirit envoy of the Tao of Heaven and said. Resurrection of the Jiao family members from the ancient and immemorial times. Why didn't the spirit envoy of heavenly Tao expect that the Holy Heavenly Emperor would still keep this hand? Okay, no problem. After pondering for a while, the heavenly Tao spirit envoy nodded and agreed without any hesitation. The sky and the earth are boundless, with thousands of souls through the ages, guided by my bloodline, they will reunite in reincarnation and annihilate the universe. Without the slightest hesitation, the divine Emperor Xingtian surged out of his whole body in an instant, forming seals with both hands, towards the altar of the spirit peak in front of him, and directly hit a huge divine seal, hitting the spirit peak. Soul Road, open! Boom, boom. In the sky, countless thunderbolts fell, and struck the huge Lingfeng peak, blasting all the shells of the Lingfeng peak into powder. The huge purple-red altar revealed its true body amidst the swirling dust and mist. Including the altar, all the living beings were instantly turned into flesh and blood, and were directly swallowed by the altar. The majestic mysterious power rippled from the top of the altar like a shock wave, spreading towards the sky in all directions. Cover the sky and cover the earth. Hidden. The spirit envoy of the heavenly Tao also made a move at the same time, and shot a spirit seal directly into the sky. In an instant, a large number of thunderclouds gathered from all directions, completely covering the sky within a radius of 10,000 miles of the Xingtian mountain range. Roar. After a few breaths, a roar exploded on the top of the huge altar, and a huge light cluster completely illuminated the entire world. 10-direction starfield, Fox Clan, Temple. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, nearly 2 years passed quietly. Chu Yan sat cross-legged in this temple, practicing in seclusion like a stone sculpture, without moving a muscle. In 2 years, everything in this temple has disappeared. And Chu Yan's aura also disappeared completely, as if an ordinary person without any cultivation base, sitting in meditation, standing still. Boom. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes opened suddenly, and in the eyes, thunder light suddenly appeared, and the violent breath, like a waking volcano, rushed out of him, sweeping the entire temple. Call. After a long exhalation of turbid air, Chu Yan, who had been in seclusion for 2 years, woke up completely. After 2 years of retreat, the true energy of the 5 elements has been completely condensed, and Chu Yan has also refined the essence of the 9 paths and 5 elements. Although the essence of the 5 elements is not as powerful as the primordial aura, it is more suitable for use in combat. Once integrated into martial arts, it is extremely powerful. This point is exactly what the Qingjie god of war taught Chu Yan in the past 2 years, the method of the god of war. And it just so happens that Chu Yan has the qi of the 5 elements, which can refine the essence of the 5 elements and perform this method of the god of war. Now Chu Yan, with his cultivation strength, has reached the peak state. Not only did he get the magical treasure and the tiger roaring cape, but he also learned the method of the god of war, and his combat power soared again. If in the past, Chu Yan only stepped up to the demigod level, then now he has no problem dealing with the 3rd level of the god level. Of course, this is under the premise of using the god of war method. Seniors, I have left the customs. Chu Yan walked out of the gate of the temple, and the 2 big bosses of the Fox clan who were guarding the door looked at Chu Yan with a look of astonishment. And Chu Yan directly took out the communication jade talisman, and sent out a series of thoughts. Chu Yan, very good. Soon, the reply was the voice of God Emperor Tianji. All the members of Anai Shindao have all gathered, the 8 dragons are preparing for battle, and all other forces are also ready. It is estimated that there are still 2 days left, and the phenomenon will completely erupt on the battlefield of the ruins. Hearing the words of God Emperor Tianji, Chu Yan's expression froze immediately. 2 days. In an instant, Chu Yan's eyes became extremely sharp. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C27737 Pole Demon Body. The experience in the yin and yang world has now given Chu Yan a wealth of experience. Although in the yin-yang realm, what is used is not a martial soul, but a spiritual vein, and the spiritual energy in the world there is rich, almost 10 times that of the 10 directions starfield. The power of the gods is doubled, and the power of all kinds of imperial techniques is much stronger. The overall strength of the powerhouses in the yin-yang realm is about half of the world realm stronger than the powerhouses of the same rank in the 10 directions starfield. Therefore, the 3 experiences in the world of yin and yang were a good battle experience for Chu Yan. However, the yin-yang realm is sparsely populated. Compared with the 10 directions starfield, it is nothing more than a small witch, just like the difference between an island and a continent. The most important thing is that there is no battle of godheads in the world of yin and yang, and there will never be a strong godhead. And now, the battle of godheads in the 10 directions starfield has begun, and this is a journey to the sky. I'm leaving immediately. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan sent a thought to the jade talisman, then waved his hand to tear the void, and got into the void passage. 10 directions starfield, dark temple. In the dark temple, the night is always longer than the day, and 70% of the time in a day is night, and there is no sunlight at all. Even the stars in the sky can't be seen at all, and there is a world of thick black everywhere, almost invisible to the naked eye. But today, lightning flashes one after another, like meteors streaking across the sky, appearing continuously in the sky. These lightning meteors are precisely the high-level bosses of the Dark Temple, headed by Xie Lady. All the people gathered in front of the demon god's fort of the Dark Temple, all of them stared at the gate with solemn faces, nervous. After 3 years, today should be the time for Miss Yu Linglong to leave the customs. No one knows whether the eldest lady who has been in the demon god citadel for 3 years is alive or dead, and whether she can walk out of the gate of the demon god citadel today. Moreover, the battle of the godheads is about to take place. If the eldest lady can't come out on time today, even if she is successfully inherited in the demon god citadel, it will be meaningless. Because, if you miss this battle of godheads, you will completely lose the only chance for nearly 10,000 years. Hallmaster, everything is ready, now just wait for the young Hallmaster. An elder of the Dark Temple spoke to the Lord of the Dark Temple standing at the front, and said, "In that case, let's open the door." The Hallmaster looked at the gate of Demon God Citadel and replied, "But..." The elder's face was startled, and he seemed a little hesitant and nervous. Not only this elder, but every big boss of the Dark Temple present looked worried. Yu Linglong is the only descendant of the Dark Temple, if something really happens. After all, in the history of the Dark Temple, almost 9 out of 10 people who entered the Demon God Castle could not get out. However, as long as you can get out of it, you will definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future. Moreover, every descendant of Demon God Citadel must pass this test, which is unavoidable. Because the Dark Temple is completely different from other sect forces, and more similar to royal forces like many human dynasties. Bloodline is the only condition for the transfer of power in the Dark Temple, and in this generation, there is only Yu Linglong. Miss Young Hall Master, if it is really lost in the Demon God Citadel, the blow to the Dark Temple will be immeasurable. Huh. Old men, they are all here. Just as the elder was hesitating, a voice like a silver bell sounded from the gate of Demon God Citadel. Creak. Immediately afterwards, the gate of Demon God Citadel opened slowly, and a beautiful figure in a white dress walked out from the opened gate with a smile on her face. Boom, boom. The gate of Demon God Citadel was completely opened, and Yu Linglong appeared in front of everyone with an extremely deep aura. Young Palace Master, huh? All the bosses, as soon as they spoke a word, their spiritual senses swept over them, but their faces changed, and everyone's eyeballs were trembling. This is a 3-pole demon body. No, is this, hiss. The Lord of the Dark Temple, looking at Yu Linglong in front of him, unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth, and said softly. This is the 7 Extremes Demon King physique. The moon sets and the sun rises, and a new day arrives. In the entire 10 direction star field, as the sun rose, the temperature began to rise rapidly. At the same time, as the temperature in the entire martial soul world rose, a warm atmosphere spread between the heavens and the earth. Every city, every sect force, no matter whether they went to the battlefield ruins or not, gathered together at the first time, paying attention to the news of the Battle of the Gods. The latest disappearance, the Thunder Clan, Sea Clan, Zhang Clan and other forces of the 7 great clans have set off in a team. Haha, it's exciting now, the people of Xingtian Pavilion seem to have set off yesterday. It's strange, there are still Mongolians and souls on the Nishan Dao side, why is there no movement at all? Who said no, that Chu Yan didn't disappear at all? Could it be that they knew the plan of Xingtian Pavilion, so they chose to give up directly? It makes sense. If I were me, I would also choose to give up this battle of godheads. Waiting for the next battle of godheads in 10,000 years. Avoid the sharp edge and try not to have a direct conflict. This is the best choice. That is, after 10,000 years, Chu Yan's cultivation base and strength will be much stronger than now. At that time, with Xingtian Pavilion. Not bad. Not bad. With Chu Yanxian and Anai Shindao's current strength, it's simply going to die, it's not worth it. Who says it's death? I don't think so, I think. All kinds of speeches and news are constantly spreading, and all the experts in the martial arts world can feel that a shocking storm is forming rapidly, or it will not take long before it will completely erupt. However, more than half of these powerhouses who were paying attention to the Battle of Godheads focused their attention on Chu Yan. For this number 1 genius in the 10 directions starfield, he once defeated the 5 supreme beings of the heavenly list in Xingtian Pavilion with a single sword, and even caused Xingtian Pavilion to be hunted down continuously for 3 years. Anyone who is not stupid can tell that Chu Yan is the biggest threat to Xingtian Pavilion this time. As time passed, the three major forces of the 10 Directions Starfield, the 7 great clans, and those top first-class sect forces all started to set off, heading towards the Thunder Sky continent. The Dark Temple and the Mongols are the last two forces to appear, and the entire team is extremely low-key. If you look down from the Jiuxiao, you can clearly see that the entire martial arts world seems to have countless trickling towards the Thunder Sky continent in the 8th star field, as if 10,000 rivers return to the sea, quickly converging towards the same goal. An unprecedented scramble, a world-renowned battle, will soon collide and create the most blazing flame. At this moment, all the powers and powerhouses in the entire 10 Directions Starfield became excited. Recommend the new book of Urban Master Lao Shi. #C2774 Godhead War. At noon, on the Latian continent of the 8th star field, on the entire battlefield ruins, all the phenomena of heaven and earth began to produce a second round of aura tides. Countless great demon gods turned into shadows of beasts all over the sky, roaring to the sky and rushing towards the sky in all directions. On the vast red land, a large amount of spiritual smoke rises, like a large thick fog, seeping out from the ground, gathering towards the sky. These newly gathered spiritual cloud seas did not merge with the original spiritual cloud sea above the sky. When reaching the 10,000 zhang high altitude, a large sea of spiritual clouds and mist began to condense, evolving into a huge palace of divine splendor, emitting thousands of rays of light. This is an undulating group of divine palaces. At a glance, it seems that there is no end in sight. In the divine splendor palaces, shrouded in celestial mist, celestial music flutters, and the sky is full of rosy clouds. It looks like a blessed land of immortals and gods, which makes people yearn for it. Whoosh! 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 In the endless void, in the sea of spiritual clouds and mist, one after another figures, wearing shapi, appeared from the sky above the palaces and fell towards the squares in front of the huge palaces of divine splendor. Almost every one of these people has a strong aura and is as magnificent as a tide, but their figures are blurred, and they seem to be obviously soul bodies. They are exactly Starfield God Envoys. After they all stood still, released their divine aura, and merged with the group of divine palaces behind them, the leader of the Star Domain Divine Envoy shouted to the sky and shouted, "All fighters who participated in the Battle of Godheads will be disqualified if they arrive at the battlefield of gods and demons within 2 hours. 2 hours later, the Battle of Godheads will officially begin." Rumble. These 2 words, like thunder from heaven and earth, blasted the whole world, turning into a large wave of spiritual waves, spreading towards the void in all directions. Like an order from heaven and earth, as the sound of thunder rolled past, all the powerful people in the world trembled. 2 hours. Those who had gathered at the ruins of the battlefield early, the powerful people from all sides looked at the group of gods and palaces over there, all with expressions of excitement and anticipation. On some spiritual peaks not far away, the major chambers of commerce in the 10 Directions Starfield have already begun to set up houses and crystal screens, preparing to open gambling games. Some small factions and warriors who were planning to watch the fun all gathered towards the spirit peaks of these chambers of commerce, ready to participate. Time passed slowly, and the world was silent. From above the sky, in all directions, scattered warriors in groups of 3 or 5 are constantly gathering. Those who arrived first were almost all small forces and spectators. There were not many people in batches, and they did not enter the group of gods and palaces. Instead, they landed on the surrounding spirit peaks, looking towards the gods and palaces in mid-air with. However, half an hour later, a powerful group of people began to appear one after another. Shocking rainbows pierced the sky, rushed into the palace complex below, and landed on the square continuously. Among these powerful figures, many are from the 10 Directions Starfield, famous giants from one side, or various sect bosses. Boom, boom. After half of the time, suddenly, a piece of void above the sky was suddenly shattered, and a large piece of divine light, like the morning glow, broke through the shattered void, and a large number of figures appeared from it. From a distance, it looks like a vast star lake, appearing above the sky, with a powerful aura like a wave, constantly rising and falling. This is the people from the Tianyu building. Look, Chonglingfang and 13th Young Master. Their aura is so strong. Not bad. Compared with the last time I saw it, it is obviously stronger. It seems that it is a retreat. Look at the one in front of Chonglingfang, is it the sub-host of Tianyu building, Yuchi Tianyu? Tianyula, one of the three major forces, the leader of this battle of godheads is actually the world-famous God bless God Emperor. The sub-host is known as the most powerful existence in the 13th floor of Tianyu, but he rarely appears in front of the world. This time, it was obvious that the Tianyu building attached great importance to the battle of the godheads, and even the sub-host of the God bless God Emperor was sent to lead the team. Just as everyone was paying attention to the Tianyu Tower, the sky on the other side suddenly trembled. Over there, the Thunder Clan and Sea Clan powerhouses have arrived. That's the Thunder God Emperor Donglei of the Thunder Clan. Damn, he's not the one who made a big fuss in the Hunyuan Palace 900 years ago. Damn, that blue-robed old man from the Sea Clan seems to be the boss from the Shintian gambling last time. One after another, the bosses kept appearing on the Godhead battlefield, which attracted the surrounding crowd of spectators to let out bursts of exclamation. Although every powerful sect force is rarely seen, but in the 10 Directions star field, the famous suzerain, head and other big bosses lead the escort, but these big bosses are not the center of attention. After all, in this battle of God of War, those who are above the demigod level are not allowed to enter. Therefore, the focus of attention from all directions is on those talented elites who want to participate in the battle of godheads and compete for the fragments of godheads. Top 100 in the Tianbang, enter Palace number 1. Not long after, the leading supporting angel announced loudly. Chonglingfang and other Tianbang elites flew out without any hesitation when they heard the order, and went straight into the shrine. And the top geniuses of the major forces almost have countless eyes following them, and they entered the number 1 shrine with the attention of everyone. As time went by, the Dark Temple, the Mongols and other major forces were almost all present. During this period, there were 2 more climaxes. One of them was because of the appearance of the Sage Emperor of the Sword River Chang Tianhe, but because of his status as a casual cultivator, the exclamation was subdued. On the other hand, in the team of the Dark Temple, the young lady with a purple skirt and blue shadow, black silk flying, and a beautiful nose and cherry lips, aroused endless cheers. This eldest lady, who disappeared for nearly 3 years, has once again become the focus of the 10 Directions starfield. However, with this appearance, many people have discovered that the aura of the descendant of the Dark Temple has undergone tremendous changes. In every gesture, she was full of ice power, like the Queen of Gods and Demons. Xingtian Pavilion has arrived. An exclamation resounded throughout the audience, and in an instant, everyone's eyes turned around. Including the heads of the suzerains of the major forces, the elders and giants, they all looked up, and all looked up. I saw that above the sky, on the originally calm Lingyun Sea, a large red gold flood suddenly appeared, and a huge sea whale, riding the wind and waves, appeared in everyone's sight by shaking its tail. I saw it, every time it flicked the whale tail, it would smash a large piece of sky into pieces. And on its back, a large group of figures stood tall, all of them imposing, like a rainbow. However, with just a glance, everyone's expressions changed drastically in an instant. I saw that among the group of people standing on the back of Sky Whale, there were actually 15 strong men in the divine realm, lined up in a row, with divine power soaring to the sky. 15 god-level powerhouses. The audience was shocked, everyone's sea of consciousness was greatly impacted, and their faces were full of disbelief. #C2775 Thunder Sky Continent. Xingtian Pavilion is coming this time, and it is prepared to lead a team of 15 god-level powerhouses. This lineup is extremely terrifying. Although in the 10 Directions Starfield, there will always be strong people in the divine realm sitting in the power of the major sects. However, even among the 3 major factions and the 7 great clans, counting those old monsters who have been in seclusion for thousands of years, if there are 2 or 3 god-level powerhouses in one faction, I am afraid that it is all the background and the bottom of the box. But now, the appearance of Xingtian Pavilion is led by 15 experts in the divine realm. With such strength, it is worthy of being the most powerful sect in the world. What a scary lineup! Not to mention the warriors watching the battle, even the bigwigs and tycoons of the various sects all gasped in shock with expressions of shock on their faces. Cloth. Just when everyone was astonished and inexplicable, above the sky, a majestic thunder suddenly exploded on the body of the whale that day. In an instant, countless golden lights poured down from the sky, like a large golden flood, enveloping the group of divine palaces below. Boom, rumbling. The sound of thunder rolled, and where the golden wave passed, the void trembled, and the color of the sky and the earth changed. Almost in the blink of an eye, a huge golden spiritual cloud overlapped with the spiritual cloud sea of the original God Palace group, releasing monstrous divine power, sweeping all directions. Blessed by the power of the holy sky, it is integrated with the battlefield of gods and demons. As long as that Chu Yan appears, no matter whether he uses the technique of disguise or the method of breathing, he will not be able to escape the detection of this piece of holy heavenly power and kill him directly. On Sky Whale's back, all the bigwigs in Xingtian Pavilion had murderous looks on their faces. No one thought that the first thing Xingtian Pavilion did when they arrived here was to set up the formation. Xingtian Big Formation, set up formation. Above the sky, that majestic thunderous voice exploded again. Yes. 15 god-level powerhouses moved in response to the sound, and divine power surged from each of them, covering the world and flying towards the battlefield of gods and demons below. Just a flash. 15 god-level powerhouses occupied one side and surrounded the huge group of god palaces. Click. 15 thunderbolts shot up into the sky at the same time, like 15 lightning bolts, rushing against the sky. From a distance, it looks like a big pillar of a heaven and earth cage, enveloping the entire heaven and earth in it. Not only that, 15 god-level powerhouses made their moves one after another, or sacrificed spirit treasures, took out spirit seals, or threw jade talismans, and all kinds of magical killing moves were forbidden, and they were thrown into the holy heaven formation like a tide. Among them, it turned into a series of crises, hidden in the void of this world. The number of spectators below looked at it with countless pairs of eyes, only to see the sky full of stars twinkling, the sky full of murderous intent, and Chi-Chi's face changed drastically. This is going to. Everyone's complexion is pale. This Xingtian Pavilion is really incomparably domineering. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they directly blocked the entire group of divine palaces and placed countless terrifying restrictions. Just the looming horror and murderous intent released by the sea of forbidden stars made everyone's scalps numb and their hearts chill. Isn't this too scary? The bigwigs and giants of all races and sects had pale faces and a chill on the back of their necks. The heaven and earth killing array set up by the 15 god-level powerhouses, even if they have the strength of their cultivation base, if they break into it, they will undoubtedly die. This guy, it's no wonder he brought so many god-level powerhouses here. This heaven and earth killing formation probably contains the power of the laws of heaven. Spiritual consciousness swept across the sky, and all the bosses were investigating the power of the Xingtian Pavilion, and their hearts were shaking. There is no doubt about the power of the Holy Heaven formation, plus 15 god-level powerhouses controlling the formation. As soon as Chu Yan and others strong against the divine way arrive, the Xingtian Pavilion and the heavenly Tao spirit envoy can use this heaven and earth killing formation to explode the murderous intent. Everyone, don't be nervous. The first peak lord of Xingtian Pavilion, Tianwu God Emperor, looked at all the warriors with a smile on his face, and said, "This array is set up to deal with Chu Yan, the sinner of God's edict. It has nothing to do with other people, and of course, there is also the affiliation of Anishan Dao." The announcement of these words immediately made all the warriors present look stunned. In this Xingtian Pavilion, 15 god-level powerhouses were dispatched, and even the monstrous and murderous Xingtian formation was deployed to deal with the Chu Yan. This Xingtian Pavilion is really a big deal. That's right, 15 God Emperor realm powerhouses are enough to sweep half of the 10 directions starfield. Oh my god, Chu Yan is dead. Maybe, as soon as it appeared, it was directly blasted into scum. Faced with such a battle, all the strong players in the audience were full of sighs, and their minds could not be calm for a long time. I hope Anishan Dao and Chu Yan, it is best not to come over. Among the warriors and forces in the audience, there were some people who were on good terms with Chu Yan and Anishan Dao. Their faces were heavy, and they secretly said in their hearts, "Huh. This time, Chu Yan will die when he comes, or he will be too scared to come, and lose the chance to compete for the godhead." In the direction of Tianula, Chong Lingfeng's face was full of sneers. "It deserves it, who told him to fight against Xingtian Pavilion?" The powerhouses of Lei clan and Si clan also sneered in their hearts. Whether it is to want Chu Yan to die, or to prevent him from participating in the battle for godhood, the two thoughts are mixed, and they all look like they are watching the show. After all, they all know that if Chu Yan appears in the battle for godhood, he will definitely be a huge threat with his astonishing cultivation base and leapfrog strategy. Among the geniuses of Xingtian Pavilion who just fell from Sky Whale's back, Wa Shenyan and Qin Mushiwei had twinkling eyes and expressionless faces. Compared with other geniuses who had a feud with Chu Yan, after several years of practice, their cultivation base has been greatly improved, but they want Chu Yan to fight against him, so as to get back the face of the supreme leader of the Tianbang. Xingtian Pavilion. When the battle of godheads begins, I'd like to see what you, the supreme beings of the heavenly list, are capable of. Yu Linglong stood in the distance, her gaze was ice-like, and she swept across the Xingtian formation and a group of supreme beings from the Xingtian Pavilion. I want to see it too. Chong Tianhe and Shen Xingjia stood together, alone, but they couldn't hide the faint murderous intent in their eyes as they looked in the direction of Xingtian Pavilion. Fortunately, because they have no sect influence, standing with the least attention casual cultivators did not attract the attention of the big bosses of Xingtian Pavilion. It depends on Chu Yan whether you dare to come. The bigwigs and geniuses of all forces are so pondering in their hearts. However, at this moment, in the sky, on the back of the huge sky whale, the doors of several wooden houses were quietly opened. The next step is shocking. Welcome to all the elders. Bu Jingtian, who was guarding outside the wooden house, saw the figure walking out of it, and hurriedly saluted. If this scene is seen by the warriors of the world below, they will definitely be extremely shocked. Who is Bu Jingtian? That was the first genius of Xingtian Pavilion, including now, it was only lost to Chu Yan alone. Kneel down. Without waiting for Bu Jingtian to finish speaking, the elders in the wooden house shouted softly, waved their hands, and a powerful force, like a palm print, pressed heavily on Bu Jingtian's shoulder. Puff Tom. Even if Bu Jingtian resisted consciously, but his physical strength and true energy were not enough to resist, he was pushed to the ground in an instant and knelt on one leg. However, at the Saint Emperor level, you dare not kneel when you see us waiting. If it weren't for the fact that you are the Pavilion Master's direct disciple, humph. Bu Jingtian's face changed suddenly, but he didn't dare to have any complaints or dissatisfaction. He lowered his head, his face was purple, he clenched his teeth, and he didn't dare to say a word. #C2776 last minute. In Bu Jingtian's heart, although he was aggrieved, he didn't dare to complain. After all, in the past few years, he has practiced hard in closed doors, and his cultivation has rushed all the way to the seventh heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. Moreover, he has practiced several heavy techniques in the sect, and his combat power has soared, even if it is the first and second heavens of the God realm. He dares to fight even the strongest. And these are all bestowed by the sect, and they have spent countless resources and treasures from the sect. Naturally, he dare not disobey these elders in the slightest. After all, his own strength can be said to be all given by the sect. Moreover, the cultivation bases of these pavilion elders, like him, are all in the Saint Emperor realm, but he didn't even have the slightest resistance when he waved his hands. This disparity in strength made it impossible for him to accept it. Everyone, sorry, I'm late. A figure flew from below, landed in front of the wooden house on Tian Kuan's back, looked at the elders of the pavilion, and bowed his hands in a salute. The head of the Holy Sky 7 Stars, the Lord of the Golden Holy Peak, is so majestic. Humph. The leader, Ge Lao, just glanced at Lord Jin Xingfeng, but he snorted coldly and ignored him at all. Because of the arrangement of the formation, I'm not welcome, and I hope all the elders don't blame me. Lord Jin Xingfeng cupped his hands again and answered. It's just a mere junior of the fifth heaven of the Holy Emperor. It's a joke for you to use such a big battle. I really don't understand. Has the current prestige of my Xingtian pavilion been weakened to this point? Old saying. By the way, that kid, what's his name? Lin Feng, or Chu Feng? Brother, his name is Chu Yan. A woman in a golden robe said to the leader, Ge Lao. Chu Yan. It's the kid who defeated this ineffective thing and snatched the title of the first genius in the mainland. The leader, Ge Lao, sneered. Hee hee. The golden-robed woman smiled lightly, but also with a look of disdain. If you let me see this boy, within 10 moves, he can be finished. 10 moves. Up to 5 moves. I can handle it. Ha ha ha, you all praise him too much. Even if he is the #1 genius in the world, compared with our geniuses in the ancient times, he is not in the top class at all. That's right. In this era, the aura is fading and the martial arts are weak. That's comparable to our ancient times, but it's the peak era of martial arts. A group of Jinpao Pavilion elders were not very old, and they were all about the same age as Bu Jingtian, who was still kneeling on the ground, but all of them looked arrogant. This group of people is none other than Xingtian God Emperor, the elite genius of his Jiao family who was resurrected from the ancient times by mobilizing the flesh and blood of countless clansmen to mobilize the shocking formation. When they found out that they came here this time to deal with a mere boy in the Saint Emperor realm, they immediately showed disdain on their faces. Moreover, as the geniuses of Xingtian Pavilion, they think that Bu Jingtian and others have completely lost the face of Xingtian Pavilion. Therefore, Bu Jingtian, who was kneeling on the ground at this time, was ignored at all. At this moment, most of the time has passed. 2 hours is not much left, but everyone's eyes are still looking up at the sky, looking around. Because Enai Shindao and Chu Yan have not yet appeared. Could it be that Chu Yan really dare not come? It's only half a stick of incense time. No way. That Chu Yan really won't come. Even the people who go against the way of the gods didn't see the shadow. That's right, with the formation of Xingtian Pavilion, if you come, you will die. It's a pity, if that Chu Yan wins the godhead this time, I don't know how terrifying his strength will be. Maybe he really has the power to fight against Xingtian Pavilion. Hush. Shut up, you're courting death. All kinds of discussions emerged one after another, stirring up a wave of voices, making the whole battlefield relics full of noisy voices. Although they could understand that Chu Yan didn't dare to come, they were inevitably disappointed. After all, Xingtian Pavilion is an individual who is putting up such a big battle, and I am afraid that he would not dare to come. And it seems that this is the purpose of Xingtian Pavilion. If Chu Yan does not come, then the final winner of this battle for godhood will most likely be Xingtian Pavilion. Soon, there was less time left, less than 100 breaths of time. Even those big bosses and strong men who still had expectations in their hearts shook their heads and sighed at this moment. But above the sky, the Holy Heaven Pavilion, the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, and other hostile forces had a cold expression on their faces, as if they didn't care. Bureau has been laid. If Chu Yan and Anai Shindao dare to accept the move, they will die. If you dare not take the move, after winning the Godhead, Chu Yan and Anai Shindao will still die in the end. The last 20 breaths. The Divine Palace Group, hosting the envoy, announced loudly. When the sound sounded, all the bosses and warriors present all had serious faces and gritted their teeth. The noisy scene gradually became quieter, and everyone looked up at the sky. It seems that Chu Yan and Anai Shindao really won't come. In this way, the Battle of Godheads becomes without any suspense and meaningless at all. The last 10 breaths. The presiding angel announced again loudly. At this point, the time has almost been determined, and there is no possibility. Everything is over. This year's Battle of Godheads is still dominated by Xingtian Pavilion, and other forces may also become companions. The time of 10 breaths, whether it is long or not, is not short. For expert duels, 10 breaths of time is enough to determine the outcome of a game, but for ordinary people, it is just a word, the time to drink saliva. But at this time, all the martial artists waiting to watch the battle felt that the 10 breaths of time were extremely long, as if the entire time had been frozen. Although everyone's eyes were looking at the surrounding sky, earth and mountains, there was no movement at all. Sure enough, Chu Yan and Anai Shindao didn't come at all. This Chu Yan and those who go against the way of the gods will not come at all. I guessed a long time ago that even Chu Yan and Anai Shindao were going to come, but after hearing about this holy heaven formation and the 15 strong men in the divine realm, I'm afraid they would have turned their heads back halfway. That's right, as I said a long time ago, no one dares to confront Xingtian Pavilion head-on, don't you think so? Chu Yan wants to use this battle of godheads to become a conferred god powerhouse. It is simply impossible. That is, if a godhead really appears in this class, then the final qualification to become a god must belong to the Xingtian Pavilion. That's right. When the time comes, a strong conferred god will be born, and Chu Yan and Anai Shindao will die soon. A big boss and a strong man, with sighs all over their faces, sighed and shook their heads unceasingly, extremely disappointed that Chu Yan did not show up. It's over. Even those warriors who originally came to support Anai Shindao and Chu Yan, their eyes dimmed at this time, and their hearts were cold. Literature Museum M. #C2777 God Against God. In the entire 10-direction star field, if everyone has no opinion on Xingtian Pavilion, it is absolutely impossible. After all, Xingtian Pavilion, as the minion of God's domain, uses dominance and arrogance to deceive the rules of heaven, monopolizes all top natural resources, and inherits secret realms. Such behavior will of course cause a lot of dissatisfaction. Only those forces and warriors who are attached to Xingtian Pavilion and get benefits, or who are born servile, will bow their knees to Xingtian Pavilion. However, there are still many forces and powerful people who are certainly not dissatisfied with Xingtian Pavilion. Although it is said that in the world of martial arts, the strong are respected, and the powerful forces and warriors will have a detached status and a superior status. However, this does not mean that it is acceptable to hold the power of life and death, and the crisis of racial power destruction at any time. Because of this, the last time, Chu Yan won the road to becoming a god in one fell swoop with a stunning appearance in the land of forbidden gods, so that all the powerful and forces in the world saw a glimmer of hope. But now, only a few years have passed, this hope is about to be completely shattered. There is no need to doubt that after this battle of godheads, there will be no voices contrary to Xingtian Pavilion in the entire 10 Directions starfield. The entire Wuhun world has once again returned to the hands of Xingtian Pavilion and Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, and the era of God's domain rule continues. And these people can only continue to look for that kind of vague hope under the rule of Xingtian Pavilion and Tian Dao Lingshi, and live in the world with little care. As for the road to the pinnacle of martial arts and the era of prosperous martial arts, then don't think about it anymore. The realm of the gods, the ultimate goal of all warriors in the ancient and ancient times, has become eternally unattainable for them now. Humph. Aoki, back then you attacked my Xingtian Pavilion with one sword, and tested the strength of my Xingtian Pavilion at the price of your body. Is this the ultimate goal? What's the point of losing your body and soul? On Sky Whale's back, the Lord of the Seven Stars, the Golden Saint Peak, had a sneer on his face. Don't dare to come, it's better, so as not to affect the mood. And those geniuses of the ancient Jiao clan. But with a face of indifference, he sneered in his heart. No more threats. The spirit of the holy sky, the spirit of the way of heaven, is suspended above the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky, watching the situation below all the time, and the tense mind is relaxed. If Chu Yan didn't dare to come, he couldn't get the Godhead. Without a Godhead, it will never be possible to become a conferred God powerhouse. If they come, they will have countless means to deal with Chu Yan and Anai Shindao in the next 10,000 years. To put it simply, Chu Yan, who has no Godhead, poses no threat to them at all. Even if Chu Yan later broke through to the divine realm with his talent, it would be the same. I didn't see that this time. Xingtian Pavilion pulled out 15 powerful people in the divine realm at once. This kind of action is basically showing off its muscles, and at the same time, it is also letting everyone understand that in the 10 Directions starfield, the God realm is invincible, but it is only for ordinary people and ordinary forces. For Xingtian Pavilion, the God realm is more powerful. After all, the God realm behind the Xingtian Pavilion is the largest force in the 10 Directions star region and the master of the entire Wuhun world. This is strength. Among all the people, there were of course some who couldn't understand that Chu Yan and Anai Shindao didn't show up. How can it be? No matter it was Yu Linglong, Chang Tianhe, Shen Xingjia and others, they all looked stunned. They knew Chu Yan's personality very well. With Chu Yan's personality, even if Xingtian Pavilion set up another 10 heaven and earth killing formations, he would never back down half a step. But now, what exactly is Chu Yan doing? What's more, none of those bigwigs from Anai Shindao, Ouyang Nantian, God Emperor Tianji, Sword God Xianwud, Lord Forbidden God, even Emperor Ning Tian, White Robe Chief Steward, etc., showed up. The time has come, the battle of the Godheads begins. Above the sky, in the palaces of the gods, the presiding oracle made a thunderous sound, which resounded through the sky and the earth, and announced. All participating warriors, enter immediately. Boom, boom. Above the entire group of divine palaces, the divine radiance shrouded in the sky surged violently, and a huge crack suddenly exploded, just like a huge crack in a canyon opened between the heaven and the earth, and it appeared to the world. Walk. Chang Lingfeng, Wu Shenyan, Qin Muxue and other geniuses all had happy faces, and they all jumped up and flew towards the huge crack in the canyon. In the camps of other major forces below, all geniuses and elites from all walks of life also reacted together and rushed towards the crack in the void. From a distance, it seemed that the levee was opened, and the rushing crowd, like a flood, poured down. This scene was like a group of fish jumping over the dragon gate. Under the countless scales, the waves were turbulent, but they couldn't stop the crowds, which was extremely spectacular. Although everyone was a little disappointed that Chu Yan, the #1 genius in the world, did not show up, this did not stop them from competing for the Godhead. After all, everything will proceed normally without stagnation. However, most people have a premonition that maybe after this battle of godheads, there will really be a conferred god powerhouse, and then in the 10 direction star field, there will be earth-shattering changes. Clang. All of a sudden, the sound of a golden spear resounded through the heavens and the earth. It's as if there is a magic weapon that breaks through the world and is about to be born. What's the situation? All the bosses and powerhouses changed their faces. Ha ha ha, it's late. I'm sorry, Xingtian Pavilion, Tian Dao, kept you waiting for so long. Ouyang Nantian was dressed in a white robe, holding a broken sky knife, and appeared above the endless sky. His pair of thunderous eyes scanned the bottom, his momentum was like a rainbow, and his voice was like thunder. Heaven and earth killing formation, 15 god-level powerhouses, just want to stop me, against the divine way. When this sentence sounded, the faces of all warriors and bosses in the audience changed. Against God, here we come. Not only because of the sudden appearance of Anai Shindao, which shocked everyone, but at the same time, they never expected that Anai Shindao would appear in such a way and with such a high profile. You must know that in the 10 directions starfield, because of its relationship with Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu, Nishendo has always been a hermit sect. Now, in front of all the forces and warriors in the world, he directly shouted the 3 words against the divine way. What does this mean? Could it be that this time against God, he will be completely born? Although it is no secret to the top sects in the 10 directions starfield, it is not a secret to go against the divine way. However, in the scene here, there are chambers of commerce from all over the world. They are well informed, and it won't take long for them to spread the name of going against the gods all over the world. Call out. Just when everyone was astonished, an extremely bright sword light suddenly appeared on the distant sky. Like a shooting star flying through the sky, in the huge starlight, everyone can clearly see that it is a huge sword, which cuts through the void at a speed exceeding the shooting star, and pulls out a long sword light, towards the god. The cracks in the canyon of the palace complex shot straight away. #C2778 Great Sword. This sword light, as bright as a star, illuminates the entire world. The whole world was shocked, everyone's eyes gathered together, and they all looked at the sword light. Chu Yan, is here. Every influential person, giant of the ancient clan, had their spiritual sense swept over, and their eyes were full of shock. They never expected that Chu Yan would suddenly appear at this time. But, although shocked, the faces of the big bosses are all slightly dark, and secretly sad. Now that the battle of the godheads has begun, the overall situation is settled. Now that it appears, it is impossible to break into it. What should I do? Even if it's 10 breaths in the morning, I can catch up, but now. Humph. You are looking for death. The voice of the Holy Spirit sounded, and everyone on the back of the sky whale heard the voice of the Holy Spirit. Everyone, run the Holy Sky Formation, activate the Formation Heart, and kill Chu Yan for me. As the words landed, Lord 7 Stars and 15 other experts in the divine realm all took orders and moved in response to the sound. Yes. All kinds of divine light soared into the sky. The Holy Sky Formation, such a huge heaven and earth killing formation, was driven by the joint efforts of 15 god-level powerhouses, and it was running with a bang. Boom, boom. The giant formation was in motion, and the sky and the earth shook, as if a peerless beast suddenly woke up. If things are abnormal, there must be no mistakes. I will fight together and suppress them with all my strength. The eyes of the Holy Heaven's spirit flickered, watching the Holy Heaven's great formation operate, but there was a trace of hidden worry in his heart, and he quickly sent out his divine sense to contact the spirit of Heaven's Tao. This is not normal at all. The battle of godheads has already begun, and Xingtian Pavilion has set up a heaven and earth killing array in front of the people of the world. And Ai Shindao must know this situation. But Under such circumstances, they still appear, there must be some powerful plan. The consciousness of the Holy Spirit had just been formed, and before he had time to make a move, he heard the roar of the sword suddenly soared in the giant sword. Break! The gigantic sword was like a brilliance, shining like a star, and the power of the sword exploded with a bang. The extremely sharp sword edge struck out, turning into a sky-shattering sword light, and with an invincible momentum, it directly slashed towards the holy sky formation. Boom! 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 Where the sword light passed, in the holy sky formation, one after another, the restrictions were constantly chopped into pieces. Jianguan did not stagnate at all, and attacked all the way, and the sword body fell to the square outside the palace group. Roar! The sky-shattering roar exploded, and the roar of the beast resounded through the sky. Countless beast shadows rushed out from the holy sky formation, turned into a wave of beasts, and rushed towards the giant sword that had just fallen. Bang 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 bang! Under the collision like a tidal wave, the giant sword dodged, swung the light of the sword while walking, and chopped all the beast shadows that rushed into pieces one by one. The power of this giant sword is so terrifying. What kind of sword is this? So strong. All the bigwigs present were shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. You know, this is the Great Sacred Heaven Formation, a terrifying formation formed by gathering 15 experts in the divine realm and using countless spiritual treasure resources from the Holy Heaven Pavilion. The various prohibitions and killer moves are extremely powerful. As for the result in front of him, not only the other power leaders present, but even the Holy Heaven Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit above the sky were shocked. Of course they know the sword power of Aoki Sword God. But now, the sword power of this sword has obviously surpassed the sword power of Aoki Sword God. This sword is powerful, but it only appeared after the start of the Battle of Godheads. After all, it was a bit late, what a pity. The faces of the surrounding bosses watching the battle changed, their eyes flickered, and they were all puzzled. The Battle of the Godheads was held in a place where the gods and demons fought, which was independent of the time and space of the 10 Directions star field. Because the land where the gods and demons have fallen is so powerful that even for thousands of years, the spirit of heaven and the power of Xingtian Pavilion cannot penetrate it. Even the power of God's domain above the 9 heavens cannot enter it. It has its rules, and no matter who it is, it must follow its rules, otherwise, there is no point at all. Just like before, the time limit of 2 hours set by the presiding envoy. If you don't arrive at the location designated by the presiding envoy within the specified time, even if the god comes, there is nothing you can do. Unless it is a higher level of supreme will that surpasses the realm of the gods, controls the starfield of the myriad worlds, and uses the power of the supreme ruler to break through the boundary wall of this small world, it is possible to break into it. However, how could the supreme will intervene because of this? I am afraid that the entire 10 Direction star field will be destroyed, and the supreme will not take a look. Die. Above the sky, a thunderous sound exploded, and the spirit of the holy sky and the spirit of the way of heaven shot together. 2 dazzling rays of divine light descended from the sky and rushed into the holy sky formation. After merging with the prohibition in the formation, they were upgraded to a more powerful attack and blasted towards the giant sword. The 2 spirit envoys joined forces to attack, and they were also blessed by the holy heaven formation. Their power was astounding. 9 heavens and 10 earths, 10,000 swords and 1,000 gods. On the giant sword, the sword light was released, and the sound of heaven and earth Sanskrit resounded, and the sword radiance poured on the sword body, and all the power of the sword disappeared as soon as it was retracted. Immediately afterwards, it seemed to be condensed to the extreme, and suddenly broke out. Between retraction and release, all the sword power gathered in a line, and slashed straight towards the gates of the nearby god palaces. An intangible and intangible mysterious force surged out simultaneously with the power of this sword. And the next breath, an astonishing scene appeared. The huge sword disappeared out of thin air in front of countless pairs of eyes in the audience. Only a dazzling sword track was left in the void, and from where it disappeared, a sword track was directly connected to the gate of the palace complex. A straight line, very clear. What? How can this be? Then, the sword won't really go in. Looking at the direction the sword is pointing, it must have broken through the gate of the Godhead battlefield and broke in. What the hell is this sword? It can. Everyone's eyes were frozen together, and they all stared blankly at the sword track that hadn't dissipated, pointing straight to the gate of the palace group. No matter how much the spiritual consciousness was swept away, the aura of the giant sword could no longer be found in the void outside the gate. All kinds of cultivation realms, strong and weak bigwigs are all frantically investigating with their spiritual senses, and they all want to confirm one thing. Did that giant sword really enter the Godhead battlefield? However, no matter how they probed, the breath of the giant sword really disappeared completely. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it at all. The scene in front of them was real. This is absolutely impossible. The spirit of the holy heaven, the spirit of the Tao of heaven, including the 15 strong men in the divine realm, and all the strong men of the holy heaven department, were all dumbfounded. In the entire martial spirit world, there are still people who can break the rules of heaven. Remember the URL of the mobile version, Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2779 Top 10 Geniuses. Above the sky whale, the geniuses of the Jiao family looked at the sword, their faces darkened and their eyes flickering. It looks pretty good. That sword is not bad. These geniuses of the Jiao family used the threat and resources of the Xingtian Pavilion in the ancient times to travel between the God realm and the 10 Directions Star realm, and they have seen quite a few divine treasures. However, today's huge sword is probably no worse than the God's domain spirit treasures they had seen before and were jealous of. However, they were completely unaware that the mover of that huge sword was Lord War God, one of the 9 gods of the ancient gods. With the Qingjia god of war taking action, no matter what the 15 gods or the holy heaven formation, it doesn't make any sense at all. The boundary wall, including the ruins of the battlefield of gods and demons, is nothing more than a fiction to the Qingjia god of war. After all, the Qingjia god of war, even among the ancient gods, is also the existence of the 9 heavens supreme. Although it is now damaged and there is only a trace of spirit, if you want to wave your hands to destroy this battlefield of gods and demons, you may not have enough strength, but if you just open a gap, what is the difficulty? Moreover, according to Chu Yan's request, the Qingjia god of war knew that Chu Yan wanted to use this to declare to the warriors all over the world that no one could stop the chance of rebelling against the divine way. Chu Yan, go in. Among the crowd watching the battle, a big man of the ancient clan spoke with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Not only him, but also those big bosses and strong men who had been looking forward to Chu Yan's arrival before, all looked surprised. Moreover, this time, Chu Yan not only broke in directly, but also when Xingtian Pavilion mobilized 15 god-level powerhouses to set up a heaven and earth killing formation, he treated them as nothing and easily broke through. What does this mean? Of course, it shows that Anai Shen Dao is not only not weak to Xingtian Pavilion, but also stronger. With just one sword strike, Xingtian Pavilion scheme to deter the world by relying on its powerful muscles was completely shattered. This. On the Sky Kuan. The bigwigs of the Xingtian Pavilion, including the Lord of the 7 Stars, Lord Jin Xingfeng, Wu Shenyan, Qin Mu Xue, Chong Lingfeng and other geniuses, were all stunned and the sea of consciousness roared. Faced with such a dangerous situation, if it were them, not to mention breaking through, it would be shocking to survive in this world-killing battle. Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, don't make a move yet. We must not let Chu Yan enter the Godhead battlefield smoothly. The face of the Holy Spirit was dark, and he shouted sharply. No. Although the heavenly Tao spirit envoy was also surprised, but like the holy heavenly spirit, he was already thinking about how to deal with it. Therefore, when the holy heavenly spirit opened his mouth, the heavenly Tao spirit was above the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky, and had already made a move. The rules of the way of heaven, like flowing spring water, sway out from the hands of the spirit of the way of heaven, like clouds and smoke, blending into the void of heaven and earth, and dissipating quickly. Although the power of that giant sword is somewhat underestimated. But before, they also made detailed plans for the appearance of Chu Yan and Anishan Dao. These plans include how they will deal with the situation in which if they fight against the gods and try their best to break into the battlefield of Godhead. Therefore, when this scene really happened, the Holy Heavenly Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit immediately reacted and acted according to the plan. Everyone, on behalf of Xingtian Pavilion, I am talking to you. The spirit of the holy sky, covered in golden light, like a god, appeared from the sea of spiritual clouds and appeared on the back of the sky whale. This son of Chu Yan, who went against the sky, is the number one sinner of God in Xingtian Pavilion. Therefore, I ask you, all elites and powerhouses who have entered the battlefield of Godheads, to kill this son. In front of him were 10 geniuses from the Jiao family, lined up. All of them had powerful auras and proud expressions on their faces. Facing the spirit of Xingtian, the 10 geniuses of the Jiao family were extremely polite, and they all bowed their hands to see each other. After all, the identity and status of the Holy Heaven Spirit not only represents the Xingtian Pavilion, but also represents the Holy Heaven God Emperor. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. That's right. Since we're here, it's easy. That Chu Yan is dead, no problem. A small matter. Lord Xingtian, please rest assured. The 10 geniuses of the Jiao family all expressed their opinions, appearing full of confidence. Very good. Then I will send you in now. The spirit of Xingtian didn't show arrogance and underestimation to the 10 geniuses of the Jiao family because of any dissatisfaction. Instead, they smiled and directly destroyed the divine power. Disappeared on the spot. Strength is the foundation of everything. The reason why the 10 Jiao clan geniuses are so arrogant is also because of their own formidable strength. Compared with Bu Jingtian, the top of the list, the strength of these 10 Jiao family geniuses is more than several times stronger. Therefore, they are of course qualified to despise any strong man of the same realm. Following the 10 geniuses of Zhao's family disappearing into the group of divine palaces, the corners of the Holy Heaven Spirit's mouth lightly raised, and cold light flickered in his eyes. At this moment, Jin Xingfeng Master's spiritual message sounded in his mind. The power of that giant sword is far beyond imagination, and it is impossible to find out what power is controlling it. Check again. The Holy Spirit said coldly. The spirit of Xingtian shouted coldly, his eyes flickered, but his heart continued to ponder. He had a premonition that the power on this giant sword was probably much stronger than they had imagined, and it might even threaten their Xingtian pavilion. In the end, who is the person who controls that sword? At this time, the Godhead battlefield, the entrance. Everyone, go in immediately, fast, speed. No matter who it is, as long as you see Chu Yan, immediately attack with all your strength, and never let him go. Even if that kid breaks into the Godhead battlefield, he must die. Remember, this time it's a fight for the Godhead. No matter how powerful Chu Yan is, he won't be able to become a conferred God power this time. No matter what, we must get rid of him before this happens. All Thunder Clan obey orders. Tianyu Tower. One side of the forces, one big boss, has all reacted at this time. They gathered at the entrance of the Godhead battlefield, and kept giving orders to the geniuses of their forces who were entering it. From the very beginning, these people have stood with Xingtian Pavilion. Therefore, the last situation I want to see is that Chu Yan and Anishan Dao have any chance of becoming stronger. In the current situation, they are sitting on the same boat as Xingtian Pavilion. If the boat capsizes, everyone will die. But if Xingtian Pavilion rules the world, it will naturally be of great benefit to them. Especially Chu Yan has a deep hatred with them. If this time, Chu Yan really got the godhead, became a conferred god powerhouse, and asked them to settle the matter later, then they would really be finished. Therefore, they bet all their chips on Xingtian Pavilion, and prepared to deal with Chu Yan with all their strength. Literature Museum M. #C2780 Rule Repression. Hearing the orders of the big bosses of this sect, whether it is Xingtian Pavilion, Hunyuanzong, Tianyala, or among the 7 great clans, Lei Clan and other geniuses who are attached to the power of Xingtian Pavilion, they all take orders and dare not have violation. Follow the order. Wu Shenyan, Qin Muxue, Chong Lingfeng and other geniuses agreed, and they turned into startling rainbows, flew out, and disappeared into the gate of the palace gate. Chu Yan, you must grab the godhead. The big bosses and powerhouses of various forces watching the battle around, seeing and hearing the forces of the Holy Sky Department, all clenched their fists in response to Chu Yan's order, secretly said in their hearts. At the same time, all the situations that happened on the Godhead battlefield quickly spread throughout the 10-direction star field through the crystal screen bases set up by the major chambers of commerce on the surrounding Lingfang. This is the beginning of a great war. In the entire 10-direction star field, the eyes of all powerhouses and forces have gathered here today. On the other side, within the Godhead battlefield, the gigantic sword is like nothingness. After entering the battlefield of the Godhead, the power of the sword on the sword has been restrained to the extreme, and it has become silent. The sword swims in the void, the surroundings are hazy, countless rules of power, and powerful divine breath, filling the void between heaven and earth. And in the hazy fog ahead, a huge black altar was clearly visible. This Godhead battlefield is completely independent of the time and space of the 10-direction starfield, and there is only one entrance to the shrine to enter and exit. But now, with Chu Yan, the giant sword has broken into the junction of the 10-direction starfield and the Godhead battlefield. As long as the altar is broken and the power of rules here is interrupted, a gap can be opened in the small world boundary wall of the Godhead battlefield, and one can enter it. The rules of the law of heaven and the suppressing power of the gods will become stronger the further they go. We are all in the divine realm and cannot bear this kind of pressure. In the giant sword, the voices of Lord Forbidden God, God Emperor Tianji, and others sounded. Chu Yan, next, it's up to you. With a sound of landing, a flash of the giant sword. It disappeared instantly on the spot, and it should have returned along the original road. After all, this battle of Godheads has begun, and there are many things involved, and they must complete other preparations as soon as possible. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, between the surrounding heaven and earth, a large area of heavenly rules suddenly rioted, gushing out from the power of countless rules, gathering together, turning into a shocking tide, covering Chu Yan and the others. The spirit of heaven. Sensing the power of the laws of heaven around them, Chu Yan and Situ Yang's expressions suddenly changed. This time, Chu Yan was accompanied by Situ Yang, the white-robed lion and tiger, and a group of talented elites who rebelled against the divine way. Their cultivation bases are all below the demigod level, so of course they can participate in the battle of godheads. These guys still want to deal with us. Situ Yang and the white-robed lion and tiger, without any hesitation, flashed behind Chu Yan together, looking at the majestic flood tide falling from the sky with a look of fear. Go. Let's go. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and the 5-color pupils flickered. At the same time as he spoke, he swung the black sword in his hand, and the sword energy of the heaven-breaking sword shot up into the sky, directly smashing all the gathered power of rules. Although the power of the law of heaven is extremely powerful, this is the junction of the small world of the Godhead battlefield and the 10-direction star field after all. The power of the spirit of heaven to control this place is much smaller, and the power of rules that can be mobilized is of course also less. Chu Yan, you are delusional. The shouts of the spirit of heaven's Tao exploded all around, causing the air to tremble. In the next breath, the sky and the earth trembled rumblingly, and the rules of the Tao of heaven in a larger area began to gather continuously, turning into a huge ball of light, and dispersing loudly. In an instant, countless rays of light, like a giant net, continued to spread towards the surroundings of Chu Yan's head. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's unicorn's pupils are running, and the sword is like thunder, and these heavenly rules will not be given sufficient time to gather. The light of the sword was like lightning, and it slashed out, directly twisting the big net into broken nets, splitting the sky with cracks. Wrong. Suddenly, Chu Yan's face changed, and when he sensed something, the holy power gushed out from his whole body, enveloping everyone. Call out! Call out! Call out! The giant net exploded, and the rest of the force instantly became extremely fierce, and those silk-like powers of the laws of heaven shot at Chu Yan in unison. Just now, the big net was simply a bait, and the real crisis was the power threads that were woven into a huge net and quietly condensed. Haha, it's late. The spirit of the Tao of heaven laughed wildly and opened his mouth. A spirit seal flashed and fused with silk threads, among which the one closest to Chu Yan's body rushed into Chu Yan's body at the moment when Chu Yan released the bodyguard. Boom. Chu Yan only felt his body tremble. Suddenly, the void in all directions suddenly became 10 times and 100 times heavier, as if they had turned into mountains, suddenly pressing down, trying to squeeze him into powder and blast him out of this space-time. The spirit of heaven, of course, knows that Chu Yan's combat power is extraordinary, and the rules of heaven where this mirror junction is located are not enough to kill Chu Yan. Therefore, use your strengths to attack its weaknesses. The spirit of the way of heaven has fully applied the rules of the way of heaven, and its ubiquitous advantages. Even a few years ago, in the integration of the Tao of heaven, those revised rules of heaven's punishment and thunder tribulation aimed at Chu Yan's blood were also activated together. In this way, this world will regard Chu Yan as an enemy, and launch together to suppress him. As long as Chu Yan can't resist in a short period of time, and can't break through the altar boundary wall, he will naturally be unable to enter the Godhead battlefield. And when the manpower is exhausted, when Chu Yan resists this suppressing force and the holy power is exhausted, he will be directly blasted out of this time and space. Elder 9. All the members of Anishan Dao said in surprise when they saw Chu Yan's appearance. It's okay, you go first. I'll come later. Chu Yan opened his mouth and said to everyone. But the leader wanted to say something, but was interrupted directly by Chu Yan. It's just the power of the rules, I have my own way, you go first, I really want to find a way. These words are not words of comfort. While Chu Yan was speaking, the Dao to Emperor seal in his body was in full swing. The current Dao Tu and Di Yin are completely different after being tempered by the spirit of the 5 elements. At the very least, there shouldn't be any problem cracking these heavenly rules to suppress them. Good. Hearing Chu Yan's words, he led the elders and Anishan Dao's affiliation, not daring to delay him any longer, and hurriedly headed towards the altar together. Sure enough, what Chu Yan was worried about did not happen. The spirit of heaven turned a blind eye to everyone's departure, just stared at Chu Yan and kept attacking. Dao Tu, Emperor Seal, break it for me. When Chu Yan waved his hand, a large piece of the power of the Emperor's seal rushed out. Boom. The huge golden seal flew out of the air, crashed into the suppressing force of the surrounding rules, and made a loud explosion. Vertex. #C2781 Special Space. Emperor Yin and Dao Tu flew into the air, smashing the first wave of heaven and earth rules into powder. However, when the waves of the laws of heaven and earth keep coming, it is like a sea, endless. The power of Ding and Dao dissipated after persisting for nearly 100 breaths. Between this piece of heaven and earth, the rules of heaven and earth are almost endless, but of course Chu Yan's Dao map and Emperor seal cannot resist the tide-like rules of heaven and earth without limit. Fortunately, with the help of this 100 breaths of time, Chu Yan has already flashed his figure, and flashed to the right. In this place full of rules of heaven and earth, there is absolutely no advantage in fighting against the spirit of heaven and earth. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't plan to spend it with the spirit of heaven. His first goal was to cover Situ Yang and the others, and rush into the battlefield of Godhead first. Swish. The body technique is fully unfolded, and Chu Yan's figure, as if teleporting, is galloping in one direction. Lead the spirit of heaven away, the farther the better. Therefore, Chu Yan did not deliberately look for the direction, but according to the feeling in his heart, he continued to gallop in the thick fog ahead. There seems to be something around here. While rushing, Chu Yan suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed that there was something special in the thick fog in front of him that was attracting him. Boom. 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 The feeling in my heart had just been produced, but the power of the rules behind it seemed to go crazy. It blasted 100 steps in front of Chu Yan, and unexpectedly condensed a huge shield wall, completely blocking Chu Yan's way. Seeing the power of the rule that has been chasing behind, suddenly withdrawing from attack and switching to defense, unexpectedly blocking his way, Chu Yan's face was stunned, and a thought flashed in his heart. Has a problem. Without thinking about it at all, Chu Yan can directly judge that the spirit of heaven above his head may have some purpose. The spirit of heaven is certainly strong, but it also has weaknesses. While spirits like the spirit of heaven and the spirit of Xingtian are much worse than the deity in terms of intelligence. Therefore, if the spirit of heaven wants to block his way now, it must be because there is something in front that he does not want him to touch or see. Swish. Without any hesitation at all, Chu Yan slashed out with a sword, cutting the shield wall condensed by the power of rules in front of him, and his body rushed through the blasted billowing air waves, and flew straight ahead. This is a special space. At the junction of the 10 directions starfield and the Godhead battlefield, all kinds of forces and wills gather here, which will definitely cause some instability. The most important thing is that millions of years ago, this place was the main battlefield of the Great War of Gods and Demons. Why is the Battle of the Godheads held here? That's because, during the ancient war between gods and demons, a large number of gods and demons were lost here. Their physical bodies are damaged and their souls dissipated, but there must be something left behind. It may be will, and of course it may be some kind of treasure and inheritance. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Anyway, it's just the spirit of heaven stopping me, so I must go and see. Obviously, the spirit of heaven is covering up something, a secret that doesn't want him to happen. Could it be that there will be unexpected gains? Chu Yan's eyes sparkled, and his interest soared. Xingtian Pavilion, the spirit of heaven, are the existences at the top of the pyramid in this martial soul world. It can be said that if there is no God's domain, they are almost the masters of this world. For such an existence, if there is no secret, who would believe it? Now, the battlefield of the Battle of the Godheads has just started, there is plenty of time, and at the same time, I didn't come by the normal way, so I can wait until the critical moment of the Battle of the Godheads, and then take action. In terms of time, it is not a problem, so this secret must be explored. It's over there. Dozens of breaths later, the spirit of heaven urged the power of the rules, and chased after him crazily. Chu Yan's figure had been urged to the extreme, keeping a short distance. This is. Soon, a large piece of ground ahead was shining with dazzling light. Walking closer, Chu Yan could clearly see that a large piece of broken spirit array had been activated and was violently operating. Getting closer, Chu Yan could feel that it was this spiritual formation that summoned him here, Although the spirit array was broken, the will within it was extremely strong. What surprised Chu Yan the most was that his Tao map actually echoed it, and slowly moved in the world of the Sea of Consciousness. This is the space-time array. Although Chu Yan is not a spirit array master, he can still see the general attributes of a spirit array. Could it be that this spiritual array wants to take me somewhere? Looking at the spirit array in front of him, Chu Yan hesitated. After all, he didn't know where the space-time array would be teleported to. However, just as Chu Yan was pondering, the broken spirit array in front of him actually increased his spiritual power again, buzzing violently. And the Tao map in the Sea of Consciousness is also running faster, which obviously matches it. Judging from the signs, both of them seem to be urging themselves to enter the spiritual formation. Okay. Go in and have a look. Because the Battle of Godheads has already started, Chu Yan doesn't know if he will miss the Battle of Godheads after entering the spirit formation. In the formation. Almost the moment he stepped into the spiritual formation, the light of the entire spiritual formation disappeared in an instant, and there was no breath fluctuation at all. The original land of the spirit array has also become an ordinary ground, and there is nothing special about it. Swish. 3 breaths after Chu Yan entered the spirit array and disappeared, above the sky, the figure of the spirit of the way of heaven rushed past without a trace of stagnation. However, after 10 breaths, the spirit of heaven quickly returned and stopped at the place where Chu Yan disappeared. Heavenly deduction. The rules of heaven and earth, gathered by the spirit of heaven and earth, spread towards the surroundings. Soon, the spirit of heaven discovered that Chu Yan was actually here, directly broke through the space-time wall, and disappeared in this place. What's going on? He has entered the Godhead battlefield. This is impossible. The spirit of heaven can't believe that this Chu Yan can travel into the space of the Godhead battlefield out of thin air, without passing through the altar of the boundary wall. This kind of ability, like his spirit of heaven, or the spirit of holy heaven, does not have this kind of power. It was just an annoyed pursuit of Chu Yan, just now, and he even missed the lock of his consciousness. Now that Chu Yan disappeared, he completely lost the trace of Chu Yan. Damn it! Bastard! The roar of the spirit of heaven trembled the entire void. Humph! Even if you enter the Godhead battlefield, you still have no chance. After venting for a while, the spirit of heaven gradually calmed down, the spirit body began to disappear, and quickly left this area. Now that Chu Yan has entered the Godhead battlefield, he must start preparations immediately according to the original plan. Literature Museum M. #C2782 Godhead Cage. With a swish, Chu Yan's body trembled continuously, and in the blink of an eye, he came to another place. This is the Godhead battlefield. Chu Yan's consciousness spread out, and after a little exploration, he was surprised to find that he had actually entered the battlefield of Godhood. What a strong divine breath! Here is. His consciousness swept across, and Chu Yan's expression froze instantly. As soon as he landed, Chu Yan could feel that there was an extremely strong divine breath in the surrounding void. The concentration of divine breath here even surpassed that when he faced dozens of divine corpses in the Kunshan Holy Tomb. Could it be that? Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Without waiting for Chu Yan to react, he continued to investigate, and the surrounding void began to tremble violently, and a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, as well as the rules of the void, turned into powder one after another. Everything is disappearing, as if a gust of wind has swept away, sweeping away all the smog. But in front of Chu Yan, the line of sight instantly became extremely clear. With a glance, he saw the place where he was and the situation around him. This is. With just a glance, Chu Yan's pupils shrank instantly, his face full of astonishment. I saw huge golden stones all around, standing in front of Chu Yan, like a stone forest. However, each of these golden stones in the stone forest released a strong divine aura, as if the aura of ancient and powerful existence gathered towards Chu Yan. No way. These are Godheads. Feeling such a majestic breath, and being in the battlefield of Godhead again, Chu Yan was shocked when he saw these golden stones. Although every stone is golden, not all of them possess powerful divine aura. There are 9 golden stones. The fluctuation of the divine breath is particularly strong and obvious, and the colorful divine lights on the golden stones are also particularly dazzling. It's the Godhead. Chu Yan moved his soul and the pupil of the unicorn, and swept towards the 9 gold stones at the same time, and the result was extremely amazing. No. However, before Chu Yan was pleasantly surprised, he discovered the special features of these Jinsher Godheads. It turned out to be broken. Chu Yan did not expect that such a huge golden stone Godhead was not complete, but a broken Godhead. However, Chu Yan could clearly feel that the incomparably rich spirit in these gold stones was more than 1,000 times stronger than the broken Godheads that occasionally appeared at the Chamber of Commerce auctions in the 10 Directions starfield. If it is said that the real disabled Godheads are the state of these gold and stone Godheads in front of them, then those auctioned by the Chamber of Commerce can only be regarded as fragments of broken Godheads. However, no matter whether it is the fragments of broken Godheads or the incomplete gold and stone Godheads in front of them, as long as they are refined, the improvement in cultivation and strength will be extremely huge. Boom, boom. Just as Chu Yan's breathing intensified, suddenly, the 9 divine sparks in front of him shook suddenly, and a large amount of divine breath rushed out, colliding between heaven and earth, turning into tall phantoms. Roar! 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 This phantom of the Godhead, with a sword in his hand, slashed out a series of powerful gods towards the sky, cutting the sky to pieces. In an instant, above the shattered sky, one after another, divine lights fell from the cracks, and while the shattered sky was not completely healed, they flowed through the cracks that caused them, and poured into the phantoms of the 9 Godheads. What's going on? Chu Yan was taken aback. Obviously, the phantoms of the 9 golden and stone Godheads are breaking some shackles and completing self-transformation. And this bondage is very likely to be the rules of heaven and the seal of God's domain. Could it be? Chu Yan looked at the phantom of the 9 statues, his breath began to shrink, and his brows were slightly frowned. What is certain is that these Godheads are definitely the source of the Godhead fragments that all the talented elites of the 10 Directions starfield will compete for in the Godhead battlefield. But, why did I appear here directly? This place is simply the lair of Godhead fragments. Your Highness, Chu Yan. Just as Chu Yan was pondering, suddenly, a pair of phantom Godheads suddenly opened their eyes, and they all looked at Chu Yan. Your Highness. Chu Yan was in a daze. These phantoms of Godheads were able to speak, and the key was that they still called themselves His Royal Highness. I really take the liberty to invite you here, I'm sorry. When the 9 Godhead phantoms uttered these words, they all stood in midair and bowed to Chu Yan. This time, Chu Yan was really shocked. You all have wisdom. Being able to speak and move, this shows that these Godheads have already formed spiritual wisdom. Yes. We have received the joint seal of the heavenly Tao of the 10 Directions and the divine realm. Only by breaking it can we recover our spirituality. The utterance of this sentence confirmed Chu Yan's guess just now, and it was indeed related to the spirit of heaven and the holy heaven pavilion. This time, I take the liberty to invite you to come to us. There is one thing I want to ask of you. Request. Chu Yan was startled. This is a Godhead spirit body. Millions of years ago, every Godhead represented a strong God. How powerful it was. Now, they actually talk to themselves in such a tone, which only shows that their affairs are probably very important. As soon as you appeared, we were in a deep sleep, and we sensed an incomparably powerful homologous force in your body. We ask you, can you use this power? The spirit of the Godhead still spoke in a very polite tone, and said in a hurry. The power of the same origin. Could it be? Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. In his physical body, there was a prototype of a Godhead. Could it be? These divine spirits have a respectful attitude, and there is no hostility in their breath, but a trace of affection. Although Chu Yan didn't know why they felt affection for him, there should be no danger. In the next breath, without hesitation, Chu Yan released the breath of the prototype of the Godhead. That's right. It really is the same power, but there is one more. Can you release it too, please? The divine spirit once again asked politely. Besides, this time, Chu Yan had some accidents. No matter what, after a moment of pondering, he thought that it should be his own Dao map. Among the cards that can be valued by the spirit of the Godhead, the only ones that can reach this level are the prototype of the Godhead and the Tao map. Therefore, Chu Yan also did not hesitate, and the divine consciousness communicated with the Dao map and released it directly. As soon as the 9 sword lotus appeared, the spirit bodies of the 9 Jinshi Godheads trembled in unison, and their eyes suddenly brightened. Really? These beings bred by the primordial aura, including Dao Jili, have an incomparably deep understanding of the source of all power in this martial spirit world. Although they don't know how Chu Yan's map was formed, they feel the power of the same root as them in it. His Highness Chu Yan, I don't know, can you help our companions? The voice of the spirit of the divine body was a little trembling and excited. Companion. Chu Yan was taken aback, looking at the other gold stones around him. Different from these 9 golden and stone spirit bodies, most of the golden and stone godheads in the surrounding stone forest are almost dead silent, without any aura fluctuations. Could it be that these are godheads? Literature Museum M. #C2783 Hongmeng Ranch. In this stone forest, at least there are hundreds of golden stones. If all of them are broken godheads, they are more than 100 pieces of godheads. What kind of concept is this? It is probably several times more than the total number of godhead fragments that have appeared in the history of the 10 Directions starfield. His Royal Highness Chu Yan, we hope that you can save them too. The 9 divine spirits looked at Chu Yan and spoke again. If there is no original power, they may be sealed and controlled forever, and the source of primordial spirit cannot be recovered. Hongmeng Lingji. Chu Yan was startled. Yes. You just need to use your primordial aura to activate your pupil technique, and you will be able to see it, said the Godhead spirit body. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan suddenly understood. He has always used the power of the unicorn martial soul to perform the unicorn pupil, but he has never used the power of the Emperor's seal of Daotu to perform the pupil technique. In the next breath, a white streak shot out from Chu Yan's eyes, sweeping towards the surrounding golden stones. Sure enough, among the golden stones, the still-like purple primordial chi was frozen inside the golden stones, motionless. In almost every golden stone godhead, there is 1 or 2 primordial auras, although the thickness and number are different, but there will be 1 or 2. So much primordial aura. Chu Yan didn't expect that he spent a lot of effort and risked his life and death to break into the holy Kuan of Kunshan Mountain, and he just quenched a few primordial auras from those god corpses. But now, among the golden and stone godheads in front of him, there are at least more than 100 primordial auras. Are all the primordial auras in the entire 10 Directions starfield here? Chu Yan suddenly remembered what the Qingjiao war god had said to him before, and asked the divine spirit body. If these are the only primordial auras left in the 10 Directions starfield, then Chu Yan finally understands why no one has been born in the 10 Directions starfield for hundreds of thousands of years. Without these godheads, one cannot obtain primordial aura. Without the primordial aura, it is impossible to condense the godhead, and how can it be possible to give birth to a conferred god powerhouse? Good. The Godhead spirit body nodded directly. The primordial spiritual energy produced in the 10 directions starfield's own domain will never appear in this domain at all because it has been sealed and plundered by the Tao of heaven and God's domain. So, after ancient times, in the starfields of the 10 directions, not to mention the powerhouses of the gods, even the powerhouses of the gods are impossible. Hearing these words, Chu Yan's expression suddenly changed. Sure enough, the situation is almost exactly the same as what we learned before. The entire 10 directions starfield has become the pasture and mining area of God's domain. And in the 10 directions starfield, all warriors have become miners here. As long as there are warriors, the 10 directions starfield will operate according to the most primitive rules, constantly producing primordial aura. However, it is impossible for warriors in this domain to obtain these primordial auras, and all of them were plundered by God's domain. Among them, I am afraid that the spirit of heaven is doing the same thing as God's domain, but the benefits are much smaller than that of God's domain. This also explains why the spirit of heaven, like a dog, is willing to be the minion of Xinyu and Xingtian Pavilion. And it's impossible to hide all this from everyone. As long as it is a strong person in the divine realm, who can search the world, surpass the rules of the heavens, and come into contact with a higher level of will, they will find that the rules of the 10 directions starfield have been completely deceived and modified. Because of this, Qingmu Sword God and Anai Shindao will fight to the death with Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu. This is like a disaster. Don't erupt in silence, you will only be a slave forever. What a domain of God, what a way of heaven. It's really inhumane, treating all spirits as worthless. Chu Yan's face was icy cold. We have been sealed here since the ancient battle between gods and demons. All the primordial auras, as well as us, cannot leave this place. Therefore, after the 10 direction star field, there will be no god level or god conferring powerhouses. The Godhead spirit sighed, and then said, the inheritance of the 10 directions starfield and the martial soul world has been cut off, and we feel deeply guilty. There are also some words that the spirit of the Godhead can't say at all. Because, among these Godhead spirits, every 10,000 years, the primordial aura that was conceived together will be devoured by the warriors designated by Xingtian Pavilion and God Realm. These fighters who have no qualifications or talents at all, after refining the primordial aura, soared into the sky, became the powerhouses of the gods, and strengthened the power of the gods. And all of this, their Godhead spirits can only watch, there is nothing they can do about it. After all, there are only 9 of them here, who have given birth to a sliver of spiritual wisdom, and because of the surveillance of heaven, most of the time, they can only maintain a deep sleep like other Jinshi Godheads, slowly nourishing and nurturing the primordial aura. In 10,000 years, the Godhead battlefield will open, which is the time for Xinyu and Xingtian Pavilion to come to harvest these primordial auras. Moreover, the 9 of them must always be careful not to let Heavenly Tao notice that they have been born with spiritual wisdom, otherwise they will definitely be obliterated. In that case, there will never be a chance. Only by hiding it well can we wait for the opportunity and break a glimmer of hope. But now, the appearance of Chu Yan was exactly the opportunity they had been waiting for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, they made a decisive move and brought Chu Yan here with all the strength they had gathered for hundreds of thousands of years. I hope His Royal Highness Chu Yan can use this original power to awaken them all. The spirit of the Godhead looked at Chu Yan, his face became extremely solemn, and he said slowly, with the power of all the Godheads, we can fight against some rules of heaven, get rid of their control, find people who are really suitable, inherit these Godhead powers, help them break through the God realm, and even become gods in the future. Having said that, the spirit of the Godhead stopped, looked at Chu Yan closely, and stared intently. After everything is said, it depends on whether Chu Yan can help them. I understand everything. No problem, I will help you. Chu Yan nodded directly. But, this Tao map really has such a big effect. Immediately, Chu Yan changed his mind and asked with some doubts. You know, these are the godheads of gold and stone, and it seems unreasonable that they need their own Taoist power to motivate them. Yes. Maybe other people's Tao maps don't have this effect, but His Highness's can. The voice of the Godhead spirit body was extremely excited, and he quickly replied. Moreover, we have destroyed these heavenly Tao surveillance just now. In a short period of time, no one can know what happened here, including heavenly Tao and God's domain. Okay. Chu Yan nodded. Then, Chu Yan directly began to urge Daotu, Wan Dao Jianguang and Lianguang surged out. Literature Museum M. #C2784 Inhumane. All the Taoist breath, like a tide, rushed to the surrounding Jinsher Godhead. As if receiving some power, those golden and stone godheads that were originally dead and silent began to tremble slightly. In their bodies, strands of ancient power began to recover. Your Highness Chu Yan, thank you very much. The 9 godhead spirits all bowed to Chu Yan, concealing their expressions of gratitude. I hope that in this battle of godheads, among us, some godheads will be lucky enough to merge with you. Of course, if there are more, that would be even better. The words of the spirit of Godhead made Chu Yan speechless and shook his head slightly. The kindness is not expected to be reciprocated, but the ultimate purpose of Chu Yan's coming to the Godhead battlefield this time is of course for the Godheads in front of him. Others, Chu Yan doesn't know, but he knows himself, maybe he only needs to fuse one, and with his current state of mind and soul, it is very likely to break through directly. Sorry. Seeing Chu Yan shaking his head, the divine spirit quickly apologized. The rules of this Godhead battlefield have already begun to operate, so everything must be carried out according to the rules, and we have no power to intervene. Otherwise, with His Highness's great kindness to us, we must all be willing to merge with His Highness. Just as the spirit of the Godhead was talking to Chu Yan, suddenly, Chu Yan's face changed, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. Boom, boom. A large piece of lightning suddenly appeared above the sky in this space, and the moment it appeared, it was like a thunderstorm pouring down, covering all the golden and stone godheads below. In an instant, a large sea of thunder flooded all the Jinsher godheads instantly. Every golden stone godhead is surrounded by these lightnings, and the newly awakened power in the body is instantly suppressed. Asshole! The 9 godhead spirits, looking at the surging thunder tide in front of them, and all the suppressed companions, immediately roared and roared. It never occurred to them. Seeing that it was about to succeed, at this time, the spirit of heaven would actually intervene. What's going on? Chu Yan was startled. The way of heaven in the 10 directions starfield is here with us. It has already set up a seal restriction. If there is a problem, it will directly seal all the godheads. The spirit of the Godhead turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, and explained. All godheads. The battle of godheads. Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. If all the godheads were sealed, then the battle of godheads would be impossible. Not all of them, he kept a few. The spirit of the Godhead had a dark face, and turned to look at the corner of Lei Chao that enveloped the entire stone forest. Sure enough, there were still 7 or 8 small gold and stone godheads there, which were not affected by Lei Fa. Obviously, these 7 or 8 gold and stone godheads will eventually turn into godhead fragments and enter the godhead battlefield. However, if this is the case, I am afraid that this battle of godheads will be the one with the least number of godhead fragments in the previous battles of godheads. Even the top 10 are not enough points. It seems that they are guarding against me. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked up at the sky. So far, the name of heaven has not found that Chu Yan appeared in this place. It is because the spirit of heaven and Xingtian Pavilion have already made a plan. If Chu Yan really breaks into the battlefield of godheads, he will probably activate this prohibition seal and directly reduce the number of godheads to a small number. In this way, even if Chu Yan really won the first place, I am afraid that the final reward will be pitiful, and it is not enough to be a god. Of course, in this way, all the genius elites who participated in this battle of godheads will all have bad luck with Chu Yan. No. We must find a way. Chu Yan groaned for a while, his eyes revealed a bright light, and secretly said, "For this battle of godheads, an I Shindao has prepared for many years. If he fails, the consequences will be disastrous." Clang! The next moment, in Chu Yan's hand, white light shot out like lightning, and the Haotian sword was sacrificed, and the power of the sword was like a tide. "Your Highness, it's useless." Seeing that Chu Yan was about to come hard, the eyes of the Godhead spirit became extremely dim, shook his head, and said to Chu Yan, "These sealing powers are themselves refined by primordial powers and are specially used to deal with us. Your Highness, you have only awakened your original powers not long ago, and you have no power to contend with them." When these words landed, Chu Yan was startled. Although he knew that these sealing powers were not easy to deal with, he never thought that they were refined with primordial aura. Humph. If that's the case, then don't blame me for meddling. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded, and a large piece of blue light on Chu Yan's body turned into a majestic figure, standing in front of Chu Yan. X. Senior. Chu Yan raised his head and looked around. Unexpectedly, the Qingjia god of war would appear. "Ah. My lord, see my lord." The appearance of the Qingjia god of war immediately caused the pupils of the 9 godhead spirits to swell, and the entire spirit body trembled. They hurriedly bowed to see. The spirits of these godheads are all transformed by the godheads after the loss of the gods, and naturally, they also have some memories of the gods. Therefore, when they saw the Qingjia god of war, they immediately recognized him as one of the 9 great gods of the primordial Protoss clan, Lord God of War. And here, most of the gods and godheads were almost all subordinates of the God of War before they were lost. Yeah, it seems that my Dao map started. Seeing the Qingjia god of war, Chu Yan suddenly remembered that at the beginning of his Daota's birth, he obtained a trace of original power from the blue sky lotus in the Sea of Consciousness and Lingyun. In this way, Senior Qingjia's original power should be exactly the same as his own. It's great to have Lord War God take action. Thank you, sir. The faces of the Godhead spirits were almost weeping with joy. This feeling of great joy and sorrow made their spiritual wisdom go through a roller coaster. Chu Yan, do it. This world is covered by the spirit of the Godhead, and the Qingjia god of war is no longer lonely, and he directly shouted. Good. Chu Yan didn't hesitate either. The 5-element Shinqi in his body surged wildly, circulated the power of Daotu, and poured all of it into the Haotian sword in his hand. Cut. After uttering one word, Chu Yan slashed down with the sword in his hand. Almost at the same time, the Qingjia god of war also shot directly, swaying a large piece of cyan aura, which merged with Chu Yan's sword glow. Boom, boom. When the sword beam passed by, the world trembled, and all the thunder waves in the entire stone forest were cut by the sword beam and turned into dust. Zizizi. The blasted thunder wave turned into countless tiny electric sparks, shooting out in all directions. Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Highness Chu Yan, thank you, God of War. 9 godheads were extremely excited. Looking at the restored stone forest, they quickly bowed and thanked Chu Yan. Their godheads are awakened, and they contain the rules of the God Realm Dao. Pay attention to enlightenment. Still speaking, the Qingjia god of war looked up at the sky, then turned into a streamer and returned to Chu Yan's body. The rules of the God Realm Avenue. Chu Yan's gaze swept across his eyes, and the ancient god lost the golden stone godhead that was suppressed by the seal, and they began to ignite again, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Hurry up and sit cross-legged, spread out your spiritual consciousness, and fully immerse yourself in comprehension. Literature Museum M. #C2785 Get ready. Each of these golden and stone godheads represents a powerful god from the ancient times. Even if it has been lost for millions of years, the aura of the conferred gods and powerhouses bred in the godhead still exists. Maybe it is impossible to sense it normally, but now, all the breath of Jinsher godhead are waking up. So now, almost 100 kinds of god-level breaths are gathered here at the same time. If Chu Yan can comprehend one or two of them, it will be an extremely huge gain. Just when Chu Yan was sitting cross-legged, the 9 godhead spirits released their breath at the same time and threw them into the sky. Suddenly, a large light curtain appeared in the sky, but it directly evolved into the current situation in the godhead battlefield. This is. Chu Yan only saw that around a huge altar, geniuses such as Wushenyan, Qin Muxue, Chong Lingfeng, as well as Situ Yang, Shen Xingjia, and a large number of other talented elites, all sat cross-legged in front of the hill-like altar. Judging from this situation, it seems that everyone is practicing. Here is the situation in the battlefield of godheads. The battle of godheads has already started for a while. The 9 godhead spirits stood beside Chu Yan and explained in a low voice. Now, they are conducting the first assessment, and at the same time, comprehend an imperial technique. Look at those people, if they can comprehend within the specified time, they can advance. Having said that, the godhead spirit body stopped for a while, looked at Chu Yan, and said with a light smile. Your Highness, don't worry, you can rest assured to study here. When the time comes, I will take you directly into the godhead battlefield, you don't need to participate in the previous ones. Hearing these words, Chu Yan nodded slightly, glanced across the light curtain in the sky, and suddenly found a familiar figure. Yu Linglong. That purple dress almost made Chu Yan unrecognizable. When I saw her before, I almost always wore a white dress, but this time, it turned out to be a gold silk purple dress. Moreover, the main reason why Chu Yan couldn't recognize her was that Yu Linglong's temperament had completely changed now. It's only been a few years, what happened to Yu Linglong? It seems that Yu Linglong has grown up suddenly this month. The little princess has become a queen. Chu Yan looked at Yu Linglong, then smiled and shook his head. I haven't seen her for a few years, but Chu Yan wants to meet Yu Linglong as soon as possible, and ask her what she has done in the past few years, and she has changed so much. Forget it, let's study it wholeheartedly. Chu Yan withdrew his mind, his eyes were clear, and he began to comprehend deeply. After all, Yu Linglong will meet sooner or later, but this is the only chance for these Jinsher godheads to recover. However, after Chu Yan withdrew his mind and closed his eyes, in the picture above the curtain of the day, there were figures of several strong men appearing around the altar, and a powerful aura swept over the audience, shocking the audience. However, Chu Yan, who had already sunk into cultivation, did not notice this. Time is passing fast. At this time, outside the Godhead battlefield, on one after another of the Lingfeng peaks, all the powerful leaders gathered in front of the crystal screens built by the major chambers of commerce, watching the situation in the crystal screens with all their attention. The picture in the crystal screen is exactly the same as what Chu Yan saw in the Godhead Stone Forest. They are all geniuses from various forces. After entering the Godhead battlefield, they sat cross-legged around the huge altar, trying their best to comprehend the picture of the secret technique assessment. At this time, hundreds of millions of miles away, the Xingtian Pavilion, the 3 major forces, the headquarters of the 7 great clans, and above the 9 heavens, the Spirit of Heaven and the Spirit of the Holy Heaven on Lingyan Sea, are all paying attention to the situation in the Godhead battlefield. A battle of Godheads has now become the focus of everyone's attention in the 10-direction starfield. However, no one knew that at this moment, in the chaotic star field outside the 10-direction star field, a powerful snow shadow, leading a black tide army, was traveling through time and space, approaching the 10 directions star field rapidly. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. In 2 days, the first assessment of the Battle of the Godheads is over. Geniuses from all sides, those who successfully pass the test, all enter the second test and start the assessment. And this second level is many times more difficult than the first level. This time, he used the secret technique that he had comprehended before to fight against the enemy, defeating opponents of different cultivation levels in a row, and only after 100 people could pass the level. And among these 100 people, the last enemy's cultivation base surpassed half of their realm. Although that secret technique is extremely powerful, it is as difficult as going to heaven to defeat an opponent whose cultivation level exceeds half the level with this technique. However, the presiding divine envoy stipulated that they were not allowed to use any of their own strength and whole cards, and could only rely on that secret technique. This is obviously a continuous assessment, not only assessing comprehension, but also assessing actual combat ability. Thus, battle after battle unfolded in countless halls. Strange. Why hasn't Chu Yan appeared yet? The spirit of the 9 heavens, the spirit of the heavenly way secretly said in his heart, with a pair of eyes, from the beginning to the end, they were sweeping every contestant in the entire battle of Godheads. Locked according to his spiritual sense, among these people, there is no Chu Yan at all. Although he was sure that Chu Yan had already entered the Godhead battlefield, he didn't understand why Chu Yan would come to participate in the assessment. You know, the more barriers other people pass, the later he comes, the bigger the gap will be. At that time, even if he shows up, starting from scratch, the time will be extremely tight. In this way, the difficulty will of course be much greater. At this time, in the Divine Stone Forest, Chu Yan was still sitting cross-legged and cultivating, contemplating enlightenment wholeheartedly. After 2 days, the Tao map in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness, the white light of the 9 suns' silver lotus, has completely turned into a silver light, and a qualitative change has taken place. This opportunity is extremely precious. Chu Yan knew that even if he came to the God realm in the future, it would be impossible to comprehend the aura of another strong person in the God realm. Therefore, Chu Yan is now using every breath of time to study and practice with all his strength. At the same time, hundreds of millions of miles away, above the Tower of Futu City. Lord Buddha Envoy, everything is ready. Just wait for the arrival of Empress Xiantian. A figure stood in front of the old man Futu, bowing and proclaiming. The old man Futu frowned, nodded, turned his head slowly, and looked at the sky. For him now, when he thinks of the words that the Empress Xiantian will avatar to look at what he said that day, his mood will become extremely complicated. Hope, it's really a chance. With a sigh, in the entire Futu city, 10,000 beams of light shot up into the sky, converging in midair into a thick thunder beam like a mountain, and hitting the top of the sky above the sky. Like the earth trembling, the breath of heaven and earth splitting, like a flood, swept across the city in an instant. At this time, Futu City is like a big lake that has accumulated water for countless years, and it is about to break its embankment, and all the floods will burst out in the shortest possible time. With such power, the world has changed. Literature Museum M. #C2786 Godhead Battle. Time passed extremely quickly, in the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. In the Godhead battlefield, the second stage of the assessment is coming to an end, and people continue to complete the test. At present, the number has reached 29, who have completed the 100 battles assessment. As long as the time is up, all those who cannot complete the second level of assessment will be eliminated directly. The Battle of Godheads is when thousands of troops enter the single-plank bridge, and in the first round of assessment, a large number of geniuses will be eliminated. His Royal Highness, Chu Yan. The spirit of the Godhead, standing beside Chu Yan, called softly. The second stage of the Battle of the Godheads is about to end. All the fighters who passed the stage have arrived at the hall of the third stage, where they are undergoing talent testing and recovery. 2 days later, it will be the final battle for the Godhead. In the past few days, he and the 9 gods and spirits have been guarding Chu Yan's side to protect him. Although the time and space of this stone forest has been completely sealed, it is impossible for anyone to enter, and even the spiritual consciousness cannot enter it. However, they are still willing to protect Chu Yan. At the same time, they also saw with their own eyes that Chu Yan's Taoist map is undergoing qualitative changes almost every day. They were completely shocked by Chu Yan's talent. I finally understood why Lord God of War chose this young man. It really is extraordinary. Are we going to start? Hearing the sound, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes and said lightly. The 5 days of comprehension made Chu Yan a little bit reluctant. If it wasn't for the battle of godheads that couldn't be delayed, he would really like to continue to comprehend here and keep retreating. However, he knew that the battle of godheads could not be missed, so he could only end his training. His Royal Highness Chu Yan, regarding the 3rd level, the battle for the godhead, the specific situation is as follows. Seeing Chu Yan open his eyes, the Godhead spirit quickly began to explain. This 3rd hurdle is a real battle, but a one-man battle can also be a team battle. Huh? Chu Yan was taken aback. I have participated in many battles, and this is the first time I have heard such a rule that there is no limit to the number of people in the battle. To put it simply, the so-called competition is to compete for the 13 Godhead altars. At the beginning, the 13 altars were all guarded by the spirits of the altars, and their cultivation bases were all around the demigod level, and there were some other holy emperor-level spirit bodies to help guard them. All warriors participating in the competition need to snatch these 13 altars, become the altar masters, and defend them. It will take at least half an hour. Except for the companions you allow, no one else will go to the altar. But it is considered to have completely won an altar, and the Godhead in the altar also belongs to them. This 3rd level is called 13 altars. When the time comes, we will directly appear in this level. After the spirit of the Godhead finished speaking, Chu Yan stood up, his eyes were shining, and all of them were full of raging flames of war. This battle for godhood is really interesting. Just hearing this rule made Chu Yan extremely excited, and then he would be able to have a good battle with the strongest in the world. In order to cover up your aura, I'm starting to prepare for the teleportation now. When the time comes, you will appear directly. Please get ready too. The spirit of the Godhead looked at Chu Yan and said respectfully. Okay. Thanks a lot. Chu Yan nodded, seeing that the spirit of the Godhead was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly there was a flash of light in his eyes, and he said anxiously. Wait, can the timing of this appearance be controlled? Of course. The Godhead spirit nodded, as long as it starts, before it ends, any time is fine. Well, when the time comes, send it over according to my request. Chu Yan said. Yes. The spirit of Godhead nodded, and immediately turned around to prepare. Since it is about to appear, let's give the spirit of heaven and the spirit of Xingtian a meeting ceremony first, so that they can be pleasantly surprised. Soon, in less than 100 breaths, the spirit array arranged by the spirit of the Godhead began to operate. Chu Yan stepped into the middle of the spirit array according to the instructions of the divine spirit, and disappeared immediately with a swish. Crash! Almost at the moment when Chu Yan disappeared, all the gold and stone godheads in the entire stone forest trembled. This is them collectively sending Chu Yan away. Although most of these golden and stone godheads have not yet formed spiritual wisdom, after the past few days, they have realized that it was Chu Yan who helped them completely get rid of the control of the spirit of heaven and the realm of God. Time flies. In 2 days, for a martial artist to practice, it takes a blink of an eye. But outside the Godhead battlefield, where the big bosses and powerhouses of all parties are waiting for the third level to start, they are living like years, waiting extremely impatiently. At the third level, the result of the Battle of Godheads is getting closer and closer. Finally, the third round of assessment begins. Boom, boom. On the originally peaceful Thunder Sky continent, a large sea of spiritual clouds suddenly erupted, stirring up huge waves nearly 100 feet high, rolling like a tide. The sea of spiritual clouds is like a sea tide, surging towards the group of divine palaces, and soon all of them are poured into it. Then, one after another, mountain-like altars began to appear. On each mountain altar, there is a tall figure standing tall, with a powerful aura scattered. The third level is about to start. In an instant, all the bosses and powerhouses saw the vision of the birth of the 13 altars, and they all exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's gazes looked at the group of divine palaces in unison. There were countless pairs of eyes, but none of them wanted to miss this important moment. Battle of Godheads. The final result and reward are Godheads. Anyone, even someone who has just entered martial arts, as long as they get a Godhead, they can soar into the sky, and there is definitely a hope of stepping into the realm of gods, and even hitting the top of the gods. Winning the Godhead will definitely shock the entire 10-direction star field and become famous all over the world. Chu Yan, if you dare to show up, Whether it is the spirit of heaven or the spirit of Xingtian, including the Lord of the Seven Stars, Jin Xingfeng, sits on the back of the sky whale, with a sneer on his face. They have already received the news that Chu Yan has entered the Godhead battlefield. At this time, above the palace group of gods, 13 mountain altars lined up in a row, like a rainbow, like a mountain range, horizontally appearing on the sky. The 13 altars have completely evolved successfully, and a huge spiritual hood descended from the sky, completely covering the entire world. Only in the middle, a door is cracked. Swish. 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 There was no need for the presiding envoy to speak. All the geniuses who passed the second pass all jumped up and flew towards the cracked gate. Powerful geniuses such as Yu Linglong, Chong Tianhe, Shen Xingjia, Chong Lingfeng, Wu Shenyan, Qin Muxue, etc. all passed the second pass with a strong advantage and excellent results. These seeded players, in the odds of the major chambers of commerce, have maintained the top few. Of course, there is no suspense, and they will enter the third round. There are also some other geniuses, all elites cultivated by first-class forces in the 10-direction starfield, and direct disciples of some hidden bosses. In the entire 10-direction star field, there are more than 800 talented elites who finally entered the third level. This is the altar of godhood. A powerful holy emperor, after rushing through the cracked gate, looked up at the 13 mountains in front of him, and said in surprise. #C2787 The magic flame seals the sky, the sage emperor of the Sword River. This is an incomparably vast world. It doesn't look like it looks like from the outside, it's just 10 miles in radius. Entering the mountain range where the Godhead altar is located, at a glance, there are traces of various battlefields everywhere. On the ground, there are countless shining human corpses, and various powerful divine breaths remain, wandering in the void, unable to dissipate at all. And in the center of the battlefield, there are 13 altars that are as tall as hills, and the color of each altar is different. The altar is like a pyramid, rising from the ground and reaching straight into the sky. Various auras are released from the altar, carrying the aura of ancient, prehistoric times. From a distance, the 13 altars look like 13 ancient giants, standing between the heaven and the earth, with a magnificent momentum. What a terrible breath! Even elite geniuses like Chong Lingfeng couldn't help but change their expression slightly after their divine sense swept across these ancient altars. The 13 ancient altars are not dead objects. On the altars, there are powerful beings. Although they are only in the demigod realm, their aura contains endless killing and fighting intent, which is extremely sharp. Moreover, on the lower level of these altar guardians, on almost every step of the altar, there are countless soul shadows wandering around. Although these altar guardians have not released their power so far, just the breath that overflows can make anyone feel that these are extremely powerful existences. The geniuses and elites who entered the battlefield of godheads, the same thought rose in their hearts almost the moment they saw these altars. Unbeatable. Facing such an altar guardian force, they knew that it would be as difficult as reaching the sky to win any altar with their own strength. Moreover, this is a battle for contention, and various situations and tricks will appear. It would be dangerous if other people took advantage of it and shot from behind when one's own attack was halfway through. Are you ready? In mid-air, a presiding oracle appeared in front of all the dignified geniuses. For your safety, be careful, don't underestimate any of the guardian forces here. Those soul bodies have experienced countless battles of godheads, have rich combat experience, and possess all kinds of powerful imperial arts and unique moves. From ancient times to the present, in the hands of their first soul bodies, they have killed many geniuses and powerhouses. As the words landed, the faces of all the geniuses and powerhouses present all changed and their pupils shrank. They glanced at the surrounding ground, there were all kinds of wreckage and bones everywhere, and they would not doubt what the presiding envoy said. In this case, even if they are at the same level of cultivation, the combat power of these guardian spirit shadows is probably much stronger than theirs at the same level, because of their combat experience and superiority in aura. Prepare for the last 10 breaths, and then start. After the presiding envoy said these words, his figure flashed and flew towards the sky of the altar. Boom! 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 One by one, the cultivators began to operate the body-protecting energy, or stimulated the true energy, released the spirit treasure, and continuously released all kinds of unique tricks to improve their combat power with all their strength. Almost at the same time, countless messages of spiritual consciousness surged among the crowd. There are alliances, deals, conspiracies, poisonous schemes, and so on. This kind of scene will be repeated before the start of almost every battle of the gods. Everyone knows that the biggest enemy is not the 13 altars in front of them, but other contenders from all around. Attention, as long as Chu Yan appears, even if you give up the altar of Godhead, you must entangle him. For all the geniuses in the Holy Heaven Department, the final exchange of spiritual consciousness was of course aimed at Chu Yan. The big bosses of various sects had already issued such an order, so there was no hesitation at all, and everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, 10 breaths of time passed by. Boom, boom. Above the sky, rays of light burst forth, large swathes of rainbow light gushed out like tides, and the void continued to shatter. Powerful ancient beasts appeared above the sky, roaring in unison, and fell towards the altars of godheads above. Swish! 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 Accompanied by the appearance of these ancient beasts, all the cultivators below rushed out together, rushing towards the established target. Okay. This altar belongs to my Hunyuanzong. Morong Jiuetian's movement speed was the fastest among all the people, and he arrived in front of an altar in one step, and announced loudly. This loud shout resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the sound waves rolled. This Godhead altar belongs to my Tianyu building. Cheng Lingfeng, as the first young owner of the 13th floor of Tianyu, how could he be inferior to others, and soon occupied a mountain, and announced to the public first. This one belongs to my demon sect. These 2 towers belong to my Thunder clan, and the others go away. My Langi sect, I want these 3. Anyone who dares to come will be killed without mercy. One of mine is mine. One after another loud shouts continued to resound between the heaven and the earth, and the major forces in the 10 direction starfield directly declared their territory in front of the cultivators of the world by directly marking the ground. This point is due to the strength of their sect's power, not just the immediate competition. If someone dares to disobey them at will, I am afraid that after leaving the Godhead battlefield, the major forces will definitely retaliate in the 10 directions starfield. The threat of such a sect's background strength has given the genius cultivators of several major forces a big advantage. However, such a scene would happen in all the previous battles of Godheads, but in the end, it was useless at all. Because, if it is an ordinary secret land Jedi, maybe due to the power of the 3 major forces and the 7 great clans, you can bear it. But now, this is a battle of Godheads. Anyone who can win the Godhead will definitely grow into the existence of the overlord of one of the 10-star fields. At that time, who will be afraid of your 3 major forces and the 7 great clans? Therefore, even if some sect forces loudly announced their threats, any cultivators would directly attack and snatch them. The Godhead represents the powerhouse who conferred the gods. Once you become a god, you will be the most powerful existence in the 10 directions starfield. How could someone give up at will? It can be said that every cultivator who participated in the Battle of Godheads had already made plans before coming, knowing that such a situation would happen. Therefore, it is impossible to give up and tolerate at will. Altar number 9 belongs to my demon sect. Copper Mountain Puppet led a group of demon sect cultivators, rushed to an altar, turned around, faced the crowd of cultivators behind him, roared loudly, and released all kinds of powerful martial souls, and began to quickly build a spiritual array defense. Humph. Dreaming. Even your demon sect is worthy. With a cold shout, Chang Tianhe strode over with a huge dragon-shaped saber on his back, his whole body black and turbulent. Magic flame seals the sky, Holy Emperor Daohe. Tongshan Puppet's face changed drastically in an instant. Looking at Chang Tianhe, who was striding forward, he drew the knife with his backhand, and the blood-dripping dragon's tooth blade was unsheathed. I want to try it too. But when a figure in a purple skirt walked over and spoke softly, Tongshan Puppet almost cried. You Linglong. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2788 Dig a hole. Chang Tianhe, the Holy Emperor of Daohe who sealed the sky with demonic flames, and Yu Linglong, the young master of the Dark Temple. The first genius of the demon sect, Tongshan Puppet looked at the 2 legendary bosses in front of him, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes trembled a little. Especially that Yu Linglong, who stood behind a group of ferocious Dark Temple cultivators, each of whom had a terrifyingly powerful aura. The cultivators of these Dark Temples formed a circle and protected Yu Linglong in the middle. They didn't even look at the Godhead altars. Half of them looked around vigilantly, while the other half stared at their blood-red eyes. Xuanhuan looked at the Copper Mountain Puppet. From what it looked like, as long as Yu Linglong gave an order, they would rush up and smash themselves into pieces of meat. I've never seen someone who participated in a trial in a secret realm with a group of guards. You. Tongshan Puppet originally wanted to say, why don't you go to someone else, you have to go to me. However, when he turned his head and saw the man named Xie on the other side walking towards him with a group of powerful people of unknown power, his whole body suddenly became cold. This Xie, since the last time he became famous in the land of forbidden gods, he did not know where he pulled out a team. All of them were powerful, they formed their own faction, and their strength was extremely strong. However, Chang Tianhe, Yu Linglong, and Xie are all capable of grabbing an altar, so why are they targeting themselves at the same time? Of course, Tongshan Puppet didn't know, because he said a lot of things that Chu Yan didn't know how to come in the first 2 tests of the Godhead battlefield, so Yu Linglong, Xie and Chang Tianhe heard and helped him all the time. He remembers it. Just wait for the 3rd level to start now, and give him a long memory. Boom, boom. In an instant, shocking explosions exploded continuously on the Godhead battlefield, and countless thunderous powers filled the entire world. A war broke out, and all the cultivators were vying for the altar of godhood. On almost every Godhead altar, there are large groups of cultivators attacking frantically. This is a shocking battle. In the 10,000-year history of the 10-party star field, the strength of the major forces. At this moment, everything burst out and appeared in front of the world. However, when this shocking battle attracted everyone's attention, no one noticed that it was in a completely unobtrusive corner of the Godhead battlefield. My God, this is too scary. Go away, fat ass is blocking me. Boom. A huge bear's foot stretched out, and kicked a fat buttock in front of the half-person-high big hole with one kick. Following that, the body like a mountain of meat fell to the ground with a fierce tiger's poop, and a group of white towering figures flashed out from the half-human high hole and stepped into the battlefield of godhood. Click. Almost at the same time, on the ground of the big hole, a slapped purple gold jade talisman exploded and turned into powder. And the big hole that was broken, because of the explosion of the purple golden jade talisman, also instantly recovered, and the hole disappeared. Ah! My heavenly king token! On the ground, that mountain-like figure just got up from the ground, let out a shrill scream, rushed to the closed big hole, picked up a pile of purple gold jade talisman powder on the ground, 2 lines of hot tears, rolling down. Sister, do you know how much I exchanged for this heavenly king token? The figure like a mountain of meat turned his head, threw out 2 strings of crystal clear teardrops, looked at the tall white bear, and howled. Shut up. Be careful of being discovered by others, and if you talk again, I will castrate you. The little white bear bared its teeth, showing a mouthful of bare teeth, and threatened Fatty Situ. You. Hearing the little white bear's words, Situ Yang's face turned green with anger. Looking at the little white bear, the corners of his eyes twitched twice. Thinking of the scene where little white bear caught him, tied him into a bun, and insisted on taking her to the Godhead battlefield, Situ Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Sister, you are a bitch, can you stop being so rude? Situ Yang shook his hand, threw away all the powder in his hand, looked at the little white bear, and said. Don't talk nonsense, let's go. The little white bear's eyes flashed faintly golden, and swept across the distant mountain battlefield, picked up Situ Yang, swung the bear claws, smashed a piece of void directly, and dodged into it. In this scene, if there were other people here, their eyes would probably fly out of shock. This is the battlefield of the Godhead, a place where the power of the gods is sealed. Even if it is a strong man in the god realm, it is impossible to tear the void. But now, that little white bear is so easy to tear apart the void passage with a wave of his hand. This is probably the first void passage that appeared in the history of Godhead battlefield. Just when the figures of little white bear and Situ Yang disappeared into the void of the Godhead battlefield, they were at the farther corner. Several figures were also hidden in a forest, and their eyes were watching the entire Godhead battlefield. At the same time, in another direction, there is another snow shadow, which is also hidden, like a stone sculpture, waiting quietly. These people are all waiting for the same goal. Chu Yan. On the Godhead battlefield, at the center, the melee of the 13th Company altar is still going on. As time passed, the intensity of the battle became more intense as each participant's eyes became bloodshot. All kinds of spiritual treasures, magical weapons, peerless skills, forbidden ultimate moves, and whole cards were all displayed. This is the final battle, and no one is willing. After exhausting all their efforts and breaking through the first 2 hurdles, at this final moment of the battle, they got nothing and missed a chance to become a god. Therefore, almost every breath, there are cultivators who fall under the 13 altars. The bloody corpses fell to the ground and mixed with the dead bones all over the ground to become new corpses. Roar. Between the heaven and the earth, a thunderous roar sounded, even making all the cultivators in the fierce battle startled at the same time, and they all looked up. I saw that a huge figure composed of countless divine lights appeared on every altar of the Godhead. The guardians of these Godhead altars possess the strength of demigods, and the spirits of guardians with a strategy of leapfrogging, appear in front of all the cultivators with great excitement because of the outbreak of fighting spirit. Their aura and violent fighting spirit swept out, awakening all the other guardian spirits that had been wandering on each altar. Those who step into the altar, die. A guardian spirit of the altar roared, and the sound shook the world. Almost at the moment he opened his mouth, a third-level heavenly cultivator of the Holy Emperor realm who had just stepped onto the 7th floor of the altar was directly blasted to pieces by him with a punch. At the same time, the ghost shadows all over the altar erupted at the same time, and various attacks, like a raging river, swept across the entire altar, attacking those cultivators who had entered within 100 steps of the altar. Oh my god! Oh my god, this is too scary! Damn, Ruqiang, I can't stop. Run! A series of exclamations, accompanied by screams, resounded on every altar. At this moment, all the cultivators vying for the altar of godhood finally saw the power of the guardian spirit of the altar. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2789 Jiao's genius. The spirit of the Godhead altars is the god who guards the 13 Godhead altars. Each of them has a semi-divine cultivation base, but their actual combat power is definitely far beyond this. Before, when Chu Yan was in the Jinshi Stone Forest, the Godhead spirit body had told Chu Yan about the guardian spirit of the altar. But in the Godhead battlefield, of course no one would tell these geniuses. Therefore, when more than a dozen guardian spirits suddenly appeared on each Godhead altar, and after countless soul shadows at the same time, the number of cultivators who died under the first wave of attacks reached 7 or 8. Let's join hands and deal with these guardian spirits first. Only then will we have a chance to get the Godhead. After a moment of confusion, the geniuses of all the major forces reacted quickly, opened their mouths together, and sent a voice transmission channel of spiritual consciousness to the allies they had discussed before. Soon, the originally scattered battlefield began to form groups. The forces of one side after another chose to unite together to launch an attack on a certain altar of godhood. You. Only Tongshan Puppet's face was pale. He turned his head to look behind him, and then looked in front of him. The 3 big men with killing intent on their faces felt cold. He regrets so much now, he would not be so cheap if he knew it earlier, and he didn't want to say what that Chu Yan was doing. It's all right now, Yu Linglong, Chang Tianhe, and Shen Xingjia's 3 teams are all eyeing him. However, this month Linglong and Shen Xingjia have a good relationship with Chu Yan, which is known all over the world, but no one thought that the newly famous sage emperor of the Sword River would also have a relationship with Chu Yan. Chu Yan hasn't appeared yet, but these 3 friends of Chu Yan are all eyeing him. Boom! 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 The guards under Yu Linglong's command had already launched an attack on the demon sect guarding the altar. Including a group of strong young men brought by Shen Xingjia, they also attacked their demon sect camp from the other side. In addition, on the altar of Godhead occupied behind, the guardian spirit commanded a large group of soul shadows, and also launched an attack on the demon sect. Attacked from 3 sides, the Copper Mountain puppet was unable to look at the head and tail, and saw that the defense of the large formation was about to collapse. Strange, why does Bujing Tian still act? Washenyan and Qin Mushiwa joined forces to attack a Godhead altar, turning their heads at the same time, and kept looking in a distant direction. There stood a figure, holding a heavy knife, like a statue, but it was motionless. The 3 of them, as the 3 great geniuses of Xingtian Pavilion, have been with each other for many years, so they can be regarded as understanding. On an occasion like this, if it was the same as before, Bujing Tian would have been so excited that he would have swept the audience by himself. Everyone in the pavilion, will Chu Yan not appear again? Should we occupy these Godhead altars first? In the distance, of course, Bujing Tian also saw the eyes of Washenyan and Qin Mushiwa, and with a slight frown, he still turned his head to look around, and several geniuses from the Zhao family asked. Bu Jingtian at this time still has the prestige of arrogance in the usual days. In front of several geniuses of the Jiao family, even if they were repeatedly humiliated, they did not dare to disobey in the slightest, and their attitude was respectful, just like a follower. A bunch of rubbish. What's there to fight? Just a few are okay, the rest are weaker than ants. Among the geniuses of the Jiao family, a young man spoke with a disdainful face. As for Bu Jingtian's question, it was as if he hadn't heard it. That's how it is in the lower realms. If these people were in the ancient times, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have the qualifications to be war slaves. Another genius of the Jiao family also sneered. Humph. Don't talk nonsense, this time, we are here to do business under the order of the patriarch. The genius of the Jiao family, who was the leader, yelled at the crowd, then turned his head and looked towards the direction of the Godhead altar in the distance. There was a fierce battle, and suddenly a strange light flickered in his eyes. However, since we are here, wait and wait, let them see, I will wait for the power of the ancient times. When these words fell to the ground, the eyes of several geniuses from the Jiao family immediately lit up. Brother, you are right. That's right, big brother, let these trash know that the real genius of my Xingtian pavilion is definitely the existence they look up to. Let's do it, big brother, don't hesitate. Several geniuses of the Jiao family couldn't bear it long ago, and wanted to make a move, to show these people how powerful they are. Now that the leading brother has spoken, they are of course excited. The leading elder brother nodded, and the aura of cultivation on his body began to rise slowly. Beside him, the 8 geniuses of the Jiao clan unleashed their power together, one after another the mighty power surged continuously. Like a violent thunder gang, the place where they were and the surrounding void were all distorted and changed. On the ground, large cracks, like spider webs, spread out in all directions. Their main task is to wait for Chu Yan to appear. However, this does not delay their action, let these rubbish cultivators experience the power of Xingtian Pavilion. You guys, go first. The elder brother who takes the lead is the highest seniority in the Jiao family, and can be regarded as the cousin relationship of these 8 people. As for the Jiao family, the family status is the most important, so the other geniuses of the Jiao family are called big brothers and completely obey his orders. Okay. Brother, let's see ours. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the 4 geniuses of the Jiao family exploded with true energy, and shot out violently like arrows. 4 people, with 4 golden knives, charged towards the 4 nearest Godhead altars. It only took 3 breaths of time, and the 4 of them arrived at their respective targets, standing still with confident smiles on their faces. If it was normal, or before the battle for the godhood, the appearance of these 4 strange powerhouses would definitely attract the attention of the audience. But now, the entire Godhead battlefield, before the 13 Godhead altars, has become a mess. Therefore, the appearance of the 4 did not cause much fluctuation. After all, there are hundreds of talented cultivators on the battlefield of godhood at this time, and 4 of them are certainly not enough to attract too much attention. Well, Xingtian Pavilion, let's do it. However, if others didn't pay attention, Shengtiange, naturally these bigwigs with the identity of Zhao's geniuses instantly looked excited and looking forward to it. As for Zhao's geniuses, they have long wanted to see how strong the geniuses of the Xingtian Pavilion were at their peak in the ancient times. Now, they finally made their move. Including Bu Jingtian, they all had a pair of eyes, staring closely at these 4 geniuses of the Jiao family. Great universe technique. 9 thunder-smashing gangsters in a row. Immortal light cave knight. The 4 geniuses of the Jiao clan shot together, and all kinds of powerful holy arts erupted at the same time, like countless divine lights, bombarding them. Immediately afterwards, the figures of the 4 rushed up at the same time, and rushed towards the top of the altar of Godhead. Hashtag C2790 God's Domain Genius. Following the attack of the 4 geniuses of the Jiao family, almost in the blink of an eye, their figures followed closely behind the attack, broke through the attack all the way, and rushed directly to the top of the 4 altars. At this moment, all the talented cultivators who participated in the Battle of Godheads finally showed a look of astonishment. How can it be? No one thought that these 4 completely unfamiliar powerhouses would have such strength. With just one move, they broke through the army of altar soul shadows that were blocking layers of obstacles, and rushed in front of the altar guardian spirit. So far, no one has been able to do so. Everyone is still fighting with the army of ghosts on the altars, or fighting with genius practitioners from other forces. The tallest one has only reached the 6th floor of the altar, and there is still a long distance from the top of the altar on the 9th floor. Although so far, the guardian spirits of the altars have seldom made a move, almost all the ghost army from each altar is attacking the geniuses who want to compete for the altar of Godhead. However, the strength of these soul shadows is also above the Saint Emperor realm, and their combat power is extremely strong. Even for the demigods, it is extremely difficult to deal with them. Court death. On the 4 Godhead altars, the 4 guardian spirits, including the army of soul shadows on the 8th floor, reacted in unison. While shouting angrily, they launched a raging sea-like attack towards the 4 geniuses of the Jiao family who had climbed to the top. In an instant, the murderous intent all over the sky moved violently, picking up countless holy arts attacks, mixed together, like a terrifying force that destroyed the mortal world, and wanted to kill them directly into powder. You really are looking for death. How dare you go directly to the top like this? That's right, even if you rush up, you will either die, or you won't be able to keep the time at all. It's meaningless. These 4 guys, who are here, I haven't seen them before. I don't know. In this battle of Godheads, many unfamiliar powerhouses appeared suddenly. Who knows which side is from the hidden force? The powerful figures from all sides, as well as talented cultivators, saw this scene, and Qi Lu shook his head. Facing the attack of the guardian spirit of the Godhead altar. Even if it is a strong man in the 1st level of the divine realm, he will only suffer losses. These 4 young people obviously underestimated their demigod-level cultivation, and they didn't know that the real combat power of these altar guardian spirits had already surpassed the 2nd level of God level. Such defying the law and advancing boldly, the result is bound to be a loss. It is normal for such overconfident and impulsive young people to appear in every Godhead battle. Great universe technique. 9 thunder-smashing gangsters in a row. Immortal light cave knight. Under all the eyes of concern and regret, the 4 geniuses of the Jiao family made another move. 4 powerful attacks erupted from the 4 of them at the same time, and they were extremely powerful. Compared with the previous one, they were obviously more than 30% stronger. Big wishful hand. Especially on the last altar, among the 4 people, the older one even took out a jade rui directly with a wave of his hand, and cast a myriad of divine lights, illuminating half of the sky. Artifact. All the talented cultivators in the audience were stunned, and their eyeballs almost flew out of shock. Who are these people? Once shot, it is an artifact. Boom. 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 Under the gaze of countless pairs of astonished eyes, the 4 attacks were launched with a bang, and all the attacks that passed, including the 4 guardian spirits of the altar, and the army of soul shadows on the last 3 floors of the altar, were all reduced to dust. What's more, their auras were instantly suppressed by that artifact, and the guardian spirits, as well as the army of soul shadows, all froze, their faces were full of pain, and they let out roars that shook the sky. You must know that these 4 geniuses of the Jiao family were in the most powerful Xingtian pavilion in the most prosperous era of martial arts in the ancient times, and they were also among the top 10 geniuses. Any one of them is enough to sweep the current 10 direction star field list, and the strength is certainly not weak. Moreover, the cultivation realms of these people are all above the 8th level of the Saint Emperor realm, and they are almost top-notch existences within the cultivation restrictions of the Godhead battlefield. And the leading brother, Zhao Wushuang, is even more demigod level, the strongest in the audience. More importantly, they practiced in the ancient times when martial arts were prosperous, and their understanding and background of martial arts and exercises are by no means comparable to those of today's genius practitioners. Under such circumstances, there is no pressure to suppress these extremely powerful guardian spirits for ordinary practitioners. Back! With a soft shout, the 4 of them waved their hands, and grabbed the 4 golden stone-like godheads on the top of the altar directly into their hands. The whole process, from their attack to the last Jinshi godhead's attack, took only 30 breaths of time. Seeing that the 4 godhead altars had been captured and occupied, the expressions of all the talented practitioners in the audience changed. Including Chong Lingfeng, Tongshan Puppet, Wu Shenyan and other top geniuses, all of them were shocked. With such strength, even with the time limit of half an hour, no one would dare to attack the 4 godhead altars. And when the time is up, they can open the golden stone godhead and obtain the godhead within it. Although in most cases, the pieces of godhead that are opened out of the Jinshi godhead are all pieces of godhead, and the number of pieces of godhead that is opened out of each piece of Jinshi godhead is also completely different. According to legend, in ancient times, someone once offered 150 yuan for a godhead. Of course, there is another possibility, which is to directly open a complete godhead. And this is the reason why cultivators all over the world are crazy about it. Besides, after there are more fragments of the godhead, the complete godhead can always be fused, and there is no difference in the result. Among the forces in the 10 direction starfield, that sect doesn't have dozens of godhead fragments. At this moment, the audience was silent. Including Bu Jing Tian, all eyes stared at the 4 figures standing on the top of the altar of Godhead in unison. In the 10 direction starfield, there is such a powerful genius. This level of strength, I am afraid that even the supreme being of the Tianbang cannot compare with it. Every genius cultivator's heart is like 1,000 miles of thunderclouds rushing, picking up a large wave of shock. No. We can't let them succeed. Let's work together to get back the Jinshi godhead. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the golden stone godhead in the hands of the 4 of them. It didn't take long for each pair of eyes to gradually become bloodshot, and finally someone roared. You know, this is a battle for the godhead, it's chaos. The 4 of them, with such a strong strength, could not be satisfied with only occupying these 4 godhead altars. There is no doubt at all, as long as the 4 godhead altars are up, they will attack again and occupy the other 9 godhead altars one by one. At that time, all the gold and stone godheads in the audience will fall into their hands. #C2791 Fill with life. There is no doubt that the genius cultivators present are so shrewd. Someone called, and quickly recognized the situation, all stopped fighting, and gathered in front of the 4 godhead altars occupied by Zhao's genius. Please, hand over the 3 altars of Godhead and the Godhead of Gold and Stone, and we will allow you to occupy one of them. An older strong man stood out of the crowd, bowed his hands, and said to the 4 geniuses of the Zhao family. It is already extremely polite to give courtesy first and then soldiers, and leave room for it. On the one hand, it was because the strength shown by these 4 strange geniuses was too amazing. If they attacked hard, they would definitely suffer countless casualties. At the same time, if they are given an altar, it is also a line to leave. When they leave the Godhead battlefield in the future, they can find out the opponent's background, so there is room for maneuver. The prescribed time for occupying the altar of Godhead is half an hour, which is about 3 sticks of incense. If they don't agree, this time is enough to attack. Snort. However, upon hearing this rather polite threatening words, the complexions of the 4 geniuses from the Zhao family sank at the same time. Just because you ants are worthy of talking to me. Among the four people, a thin and lean genius from the Jiao family had a look of disdain on his face, and even thought that people like them didn't even have the right to talk to him. You know, even if they treat Bu Jingtian, they treat him like rubbish, let alone the things in front of them. Kneel down all to me, and I can spare your lives. If in the past, if someone dared to snatch something from them, they would kill them without even thinking about it. But now, if these rubbish people kill them and spread the word, they will even be ashamed. Moreover, they really don't value these godheads. After all, there are Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu behind them, and they never worry about the issue of godhood. What? You dare to humiliate us? Hearing the words of Zhao's genius, the elites of the world gathered in front of the four altars of godheads were all red-eyed and furious. Those who can come here are not the top geniuses of the major forces, but usually have their eyes above the top and are extremely proud. How could it be possible to bear this kind of humiliation? Boom! 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 The next moment, the crowd was boiling, as if a pot had exploded. All the talented cultivators burst out with true energy and rushed directly towards the four altars. These powerhouses can stand out in the first and second stages of the battle of the godheads. They are certainly not weak from the millions of geniuses all the way to the third stage. Moreover, there were still hundreds of people, and against four, although the opponent was strong, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. With so many people, countless attacks broke out in unison, and the crowd rushed towards the top of the altar like a tidal wave. That formation is like 1,000 troops, the army is rushing to attack, the momentum is like a rainbow. All kinds of powerful exercises, emperor techniques, ultimate moves, and powerful weapons from Lingbao all shot out one after another. Humph! Courting death. Among the 4 people, 3 people looked at this scene, but there was no change in their expressions, instead they were joking. But the Zhao family genius who spoke just now raised his hand and shot directly. Boom, boom. Everyone could clearly see that Zhao Tianming's figure turned into a terrifying wolf, and with just one jump, he reached before the crowd, and with a wave of wolf claws, all the powerful soldiers of Lingbao who were attacking from the sky were sent flying. In the eyes, green light flickered, one after another divine breath, like thunder and lightning, looked at the few strong men of the Holy Emperor who rushed to the front, and let out a wolf howl. Woo! This wolf howl sounded, and the sound wave passed by like a shock wave. Wherever it passed, people turned their backs. And those strong men who rushed to the front of the 8th level of the Holy Emperor realm were hit by the sound of the wolf, and their eyes were suddenly cracked, and then they exploded. Bloodshots overflowed from the 7 holes, and their entire bodies were petrified. Immediately stiffened, he rolled towards the altar. When they rolled to the ground at the bottom of the altar, the pupils of their eyes were already dilated, and their breathing was completely cut off. Fighting. Zhao Tianming didn't have the slightest intention to stop. He waved a pair of wolf claws, attacking like a tide, blasting into the crowd, blasting the sky. Boom! 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 Those geniuses from all major forces who were incomparably powerful in the past have all turned into chickens and dogs at this time. They were attacked one after another, and they were continuously injured. Run! Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore, yelled, turned around and ran away. With the sound of speaking, the army was immediately defeated. All the strong men turned around and retreated from the 4 altars. They were several miles away, and they still looked terrified when viewed from a long distance. This is too strong. A group of elites from various major forces were all pale with shock, full of disbelief. In less than 10 breaths of time, 4 or 5 Saint Emperor Realm 8th level heavenly powerhouses were killed, and a dozen other powerhouses were killed. This level of strength is simply not something they can fight against. Some geniuses who did not come to participate in the attack stood on other altars and looked at this side with shocked expressions. Here and there is still a battle for godhood, which has become a massacre at all. Moreover, even a fool can see that the one who shot just now didn't have all his strength at all. If this shot with all its strength, how many people would have to die? Humph. Come whenever you want, leave whenever you want, is there such a good thing? Zhao Tianming's momentum was like a rainbow, and he was ready to kill. His wolf eyes turned from green to red, and they were blood red, and he shouted loudly. Today, he is using the blood of these people to let the world know how powerful their Zhao family is. However, just when he was about to attack again, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. On the 4 godhead altars, there was a loud bang at the same time, and the ghosts of the altars that had been suppressed suddenly erupted, each and every one of them let out a terrifying roar. A large amount of soul power gathered together like a tide, and the jade rui artifact that suppressed them suddenly trembled, and they retreated 100 steps. The next moment, all the ghosts guarding the altar sent out a wave of terrifying attacks, blasting towards the 4 geniuses of the Zhao family standing on the top of the altar. Huh. Still want to resist? Among the 4, Zhao Wanli, who was the leader, raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Zhao Tianming, who was about to hunt down the world's elite just now, suddenly turned around and flew back to the top of the altar of Godhead that he occupied. The guardian spirit has exploded, and its strength has increased a lot. Now it seems that it must be the combat power of the 2nd level of the gods to deal with it. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the talented cultivators around changed, but everyone's face was filled with joy. These 4 Qingshan people who appeared suddenly were too powerful, and it would be best to be killed directly by the army of guardian spirits. In this way, they can take what is ready-made and don't have to fill it up with their lives. #C2792 It's all ants. Boom. 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 The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, a terrifying battle erupted directly on the 4 altars. At this moment, the strength of Zhao Tianming, Zhao Wanli, and the other 4 could no longer be hidden, and almost all of them were exposed. At least 80% of their strength was displayed. The blood is the sky, the earth is evil, the sky is 10,000 miles away, my soul is 10,000 ways, and I am invincible in battle. I saw that the true energy of the 4 of Zhao Wanli was erupting like a volcano, and the whole person seemed to be transformed into an ancient fierce wolf. The martial soul and the human were combined into one, a mighty power of an unrivaled wolf king. The monstrous power that rose up almost shattered the top of the altar of Godhead. Heaven kills. On the top of the altar, a wave of saber power erupted, and every saber light was like a blow from the god of thunder, evolving into a sky-filled saber force, covering the entire altar. Go to hell. The figures of Zhao Tianming and the other 4 became extremely powerful. With terrifying strength, almost every time they made a move, a large piece of holy breath swept across the world. Boom. Finally, even the mighty guardian spirit of the altar, with a mountain-like body, was blown to the ground, and his breath was greatly damaged. And the soul shadows of the altar guardian army were almost all blasted into powder, turning into spiritual energy that filled the sky, and scattered and surged in all directions. This. The faces of the elite cultivators present who were about to watch the excitement suddenly turned pale, their pupils trembled, and their faces were full of disbelief. The guardian spirits on the 4 godhead altars were all wiped out by them. 4 people, each with an altar, can deal with all the guardian spirits on the entire altar with the strength of one person. The combat power of these 4 people probably surpassed the 2nd level of the divine realm. Their cultivation realm is only the peak of the holy god emperor, and their burst of combat power has reached the 2nd level of the god realm. This is too powerful. And the entire battle process didn't even last for 30 breaths. In terms of the battle result, it could almost be said to be a repressive battle, and their strengths were completely unequal. This kind of strength is many times stronger than those of Tianbang Supreme. I am afraid that even if Chu Yan, who is the #1 genius in the world by leapfrogging, is here, it is impossible to do so. You know, the last time Chu Yan faced two powerhouses in the first level of the divine realm, he only lasted for less than 100 breaths. According to this calculation, each of these four is far more powerful than Chu Yan. Wait. Before the opening of the Godhead battlefield, a few of them seemed to have appeared on the Sky Whale and Xingtian Pavilion. Among the crowd, a Saint Emperor genius suddenly woke up. Holy Heaven Pavilion. Hearing these three words, all pupils trembled in unison, and their expressions changed suddenly. Could it be that they are the geniuses of Xingtian Pavilion Shuezong? No wonder Bu Jingtian hasn't come out until now. Damn it, Xingtian Pavilion is too strong. Before, outside the battlefield of Godhead, 15 God-level powerhouses were dispatched at once, and now these few geniuses are so strong. All kinds of exclamations rang out. Although they were shocked, they could accept it after all. In the whole world, there is probably only Xingtian Pavilion with such a powerful genius. Ha ha ha, you all guessed wrong. At this moment, a big boss of Xingtian Pavilion said loudly. They are not the geniuses of my Xingtian Pavilion, but our Lord Xingtian, who specially invited us from Taiku, the geniuses of God's domain. Boom, boom. This sentence, like thunder from heaven and earth, exploded the audience. All the people present, including those watching the battle from all around, and other people hiding in the dark, all looked horrified. Everyone stared, looking at the four geniuses of the Jiao family on the top of the altar with disbelief, and their hearts were full of turmoil. God's domain, genius. On top of the starfields of the 10 directions, the divine realm of the 9 heavens, outer heaven. That is the sacred place in the heart of every cultivator. In the history of the 10 directions starfield, countless strong men, knowing the strength of the Xingtian Pavilion, did not hesitate to take risks and launch a war against the sky, trying to break through the Xingtian Pavilion, to God's domain. And the 5 people in front of them came from the legendary God's domain. Humph. What a bunch of rubbish. Just hearing the word God's domain, I'm so scared. Sure enough, ants are ants. Zhao Tianming glanced across the front of a group of stunned crowd with mocking expressions on their faces. If we let them know that we are the emperor's blood of the ancient clan, the top genius among the Zhao clan, will they be scared to death? Hearing this, Zhao Wanli sneered and said. 7th brother, what you said is wrong. Oh. Zhao Tianming heard it, turned his head and looked over, with a smile on his face. How could these native ants know what our Zhao family's imperial veins represent? Ha ha ha. The other 3 geniuses of the Zhao family laughed wildly when they heard this sentence. From these few words, as well as the expressions on their faces, it can be seen very clearly that their arrogance and complacency are completely undisguised, and they simply regard the geniuses of the 10 directions starfield present as worthless. This is their kind of arrogance from Zhao's bloodline. This kind of natural superiority makes them always disdain and despise people from the 10 directions starfield. That is, innate blood advantage has nothing to do with acquired hard work. These people, born in the Zhao family lineage, are destined to become powerful existences in the future. And these people in front of them, appearing in such a low-level realm as the 10 directions starfield, pay attention to the life of ants. No matter how talented and hardworking they are, they will never be able to compare with them. Even Bu Jingtian, the top talent in the 10 directions starfield, in his opinion, is completely unattractive. Okay, don't talk nonsense with them. After some ridicule, Zhao Wanli waved his hand and said. We are here this time, and we have no interest in you competing for these gold and stone godheads. When this sentence fell to the ground, all the geniuses of the various forces present at the scene were stunned, and hundreds of pairs of eyes looked over in unison. Not interested in Godhead? Someone asked in surprise. Joke. This is the golden stone godhead, which can produce fragments of godhead, and even has a chance to get a complete godhead. These people actually said that they are not interested in Jinsher godhead. Could it be that? That's right. These golden and stone godheads have no effect on us. The main purpose of our coming down this time is only one. Zhao Wanli's gaze swept across the crowd, seeing the astonished faces of a group of people. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "We came this time to kill Chu Yan." When these words fell to the ground, Zhao Wanli waved his hand and threw the 4 gold and stone godheads directly on the top of the altar. It looked like he was throwing 4 pieces of rubbish. "So, you ants, get out of here. Don't dirty my spirit soldiers." #C2793, The Return of the Little White Bear. The entire Godhead battlefield was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were trembling, looking at the Zhao family genius with 4 nostrils soaring to the sky and his head raised high, like a god looking down on a mortal. When these words fell into their ears, they immediately felt that they were really like ants. The pride and self-confidence in the inside, at this moment, was shattered by the cruel reality, and even ruthlessly stepped on and trampled on. In the eyes of these God's domain geniuses, they are even worse than ants. Even if they kill them, they are worried about dirtying their clothes. Kill Chu Yan. Geniuses such as Chong Lingfang, Wu Shenyan, Qin Muxue, Tongshan Puppet, etc., heard the most important sentence, and at the same time showed a look of joy on their faces. For them, it doesn't matter what shame or not. Originally, they had already taken refuge in Xingtian Pavilion, only caring about benefits and gains. This time, they didn't expect that in order to deal with Chu Yan, Xingtian Pavilion would take such a heavy blow, and even invited the geniuses of God's domain. If they are not interested in Jinsher Godhead and kill Chu Yan, then their chance will come. The benefits of this, they see more clearly than anyone else, and react faster. Now, with these geniuses from God's domain taking action, Chu Yan is absolutely doomed. The power of the Xingtian Pavilion is too terrifying. That's right, with such a strong strength, Chu Yan is sure to die. Although Chu Yan is now surpassing Bu Jingtian and is the #1 genius in the world, he can never be the opponent of the genius of God's domain. Not bad. This strength is too great. Among all kinds of discussions, everyone couldn't help talking. Some people were surprised, some were worried, and more people were secretly happy. What they thought. This time, it was a question of the interests of the Jinsher Godhead. Although Chu Yan appeared strongly before, at the last moment, he broke through the heaven and earth killing situation set up by Xingtian Pavilion, and rushed into the battlefield of Godhead. But now it seems that it is simply an act of death, without any meaning. Oh my God, something is wrong with this situation, big sister, why don't let's withdraw first. In a pile of rubble, Situyang twitched and turned pale, turning his head and said to the little white bear, "You dare." The little white bear bared his teeth directly, with bare teeth in his mouth, braving the cold light, turned his head to look in another direction, and said, "Go meet Yu Linglong and the others first, they will definitely help with the boss's affairs." With a jerk, little white bear stood up directly, striding towards the central area of the Godhead battlefield. Wait for me." Seeing the little white bear go away, Situyang was so frightened that his whole body shook. He quickly got up, and chased after him in 3 steps at a time. But at this time, in the other side of the mountain forest, several figures with deep aura were hidden among them. "This is troublesome, what should we do?" Several bigwigs of the Fox clan, as well as some strong men who defy the way of the gods, all looked ashen as they looked at Ouyang Nantian in the middle, and asked. At this time even the Nantian God Emperor's expression was gloomy. Although, he has seen with his own eyes that Chu Yan has created miracles again and again, and he also knows that Chu Yan entered the Yinyang realm this time and entered the Kunchen holy tomb, which has greatly improved. However, these 4 people are geniuses who came to the God realm, completely beyond the level of the 10 Directions Star realm. And it is obvious that the price paid by Xingtian Pavilion for breaking the rules of heaven and earth and inviting these few geniuses from God's domain to come down from God's domain is definitely not small. What is all this for? It is to completely kill Chu Yan and cut off the hope of rebelling against the divine way. Therefore, it can be easily imagined that this time, Xingtian Pavilion, the trap set by terror is by no means simple. Under such circumstances, does Chu Yan still have a chance to create a miracle again? I believe in Chu Yan. I also believe in Anishan Dao. Ouyang Nantian turned around, looked at the powerhouses against the divine way and the Fox tribe powerhouses in front of him, and said in a deep voice. Back when Anishan Dao was strong, there were still several clans of allies. But later, the Qingmu sword god was lost in the first battle, and Xingtian Pavilion took the opportunity to sweep the 10 Directions star field. It turned out that those bullshit allies were all like grass on the wall, and fell to the Xingtian Pavilion. Now, only the Fox clan can stand firmly against the gods and stand together. We have prepared for so long, we must not give up easily, even if it is a loss, we will not hesitate. Nantian Divine Emperor's words were extremely firm and did not waver in the slightest. Damn Xingtian Pavilion! Bastard! In the center of the Godhead battlefield, in front of an altar, Yu Linglong had a pair of phoenix eyes, full of anger, and purple flames all over her body, rising continuously, like a volcano about to erupt. The current situation has completely exceeded her worst expectations. Although she has long guessed that Tian Dao is flexible, Xingtian Pavilion and Xingyu will play a black hand on Chu Yan in the battle of the gods. But she never expected that what they did was so extreme that they didn't even leave a trace of life. It's a little troublesome now. The cultivation base and combat power of these 4 people are far superior to ours. Shen Xingjia, who was standing on the side, also frowned, and said softly. Even if it's on our side, with all the forces united, I'm afraid we won't be able to fight them. Hearing these words, Chang Tianhe's eyes became incomparably dignified. Such an expression rarely appeared on the face of Sage Emperor Daohe. At this moment, the few of them felt a strong pressure, which even made them a little breathless. Of course, all of this is because they are worried that once Chu Yan appears, the consequences will be. Chu Yan hasn't come yet, we can only do our best. Why don't we first occupy a godhead altar and help him keep a godhead? Yu Linglong thought about it for a long time, and then she told Shen Xingjia and Chang Tianhe through voice transmission with her spiritual consciousness, said. Although this time, she is representing the Dark Temple and participating in the Battle of Godheads, in her capacity, she must be responsible for the Dark Temple. However, she is even more aware that this Battle of Godheads is of great significance to Chu Yan. No matter what, she must do her best to help Chu Yan. Good. Shen Xingjia and Chang Tianhe nodded at the same time without hesitation. Boom. 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 Just after the 3 of them started attacking the Godhead altar in front of them, the other geniuses on the scene quickly reacted, scattered, and started to attack the remaining Godhead altars. Of the 13 Godhead altars, 4 were lost at once, and there were only 9 remaining, which became less and less, and the competition caused would only become more cruel. As for the 4 Godhead altars that were placed on the battlefield of Zhao's geniuses, no one dared to attack them anymore. Blood Rakshasa Blade. On the altar, Chang Tianhe held the blood-dropping dragon's tooth blade, and directly used the strongest swordsmanship. Together with Shen Xingjia and Yu Linglong, they continued to kill the guardian soul shadow on the altar, and rushed upwards. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2794 roll. Not only Chang Tianhe, but Yu Linglong on the other side hastily made a move, forming one after another Dharma seals, and 7 different colors of devilish energy rushed out of her body. 7 Extreme Demon King Physique. Where the devilish energy passed, the sky and the earth were darkened. All the soul shadows on the entire altar of godhood were stunned for a moment, and their spirit bodies trembled. Then the eyes of all the soul shadows kept changing colors, and turned their heads at the same time to look at the demon sect. Everyone. Boom, boom. In the next moment, all souls were fired together, and all the guardian spirits, in unison, aimed at the men and horses of the Tangshan puppet of the demon sect, launching a monstrous attack. This time, the sudden attack on the dozen or so experts of the demon sect almost caused the formation to collapse. What's the situation? The Copper Mountain puppet stood in the front and suffered the most attacks, and was instantly stunned, with a look of astonishment on his face. Why are these guardian spirits attacking my demon sect? What's going on? Originally, as long as a cultivator broke into the 100-step range of the Godhead altar, he would be attacked by the guardian soul shadow. Therefore, Shen Xingjia's side, Chang Tianhe's side, Yu Linglong's side, and their monster sect were all attacked by the guardian spirits who were attacking the altar now. However, when Yu Linglong made a sudden attack that day, all the guardian spirits turned their guns and attacked the Yaozong. That Yu Linglong was able to command the guardian spirit. A big demon sect exclaimed. Hearing this sentence, Tangshan puppet, who suddenly reacted, turned green with shock. This month, Linglong is the eldest lady of the Dark Temple of the Three Major Powers, and her secret skill cards are absolutely against the sky, but now, there is such a terrifying method. You must know that the guardian spirits of these Godhead altars are all above the Saint Emperor realm and have extremely strong combat power. In the other direction, Zhao Tianming, among the 4 geniuses of the Zhao family who had nothing to do and watched the scene, stared at Yu Linglong with flickering eyes when he saw the scene. It has to be said that, in his opinion, although the combat power of this purple skirt woman is too weak, her temperament is extremely amazing, which immediately caught his gaze and he couldn't extricate himself from it. That Chu Yan hasn't dared to show up until now. It should have seen the 4 of us here and hid. Zhao Tianming stared at Yu Linglong, his eyes flickered, and he murmured in his heart. Anyway, being idle is idle, why not find something? Thinking of this, Zhao Tianming's eyes suddenly flickered, and the corner of his mouth curved into a strange arc. Zhao Yiming, go, bring me the girl in the purple skirt. With this order, Zhao Yiming, who was also watching the excitement, turned his head and followed Zhao Tianming's gaze. Ha ha ha, 4th brother, good eyesight. Zhao Yiming's seniority was low, so he naturally had to obey the 4th brother's words. He had already leaped forward and rushed towards the altar of godhood. Whoosh! Like a golden rainbow, across the void, Zhao Yiming arrived at the top of Shen Xingjia, Chang Tianhe, and Yu Linglong with just a flash. My lord, you. The big bosses of the demon sect, such as the Tangshan puppet who were fighting fiercely, suddenly turned pale with fright. As for Chang Tianhe, Shen Xingjia and Yu Linglong, their expressions also changed, and their brows frowned slightly. These guys from Xingtian Pavilion are going to start snatching other godhead altars. However, didn't they say that they were not interested in these Jinshi godheads at all? You, come with me. Zhao Yiming looked at Yu Linglong, and said directly, his tone was like a high-ranking emperor, giving orders. What? Hearing Zhao Yiming's words, everyone was startled at the same time, but they quickly realized that Chi-Chi's face darkened. These goddamn guys. Yu Linglong is not only famous in the 10 Directions starfield, but also a famous fairy goddess. She is not only beautiful, but also has an amazing temperament. There are many young masters and patriarchs of the major forces, and they have all had plans for her. Including the Tangshan puppet in front of him, Yu Wendian, and Yu Wendian wanted to pursue Yu Linglong back then. And now, the genius of the Zhao clan of Xingtian Pavilion obviously also has his eyes on Yu Linglong. However, upon hearing Zhao Yiming's words, Yu Linglong's face suddenly turned cold. Who is she? She is the young master of the dark temples of the three major powers. She is under one person and above 10,000 people. When would someone dare to talk to her like that? Even if the other party is a genius in God's domain and powerful, to her, it's totally unattractive. Let me tell you, you are lucky, my fourth brother has taken a fancy to you. Zhao Yiming was full of pride, glanced at Zhu Linglong from the corner of his eye, and said, "This kind of opportunity is 100 times better than you grabbing this golden stone godhead. As long as you take good care of my fourth brother, it will not be difficult to become a god in the future." This is not the first time Zhao Yiming has done such a thing. Who made him low in seniority? As long as there are women that the elder brothers fancy, he will almost always take action, so the jokes are extremely procedural. The most important thing is that, in his opinion, there is no need to say anything at all. To be favored by Zhao's genius, I believe that any female cultivator will be ecstatic. She was actually taken by those guys. Tongshan Puppet's face was dark, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching a few times. It wasn't because the goddess he had pursued was being targeted by other people, so he didn't feel any good about it. At this moment, he immediately thought that if Zhu Linglong got on the line of Zhao's genius, then maybe her strength would increase greatly in the future, and in the future, she would turn around and seek revenge from the Yaozong for robbing the godhead today. Then their demon sect is not finished. However, just when Copper Mountain Puppet was about to open his mouth to congratulate, an ice-like cold voice sounded directly. "Roll." Zhu Linglong didn't even look at Zhao Yiming, and shouted with disgust on her face. "What?" Zhao Yiming, who was in midair, was stunned. Not only Zhao Yiming, but even the other talented cultivators who were fighting all around, but paid attention to this side because of the sudden action of Zhao's genius, were all stunned. For a moment, the godhead battlefield, which was still raging with war just now, fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at Zhu Linglong in astonishment. Their hearts were shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. They never expected that Zhu Linglong would dare to treat a genius from God's domain like this. "Young palace master, you can't." The faces of the strong men of the Dark Temple changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies, and they wanted to dissuade them, but... "You, how dare you speak to me like that?" In Zhao Yiming's eyes, murderous intent surged, and the aura of cultivation on his body exploded in an instant, blasting all the surrounding souls into powder. A pair of red eyes stared straight at Zhu Linglong. The majestic genius of the god realm, the genius of the Zhao family's imperial veins, even in the ancient times, the powerful from all sides, which one was not respectful and polite to him? This mere ant woman from a low-level plane dared to let herself get out. #C2795 Chu Yan is back. On several altars of godhood not far away, the three geniuses of the Zhao family were already smiling. "Ha ha ha, Zhao Yiming, are you ashamed this time?" Zhao Tianming and other God's domain geniuses all had playful expressions on their faces, laughing uncontrollably at the enraged Zhao Yiming. "Not bad, with personality. I want this taste." And Zhao Tianming, the one who caused the figurines in the first place, with his hands on his back, looking like a master, looked at Zhu Linglong and nodded slightly. Immediately, he spoke directly. "Yiming, don't talk nonsense with her, clear the scene. Bring people over." Clearance. Every cultivator knows what this sentence means. Whether in God's domain, 10 directions starfield, or a lower plane, all warriors will go to some secret realms to practice. In the Wuhun world, the most people must be people, and the number of Jedi secret realms is of course limited. It is easy to encounter some powerful sects, and form a team to go to a secret place in a desperate situation to practice. For these powerful sects, other people are ants, and they are not worthy to stand with themselves, or even rob resources. Therefore, often in a desperate and secret place, as soon as a powerful person arrives, he will clear out all other practitioners and monopolize this place of cultivation resources. This kind of behavior is called clearing the field. In simple terms, clearing the field can be equal to killing all. In a word, it is an understatement, but it directly determines the life and death of other people. This is Zhao Tianming's personality. As long as it is what he wants, if he encounters resistance, he will never talk nonsense and kill people directly. Kill until the opponent's heart is chilled, kill until the blood flows into rivers, and suppress everything with a strong posture. Yes, fourth brother. When Zhao Yiming heard this, he turned his head to answer, and at the same time, the anger in his body had already exploded. Boom, boom. Next moment, the sky filled with terrifying ultimate moves, like a furious sea tide, surged down, covering the Dark Temple team below. It's over. All the bosses and cultivators present at the scene changed their expressions when they saw Zhao's genius make a move, and their air conditioning convulsed wildly. Dark Temple, it's over. There is no need to doubt that the combat power of this group of geniuses in the gods' domain, even the Dark Temples of the three major forces, cannot compete with them at all. One word out of the mouth is killing. Strength is the foundation of arrogance and the root of all terror. But at this time, the Copper Mountain puppet had already quietly led the demon sect's men and horses, and began to evacuate to the rear. For the goddess he had pursued, he just sighed in his heart, and he didn't even have the slightest thought of helping. She could only blame herself for giving up such a good opportunity. You dare! Together with the Dark Temple camp, Shen Xingjia and Chang Tianhe yelled loudly, and they shot at the same time, and the sword glow and Huangding shot out at the same time. These two, one who practiced the Rakshasa promise art, and the talent of the great perfection of saber intent, were the best at attacking. As for Shen Xingjia, who possessed the Jiuxiao Daiwangding, the destiny martial soul, and later had an adventure, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and the 9 Daiwangdings were sacrificed, forming a Wuhun array, which was invincible in defense. Because of this, Shen Xingjia and Chang Tianhe, the two newcomers, have already achieved a lot of fame in the 10 Directions starfield in just a few years. Sword intent, soul formation. Not bad. Unfortunately, they are just native ants. The corners of Zhao Yiming's mouth were raised lightly, and he grinned cruelly. With a wave of his hand, a golden spear flew out of the air. On top of this golden gun, the power of the mighty phoenix rushed like a tidal wave, scooping up divine flames from all over the sky. A shot pierced out, like a huge pillar of fire, blasting downward. Boom! There was a burst of air, the spear tip passed by the pillar of fire, the sword light exploded, and the soul array shattered. What? Even Chang Tianhe and Shen Xingjia had been mentally prepared, but they never expected that their combined attack would be broken so easily. These combat forces are really too terrifying, completely exceeding their expectations. Whoosh! In the next breath, Zhao Yiming's figure was like lightning, turning into a golden light, rushing to the top of the crowd below, with a pair of eyes staring straight at Chang Tianhe. Of course he could see that among the people present, this guy with a knife had the strongest attack power. Boom! With a loud noise, the golden spear pierced straight, and hit Chang Tianhe's blood-dripping dragon's tooth blade blocking his chest, directly hitting Chang Tianhe, throwing his body away, and spraying blood mist from his mouth. With one move, he defeated the well-known Saint Emperor of the Sword River in the 10 Directions starfield. Huh! Not dead yet. After sweeping his consciousness, he found that Chang Tianhe, who fell not far away, was still alive. Zhao Yiming immediately swung his golden gun and shot again. Block him! The Dark Temple, as well as the troops brought by Shen Xingjia, shot together, blasting a wave of attacks all over the sky, connecting into a huge torrent of attacks, and crashing into Zhao Yiming. The battle has begun, and now the injured Chang Tianhe must be protected, and he must not be lost. A group of ants, looking for death. Zhao Yiming saw a large group of attacks coming from behind him, his expression changed immediately, and he shouted loudly. At the same time, holding the formation with one hand, it turned into a huge bird claw seal, and suppressed it towards the crowd. On the other hand, holding a golden gun, the tip of the gun gleamed with a dazzling golden light, aiming directly at Chang Tianhe's heart. After this shot, Chang Tianhe, who was already injured, could not dodge at all. Not good. Everyone's complexion changed, looking at the gun, almost within a foot of Chang Tianhe's chest, all of them were pale. Even if you try your best now, there will be no time to rescue them. This time, Chang Tianhe is really going to lose. Even Chang Tianhe himself sighed softly, turned his head to look at the entrance method of the Godhead battlefield, smiled slightly, and gently closed his eyes. The golden spear was like thunder, piercing through the void and directly hitting Chang Tianhe's heart. In an instant, almost everyone could foresee that the next moment, the blood would collapse and the river of swords would be destroyed. However, just as the time seemed to freeze, a crack in the void suddenly cracked in front of the golden gun, and a figure rushed out of the crack in the void, attacking the golden gun. Boom! A big hand reached out and grabbed the golden gun. There was a dull explosion, and the golden gun stopped instantly under the grasp of the big hand. The void cracks that exploded around spread like spider webs. The power of this grasp is extremely terrifying. Zhao Yiming's expression changed suddenly. He never expected that someone could block his golden spear. You, who are you? When he looked up, he saw a young man in black robe, with a long white sword on his back, and a pair of eyes that were as thunderous as lightning, with the brilliance of stars, sun and moon, looking at Chang Tianhe on the ground. My lord, my lord. Chang Tianhe couldn't hold back for a while. The moment he looked at that figure, his eyes were full of blur. Not only Chang Tianhe, but at this moment, the entire Godhead battlefield, everyone's gazes are all looking over. Everyone's eyes were full of shock. Chu Yan is here. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C2796 One Punch. The geniuses of the Jiao family naturally noticed that the appearance of this black-robed young man actually caught everyone's attention, and none of them fell. Most importantly, next, they heard an extremely familiar name, Chu Yan. In an instant, the four pairs of eyes became extremely cold. However, on the contrary, all the powerful geniuses and powerhouses present looked at Chu Yan with a flame. It's coming. It's really coming. It's Chu Yan. The first genius of our 10 Directions starfield, Chu Yan, is here. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan is finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. I'll just say. Everyone originally thought that Chu Yan would never come, but now, he appeared directly in front of him. He is Chu Yan. Zhao Wanli, Zhao Tianming, and Zhao Yiming stood on the 4 Godhead altars, looked at Chu Yan, and locked their consciousness. 5 heavens of Saint Emperor realm. With just a sweep, the 4 geniuses of the Jiao family discovered that Chu Yan's cultivation was so low, even weaker than that Bukishan. This kind of thing, Yiming is enough. The 3 of Zhao Wanli had no intention of making a move at all, and they all looked at them with abusive faces. Chu Yan. How dare you come? Zhao Yiming looked at the black-robed youth in front of him and sneered. You have the guts. Knowing that you are going to die, you still dare to come, just like you. Snapped. Without waiting for Zhao Yiming to open his mouth to ridicule, a Gang Yuan palm print came out of the air, and was drawn on Zhao Yiming's face, directly pulling his body to spin like a spinning top. The resounding palm print. The reverberation of the Godhead battlefield echoes for a long time. And this slap, although it was slapped on Zhao Yiming's face, seemed to be on the hearts of everyone in the audience. I saw that, accompanied by the sound of slaps, everyone's bodies trembled in unison, their pupils trembled violently, and they were all dumbfounded. Including Zhao Tianming, Zhao Wanli, and other Zhao family geniuses on the 4 Godhead altars. That Chu Yan, unexpectedly. Zhao Yiming was slapped. Who is Zhao Yiming? That is the divine emperor Xingtian of Xingtian Pavilion, a genius from the god realm invited from the ancient times at a huge price. Now, in front of all the people in the 10 Directions starfield, including countless outside forces who were watching the battle in front of the light curtain, they slapped hard on the face. You know, this is a genius in God's domain. You dare. Zhao Yiming held his face and looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. His mind and soul were in a mess, and he was completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? I was beaten by someone. Still slapped in the face. From the moment he was born, except for some powerful geniuses in God's domain, he has never been so humiliated in front of everyone like today. You kind of rubbish. My friend, you dare to move. Chu Yan's thunderous eyes were full of coldness and killing intent. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Zhao Yiming, and said coldly. No matter who it is, if you want to touch your friends, you have to pay the price. It turns out that with Chu Yan's current state, it is difficult for him to have any emotional fluctuations. However, on the way he came from the Godhead Stone Forest, he saw the situation on the Godhead battlefield here, but he was already raging with anger. The genius of God's domain, relying on the support of Xingtian Pavilion and God's domain, has mastered some powerful combat skills, so he dares to be so arrogant. Me trash. Zhao Yiming was shocked when he heard Chu Yan's words, his eyes were full of disbelief. Someone even said that he, a genius of the Zhao family, is trash. Not only Zhao Yiming, but even all the powerful geniuses and cultivators present were shocked. This is indeed Chu Yan. No puppet is the #1 genius in the world. This aura, this courage, including that wonderful slap just now, is completely direct and tough on this group of geniuses in God's domain. Brother Yan. Shen Xingjie hurried over and stood beside Chu Yan, wanting to remind him. Chu Yan had just arrived, and he might not know the identities of these people, so he wanted to explain quickly. You know, this slap almost slapped the sky. Boss. Brother Chu. Those who just rushed to the scene, as well as Little White Bear and Situ Yang, hurried to Chu Yan, including Yu Ling Long, who looked at Chu Yan and spoke softly. Good, very good, excellent. Zhao Wanli's voice was filled with incomparable anger, like a beast about to go berserk, and the voice from its throat was extremely eerie. That's a good sentence, trash. Yiming, do you really want to be trash? Or do you want me to do it? This sentence made Zhao Yiming, who was still a little messy, react instantly. His face turned red like blood, his whole body's true energy exploded, and he let out an extremely angry roar. The golden-winged phoenix and the golden spear, soaring into the sky, instantly merged into one. Die. 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 The phoenix golden spear descended from the sky, piercing straight down like the halberd of Thor. The power of this spear made one feel as if the god of thunder and the beast god were resurrected from the 9 heavens and wanted to judge the mortal world. Oh my god! What a terrifying power! All the bosses and geniuses in the audience were shocked by this shot, and their spirits trembled. Compared with the previous attack, the power of this move is even several times stronger than when they bombarded and killed the guardian spirit of the altar. Chu Yan, be careful. Everyone was so frightened by Zhao Yiming's move that their faces turned pale. There was no need to doubt that the genius of God's domain, who was furious, had already unleashed all his strength and wanted to kill Chu Yan with one move. This kind of power is almost unstoppable by the strong in the divine realm. Ha ha ha, great, Chu Yan, die. Die. On the other side, Tongshan Puppet, Hua Shenyan, Qing Muxue and other geniuses of the Holy Heaven Department all sneered and roared in their hearts. However, their smiles froze as soon as they appeared. I saw, behind Chu Yan in the distance, a colossal figure, like a majestic figure of a demon god of heaven and earth, stepped out of the void, facing the phoenix golden spear that descended from the sky. Without any hesitation, he stepped out with one step, and raised his hand to strike a huge blow. Punch out. Boom, boom. The sky and the earth trembled. The two berserk forces collided and exploded into waves, and the Phoenix golden gun, like a wooden spear piercing a stone, broke inch by inch and exploded into countless fragments. All the golden fragments were thrown into the sky, turning into air waves, quickly gathered together, and re-evolved into a figure. This figure was wearing a golden robe, and the corners of his mouth were bloodshot. Jiao Yiming. The earth-shattering power just now, like the contract of Thunder God, Beast God, suddenly turned into a seriously injured person who seemed to be carried down from the sky at any moment. The power of one punch wins the game. What? This? The scene in the sky fell on everyone's eyes, causing all eyes to become dull. Everyone just felt as if they were in a dream, and they couldn't believe the scene they saw with their own eyes. The genius of God's domain, unexpectedly, lost. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2797 Outbreak. All the bosses in the audience, everyone stood there like a lightning strike, their eyeballs trembling, and they were completely dumbfounded. You know, they all clearly remember that the last time Chu Yan was besieged and killed by two powerful gods, it only lasted for a dozen breaths. But now, in the blink of an eye, even a genius in the God realm whose battle strength has reached the second level of the God realm, can't even catch a punch from him. What happened in the past few years? No. Impossible. Zhao Wanli, Zhao Tianming, and other geniuses from the Zhao family were stunned, their lips trembled slightly, and their eyes were already straightened. They never thought that among the geniuses in the 10 Directions starfield, there is someone who can defeat Zhao Yiming. Originally, they thought that it would take Zhao Yiming 2 or 3 moves to deal with Chu Yan, but they didn't expect that the result was quite different, completely reversed. And most importantly, this Chu Yan only used one move. Of course, not counting the previous slap, it was just a trick. Could it be that this Chu Yan has broken through to the divine realm? What's the situation? It's only been 2 years, this Chu Yan has improved so much. This? Not far away, Bu Jingtian, Wu Shenyan, and Qin Muxue were all shocked, and their hearts were full of various complicated thoughts. This time, the distance between them and Chu Yanji was widened again. Originally, they thought that they had used a lot of resources in the past 2 years to practice desperately. If they met Chu Yan in the Battle of Godhead today, they would definitely get back their face as the supreme leader of the Tianbang. But now, even the geniuses of God's domain were blown away by his punch, let alone them. This is the genius of God's domain. It really is rubbish. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and his black robe flew up. He looked around with a fighting spirit. He looked at the other geniuses of the Zhao family who were hiding in the dark in the distance, and spoke loudly. This aura surged, Tongshan Puppet, Yuwendian and a group of geniuses, just feeling the aura emanating from Chu Yan's body, were all fascinated, sweating profusely all over their bodies, and terrified. This Chu Yan is too strong. Whether it was 2 years ago or now, the title of the #1 genius in the world is unshakable. Wonderful. Really wonderful. On the altar, Zhao Wanli finally came to his senses, looking at Chu Yan with a dark light in his eyes, and said loudly, "I didn't expect that there are such talents in a wild and desolate indigenous world. It seems that we have underestimated you." But, having said that, Zhao Wanli's expression became disdainful again, and he looked at Chu Yan and said, "Barely relying on your mere cultivation, you dare to provoke my Zhao family's imperial veins." When these words fell to the ground, Zhao Wanli and the others burst out with blood power. In an instant, the majestic power of the martial soul and the power of the blood surged up from the bodies of the 3 of them at the same time, making the altar under their feet rumble and tremble, and countless cracks exploded on the ground below the altar. "Brothers, let's fight together and kill this Chu Yan." Xuanhuan roared violently, sending out a thunderous sound that resounded throughout the Godhead battlefield. Even if this Chu Yan is powerful. So what? The realm of cultivation is dead, and the fifth heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, even if they have a strong leapfrog combat power like them. But the three of them joined forces to deal with a Chu Yan. What's the problem? And you, listen to my order, let's fight together and kill him. Xuanhuan fell to the ground, turned his head suddenly, looked at Tongshan Puppet, Yuan Dian, Lei Quan Great Emperor and others, and directly ordered. Yes. Join hands together. Chu Yan, you are too much, die. That's right, the Holy Heaven Pavilion won't allow sinners, and the 10 Directions Starfield won't allow you either. The geniuses of the Holy Sky Department roared together, all of them were excited, and shouted at the same time. Now, the genius of God's domain is leading and joining forces with them, so that Chu Yan can be tortured and killed to vent their hatred. How could they miss such a good opportunity? As for bullying the few with more, they would not consider it at all. After all, the world of martial souls is where the weak prey on the strong. In an instant, countless murderous gazes locked on Chu Yan. All of them had hideous expressions on their faces. Chu Yan is very strong. Amazing fighting power. However, the more so, they had to kill him. Otherwise, once this Chu Yan becomes a god in the future, they will be completely finished. Moreover, all the talented elites of the world's forces have gathered on this Godhead battlefield. How powerful it is. Now is definitely an excellent opportunity to kill Chu Yan. Rush, kill. Following Xuanhuan's yell, hundreds of turbulent killing moves in the audience, like a vast ocean boiling, stirred up a large wave of killing intent, overwhelming the sky and covering the entire battlefield of Godhead. At this time, the Godhead battlefield instantly turned into a world-killing field. If there were ordinary fighters among the crowd watching the battle outside, I am afraid that this terrifying killing power alone would be enough to break their minds and souls, and make them lose their minds. The 10 geniuses of God's domain unite all forces in the world to attack together and deal with one person. This is definitely the first time such a thing has happened in the history of the 10 Directions Starfield. The Dark Temple belongs, listen to my orders. Everyone, I, Xinxingjia, want you. Yu Linglong, Xinxingjia, and Chang Tianhe, who had swallowed the golden elixir given by Chu Yan and had mostly recovered from his injuries, issued a series of spiritual orders to the entire Godhead battlefield and the large crowd. All parties belonged to their forces, and when they heard the order, they mobilized together. Against the divine way, let's fight. With a roar, Ouyang Nantian charged into the battlefield of Godhead with the mighty sword on his body. Behind him, a group of elite geniuses against the divine way followed closely behind. At this time, Chu Hua was standing there, motionless, with a pair of thunderous eyes, looking at the sky, led by the top 10 geniuses of the God realm, sending out a torrent of attacks all over the sky, and the fighting spirit in his body was constantly improving. Sure enough, the hidden geniuses of God's domain all took action. The punch just now didn't directly blow Zhao Yiming into scum. The purpose of saving his life was to make them think that their combat power was only comparable to the second level of God realm. If he shot with all his strength just now and killed Zhao Yiming, scaring away these geniuses in the God's domain, it would be troublesome if he tried to kill them again. But now, these 10 God's domain geniuses rushed over together, saving themselves, and went to chase and kill them one by one. Boom. At this time, the closest to Chu Yan's location are the 3 Saint Emperors of the Gu clan, the 2 Saint Emperors of the Soul clan, and the Saint Emperors of the Lei clan and the Si clan. There are nearly 13 Saint Emperors in total, like a frenzy, the first to kill. A series of powerful tricks turned into boundless waves, directly blasting towards Chu Yan. With more than a dozen holy emperors joining forces, even the strongest in the divine realm can fight. What's more, behind them, a large number of other powerhouses, as well as geniuses from God's domain, have rushed over. Hashtag C2798 Sword Kill. Behind Chu Yan, there are also the Dark Temple, and I Shindao, and the troops led by Shen Xingjie and Chang Tianhe, rushing to kill them. However, without waiting for them to make a move, Chu Yan's figure rose directly into the sky, turning into a sky-shattering sword light, and directly smashed the incoming attacks into pieces. Dragon travels the world. The figure of Chu Yan is like a dragon, and the blue light spreads. Chu Yan's figure is like a swimming dragon, possessed by the power of the green dragon martial soul. In the next wave of attacks, he can travel around the world and shuttle freely. Those attacks can't hit at all. Boom. 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 Behind Chu Yan, the Dark Temple and other forces also rushed to them, and collided with those strong men such as the Monster Sect, the Sea Clan and the Thunder Clan, and a shocking battle broke out. The sound of rumbling is endless in the sky, stretching for hundreds of miles. The huge void of heaven and earth was blasted to pieces, and there were holes and cracks everywhere. The continuous mountain range of spiritual energy below was blown out of a large depression, and even the spiritual peak collapsed directly. A sword in the sky. The violent confrontation broke out, and within a few breaths, Chu Yan stopped, stepped on Xuanhuan, and slashed out with the Haoyan sword in his hand. Call out! Call out! As the sword light passed, one after another powerful Saint Emperors, accompanied by shrill screams, were cut into flesh and blood by the sword light, flying in all directions. With Chu Yan's current strength, even if it is only a few % of his strength, these holy emperors can't resist at all. With one strike, the two Saint Emperor powerhouses were directly lost. Damn, Big Brother is getting more and more fierce now. Below, Situ Yang, who was hiding at the outermost edge of the battle group, took out a piece of talisman and threw it at Chu Yan and Yu Linglong. His eyes followed Chu Yan, looking dumbfounded. Shut up, quickly give me a jade talisman that increases strength, I want to go up and bite them. The little white bear roared at Situ Yang, and the mountain-like Xie La Jiao bear himself waved his bare paws and howled. Before the jade talisman that Situ Yang had just pulled out hit her, the little white bear roared and rushed towards a strong man in the third heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. Chu Yan, the ancient silkworm silk from back then, isn't it good? Today, I'll let you try again. Several strong men from Xingtian Pavilion rushed to Chu Yan, shouted loudly, and played a series of mysterious ancient secret skills at the same time. Boom. However, before they could finish speaking, a huge fist descended from the sky, directly smashing the strong men of Xingtian Pavilion into flesh and blood. No. This Chu Yan's strength is too strong. Among the many geniuses, Emperor Lei Kuang's eyes flickered with darkness, and he sent a voice transmission channel of spiritual consciousness to other geniuses. We have to come up with a unique move to completely trap Chu Yan, so that the geniuses of God's domain can kill him. When these words came out, Yu Wendian, Tongshan Puppet and others immediately nodded their heads in unison. One after another aura rushed away, all kinds of ancient seal aura burst out, and some people even spurted out blood, operated the spirit treasure, and sent out one after another. The powerful secret technique of the sect directly stimulates it. Breaking Cloud Eviscerate. Yu Wendian let out a roar that shook the sky, and a burst of strong light burst out, suppressing many holy lights, and blasted out suddenly. I saw a razor that was hundreds of feet long and coiled with countless red lights. Appearing above the sky, it released monstrous divine power, and countless thunders exploded, immediately making a group of big bosses tremble with fear. This is the treasure of their sect, specially asked Yu Wendian to bring it to deal with Chu Yan. Boom, boom. The razor passed by, with an extremely gloomy chill, as if to divide the world into two, and leaped over a large number of strong figures, and attacked Chu Yan directly. Myriad dermas and celestial appearances. Shutian concentrating fire technique. Myriad monsters devouring heaven art. One after another, terrorist attacks continued to explode among the crowd, thunder and flames shot up everywhere, and flames shot into the sky. All kinds of powerful secret techniques of sex, treasures of the clan, all broke out, and they all crossed the world and locked on Chu Yan's figure. Like every Yuwendian, these people issued the most powerful whole cards among the sect races, all of which were specially prepared to deal with Chu Yan. Boom. 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 A ray of precious light, a unique move, attacked Chu Yan from all directions at the same time. And the other strong men and big guys didn't sit idle, they all urged their strongest blows and blasted at Chu Yan. Not good. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Nanshan's expression changed drastically. With so many power treasures and trump card tricks bursting out at the same time, no matter how strong Chu Yan's combat power is, he will not be able to retreat completely. Hee, these ants actually have some tricks, which is very convenient for us. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wanli and a group of geniuses from the Jiao family raised their mouths slightly, and they flew in unison. After chasing the tide of Baoguang's unique moves, they rushed towards Chu Yan. They knew very well that although there were hundreds of strong men here who launched the strongest attack, in the end, it was up to them to kill Chu Yan. The power of a genius in God's domain is the strongest. Chu Yan, die. Zhao Wanli, Zhao Tianming and others formed a seal with their hands, activating one after another powerful god realm killing moves at the same time, as if several great gods descended, and they were about to send divine punishment to kill Chu Yan directly. The bosses and powerhouses who were present at the scene immediately looked happy when they saw the genius of God's domain make a move. God's domain genius, really powerful. Compared with their heavy treasures and whole cards, this kind of ultimate move is obviously much stronger. Even if it is Chu Yan's combat power, which has reached the level of the supernatural realm, in the face of this kind of power, he will die. Suddenly, between the sky and the earth, a dazzling sword light suddenly exploded between the sky and the earth. Accompanied by the sound of the sword that shook the world, that incomparably bright sword light traveled through the void, like 1,000 miles of frightened rainbow, passing by, smashing all the precious light-heavy techniques into powder, at an incomparably terrifying speed, slashed directly on a genius of the Jiao family. Ah! The screams were terrifying. This time, Chu Yan didn't hold back his hand at all, he slashed out with a sword, and all his strength broke out directly. The Jiao family is a genius, with the blood of the emperor, and there are countless spiritual patterns of various life-saving means on each person. However, under such a terrifying sword light, and with the blessing of Situ Yang's spirit pattern, the power of the sword is so strong that any existence that blocks the sword's edge will definitely be turned into dust. At the same time that the sword light dissipated, that genius of the Jiao clan, like a kite with a broken string, had dilated pupils in his eyes and stopped breathing instantly. Sixth brother. Zhao Tianming, Zhao Wanli and other great geniuses of God's domain, as well as all the powerful and powerful people from all sides, saw this scene. All of them were pale with shock, their eyes were straightened, their whole bodies froze instantly, and they were completely stunned. What's the situation? That Chu Yan, with a sword just now, beheaded a God's domain genius. With a mere 5th-level cultivation of the Saint Emperor realm, he killed the Jiao clan's imperial vein powerhouse who was at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. And, only one sword was used. #C2799 completely over. Gang. After drinking one word, Chu Yan smashed out his left fist, the golden dragon roared, and Wan Lielong's strength shot out across the sky, shaking the sky and the earth, and trembled suddenly. When others are astonished, it is his opportunity to make a move, which should not be missed. Boom, boom. In an instant, under the impact of the roaring golden dragon, all the treasures of the sects, the trump cards of various races, and the powerful attacks that filled the sky exploded and turned into monstrous waves, rushing in all directions. You must know that after Chu Yan's cultivation base has been improved, not only the sword power has been improved, but the power of Wanlai Long Jin has also been greatly improved. The natal martial arts of the Qinglong Wuhun are more suitable and powerful for Chu Yan than ordinary martial arts and combat skills. As long as Chu Yan's cultivation level improves, the power of Wanlai Long Jin can also be continuously improved. It is not difficult to suppress the power of the heavens with one punch. A sword in the sky. A sword was slashed out, pointing directly at the location of another genius of the Jiao family. Now is the opportunity, you are welcome. Call out. Without waiting for the opponent to react at all, he saw a sword light coming across the sky, slashing fiercely at the Jiao genius, bursting out a cloud of glaring blood, and his whole body was cut into pieces of meat in an instant. The next one is you. Chu Yan held the Haoyan sword, stood in the air, turned his head to look at Zhao Tianming in the distance, with a stunned expression on his face. Are you crazy? We are. I am a member of the Jiao family's royal bloodline in the God realm, how dare you touch me? I don't know why, looking at the seventh brother who just died tragically beside him, and Zhao Tianming saw Chu Yan's light eyes again, and suddenly a chill rose in his heart, making his tongue tremble a little. At this moment, his back felt cold, his face was pale, and there was still a trace of the original aura of aloofness. Cut. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chu Yan had already swung the sword in his hand, and a black and white sword glow came through the air and struck straight at him. Ah! Even if he reacted and propped up all the true energy in his body as a body protector, but in front of this sword light, everything seemed to be in vain. What Jian Guan passed by was like cutting an egg with a sledgehammer, and Zhao Tianming's bodyguard Gang Yuan cut his entire body, from head to toe, in half in an instant. All of a sudden, the blood flowed, the internal organs were scattered, and the two half-flanked bodies separated from the left and right, and fell towards the endless pile of dead bones on the battlefield of godheads below. In an instant, the whole world became silent. Everyone stood there, watching Zhao Tianming's 2.5 corpses falling from the air and crashing into the ground. When the two dull bang-bangs sounded, everyone present trembled in unison. And those strong men who were still imposing like a rainbow just now surrounded Chu Yan and used all kinds of clan treasures and racial secret skills. Standing there at this moment, they only felt that the sky was spinning, and their necks seemed to be pinched by some force. Even breathing became difficult. 3. He killed 3 God's domain geniuses. I don't know who it is, and suddenly whispered and murmured. The sound was actually not loud, but in this dead silence, it was instantly heard by everyone. The pupils trembled. Moreover, this sentence entered their sea of consciousness, and even their spirits began to tremble. With one punch and one sword, suppress the spirit treasures of the heavens, and the strong skills of all races. In just 4 moves, he killed 3 geniuses of the God realm, powerful Jiao clan imperial bloodlines. Moreover, each of them is an instant kill, and there is no chance of resistance at all. What's even more frightening is that Chu Yan killed the 3 of them in only a few breaths of time from beginning to end, and they haven't reacted until now. This kind of killing speed is really no different from killing chickens and dogs. No wonder Chu Yan said before that they were God's domain garbage. It seems that they are not just talking casually. A group of people stared at Chu Yan with fear in their eyes. This kind of strength, not to mention the 2nd level of God's domain, even the 4th level of God's domain, is nothing more than that. You have broken through the divine realm. Zhao Wanli's eyes were wide open, staring at Chu Yan. His face was full of confusion, and he asked in a voice. Such a result was completely unacceptable to him. Unless this Chu Yan hides his strength, if it is a cultivation base in the divine realm, it can explain it. Divine realm. Hearing Zhao Wanli's words, the expressions of the other people present changed drastically. Impossible. In this godhead battlefield, entry is restricted to those who are below the demigod level, that is to say, the highest level of cultivation can only reach the demigod level. How could a strong man in the divine realm come in? However, this Chu Yan didn't seem to come in through normal means, but forced his way in. In the previous first and second rounds, I didn't see him participating in the assessment with everyone, but now he directly appeared in the Battle of the Gods. Could it be that this Chu Yan has really broken through to the divine realm? For a time, countless consciousnesses rushed towards Chu Yan like a tide, sweeping up and down, back and forth. However, after some investigation, everyone's expressions completely changed. 5 heavens of Saint Emperor realm. This result is unacceptable to everyone, and it is simply incomprehensible. How on earth did he do it? Continue. Chu Yan looked at Zhao Wanli. The aura on his body began to rise slowly, and he lifted the Haoyan sword lightly in his hand, ready to strike. This Zhao Wanli seems to be the leader among the geniuses of the Zhao family, so he will be the next one. However, just when Chu Yan was about to make a move, suddenly, a special fluctuation flashed across the world. This fluctuation caused a familiar feeling in Chu Yan's heart, as if he had encountered it there before. Empress Shantian. In the next breath, Chu Yan immediately remembered, in the holy tomb of Mount Kuan, the body of the snow shadow. Turning his head suddenly, Chu Yan looked at a spiritual peak in the distance behind him. In the shadow of the large forest, it was the place where the breath had just flashed. She's here. Chu Yan never thought that the Empress Shantian was also lurking in the battleground of Godhead. What is she going to do? Frowning slightly, Chu Yan certainly knew that Empress Shantian was definitely not here to drink tea, chat, or watch the battle. I am afraid that something big is about to happen. Go. Zhao Wanli is so shrewd. Seeing Chu Yan distracted, he shouted urgently, and the power of blood in his whole body burst out instantly, and his body turned into a rainbow, flying towards the edge of the sky. If he doesn't leave it this time, when Chu Yan turns around later, if he wants to leave, he probably won't be able to. This Chu Yan's strength far exceeds his imagination. Up to now, he has fully understood that even if they are Zhao's geniuses, together with all the cultivators in the audience, they may not be Chu Yan's opponent. But on the other hand, this Chu Yan wanted to kill them with one sword, but it was easy. Damn it, this wild land of natives, where did such a character come from? Zhao Wanli fled all the way, but he was full of hatred and anger in his heart, roaring again and again. This time, the loss was huge, and the face was lost. If I knew it was like this, I shouldn't have come here at all. #C2800 Slaughter the world. Run away, hurry up. At this time, not only Zhao Wanli, but also Cheng Lingfeng, Yu Wendian, Tongshan Puppet and other talented cultivators were also frightened until their faces turned green, their eyes were full of fear, and they all turned around and fled in all directions. All kinds of body skills, flying spirit treasures, constantly sacrificed, all kinds of streamers across the sky, the speed is like lightning. At this moment, an astonishing scene appeared on the entire Godhead battlefield. One person, one sword, but the majestic geniuses of the God realm, the powerhouses of all the heavens and all powers of the 10 directions star region, all frantically ran for their lives as if the world was about to be destroyed, as if there was some terrifying existence behind them. This. Around the Godhead altar, the Dark Temple, Ouyang Nantian, Shenxingjia, Chang Tianhe, and others all looked dazed, looking at the crowd fleeing all over the sky. Their hearts were in a mess. Originally, they were worried that Chu Yan would encounter a terrible situation and crisis when he came this time. But now, it hasn't been long since Chu Yan appeared, and in less than half a stick of incense, the situation of the entire Godhead battlefield has been directly reversed. The world, number 1, genius. Bu Jingtian, Washenyan, Qing Muxue and other celestial beings of Xingtian Pavilion are the most aware of the strength of the 10 God realm geniuses. At this time, their eyes are wide open, their mouths are wide open, and they are completely stupid. Even if they are the supreme beings of the Tianbang, they will never be able to understand how a person's combat power can be so terrifying. I still want to go. Can I go? Above the sky, Chu Yan held a long sword, narrowed his eyes slightly, and the light in his cold eyes swept across the world. The next moment, the breath of the whole body exploded, and the power of the Qinglong Wuhun surged. Chu Yan was like a dragon, chasing Tongshan Puppet and others of the Yaozong with a murderous intent. Chu Yan, no. Ouyang Nantian seemed to have thought of something, his expression changed, and he shouted anxiously. In his opinion, Chu Yan has already won this battle of godhood, proving his strength to the world. Therefore, there is no need to kill them all. If that is the case, the entire 10 Directions starfield may be completely fried. At that time, the resulting situation will be extremely unfavorable to Chu Yan and Anai Shindao. Brother Ouyang, don't stop me. These people have set up tricks to threaten me and Anai Shindao several times, and death is not a pity. More importantly, in the past few years, they have hunted and killed me in the entire 10 Directions starfield. Now, how can I tolerate him? Chu Yan's voice resounded through the world, with an incomparably decisive tone, he shouted. Let him know, the price today. Good people are bullied, horses are bullied and ridden. In the past few years when Chu Yan entered Yinyang, entered Kuan Mountain, and cultivated the Fox clan, the major forces in the 10-star fields, under the leadership of Xingtian Pavilion, chased and killed him for more than 2 years. Patience has a limit, now is the time of reckoning. Ah. Ah. Ouyang Nantian and the others below looked up at the sky, only to see Chu Yan's figure, like a green dragon soaring across the sky. Sword lights radiated everywhere he passed, one figure after another fell from the sky, screaming pitifully, in an endless stream. Call out. A terrifying sword light cut through the void, like a rainbow star falling from the sky, and cut into the crowd of a dozen or so holy emperors who were frantically fleeing. The next moment, the figures of 5 or 6 holy emperors were directly pierced by the sword light, spraying blood all over the sky, and the stumps and broken arms flew in all directions. Dragon travels the world, fights in the sky. Chu Yan yelled like thunder, and the 5-element Shinqi in his body rushed out like a tide, poured into the Haoyan sword in his hand, turned into bright 5-color sword lights, and slashed towards the surrounding sky. From a distance, it looks like a terrifying thundercloud appeared in the sky, and the storm that was picked up swept all directions and enveloped the world. Ah! Amidst the screams, those powerful people from various forces who hunted and killed Chu Yan all over the world in the 10 Directions starfield on weekdays, continued to lose. In the entire Godhead battlefield, killings were rampant, and the world changed. Lei Kuang, death. Chu Yan's figure didn't stop at all, and every time he slashed out with his sword, he immediately swept down to one place, and instantly appeared in front of Emperor Lei Kuang. At this time, when he saw Chu Yan appearing in front of him, his face completely changed color with fright, and his whole body was trembling. I belong to Thunder Clan, you dare to touch me, you will. The whole body's scalp was numb, and both feet were trembling. It was as if Lei Kuang's mind and soul had been frozen, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. However, although it is incomplete, Chu Yan can naturally hear the threat in the words. Die. Chu Yan didn't bother to speak to him at all. He waved his sword and slashed out with a sword. The power rushed to the thunder, as fast as electricity, across the body of Emperor Lei Kuang. Stab it. The sound of a knife cutting blunt flesh sounded. Emperor Lei Kuang was killed on the spot. This Lei Kuang has fought against him many times, and even after joining Anai Shindao, he encouraged Lei Clan to fall to Xingtian Pavilion. There is no way such a trash villain can stay. Young patriarch of the Xi clan. As soon as he turned his head, Chu Yan saw that several strong men of the Hai clan were running wildly all the way, protecting their young patriarch. This Xi clan was an alliance formed by the Xuanhuan sword god and the Lei clan at a great price. Like today, Lei clan and Hai clan all stood on the side of Xingtian Pavilion, and during the period of their cultivation, they chased and killed themselves all over the world. Chu Yan, what are you going to do? My father is a strong man in the divine realm, you. Several big brothers of the Hai clan, as well as the young patriarch, all had pale faces, trembling pupils, and all were frightened, and they spoke directly. As the 7 great war clans among the Xi clan, of course there are experts in the god realm, and the patriarch of the Xi clan is a powerful person in the god realm. Now, they only have the opportunity to move out of their father, and make Chu Yan afraid. It's just that they looked at the blood-dripping sword in Chu Yan's hands, but their hearts were full of regret. If I knew this would be the result, I wouldn't rebel if I killed them. Boom. This time, Chu Yan didn't even bother to say a word, and when he raised his hand, a blast of Wan Lai Long Jin blasted out. The berserk golden dragon roared into the night, and wherever it passed, the bodies of those great emperors and holy emperors were directly smashed, blasted into flesh and blood, flying into the void. The next one is you. Chu Yan glanced at the large fireworks of flesh and blood blooming in front of him, then turned his head suddenly, looking in the direction of the next wave of forces. Call out! Call out! Call out! The figure is soaring into the sky, like a god-defying dragon, rushing past, the void trembles, and the thunder is endless. Chu Yan is in the sky, looking down, the 5 elements of true energy and sword intent all over his body, quickly condensed to frenzy of sword intent. Cut. After uttering one word, a storm of sword intent slashed out, bringing the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and slashed towards the 3 major forces including Changlingfang and the Golden Axe Emperor. Boom! Boom! Groups of flesh burst apart, life was cut off, and the corpses fell towards the Godhead battlefield below. In the eyes of Ouyang Nantian, Yu Linglong, and others who fell near the altar of Godhead, their expressions changed slightly. The powerhouses of the 3 major powers and the 7 great clans are all lost. #C2801 Snow Shadow returns. The entire Godhead battlefield was completely enveloped in blood and fire. At this time, the only ones who could still stand there and watch the battle were the troops from the Dark Temple and Against God, the team brought by Shen Xingjie and Chang Tianhe. However, even if they stood there and watched the battle in the sky, to be precise, it was a massacre. All of their faces were also full of horror. This is Godhead Wars. When did the Godhead War, known as the first battle in the 10 Directions Starfield, turn into a one-sided massacre? This has never happened before in the history of the Battle of Godheads. Moreover, up to now, the 3 major factions, the 7 major clans, and all the elite geniuses have been almost completely damaged. Changlingfang, the Golden Axe. Chu Yan above the sky didn't stop at all, like a peerless killing god, wherever he passed, a bloody road to the sky continued to extend. When he stopped again, he was already in front of the teams of Tianula and Hunyuanzong. Chu Yan. Please raise your hand high, we can talk about it. As long as you let us go this time, Hunyuan Palace and Tianyu Tower will unconditionally support Nashendo in the future, absolutely. Changlingfang and the Golden Axe Sage Emperor were terrified in their hearts, their hair stood on end, and the cold air rushed through their bodies, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing their blood. Die. Chu Yan waved the sword in his hand, and the light of the sword was like thunder, rushing out. These 2 forces, together with Xingtian Pavilion, whether it is the land of forbidden gods or other times, almost always act as pawns, wanting to put themselves to death. How could they keep them? As Jianguang passed, a large piece of flesh and blood crumbled, and the young master of the 13th floor of Tianyu, the true disciple of the Hunyuanzong Jinlong Sage Emperor, was also lost. This. In the sky in all directions, those big cultivators gasped when they saw this scene, and the despair and fear in their eyes became more and more intense. Facing such Chu Yan, the last trace of fighting spirit in their hearts completely collapsed. Now, they only think about running away. Escape from this hell, and you will never come back if you die. God's domain, genius. The next moment, Chu Yan turned his eyes and looked at several figures in golden robes. At this time, they had flown nearly 100 miles away, and the leader was Zhao Wanli. In an indigenous wasteland like ours, do you still need to escape? At a distance of hundreds of miles, Chu Yan's voice was clearly heard by Zhao Wanli and other geniuses of the Jiao family. Not good. Hearing this voice, Zhao Wanli and the other geniuses of the Jiao family were shocked in their hearts. Although he is a genius in God's domain and Zhao's imperial veins are good, but now, this monster like Chu Yan is too terrifying. Even if he invites down those powerful geniuses in God's domain, it is impossible for him to be his opponent, let alone himself. Originally, they thought that the 10 Directions starfield was just a barren land of natives, and it was impossible for any powerful existence to exist. That's why I'm planning to come here, once in a while. But now, even the chance to escape is gone. Blood sacrifice, to heaven and earth. Zhao Zuxian, with my essence and blood. In Zhao Wanli's eyes, a glint of sternness flashed across his eyes, he gritted his teeth, and directly performed the forbidden art of the Zhao family lineage, blood sacrifice to the soul. This move is a life-saving skill in the Zhao family's imperial veins, but at the same time, the damage to the cultivation base and the physical body is extremely huge. But now, in such a situation, if you want to survive, there is no other way but this trick. However, just as Zhao Wanli performed the blood essence sacrifice soul, suddenly, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Go away. Zhao Wanli's eyes were bloodshot, there was enough room for it, and now there are still people who dare to block his way. Without even thinking about it, waving his hand was a holy move, and he slammed straight at the body of the snow shadow. There is a Chu Yan chasing and killing him behind him, he can't beat him, there is no way, but now, there are other ants who dare to block his way of escape, isn't this courting death? Die. However, the body of the snowy shadow that was breathing in the cold air opened its jade mouth lightly, and drank out one word. Immediately afterwards, the overwhelming ice tide turned into a series of divine soldiers, and slashed down. God realm. Zhao Wanli was hit by an ice wave and almost fell from the sky, his eyes were full of horror. What's the situation? On the battlefield of godheads, how come there is another strong man in the God realm? Moreover, Zhao Wanli could sense within half a breath that the god-level powerhouse in front of him was much stronger than the ordinary gods in God's domain. In an indigenous wildland, there are so many terrifying existences there. At the back is a Chu Yan, who is comparable to the fifth heaven of God realm, chasing and killing him, and in front of him is another one who is almost equal to the powerhouse of the God realm, blocking the way. This world, is it crazy? Give me a run. After all, Zhao Wanli was a genius in God's domain. When Qianjun fired, his whole body was flushed with blood, and the martial soul roared behind him, and the taboo technique was instantly activated. Swish. When the ice tide fell, Zhao Wanli's body disappeared instantly on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already hid in the belly of a Lingfeng mountain 10 miles away, and his vitality completely disappeared without any overflow. In this state, it is impossible for even the breathtaking spirit array to be stronger than him. This stunt, which is similar to the breath of a turtle, can make him as stubborn as grass and trees, without any vitality, and escape any spiritual detection. Chu Yan. Above the sky, the snow shadow didn't react at all to Zhao Wanli, who disappeared in front of his eyes, but his pair of icy eyes looked straight at Chu Yan, who was rushing. Swish. Without a trace of stagnation, the snow shadow turned into electricity, like a bright lightning, across the sky, and shot straight towards Chu Yan. Who's that person? At the Godhead altar below, Ouyang Nantian and Yu Linglong were all startled when they saw the snowy figure. In this Godhead battlefield, there are still people who dare to attack Chu Yan. Wait a moment, I will fight with you. Above the sky, Chu Yan's figure turned sharply, chasing after a wave of forces, while his voice echoed. Swish. Chu Yan crossed his figure and appeared in a crowd of strong men. Waving his hand was a frenzy of sword intent, sweeping out. Boom! 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 The light of the sword was like thunder, exploding the sky and shattering the earth. The entire Godhead battlefield was full of scars. The Heavenly Soul Emperor, the Burning Sea Saint Emperor, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, the Green Demon Emperor and other geniuses from various forces, and even some prestigious existences, were all lost under the endless wave of sword intent. The entire sky has been completely stained red with blood. This day will definitely become a day that will be recorded in the annals of history forever in the history of the 10 Directions starfield. More than 2 years later, when Chu Yan reappeared, the entire 10 Directions starfield was shocked and trembling for a day. #C2802 The world is in chaos. Hundreds of millions of miles away, the holy temple of Xingtian Pavilion. Spirit of the Tao of Heaven, it's time to take a look at the situation on the battlefield of Godhead. Now, it should be almost over. The Spirit of Holy Heaven slowly opened his eyes from his cultivation, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, he looked at the Spirit of Heaven beside him, and said, It should be almost there. Hearing this, the Spirit of the Tao of Heaven also woke up and began to sense the heaven and the earth, and the rules of the Tao of Heaven shrouded in the direction of the Godhead battlefield. Because of the divine realm genius arranged by Xingtian Pavilion, entering the Godhead battlefield, the Spirit of Heaven completely covered the entire Godhead battlefield, and all divine senses were not allowed to investigate. Even the light curtains set up by the major chambers of commerce outside the Godhead battlefield and the 10 Directions starfield were all covered by the Tao of Heaven after the start of the 3rd level, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Moreover, in the battlefield of Godhead, a large amount of divine aura is shrouded. Even if it is the Spirit of Heaven, it will take a lot of effort to peep. Tian Dao Xian, 10,000 dermas gather, the spiritual gate opens, peeking. A mysterious wave of heaven and earth rushed out in an instant and merged into the void of the surrounding sky. The next moment, when the rules of heaven and earth merged with the spirit of the heavenly way, and when the situation in the Godhead battlefield was reported back, the spirit of the heavenly way just glanced at it, and the whole spirit body trembled suddenly, and the eyeballs almost flew out directly. What? How is this possible? Not only the Spirit of Heaven, but even the Spirit of Xingtian beside him was shocked. He stood up abruptly, looking at the light curtain in front of the Spirit of Heaven. He was stunned. All dead. In Nuada's temple, the 2 masters of the 10 Direction star field were all standing there with dull expressions, completely dumbfounded. At this time, in the light curtain in front of them, in the Godhead battlefield, there were corpses and broken limbs everywhere, and rivers of blood, except for some people near the Godhead altar. In the entire Godhead battlefield, there was a dead silence, and there were no figures. That's God's domain genius. Moreover, they are also 10 talented elites from Zhao clan's royal line in God's domain. Perhaps, these powerhouses in the 10 Directions starfield don't know what the genius of the Zhao family's imperial veins represents. However, as the Spirit of Heaven and Heaven, they are very clear about how powerful that is. But now, almost all of the 10 geniuses in God's realm, Zhao's imperial veins, were killed by Chu Yan. This is impossible. Xingtian Ling's face was full of shock, and his pupils kept trembling. Not bad. Impossible. In the temple, the figure of the divine Emperor Xingtian appeared, stood in front of the Holy Heaven Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit, and shouted. Zhao Wanli is still alive. In a mountainside, he used Zhao's unique skills and has already died. Oh. The spirit of Heaven's Tao was stunned, and quickly activated the rules of Heaven's Tao, and went to investigate me near the Godhead battlefield. In the next breath, the picture of the entire Godhead battlefield became clearer and clearer. Sure enough, in the belly of a spiritual peak, he saw Zhao Wanli, who was pale and trembling. Seeing Zhao Wanli, who had lost all arrogance compared to before and was terrified, the entire temple became dead silent in an instant. 2 heavenly spirits. In addition, the master of the Xingtian pavilion, the Emperor Xingtian, and the 3 giants with their feet on the starfield of the 10 directions, were completely silent at this moment. On the other side, the 7 great war clans, the demon sect general altar. An Aishan Dao is going to be completely finished this time. As long as Chu Yan dies, Xingtian Pavilion will definitely launch a final battle against an Aishan Dao, and the entire an Aishan Dao will be wiped out. Fortunately, at the beginning, sitting on the throne of the great demon, the master of the demon sect sneered and pondered in his heart. If it wasn't for the battle of the Godheads, he wouldn't have come out of the retreat at all, and had been waiting here for almost 10 days. However, when he was still thinking about how to fight for the interests of the demon sect with Xingtian Pavilion, suddenly, with a loud bang, the door of the main altar hall was knocked open by an extremely frightened figure. No. It's not good. Lord Demon Lord, something happened, young master, The demon lord, who was still angry at first, suddenly changed his face when he heard the word young lord, and stood up abruptly. With a pair of eyes, he stared fiercely at the elder who rushed in, and sternly shouted. Young master, what's the matter? Tell me. The one-word roar was like a thunderclap, which made the terrified elder tremble all over his body. He reacted instantly, and said quickly. Young master, his life jade talisman exploded. When this sentence fell to the ground, it was like the sky falling apart. The face of the demon master's great god twitched instantly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Impossible. My own son, the best genius in the entire demon sect, possesses countless spiritual treasures, and is protected by a large number of clan members, plus the support of Xingtian Pavilion and Tian Dao. How could something happen? Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? The demon master took a light breath and said coldly. Really? Young masters, Bloodscale Saint Emperor, Wanlu Great Emperor's life jade talismans, all exploded. When the elder's words sounded again, the face of the demon lord and great god completely changed. Because, just now, his spiritual consciousness had already scanned the location of the ancestral hall, and saw the scene that the elder said before him. Pieces of jade talismans representing the life breath of the tribe were all blown to pieces on the ancestral altar, including his son, Tongshan Puppet. How can this be? With a puff, the body of the demon lord, the great god, instantly collapsed on the throne of the great demon, his face full of horror. The demon sect is one of the 7 great war clans. Since he became the demon lord, there has never been a situation where the top powerhouse of the demon sect lost more than a dozen people at once. Even in the past, when fighting with other sects, at most 1 or 2 top combat powers would be lost. But at this moment, not only the demon sect, but also the other clans of the 7 great war clans, all kinds of roars continued to explode in their main hall. Gu Master, the young master's life Gu breath has been cut off. And the 7 great holy Gu masters are all finished. Patriarch, the spirit card of the young patriarch is broken. The elders of the holy emperor and the 3 great geniuses are all broken. Master Sea God, the sea pearl has lost all its aura. One after another shocking news was constantly passed on. The suzerain patriarchs and giants of the various forces in the entire 10 directions starfield received all kinds of news that made their hearts tremble and their expressions changed drastically at almost the same time. At this moment, at the same time, all the power leaders in the 10 directions starfield all had their seas of knowledge boiled, and their minds and souls changed. In less than 100 breaths, the entire martial arts world boiled instantly. For hundreds of thousands of years, all the forces in the world, at the same time, erupted with murderous intent and endless anger, sweeping the entire world. The shocking news not only happened among the major forces, but also spread rapidly throughout the entire 10 Directions starfield at an astonishing speed. From the ancient giants to ordinary warriors, as long as they heard the news, they were all shocked. #C2803 Battle of Shantian. The Fox clan, the Emperor Yuanqing and a large number of strong men appeared in the sky. Among the 7 war clans, the most low-key Fox clan, as soon as it appeared, a large group of Fox clan powerhouses scattered in all directions. Before everyone could react, a 10,000 beast formation that released a terrifying aura was instantly set up. Fox family. You. Lord Jin Xingfeng and other mainland giants were stunned when they saw this scene. The Fox clan, in the 10 Directions starfield, is probably as low-key as a 3rd or 4th-rate sect that they have never heard of. If it is normal, in any city in the 10 Directions starfield, pull over a warrior and ask him, "Have you heard of the Fox clan?" "Certainly." "Then tell me who is the patriarch of the Fox clan. Where is the mountain gate? What sect's unique skills?" This. There are 9 out of 10, and I can't answer at all. Even when the young patriarch Li Mingdao appeared beside Jin Xingfeng Lord, and the mainland giant looked stunned, the half-sacred realm is also considered a strong Fox clan. Regardless of the strength and reputation of the Fox clan, one thing can be confirmed anyway: the current Fox clan is obviously on the side with the Forbidden God Lord and the others, and they are here to help Chu Yan. In the eyes of Lord Jin Xingfeng, a murderous intent flashed. This time, he used all his strength to attack Chu Yan. No matter who it is, as long as he blocks it, he must die. Even if it is the Fox clan, there is no exception. However, just as he was about to order another shot, a large thundercloud exploded above the sky. Boom, boom. A large piece of sky collapsed in an instant, as if nearly half of the entire sky had completely collapsed. Countless rays of light poured down from the shattered sky, and a huge shadow like a continuous mountain range flew out of it. At this moment, the entire world was darkened, the sun's light disappeared instantly, and the whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness. "Hey, you guys want to touch Chu Yan? I have some opinions." An incomparably familiar voice sounded, and a huge golden sky Kuan appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, with a flash of sunlight, the body of the Kuan disappeared, and the figure of an emperor wearing a purple gold crown and robes looked at the mainland giants with a smile on his face. "Little ones, come out and play." Emperor Kuan waved his hand, and countless huge shadows appeared from the sky behind him, all of which were terrifying figures comparable to mountains. Ah! Ow! Ow! The group of Kuns roared, the sky trembled, and more than a dozen huge sky Kuns of various colors appeared on the body of the Emperor Kuan. Every time the Kuns twitched their tails, they would stir up a huge storm in the sky, filling the sky with spiritual clouds, blowing in all directions. Heaven! Sky Kuan clan! A look of astonishment appeared on the face of Lord Jin Xingfeng. He never expected that the Tian Kuan clan, one of the 3 supreme monster clans that had disappeared for countless years, would reappear. More importantly, the leader of the team turned out to be Emperor Kuan. This means that the entire Tian Kuan clan has become Chu Yan's helper. What is the relationship between the Fox clan, the primordial Sky Kuan clan, and the rebellion? All the cultivators and bosses watching the battle. He stared at the sky dumbfounded. A dozen giant-like Tian Kuan were roaming around the world with awe-inspiring aura. At this moment, some ancient bigwigs' eyes were blurred and their faces were full of excitement. Because they have all seen with their own eyes that when the ancient gods and demons fought, every time a celestial Kuan appeared in the sky, a primordial Protoss would descend. That was the world of martial spirits, the peak period of martial arts prosperity. Now it seems that the Fox clan and the Tiankuan clan must have become one with Anai Shindao. In this way, although everyone thought that Anai Shindao had declined after losing the Thunder clan and Sea clan alliance, it now appears that it is fundamentally stronger. Good, very good, excellent. Lord Jin Xingfeng looked at the Emperor Yuanqing and Emperor Kuan in front of him, and under the strong murderous intent in his eyes, a smile appeared on his face. Fox clan, Tiankuan clan, since you are looking for death and insist on helping Chu Yan, then today, let's exterminate the clan together. Boom, boom. As the words landed, behind the master of Jin Xingfeng, a large amount of divine power erupted at the same time, and countless spiritual treasures and artifacts fought together with the monstrous divine power, sweeping out like a terrifying sky wave. This time, it's a little troublesome. The Lord of Forbidden Gods looked solemn when he saw this wave of divine power coming. Forbidden God, old ghost, can you stand it? Emperor Kuan also asked with twitching corners of his eyes. You and I, together, should be able to stand up for a while. No more than half a stick of incense. The Lord of Forbidden God told the truth. Damn. How about I withdraw first, and you carry it first? The Kuan Emperor's face changed, and he said, My Kuan clan, there are only a few sky kuns that can be used, but they can't be smashed into my hands. The Tiankuan clan, the ancient gods and demons fought, were completely injured and almost wiped out. After hundreds of thousands of years of development, the number of grown-up Tiankans is no more than 13. This time Emperor Kuan directly brought 12 heads, which can be regarded as out of the family, but if all of them are lost here, the consequences. As long as you can withstand this period of time and let Chu Yan complete the fusion of godheads, everything will be worth it. The Lord of Forbidden Gods laughed. Hearing this, Emperor Kuan turned his head and looked at the altar of Godhead. Yeah. Nodding heavily, Emperor Kuan's face was full of determination. Chu Yan is merging the Godhead. At this time it is extremely important and must not be interrupted. Then let's fight. Ouch. Thousands of rays of light flickered on Emperor Kuan's body, and he turned into a huge golden sky Kuan again, rushing forward. Ow. 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 12 celestial kuns of various colors roared in unison when they heard the voice of the Kuan Emperor, forming an overwhelming force and charging towards the enemy. The Lord of the Forbidden Gods, with the 7 envoys of the Forbidden Gods, rushed straight up like a warrior with a towering divine light. The Emperor Yuanqing and a group of powerful fox tribes also showed their strongest combat power and joined the battle. All of a sudden, a terrifying war broke out in the entire world. All the warriors and bosses watching the battle in the audience turned pale with shock as they watched the battle in the sky. This level of battle has not occurred in the 10 Directions starfield for hundreds of thousands of years. The sky is full of powerful gods, countless artifacts and treasures, and Tian Kuan from the 3 major monster races. The entire sky was completely shattered in less than a few breaths, turning into a large piece of space-time turbulence, with black hole vortexes everywhere, and it was a scene of the end of the world. In an instant, everyone had an illusion, and even thought that the ancient war between gods and demons had started again. Huh. Chu Yan conferred the gods to prove the way, for my mortal life, it must not be destroyed. It seems that they were completely infected by this battle. In the void around them, those ancient giants who were originally hidden were all excited, soaring into the sky and joining the battle. Boom, boom. When the war broke out fiercely, suddenly, between the heaven and the earth, an extremely powerful aura struck and swept away like a gangster. This wave of power swept across the sky, causing the violent sky to stop fighting immediately, and everyone's eyes were turned to the sky. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C2804 Enhancement Plan. Chapter 2804. The 13 Godhead altars and 13 gold and stone Godheads were all in the hands of Chu Yan. Who can guarantee that among so many golden stone Godheads, there will not be a complete Godhead? Even if it can't be opened, all the Godhead fragments are added together, plus the previous inventory of Anishan Dao, maybe one can be fused together. At that time, Chu Yan will go through the God Emperor's thunder tribulation again, and from then on, he will take a step towards the sky, completely breaking away from the suppression of the rules of Heavenly Dao and Xingtian Pavilion. At that time, the Heavenly Dao of the 10 Directions Starfield, together with him, Xingtian Pavilion, and then want to deal with Chu Yan, the price they pay is likely to hurt them. Look, what's going on here? Suddenly, in the hall, the voice of the spirit of Heavenly Dao resounded, causing the Holy Emperor and the Spirit of Heaven to look at the light curtain in the hall at the same time. With just a glance, the faces of the 3 giants suddenly changed. I saw that in the light curtain, in front of Chu Yan, stood a snow shadow woman with an aura that was comparable to a god. On the other side, Chu Yan was wearing a tiger flame cloak, holding a long sword, and his fighting spirit broke out completely. This. Seeing Chu Yan in the light curtain, even the face of the Emperor Xingtian showed a look of surprise. That cloak is definitely an artifact. Moreover, at this time, Chu Yan's breath strength has improved significantly compared to when he slaughtered the audience before. That is to say, when Chu Yan killed all the people on the Godhead battlefield just now, he still did not use his full strength. Not only the 3 giants in the temple, but even the people present were all shocked. At this time on the battleground of godhood, Chu Yan, wearing a tiger-roaring cloak and holding a long sword, is as powerful as the god of war in heaven and earth, bowing down to the world. Brother Chu, you really are amazing again. Yu Linglong's big eyes were full of light, and her small face was full of excited shouts. That expression was even more exciting than her own, having retreated for 3 years, broke into the hell of the demon god's castle, and obtained the 7 extreme demon king body. In particular, she found that after Chu Yan had this cloak, he was even more handsome, and he was extremely cool. Huh. You. The avatar of Empress Xingtian in a snow skirt looked at Chu Yan with astonishment in her icy eyes. Compared with the last time, when he was in the holy tomb of Kunshan, this Chu Yan's combat power has improved so much. Kill. A roar exploded, the sound of thunder rolled, the sky trembled, and the endless fighting spirit surged like a raging sea. Chu Yan's figure instantly turned into a green dragon, swaying the sky full of tiger flames, and in the astonished eyes of everyone, it was like a shocking divine light, rushing towards the clone of Empress Xingtian. Last time, in the holy tomb of Kunshan, Chu Yan only fought a few tricks with Empress Xingtian, but today, it was a head-on battle. Frozen 8 locks. Seeing Chu Yan rushing, Empress Xingtian waved her jade hand, throwing a large wave of ice, like a world-killing ice storm, sweeping across the world and freezing it. A sword in the sky. Stepping out one step at a time, Chu Yan's figure crushed the ice crystals all over the sky, but he came directly in front of Empress Xingtian. The Haoyan sword in his hand was raised high, the light of the sword soared into the night, and he slashed down with a fierce sword. Boom, boom. This is an extremely terrifying battle, the power of which has already exceeded the limit of the cultivation base of the 10 Directions Starfield. In an instant, the violent battle above the sky, the countless air waves that exploded, blasted the entire Godhead battlefield to be riddled with holes, the sky cracked, the ground sunken, and countless huge cracks extended in the Lingfeng mountain range. All the rules of heaven and earth, all the laws of the avenue, were all smashed into powder in this battle. The turbulent flow of time and space exploded everywhere, and the world was in chaos. Quick retreat. Even if they hid far away, the peak powerhouses of the 3 great powers and the 7 great clans watching the battle all turned pale with fright when they saw this scene, and quickly retreated again. The wave of residual energy just now almost caused their bodyguards to collapse directly. If they don't retreat anymore, I'm afraid that some of them will be directly killed by the remaining energy of these battles. The horror of this battle has far exceeded their imagination. What's more, these top experts in the 10 Directions starfield don't even have the qualifications and strength to watch the battle. It can be said that the power emanating from this battle has surpassed the power between two ordinary god-level powerhouses, and it is extremely terrifying. The Holy Heaven God Emperor, Heavenly Tao Spirit, Holy Heaven Spirit, and the 3 giants in the temple were completely dumbfounded when they saw the battle scene in the light curtain. Who is Empress Shantian? That is the mid-level god powerhouse who is enfeoffed and respected in the realm of the gods. Although it is only a clone, its combat power can definitely sweep away the strong in the god realm. Has this Chu Yan's combat strength reached such a terrifying level? Now, I am afraid that among the major forces in the 10 Directions starfield, the ordinary god-level powerhouses will have nothing to do with Chu Yan. With such astonishment, the faces of the 3 giants were all dark. However, if they know that there are hundreds of 5-element spiritual sources in Chu Yan's body, and they can explode again, they will probably go crazy. Back then, Empress Xuanhuan's combat power was no more than this. The spirit of the holy sky exhaled a long breath, and said softly, "Fortunately, this time the rules of the Godhead battlefield have been forcibly changed by us. It is impossible for Chu Yan to open many Godhead fragments. If you want to get a sufficient number of Godhead fragments with 13 golden stone Godheads, you don't even have to think about it." On this point, the 3 giants have long been used as the last means to deal with Chu Yan, and they have made arrangements in advance. In the Godhead Stone Forest, all the golden stone Godheads have been sealed. Moreover, the Spirit of Heaven controlled all the heaven and earth thunder calamity, and it was impossible for Chu Yan to cross the calamity without his permission. If you can't cross the catastrophe, you can't really step into the realm of the gods, let alone conferred gods. Although Chu Yan is very strong now, the upper limit has been completely banned by them, and no matter how strong he is, he can't go there. No. Xing Tianshandi's face was gloomy, but he shook his head and said, "This is not enough. We must improve the plan. The Divine Emperor Xing Tian is the absolute ruler in the 10 Directions starfield, even in the god's domain, he is still one step away from becoming a god. So, relying on God's domain, he knows very well what such a terrifying genius means. No matter what kind of rules and restrictions, suppression methods, it is better to let him completely lose, come insurance. Never leave any trouble behind. Improve. How to improve? The Holy Heaven Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit all turned their heads to look at the Holy Heaven Emperor. At all costs. This is up to you. The Divine Emperor Xing Tian looked straight at the Spirit of Heaven, and continued to say, "No matter how much you lose, I, Xing Tian Pavilion, will definitely not let you suffer, and both of us will bear it." This time, he killed all the heirs of the various forces. This is an opportunity. We must unite all the forces, and do it together. Next, I will take action myself, break through the Godhead battlefield, and kill Chu Yan. When this sentence landed, the Holy Heaven Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit immediately looked shocked. Do it yourself. #C2805 Do your best. The words of the Holy Emperor completely stunned the Holy Heaven Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit. It's not just me, you all go with me. The Holy God Emperor went on to say. Together. This time, the Spirit of Heaven and the Spirit of Xing Tian were completely shocked. If the 3 giants of the 10 Directions starfield attacked together, it would be enough to destroy even half of the starfield. Even to deal with this Chu Yan. You guys, what do you say? Emperor Xing Tian looked at the 2 of them and asked intently. Forcibly breaking through the battlefield of the Godhead will definitely cause the backlash of countless divine powers in the battlefield of the Godhead. This is not the most important. The point is, because the spirit of heaven breaks the rules, the entire spirit body, including the deity, may be impacted, and the divine power will be greatly damaged. No. No. Sure enough, the spirit of heaven shook his head directly, his face pale. Breaking the boundary wall of the Godhead battlefield, the divine power in it will backfire. Not only me, but also the spirit envoy of the heavenly Tao will be affected, and the damage to the original spiritual power is immeasurable. This loss is too great. Although the 10-direction star field is under the complete control of the spirit of heaven, there are still some special existences. The previous masters of forbidden gods, including the Godhead battlefield in front of us, no matter which one they were, existed independently and were not controlled by the spirit of heaven at all. Although there is a handover with his rules, if you forcefully break through, you will definitely be counterattacked by the opponent. You dare to reject me? Hearing the answer from the spirit of the Tao of heaven, the face of the divine emperor Xingtian turned icy cold in an instant. Seeing the expression of the divine emperor Xingtian, the spirit of heavenly Tao couldn't help but tremble. That's all. Give me your compensation first, and all major forces must be present to share the backlash. Maybe you can give it a try. The premise is that your compensation must be able to make up for the loss of me and the heavenly Tao spirit envoy. To him, the method of the holy heaven god emperor, although there are losses, is the safest. The three giants personally took action. Even if they only used a few % of their strength, it would be enough to kill that Chu Yan and prevent future troubles forever. For this reason, even if you lose some and take some risks, it is worth it. Don't worry. Although you and I belong to different groups, since we joined forces for the same purpose, we won't lose you. The corner of Xingtian Shindi's mouth raised, and he spoke. Xingtian, I will leave the rest of the matter to you. Hearing this sentence, the Holy Spirit, who was standing aside, quickly nodded and said, Good. In the next breath, countless orders from the gods shot out from the body of the Holy Spirit, rushing towards the 10-direction star field and the entire world. Plan. Soon, the 3 major factions and the 7 major clans, except for the Dark Temple, all received messages from the Holy Heavenly Spirit. Everyone was shocked when they heard the voice of the Holy Spirit. Just because, this plan is too terrifying. Chu Yan's combat power has reached a level that can threaten other than our Xingtian pavilion. Any sect forces in the 10-direction starfield, don't forget that there is God-defying Tao behind him. If you let him get the Godhead this time, none of you will be able to escape, so we must join hands too. The voice of the Holy Heaven's Spirit resounded in the sea of consciousness of all powerful figures, fully telling the plans of the Holy Heaven God Emperor. Okay. Let's listen to Lord Xingtian and let Chu Yan pay for his life. That's right. Our demon sect, let's go immediately. This son is damned, he must not stay, our Si clan and Lei clan will not let him go. After a period of time, the major forces quickly reached a consensus, driven by all kinds of hatred and murderous intent. The fire of revenge ignited at the same time. At this moment, the fire of anger was completely ignited, and the big bosses of every force were clamoring to make Chu Yan pay with blood. After roaring this sentence, it sounded like revenge for their own son or disciple, but in fact, they knew it very well in their hearts. The reason why the joint venture was completed in such a short period of time is entirely because of the words of the Holy Spirit. If he gets the Godhead this time, none of you can escape. In the 2 years before Chu Yan appeared, all their forces united to suppress and hunt down Chu Yan and Anai Shindao. Now, Chu Yan has returned strongly, and his strength has skyrocketed. If Chu Yan is really allowed to obtain the Godhead and complete the Godhood in this battle of the Godhead, what will be the result? This point, there is no need for the Holy Spirit to remind them, they are all very clear. If it is light, you will pay a heavy price, and you will never recover from it. If it is serious, maybe the whole clan will be exterminated directly, and there will be no more life from then on. No matter which result it is not what they want to see or accept, so the best way now is to kill Chu Yan before he can become a god. Boom. 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 In less than 100 breaths, in the mountain gate where the 3 major forces and the 7 great clans are located, a series of shocking divine lights rushed up, countless powerful auras, and a terrifying spirit treasure came out suddenly. At this moment, outside the 10-direction star field, in the endless chaotic star field, the body of snow shadow that had been traveling through the chaotic star field and descending towards the 10-direction star field suddenly stopped. I saw, not far in front of her, a golden continent of stars appeared. Then the mainland is the place where she was born, and it is also the place where she started to ascend to the god realm. 10-direction star field. Let's start. Formation. With one order, a group of powerful figures behind her all took the order. Follow the order. The divine seal decree like a tide, the breath of holy light, rushed out, and spread like a tide in the junction area between the golden continent and the chaotic star field. In just a few hours, it turned into a monstrous formation, assembled an incomparably huge divine net, and shrouded it towards the mainland plain, sealing the heavens, suppressing the mortal world. Even if it is the entire plain continent, once it is covered by this large formation, it will be completely independent of the Wuhun world. Attack the boundary wall. Shuiying looked coldly, glanced over, and gave the order again. Boom. 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 Following her order, in the formation, countless divine lights rushed up, and all the terrifying powerhouses shot together and blasted towards the 10-direction star field continent. During the attack all over the sky, the boundary wall, between the 10-direction starfield and the chaotic starfield trembled loudly. This scene that happened in the chaotic star field cannot be felt at all in the 10-direction star field. At this time, in the Godhead battlefield, the battle of Chu Yan's Empress Xiantian avatar is still going on fiercely. As the battle progressed, all of Chu Yan's Emperor Seal Dao maps were displayed, and the burst of combat power was extremely astonishing. It was also relying on the map of the Emperor's Seal and the Tiger's Roar cloak that Chu Yan, at this time, completely suppressed the avatar of Empress Xiantian. Very strong. As expected of Empress Xiantian. Chu Yan looked at Empress Xiantian in front of him with a pair of thunderous eyes and a wave of war. This avatar, due to the restrictions of the Godhead battlefield rules, only has the strength of the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. But just like that, he still fought with him for so long. A clone has such great strength, it can be seen how terrifying the combat power of the deity will be. #C2806 Heaven is angry. But for Chu Yan, the benefits of this battle to him are also enormous. After cultivating yin and yang, climbing Kunshan, and getting the tiger roaring cape, Chu Yan's strength has improved a lot. It is also because of this that there are too few opponents who can make him fight with all his strength. But now, the battle with this Empress Xuantian's avatar has completely exploded his strength. The battle of life and death is always the best method and way for warriors to improve their combat power. Therefore, as long as he continues to fight, Chu Yan's combat power will continue to improve. At least now, Chu Yan has a new understanding of the Sword of the Sky. The Sword in the Sky is a combat skill that Chu Yan combined with his own strength and created by himself, which is the most suitable for him. But now, with the continuous improvement of strength, although the power of this sword will become stronger, it is no longer able to fully exert the stronger power of the sword. If you want to break through, you can only understand it in actual combat. Boom, boom. Suddenly, between the heaven and the earth, there was a dull thunder, rolling and resounding. The suppressed and shredded laws of heaven and earth, and myriad mana suddenly began to surge, as if a volcano was trembling. Is it time? Empress Xuantian's avatar was slightly stunned, her icy eyes swept across the sky, and then her jade hands flipped, forming a series of divine seals. The next moment, her figure disappeared instantly like the air dissipating. What happened? Seeing Empress Xuanhuan's avatar disappear in front of her eyes, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. She hides in this godhead battlefield, and she makes a move at the last moment. Doesn't she say she wants to fight her life and death? How come he just left all of a sudden? Then what's the point of her coming here? Could it be? Concentrating and pondering, Chu Yan's consciousness was like lightning, and all kinds of guesses and thoughts rolled in the sea of consciousness. There must be some sudden situation, so she left in a hurry. I'm afraid it has something to do with her true deity. It may be a good thing for Chu Yan that the enemy left, but the murderous intent hidden behind it still makes Chu Yan feel more dignified. After this battle, Chu Yan became more aware that Empress Xuanhuan herself is extremely strong. Time up. At this moment, between the heaven and the earth, the figure of the presiding divine envoy appeared, and between the heaven and the earth, an extremely majestic voice sounded. The battle of godheads is over. Presiding over the godhead is also the transformation of a remnant soul who has lost the godhood in this godhead battlefield, and has its own spiritual wisdom. From the beginning to the end, he was completely shocked when he watched Chu Yan appear and kill the quartet. This battle of godheads is unprecedented. Boom, boom. Almost at the moment when the presiding godhead appeared, the 13 godhead altars below trembled in unison, bursting out with a myriad of divine lights, reflecting the entire godhead world into a colorful fairyland world. Hundreds of miles away, the great emperors of the various forces who were still alive and watching the battle instantly felt that the world of the godhead battlefield was filled with extremely strong divine breath. 13 godhead altars burst out with divine light at the same time. The 13 golden stone godheads rose together. However, when everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at the 13 golden stone godheads, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. I saw that among the 13 pieces of gold and stone godheads, there were 11 pieces. When they were about to leave the altar of godheads, they suddenly trembled and fell back to the altar of godheads. Following that, all the divine lights on the 11 godhead altars dimmed instantly. Only the 2 godhead altars were still shining with divine light, and the 2 golden stone godheads slowly rose into the air. What? How did this happen? Everyone's face changed in unison, all of them were shocked. The 13 altars are the 13 gold and stone godheads. But now, there are only 2 yuan. Chu Yan, you have killed countless people in the battlefield of godheads, and your blood debts are overwhelming. I hereby issue a verdict, deducting 11 pieces of gold and stone godheads, and the final reward, 2 pieces. The voice of the Spirit of Heaven resounded in the sky of the godhead battlefield. At the same time as the will of the heavenly Tao descended, the spirit of the heavenly Tao had already left the battlefield of the godhead. At this time, he suddenly opened his mouth, just to see how many godhead fragments Chu Yan can produce. If it is bad, there is no need to pay a huge price to forcefully break through the heavenly godhead battlefield and kill Chu Yan. Heavenly judgment. All the great emperors who were watching the battle instantly understood, and at the same time, there was a smile on their faces. Offended all the forces in the 10 direction star field, and also offended Xingtian Pavilion and Tiandao. Let's see which got you Chu Yan. Only you are worthy of judging me. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was calm, without any change, and he sneered and said, Spirit of Godhead, listen to my orders, Qi. With a shout, the 11 guardian spirits roared in unison on the 11 altars of godheads that had been completely dimmed. They swung their divine soldiers and slashed at the altars of godheads. Boom! 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 11 airwaves exploded, and the pillars of divine light shot up into the sky again on all the godhead altars. The 11 pieces of gold and stone godheads that had fallen back to the altar of godheads broke through the rules of heaven and earth and soared into the sky again. What? The expression of the spirit of heaven changed drastically in an instant. The Jinsher Godhead actually broke free from his own control and broke the forcibly changed rules of heaven. How can this be? He, the spirit of the Tao of heaven, is still here. How could these golden and stone godheads break the shackles of the rules of the Tao of heaven? Could it be? Even the current Chu Yan would never be able to break the rule seal imposed in the Godhead stone forest. Unless there is a powerful divine power that exceeds the upper limit of the power of the 10-direction star field and reaches the level of the gods, it can be destroyed. How did this Chu Yan do it? Could it be that there is something in him that is comparable to the power of conferred gods? Good. Good. Very good. The face of the spirit of heaven's Tao instantly became extremely ferocious, and the eyes staring at Chu Yan became bloody. Chu Yan, this time, even if you lose half of your origin, I will let you die in the battlefield of Godhead. The killing intent in his heart almost reached an unprecedented peak. The power of this Chu Yan has reached the level of being able to interfere with his own control of the 10-direction starfield, so he must not stay. Now, don't worry about it at all. How did Chu Yan do it? It is absolutely impossible for a kid who can break the rules of heaven and affect his status and power to allow him to exist. Heaven seems to be angry. Near the Godhead altar, Yu Linglong and the others were all surprised when they heard the words of the Spirit of Heaven. Everyone, thank you for your help. Chu Yan bowed his hands in gratitude to Yu Linglong, Ouyang Nantian, Chang Tianhe, Shen Xingjia, and others who were present. I only need 4 pieces of gold and stone Godhead here, the rest. Originally, Chu Yan wanted to give all the remaining 7 yuan to Yu Linglong and the others, but when he thought of the 7 divine spirits among the Godhead stone spirits, Chu Yan said, Godheads have spirits, let them decide for themselves. #C2807 Thousands gather. Of the 13 gold and stone Godheads, Chu Yan collected 4 of them, and threw the remaining 7 directly into the air. When he was in the Godhead stone forest, the 9 spirits of the Godhead had told him that the Godhead had spirits, and they would choose the most talented and most suitable geniuses by themselves. Now, in front of Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, Ouyang Nantian, Shen Xingjia, Chang Tianhe, Little White Bear, and Situ Yang, who is not talented. Because Chu Yan is not worried at all that these 7 gold and stone Godheads will fail. Swish. The next moment, seeing the 7 gold and stone Godheads flying towards Ouyang Nantian and the others, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he went directly to the top of a Godhead altar, and laid out the 4 gold and stone Godheads in his hand. Boom. 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 With a wave of his big hand, true energy gushed out, smashing all 4 gold and stone Godheads in front of him. A large piece of golden light suddenly flashed out, like a golden meteor, shooting directly towards Chu Yan's body. Almost without other people seeing clearly, all the fragments of Jinsher Godhead disappeared in Chu Yan's body. The next moment, a faint golden light overflowed from Chu Yan's body, and at the same time, a large amount of spiritual energy fluctuated in the void, constantly rippling. Humph. I'll find you later. Yu Linglong, who was going to come up and have a good chat with Chu Yan, stomped her feet and gritted her silver teeth lightly when she saw this scene. I have been in seclusion for more than 2 years, but Chu Yan didn't send me a message. This guy didn't even look for him. Yu Linglong is very angry. You know, this time in the hell assessment of the God and Demon Fortress, it was almost a narrow escape to get the 7 Extreme Demon King physique. During the hell assessment, when going through various situations of life and death, Yu Linglong would always see the figure in the black robe fluttering in front of her eyes. However, seeing that Chu Yan was merging the fragments of the Godhead, she didn't dare to disturb Chu Yan's cultivation, so she didn't say anything else. Then, the 7 gold and stone Godheads flashed across the crowd, releasing golden rays of light. These Jinsher Godheads, as Chu Yan said, have completely independent will, and among the large group of geniuses, they choose suitable successors. At the same time, outside the battlefield of Godheads. Crash! Above the vast and boundless Godhead battlefield, the entire sky began to tremble. All kinds of ancient and magical powers reverberated between the heaven and the earth, and a large illusory image emerged. The battle of the Godheads is over. Is this going to be announced to the world? The bigwigs from various forces gathered around the surrounding spirit peaks, looking at the anomaly in the sky above the Godhead battlefield. They all said in surprise. The battle of Godheads is finally over. They waited for days and nights, and the results will be announced soon. This kind of waiting was extremely tormenting, making them walk back and forth like ants on a hot pan. Boom, boom. At this moment, between the sky and the earth, a huge light group exploded, like a sky curtain, soaring towards the sky. This is an extremely huge light curtain that almost occupies half of the sky. But within the light curtain, what appeared was Yu Linglong. Chang Tianhe, Shen Xingjia, Situ Yang, Little White Bear, and 2 other great emperor powerhouses were selected by gold and stone godheads, and a large number of divine breaths flashed on their bodies. On the other side, on a tall altar of godhood, on the body of the black-robed figure, 4 rays of divine light flickered in unison. Look! It's Chu Yan. Oh my God, he got 4 gold and stone godheads. It's too powerful. This time, he will definitely become a god. Ha ha ha, the strongest genius in the history of the Godhead battlefield has only obtained 2 gold and stone godheads. Chu Yan will definitely succeed this time. Everyone saw the situation in the sky, and instantly became extremely excited, and the shocking exclamation sounded like a sea tide, boiling. Although the bigwigs from all sides were unable to enter the Godhead battlefield, many of them supported Chu Yan. Therefore, when they finally waited for the final result, all their anxiety exploded in an instant. All kinds of cheers gathered together, like a wave of earth-shattering sound, even the sky trembled. Although everyone outside of the Godhead battlefield didn't know that the Spirit of Heaven had appeared in the Godhead battlefield just now, and began to use various methods to cut off Chu Yan's chance to cross the catastrophe, but they only know that this step that Chu Yan took is an important step that Shifeng Starfield has been waiting for countless years. Great! This time, the situation in the 10 Directions Starfield is finally about to change. Every supporter of Chu Yan is a force or warrior who is dissatisfied with Xingtian Pavilion, or in his heart, or in performance. After all, in order to win over the 3 major forces and the 7 major clans, Xingtian Pavilion suppressed ordinary forces and warriors, keeping him under pressure almost all the time. In such an environment, not to mention development, even survival, is a respite. But it's different now. As long as Chu Yan confers the gods in one fell swoop, the gods will rise against the sky. At that time, they will respond together, and maybe they can directly overthrow the behemoth Xingtian Pavilion. At that time, the martial spirit world in the 10 Directions Starfield will completely restore fairness, and all forces and warriors will have the opportunity to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. And all of this must start from Chu Yan now, one step at a time. As expected of being number 1 in the world, Chu Yan will definitely succeed this time. Countless cultivators all stared at the sky nervously, looking at the figure of Chu Yan on the altar of Godhead, all tensed up, their hearts raised in their throats. However, at this moment, above the sky, a sudden change occurred. Call. 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 There was a tsunami-like sound of piercing through the air, and the ear-piercing screams were connected together, like a large flock of birds attacking directly. A large piece of light, shining with astonishing light, is like a star, flying towards the battlefield of Godhead. This is the light of the artifact. The big bosses present are all powerful from various forces, and there are even many ancient beings. When they glanced at them, their faces changed in shock. Because that is not 1 or 2 artifacts. Looking at the brilliance of the stars, there are at least 5 or more artifacts, and more than a dozen fake artifacts. Could it be that all the artifacts in the entire 10-direction starfield have appeared? You must know that although the 3 major forces and the 7 major clans all have some artifacts, it is impossible to take out those things at will. Boom. 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 In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. On the Godhead battlefield, the sound of thunder and thunder continued to explode. One after another, cracks in the sky were torn open before the Godhead battlefield, and powerful figures one after another, as well as terrifying artifacts, released monstrous divine power and appeared in front of everyone. In less than 100 breaths, all the terrifying auras from the sky came. The entire Godhead battlefield was swept and shrouded by countless waves of divine splendor, as if all the gods and immortals descended together. #C2808 Boom. Not only in front of the eyes, but also in the distant sky, there are still rays of light, flying in a hurry. Each ray of light represents a powerful spiritual weapon, or the terrifying aura of a strong man. What's the situation? Seeing this scene, all the casual cultivators in the audience turned pale with shock, their scalps were scratched, and their pupils trembled. There are too many artifacts and various heavenly treasures appearing here. There are so many that everyone can't believe that there are so many treasures in the 10-direction starfield. Swish. 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 However, an even more astonishing scene almost knocked them out of their consciousness. I saw that above the sky, an ancient spirit array released a terrifying aura, and powerful figures stepped out of the spirit array and appeared in the sky. Even the divine artifacts and spiritual treasures all over the sky became pale in the face of these terrifying existences. The sect master of the demon sect, the patriarch of the sea clan, the great sacrifice of the thunder clan, the great nether sky of the soul clan, etc., all of them are god-level experts from the 7 great war clans and first-class top sect forces, all of them arrived together. You must know that these top sects in the 10-direction starfield, the suzerain-level bosses, rarely appear in front of the world. In addition to cultivation, it is retreat, occasionally appearing, and it can only be in the sect. Such a big boss doesn't need to travel around like ordinary warriors, break into Jedi, and cultivate secret realms to obtain resources and improve his cultivation. His cultivation in the divine realm has almost reached the pinnacle of martial arts in the 10-direction starfield, but as a suzerain boss, do you still need to worry about resources? Therefore, when the 7 great clans, together with several powerful suzerain bosses, appeared outside the Godhead battlefield at the same time, everyone in the audience was in an uproar. What's even more frightening is that among the group of giants from the mainland, the leader is Lord Jin Xingfeng. The head of the 7-star lords of Xingtian Pavilion, the most powerful Lord Jin Xingfeng, how could he appear here? This. All the powerhouses watching the battle, including the ancient giants, looked up at the sky with sudden expressions on their faces. The patriarch of the suzerain, the great powers of the gods, 5 or 6 artifacts, and more than a dozen heaven-level spiritual treasures. These forces will not be dispatched by the whole sect. In the next breath, almost everyone thought of something, and their expressions changed, and their faces were full of shock. 7 great clans, the whole sect is dispatched. What does this represent? In the 10-direction starfield, the 3 major forces and the 7 great clans almost included more than half of the top sect forces, and now, almost half of them came. In the history of millions of years, apart from the ancient gods and demons that swept across the mainland, and only when Empress Xiantian went to God's domain, such a terrifying lineup would appear. Now, such a lineup reappeared, and there could be no other reason at all. It must be aimed at Chu Yan, who had just obtained the Jinshi Godhead in the Godhead battlefield. It is reported that Chu Yan killed the heirs of all forces in the Battle of the Gods. An ancient giant took another look at his summons talisman, and said softly, "What?" Hearing these words, the faces of the strong spectators and big bosses all changed drastically. although each of them knows that Chu Yan's strength is extremely powerful. However, they never thought that Chu Yan's strength would be so strong. However, if the news is true, then there is only one reason for these mainland giants to come here. On the one hand, it is for revenge, and more importantly, it is not possible to let evildoers like Chu Yan grow up and threaten their existence in the future. Therefore, the current Chu Yan has reached the level of threatening the major power giants in the mainland, which is why these mainland giants are attracted to come together. It's now, everyone, let's make a move. The master of Jinqing Peak glanced across the Godhead battlefield, the large group of god palaces, ignoring the crowds of people watching the battle, and directly spoke to all the mainland giants around him. Good. After hearing the words, the mainland giants of all major forces nodded in unison without any hesitation, and the aura surged from all over their bodies, and divine power came forth mightily. One after another handprints condensed, and countless Lingbao brilliance surged. In the blink of an eye, the mainland giants shot at the same time. Boom, boom. Nearly 9 giant heads from the mainland shot together, and the terrifying power of the gods was connected together, turning into a monstrous torrent, picking up the mighty tide of nearly 100 feet high, like the whole sky smashing down, towards the Godhead battlefield below, crashing drop. In an instant, there was an earth-shattering loud noise in the whole world. All the cultivators present felt that their ears had been shattered. The ground under their feet, the sky above their heads, and the mountains in the distance all trembled and shook. This is... Everyone, looking at the devastating scene in front of them, was dumbfounded. What are they doing? Could it be that the Godhead battlefield is going to be directly blasted away? Roar. Roar. Sudden attack. In the battlefield of the Godhead, a large piece of earth-shattering roar exploded directly, and a series of terrifying figures rose from the battlefield of the Godhead. Heavenly profound earth law, myriad realms kanglings, God as spirit, sun and moon as flowers, open. The 9 continental giants, with their Sanskrit voices like thunder, sang aloud, and at the same time they shot again, blasting a powerful divine power on the battlefield of Guansheng. Boom, boom. There was another earth shaking, and the exploding air wave swept through the 9 heavens, covering even the light of the sun and the moon. Click. An extremely crisp sound sounded, as if something between the heaven and the earth was broken. All the warriors and bosses present looked up together with bluish-white faces. I saw that a huge dark crack suddenly appeared on the group of divine palaces, and a large number of divine breath winds rushed out of the crack, sweeping the world. This large area of divine breath and wind seems to carry incomparably pure power, giving people a sense of shock that makes the soul tremble. It seems that the time and space after the rift is completely different from the world they are in now. Godhead battlefield, broke through. The bosses watching the battle looked at the world of time and space behind the huge void rift with trembling eyes. Of course they know that the Godhead battlefield is completely independent in the 10 directions star field. Even the powerful power of God's domain, and the rules of heaven, can't affect it in any way. Are they crazy? Why did they blast the Godhead battlefield? No, could it be? In an instant, a look of shock flashed in all the eyes at the same time, and their expressions changed drastically. It's not too late, let's do it. Without waiting for everyone to react, the terrifying figures in the sky shouted in unison and directly ordered. In the next moment, all the artifacts and heavenly spirit treasures behind them erupted with shocking aura, and frantically activated with incomparably terrifying power. They're going to. Facing the sky full of artifacts and heaven-level spirit treasures, they activated them at the same time, resulting in a terrifying power that made everyone present feel as if countless mountains appeared between the sky and the earth, completely suppressing the entire world. And these mountains, just need to fall lightly, can directly crush everyone into powder. Add bookmark for easy reading. Recommend the new book of Urban Master Lao Shi. Hashtag C2809 broken. Boom. 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 All the fighters in the audience could clearly see that the divine weapons and heavenly treasures all over the sky burst out together, blasting out a series of terrifying divine lights, blasting towards the towering shadows that were rising deep in the Godhead battlefield. It was as if the entire sky was exploding, and countless divine lights rushed in like a tide, colliding with those majestic and terrifying shadows. It looked like there were countless magic soldiers bombarding a mountain range at the same time. The earth-shattering scene is simply unimaginable. After 10 breaths of time, the violent thunderclaps subsided slowly. Those majestic shadows that had stood up from the depths of the Godhead battlefield continued to dissipate. Immediately afterwards, the huge void crack that was opened by the crack before was also blasted into a huge canyon crack, and a large piece of light projected from the crack, dazzling like the sun. However, after everyone got used to the dazzling light, they tried their best to open their eyes and looked into the crack. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Because, at this glance, they actually directly saw the scene in the battlefield of the Godhead. Then, that's the eldest lady of the Dark Temple. Oh my God, the Emperor Daohe, is he merging the Godhead? Look at the top, is that on the altar Chu Yan? That's right. It's Chu Yan, he's in the Godhead battlefield, and we actually saw the situation in the Godhead battlefield. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, all the powerhouses and bosses present couldn't believe it. At this moment, they saw the Godhead battlefield with their own eyes. What's the situation? Not only the people outside the Godhead battlefield looked shocked, but even the people inside the Godhead battlefield also showed stunned expressions from time to time. However, when they saw the huge scar-like crack above the sky, all of them changed their expressions drastically. The passage has been opened, rush in, and kill Chu Yan. Master Jin Xingfeng's face was full of smirks, and his eyes were fixed on the altar. The black figure gave a loud order. Boom. 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 Basically, there was no order from Jin Xingfeng Lord at all. Almost at the moment when the Godhead battlefield was blasted away, the top leaders of the 7 great war clans, with their unparalleled red eyes, instantly found Chu Yan on the Godhead altar. The endless frenzy of killing intent rushed out at the same time, sweeping the world, and everyone was urging their true energy and practicing their skills. The next moment, the mainland giants of the 7 great clans, a strong man in the divine realm, and countless holy emperor powers rushed forward with a terrifying aura, covering the entire world. They blasted the Godhead battlefield to kill Chu Yan. At this time, even those ancient giants who were hiding in the void surrounding the Godhead battlefield were all shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Breaking through the Godhead battlefield. It's crazy. In the eyes of all the cultivators, there was shock and disbelief. Godhead battlefield, what kind of existence is that? It can be said that it is almost recognized as the first place of inheritance in the 10 Directions starfield, just because of the number of Godheads in it. It made countless people jealous. As long as one can obtain a complete Godhead, one can become a god in one fell swoop and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. After the great war of ancient gods and demons, the road to God's domain was cut off, and the Godhead battlefield has almost become a holy place in the hearts of all warriors. Such an existence, you can enter it if you want to. It only opens once every 10,000 years, and the number of Godhead fragments that appear each time is just a little bit. And during the 10,000 years when it was closed, there were as many big bosses circling the Godhead battlefield as they wanted to sneak in. But now, it was actually broken open. It's over. Chu Yan is dead. All the strong men and big bosses present, after a brief shock, all reacted, and their faces changed instantly. Xingtian Pavilion's attack this time actually united with the top forces in the world, and there was no news at all beforehand, so they couldn't react at all. Under such circumstances, no matter whether it is Chu Yan or someone else, it is impossible to make any preparations. Calculated in this way, no matter how strong Chu Yan is, facing such a lineup, he has no chance at all. Retreat quickly. In the next breath, the giants who were watching the battle reacted, jumped up, and flew towards the farther Lingfeng. Originally, it was extremely safe for them to watch the battle on the Lingfeng peak outside the Godhead battlefield. But now, Xingtian Pavilion brought the giants from the mainland to kill them. At such a short distance, as long as they make a move, they might become cannon fodder. Seeing this scene, on the surrounding spiritual peaks, countless strong spectators reacted, and quickly flew up together to avoid the further spiritual peaks. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, die. Chu Yan, I want you to lose your body and soul, and fall into the abyss forever. I want to torture your soul and suffer 10 lifetimes of pain, ha ha ha. The master of Jinxing Peak, the master of Yaozong, and other big bosses looked at Chu Yan on the altar of Godhead and laughed wildly. If you win the battle of Godheads, so what? The number one genius in the world, so what? The talent is against the sky, the evildoer is unparalleled, so what? Today, even if they go to the sky and enter the earth, facing all the giants of the continent in the entire 10 directions starfield, they will die. Not good. The faces of everyone at the scene were all pale. Looking at the terrifying existence of the mainland in the sky, they all trembled. Could it be that Chu Yan is really like this, lost on the battlefield of godhood? This monstrous killing situation cannot be solved at all. At this moment, between the sky and the earth, an incomparably fierce divine light shot from the edge of the sky. Xingtiango, just relying on you, you also want to move Chu Yan. Everyone felt that the divine light flashed in front of their eyes, and the figures were like flying rainbows from the sky, and they fell in front of the crack in the void in an instant, blocking the Godhead battlefield behind them. The Lord of the Forbidden God led 7 envoys of the Forbidden God, armed with spiritual weapons, lined up in formation, and looked coldly at all the mainland giants in front of him. Humph. Forbidden God, old ghost, I guess that you will come. Lord Jin Xingfeng and other mainland giants were not surprised by the appearance of Lord Forbidden God, and sneered and said, "Since you insist on helping him, then die with Chu Yan." Facing such a powerful lineup, it is simply a dream for the Lord of the Forbidden God and a few envoys of the Forbidden God to resist. Oh. Will he die? What do you think? However, upon hearing the words of Lord Jin Xingfeng, the Lord of Forbidden God didn't have a trace of nervousness on his face, but smiled lightly. You. Hearing the Lord of Forbidden God's words, Lord Jin Xingfeng was startled, including all the mainland giants around him, who were also startled. At this moment, almost at the moment the Lord Forbidden God's voice fell to the ground, countless divine lights exploded in the surrounding void at the same time. Boom. 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 Every burst of divine light will create a huge hole in the void, and a terrifying figure will step out of it. #C2810 Continental Giant. The Fox clan, the Emperor Yuanqing and a large number of strong men appeared in the sky. Among the 7 war clans, the most low-key Fox clan, as soon as it appeared, a large group of Fox clan powerhouses scattered in all directions. Before everyone could react, a 10,000 beast formation that released a terrifying aura was instantly set up. Fox family. You. Lord Jin Xingfeng and other mainland giants were stunned when they saw this scene. The Fox clan, in the 10 directions starfield, is probably as low-key as a 3rd or 4th-rate sect that they have never heard of. If it is normal, in any city in the 10 directions starfield, pull over a warrior and ask him, "Have you heard of the Fox clan?" Certainly. Then tell me who is the patriarch of the Fox clan. Where is the mountain gate? What sect's unique skills? This. There are 9 out of 10, and I can't answer at all. Even when the young patriarch Li Mingdao appeared beside Jin Xingfeng Lord, and the mainland giant looked stunned. The half-sacred realm is also considered a strong fox clan. Regardless of the strength and reputation of the fox clan, one thing can be confirmed anyway: the current fox clan is obviously on the side with the Forbidden God Lord and the others, and they are here to help Chu Yan. In the eyes of Lord Jin Xingfeng, a murderous intent flashed. This time, he used all his strength to attack Chu Yan. No matter who it is, as long as he blocks it, he must die. Even if it is the Fox clan, there is no exception. However, just as he was about to order another shot, a large thundercloud exploded above the sky. Boom, boom. A large piece of sky collapsed in an instant, as if nearly half of the entire sky had completely collapsed. Countless rays of light poured down from the shattered sky, and a huge shadow like a continuous mountain range flew out of it. At this moment, the entire world was darkened, the sun's light disappeared instantly, and the whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness. "Hey, you guys want to touch Chu Yan? I have some opinions." An incomparably familiar voice sounded, and a huge golden sky Kuan appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, with a flash of sunlight, the body of the Kuan disappeared, and the figure of an emperor wearing a purple gold crown and robes looked at the mainland giants with a smile on his face. "Little ones, come out and play." Emperor Kuan waved his hand, and countless huge shadows appeared from the sky behind him, all of which were terrifying figures comparable to mountains. Ah! Ow! Ow! The group of Kuns roared, the sky trembled, and more than a dozen huge sky Kuns of various colors appeared on the body of the Emperor Kuan. Every time the Kuns twitched their tails, they would stir up a huge storm in the sky, filling the sky with spiritual clouds, blowing in all directions. Heaven! Sky Kuan clan! A look of astonishment appeared on the face of Lord Jin Xingfeng. He never expected that the Tian Kuan clan, one of the three supreme monster clans that had disappeared for countless years, would reappear. More importantly, the leader of the team turned out to be Emperor Kuan. This means that the entire Tiankuan clan has become Chu Yan's helper. What is the relationship between the Fox clan, the primordial Sky Kuan clan, and the rebellion? All the cultivators and bosses watching the battle. He stared at the sky dumbfounded. A dozen giant-like Tian Kuan were roaming around the world with awe-inspiring aura. At this moment, some ancient bigwigs' eyes were blurred and their faces were full of excitement. Because they have all seen with their own eyes that when the ancient gods and demons fought, every time a celestial Kuan appeared in the sky, a primordial Protoss would descend. That was the world of martial spirits, the peak period of martial arts prosperity. Now it seems that the Fox clan and the Tiankuan clan must have become one with Anai Shindao. In this way, although everyone thought that Anai Shindao had declined after losing the Thunder clan and Sea clan alliance, it now appears that it is fundamentally stronger. Good, very good, excellent. Lord Jin Xingfeng looked at the Emperor Yuanqing and Emperor Kuan in front of him, and under the strong murderous intent in his eyes, a smile appeared on his face. Fox clan, Tiankuan clan, since you are looking for death and insist on helping Chu Yan, then today, let's exterminate the clan together. Boom, boom. As the words landed, behind the master of Jin Xingfeng, a large amount of divine power erupted at the same time, and countless spiritual treasures and artifacts fought together with the monstrous divine power, sweeping out like a terrifying sky wave. This time, it's a little troublesome. The Lord of Forbidden Gods looked solemn when he saw this wave of divine power coming. Forbidden God, old ghost, can you stand it? Emperor Kuan also asked with twitching corners of his eyes. You and I, together, should be able to stand up for a while. No more than half a stick of incense. The Lord of Forbidden God told the truth. Damn. How about I withdraw first, and you carry it first? The Kuan Emperor's face changed, and he said, My Kuan clan, there are only a few sky Kuns that can be used, but they can't be smashed into my hands. The Tiankuan clan, the ancient gods and demons fought, were completely injured and almost wiped out. After hundreds of thousands of years of development, the number of grown-up Tiankans is no more than 13. This time Emperor Xuan directly brought 12 heads, which can be regarded as out of the family, but if all of them are lost here, the consequences. As long as you can withstand this period of time and let Chu Yan complete the fusion of godheads, everything will be worth it. The Lord of Forbidden Gods laughed. Hearing this, Emperor Xuan turned his head and looked at the altar of Godhead. Yeah. Nodding heavily, Emperor Xuan's face was full of determination. Chu Yan is merging the Godhead. At this time it is extremely important and must not be interrupted. Then let's fight. Ouch. Thousands of rays of light flickered on Emperor Xuan's body, and he turned into a huge golden sky Xuan again, rushing forward. Ow. 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 12 celestial Kuns of various colors roared in unison when they heard the voice of the Xuan Emperor, forming an overwhelming force and charging towards the enemy. The Lord of the Forbidden Gods, with the 7 envoys of the Forbidden Gods, rushed straight up like a warrior with a monstrous divine light as he waved his hands. The Emperor Yuanqing and a group of powerful fox tribes also showed their strongest combat power and joined the battle. All of a sudden, a terrifying war broke out in the entire world. All the warriors and bosses watching the battle in the audience turned pale with shock as they watched the battle in the sky. This level of battle has not occurred in the 10 Directions starfield for hundreds of thousands of years. The sky is full of powerful gods, countless artifacts and treasures, and Tian Kuan from the 3 major monster races. The entire sky was completely shattered in less than a few breaths, turning into a large piece of space-time turbulence, with black hole vortexes everywhere, and it was a scene of the end of the world. In an instant, everyone had an illusion, and even thought that the ancient war between gods and demons had started again. Huh. Chu Yan conferred the gods to prove the way, for my mortal life, it must not be destroyed. It seems that they were completely infected by this battle. In the void around them, those ancient giants who were originally hidden were all excited, soaring into the sky and joining the battle. Boom, boom. When the war broke out fiercely, suddenly, between the heaven and the earth, an extremely powerful aura struck and swept away like a gangster. This wave of power swept across the sky, causing the violent sky to stop fighting immediately, and everyone's eyes were turned to the sky. #C2811 Endless. The Lord of Forbidden God, Emperor Xuan and others, their complexions changed instantly, as if they had sensed something, they suddenly looked up. Humph. Do you think that we are the only ones here this time? The master of Jin Xingfeng, the master of the demon sect, and the mainland giants of all forces all had grimaces on their faces. Boom, boom. The sound of ridicule had just landed, and the next moment, large pieces of thunderclouds in the sky rolled together and fell towards the Godhead battlefield below. These thunderclouds are completely different from the thunderclouds we usually see, as if they are completely controlled by some force. They are constantly distorted and deformed, and slowly evolve into a huge and incomparable thunder gate. This gate, transformed by the thunder from the heavens, is incomparably majestic in its imposing manner. Its appearance makes everything in the whole world extremely weak. Xingtian Pavilion will. The face of the Forbidden God Lord suddenly changed. Xingtian Pavilion's will is so powerful, it is based on the power of the God realm, and it has been accumulated for countless years, and the power in it is completely beyond the cognition of these God-level powerhouses. Qingshan, do you still know that there is my Xingtian Pavilion? An incomparably majestic voice sounded, and a large piece of golden light burst out from the thunder gate, and 2 figures strode out from it. The one walking in front is the Lord of Xingtian Pavilion, Xingtian Divine Emperor. Followed by the ruler of the 10 Directions starfield, the spirit envoy of the Tao of Heaven. The last ones to appear were the Spirit of Heaven and the Spirit of Holy Heaven. Holy Heaven God Emperor. The faces of the Lord of Forbidden Gods, Emperor Xuan, Emperor Yuanqing, and others, changed instantly, and their eyes were full of disbelief. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Holy Heaven God Emperor of Xingtian Pavilion is the #1 powerhouse in the 10 Directions starfield. But this Holy Heaven God Emperor, for countless years, has been sitting in the Holy Heaven Pavilion, intimidating the whole world, and has almost never left the Holy Heaven Pavilion. Unexpectedly, today, he came in person. More importantly, he brought the will of Xingtian Pavilion, and at the same time he brought the spirit envoy of the Tao of Heaven. Holy God Emperor, spirit envoy of heaven. Oh my God, that's the envoy of Xingtian Pavilion, the incarnation of God's domain. Spiritual envoy of the heavenly Tao. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao of the 10 Directions starfield has also appeared. This is to kill Chu Yan. All the strong players watching the battle, as well as the giants, saw this scene, their hearts trembled, and the sea of consciousness thundered violently. Now, they finally know the determination of Xingtian Pavilion and Tian Dao to kill Chu Yan. Those big bosses and giants who had rushed to the sky, ready to participate in the battle and help Chu Yan's side, all stopped in a hurry, turned around and retreated. Such a terrifying situation is simply something they can participate in. If you still rush up to the cloud now, you will be sent to death. Forbidden God, old ghost, this game is over. Emperor Kuan's face was ashen, and he whispered. Not only the Emperor Kuan, but also the primordial Saint God Emperor of the Fox clan and many elders and powerful men all had terrified expressions on their faces. This is the will of Xingtian Pavilion. There are also Xingtian Divine Emperor and Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy. Almost representing the strongest power in the 10 Directions starfield, just relying on these 2 master-level giants, without the hands of those 7 great clans, is enough to kill them. The souls of the Forbidden God Lord and others became extremely low at this moment. Originally, according to the plan of the Forbidden God Lord, as long as these people are blocked for half a stick of incense, Chu Yan can smoothly integrate the Godhead. At that time, with the help of Emperor Kuan's time and space ability, leave here directly. But now, the appearance of these 3 terrifying existences completely ruined his plan. Even if he fights against it desperately, at most it can support dozens of breaths of time. Moreover, in this way, the loss to their side will be extremely huge. This is troublesome. What can the Forbidden God Lord do? He can only shake his head, his eyes full of bitterness. Ruling. In an instant, the voice of the heavenly spirit envoy resounded like thunder. Countless rules of heaven and earth, like thousands of flowers blooming, appeared in the sky and turned into a large piece of terrifying murderous intent. Naturally, the spirit of the holy heaven and the spirit of the Tao of heaven would not just sit back and watch, they all attacked together, and powerful attacks suddenly appeared in the sky like the wrath of the sky. Just the attack of the 2 great spirit bodies made the Forbidden God Lord and the others feel as if a world-ending storm was coming towards them to suppress them. Let's fight. As long as you can stand it, if you can't stand it anymore, Emperor Kuan, you should take them away first. Seeing the monstrous attack fall, the Forbidden God Lord let out a loud roar. Faced with such a situation, there is no way at all. This battle of Godheads has been prepared for many years since Chu Yan awakened Daotu, and it was the result of their countless efforts. At this moment, I can only fight to the death. In any case, we must buy more time for Chu Yan, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Good. Xuanhuan and Yuan Qingshindi nodded their heads when they heard this, and then sent a message to all the Tiankuan and Fox clans to attack together. Boom. 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 The sky and the earth are in chaos, everything is trembling and exploding, the mountains and the earth within a radius of 10 miles are densely covered with cracks, thousands of holes. On the spirit peaks around the Godhead battlefield, although they had retreated to watch the battle, they were still swept by this wave of violent battle, and all the big players who watched the battle were almost thrown away. There are even some strong men in the imperial realm with weak cultivation bases, their true energy is directly reversed, their blood energy is tumbling, and they opened their mouths to spit out a mouthful of reversed blood. This time the confrontation was many times more powerful than the last time. Moreover, the situation of the battle was completely reversed. The three giants, the Spirit of Heaven, the Spirit of Holy Heaven, and the Envoy of Heaven, took action and completely suppressed the Forbidden God Lord and the others. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, above the endless sky, a large piece of purple air rushed over. Without any warning, these purple air currents rushed to the battlefield and turned into giant figures. Fists and giant palms waved together, blasting the three huge attacks into dust. The sudden help made the Forbidden God Lord and the others stunned. Here's the helper that popped up from there. The source of the primordial spirit and the source of chaos. The spirit of Xingtian looked at the purple gas giant in front of him. His face was startled, but he quickly reacted with a sneer on his face. The spiritual source of heaven and earth wants to help this Chu Yan. Good. Very good. It seems that I was too polite to you before. Not only the Holy Heavenly Spirit, but also the Heavenly Dao Spirit and Heavenly Dao Spirit envoys around him all looked joking. Although they were a little surprised by the sudden appearance of the source of heaven and earth, they were not surprised. Even, there was a little more joy on his face. After all, even if these local spiritual sources of heaven and earth helped Chu Yan, what's the point? On the contrary, it also left them with a handle, and when the matter is resolved in the future, they can raise a teacher to question their crimes, squeeze more spiritual sources of heaven and earth, and get more benefits. Sure enough, even the world is endless in Chu Yan. On the other side, the Lord of the Forbidden God, Emperor Kuan, and the Emperor Yuanxing looked at the purple gas giant, but their spirits were lifted, and their whole bodies burst out with fighting spirit. #C2812 Mortal Game. A mortal situation is certain. But now, the sudden appearance of the source of heaven and earth gave them a glimmer of hope. As a result, the Lord of Forbidden God and others regained their spirits and broke out again. The fierce battle exploded above the sky, as if the entire sky was completely boiling. The countless strong spectators below were stunned by the battle in the sky, and their spirits were trembling. When did such a terrifying battle happen in the 10 Directions starfield? Time is fast, in the blink of an eye, the time of 100 breaths passes. However, although there is the will of heaven and earth to help, the Lord of Forbidden God, Xuanhuan and Yuanxing God Emperor, facing the entire 10 Directions starfield, the top combat power, is still constantly retreating. Above the sky, the number of purple giants formed by the will of the spiritual source of heaven and earth has decreased rapidly. Soon, the Forbidden God Lord and the others had already retreated to the huge crack in the Godhead battlefield, and there was basically no way to retreat. But at this time, behind them, in the battlefield of Godhood, 4 golden lights were still overflowing from Chu Yan's body. One after another incomparably mysterious breaths flowed slowly around his body, lasting for a long time. At this time it was already very fast since Chu Yan completely fused all the Godhead fragments. It can't be delayed any longer. Get ready to finish. Above the sky, the Holy Heaven God Emperor, who has not made a move all this time, with his eyes, swept across the battlefield of Godhood, with his hands turned over, he formed a powerful holy seal. The next moment, all the cultivation aura on his body changed in an instant, and it evolved into an extremely powerful force, rushing out. In an instant, the power of the Holy Heaven God Emperor suppressed the breath of everyone on the entire battlefield, as if he existed supremely. The power of the Holy Heaven God Emperor represents the 10 Direction star field, the strongest power under the constraints of the world. Even if a few % of the power is released, it is extremely terrifying. At this moment, the Forbidden God Lord and the others could already clearly sense that the cultivation aura of the Divine Emperor Xingtian completely exceeded the scope of the God realm, and directly reached the second heaven-conferred God realm. Holy Heaven God Emperor. The souls of the Forbidden God Lord and the others erupted with an intense sense of crisis, like falling into an ice cellar, causing death to emerge in their eyes. Tianyu Lingju. The Holy Heaven God Emperor stepped forward, and in the surrounding void, there was a sound of thunder, and countless divine lights emerged, like a god of heaven. Hum. In the next breath, he waved his right hand, and a short jade knife appeared in his hand, and he chopped it off with a wave. This jade knife seemed to be transparent, crystal clear, and substanceless, seemingly non-existent. When the jade knife fell, countless jade lights flashed between the sky and the earth, turning into a large cloud of swords, and falling towards the bottom. Every ray of jade knife light is surging with a large piece of divine brilliance, and countless jade knife lights are fused together. Looking at the clouds from a distance, it looks like a wave of divine brilliance sweeping down. However, this wave of clouds envelopes the world and covers the sky. There is no doubt at all, when this knife falls, all of them, including the Forbidden God Lord, will be lost. Not good. Emperor Kuan and Emperor Yuanqing stared wide-eyed, their scalps exploded, and they roared in shock. Heaven and earth are forbidden. All souls survive. At this moment, the Lord of the Forbidden God and behind him, 7 envoys of the Forbidden God sacrificed a jade talisman at the same time, reprinted it with both hands, and sang at the same time. Crash! A large piece of spiritual light turned into a huge mask, covering all the Kuns of the Kuan clan and all the strong men of the Fox clan. Boom, boom. The next moment, above the sky, the sword cloud fell, and the sky and the earth exploded together. But at this time, the Forbidden God Lord and the others, under the shroud of a large aura of spiritual light, teleported thousands of miles and appeared in the sky thousands of miles away. Humph. Still dare to hide. The sound of the Holy Spirit's cold drink sounded, and the consciousness surged. Immediately afterwards, countless divine lights shot up into the sky, exploded in the sky 10,000 feet high, and turned into golden lights all over the sky, scattering and surging in all directions. Wherever these golden lights passed, large swathes of the sky froze, and even the churning sea of spiritual clouds in the sky stood still for an instant. Seal the world. With this move, the void world within 1,000 miles was sealed. They came this time not only to deal with Chu Yan alone. After all, even the Holy Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy were dispatched. Leave them alone. You can't escape. The Divine Emperor Xingtian just glanced at the figures of the Forbidden God Lord and the others on the edge of the sky, then turned his head and looked at the black-robed figure sitting in the Taoist battlefield in the Godhead battlefield. At this time, the gaze of the Holy Heaven God Emperor changed completely, and he kept scanning back and forth on Chu Yan. This is the kid. This kid who went against the sky, created countless miracles in the 10 Directions starfield, and even the entire martial soul world in just a few years. Absolutely heaven-defying talent and aptitude. It's a pity that they have to be enemies with Xingtian Pavilion and God's domain. If it wasn't for this reason, the Divine Emperor Xingtian would never have killed him, but he really wanted to recruit him into the Xingtian Pavilion as a personal disciple. At least, compared to Qi Jingtian, Hua Shenyan, and Qin Muxue, this one is more than 10 times stronger. I, the Lord of Xingtian, on behalf of Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu, issue an edict. After a few breaths, the Divine Emperor Xingtian glanced back, turned around and looked between the heaven and the earth. All the warriors announced loudly. This son, Chu Yan, went against the heavens and disobeyed the way of the heavens. I will kill him today and seal his soul. His body will hang on the top of the holy mountain. To serve the world. From now on, whoever dares to desecrate the majesty of Xingtian Pavilion will end up in the same court as this son. Boom, boom. The sound of rolling thunder exploded, resounding through the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. All the powerhouses watching the battle in the audience, seeing this scene, all looked horrified. Immediately afterwards, the Divine Emperor Xingtian waved his hand, and on the jade knife in his hand, countless divine radiance condensed, and the power of the knife soared to the sky. Today, this son must be killed. Moreover, in front of the warriors of the world, let them know who is the ruler of this martial spirit world. It's over. At the edge of the sky, the faces of the Lord of Forbidden God, Emperor Xuan and others instantly turned pale. Now, there is no longer any power that can stop the Holy Heaven God Emperor. Aoki Sword God has only a wisp of remnant soul left. After he helped Chu Yan last time, all his soul power was exhausted. And the God Emperor Tianji was still refining the Xuanhuan sword, and his divine body could not move at all. It's over. It's over. All the strong people who supported Chu Yan only felt that the world was dim, the divine light was lost, and there was no hope. If Chu Yan hadn't come to the Godhead battlefield before, although they were extremely disappointed, compared with the current situation, it would be even more terrifying. After all, now that Chu Yan has obtained the Jinshi Godhead, it may only take 100 breaths of time to fully integrate. Chu Yan. Chu Yan, he is so evil, he is going to die in the end. Yaozong, Lei Clan, Hai Clan, Tianula, Hunyuanzong and other mainland giants all sneered. Going against Xingtian Pavilion and being an enemy of God's domain is courting death. #C2813 Broken Star. The edict of the world has been announced. The Emperor Xingtian would not say another word of nonsense, even if he had a little bit of pity for Chu Yan, but it was hopeless after all. Kill. When the word landed, the jade knife in his hand exploded with monstrous power and slashed downward. This knife is extremely powerful, and the power of any knife cultivator in the 10 directions starfield is not enough. When the power of the sword falls, it is the end of everything. In this 10 direction star field world, everything will return to the original track and return to calm. In an instant, the wind stays, the clouds breathe, and everything in the world seems to freeze in an instant. Countless pairs of eyes, looking at the terrifying sword power, kept falling towards Chu Yan below. All of them looked dull. Everyone knows that after this knife, Chu Yan, who represents the hope of martial arts, will be completely lost. But in the eyes of those giants, what they see is not just a knife. At the same time, the entire 10 directions starfield, the martial Dao road that has just hoped to rise, will be completely cut off by this knife. This is just great. The 3 giants, the spirit of the holy heaven, the spirit of the heavenly Dao, and the spirit of the heavenly Dao, watched the sword light fall, and their expressions all relaxed. As long as this Chu Yan is killed, no matter whether it is against the gods or the Dark Temple, it is nothing to worry about. Even if we don't deal with them, I'm afraid they will disappear from now on and dare not come out again, against their will. This world, this martial spirit world, is still under their control. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The sword glow of the Emperor Xingtian was falling, when suddenly a force from unknown origin suddenly appeared on his jade sword, completely blocking it, making it impossible to fall any more. Who? Not only the face of the divine Emperor Xingtian changed, but the spirit of the holy heaven, the spirit of the heavenly Dao, and the envoy of the heavenly Dao standing beside him all sensed that incomparably mysterious power. However, after the 3 thunder sounds, there was still emptiness between heaven and earth, without any response or change at all. It was as if everything was normal, and nothing happened at all. However, Xingtian Shindi frowned, as if he had discovered something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. A little bit at first, then more and more clear tremors, the whole sky, as if shocked by a powerful force, began to vibrate violently. Moreover, it is not just the battlefield of the Godhead, this piece of sky fluctuates, with the battlefield of the Godhead as the center. It is almost endless, spreading across the entire 10 direction star field. Between heaven and earth, whether it is the 1st star field or the 9th star field, the entire world, all forces and warriors in the city can feel that the ground under their feet is trembling, and the sky is shaking. Everyone walked to the open space from different places and looked up at the sky, all of them were stunned. Boom, boom. The next moment, the world suddenly changed, and the shocking vision that occurred, even the existence of the Holy Heaven God Emperor, the Holy Heaven Spirit, and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, would be unforgettable for a lifetime. The boundless sky. It was like being hit by the supreme will, and it was directly blasted into powder. The entire sky was completely shattered, and instantly turned into nothingness. Countless starlight, on the vast and boundless sky, seemed to be a starry sky that was within reach, sprinkled with endless coldness and darkness. A series of purple lightning bolts gathered into a storm, filled the sky with ice and snow, picked up boundless snow, and a sea of red flames, burning deep in the sky, as if the entire starry sky was about to be wiped out. All kinds of visions are constantly evolving in the boundless starry sky above. At this moment, all kinds of completely different attribute powers appeared at the same time, strangely, bursting out their supreme power. At this moment, even the Holy Heaven God Emperor and the conferred God Realm and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy who controls this world, in front of these visions, they are as insignificant as ants, as if they would be wiped out in an instant. The 10 directions starfield is broken. The Holy Heaven God Emperor, the Spirit of the Tao of Heaven, looked at the sky with a look of shock on his face. Of course, it wasn't that the world of the 10 directions starfield was broken. What he meant was that the boundary wall of the 10 directions starfield was broken. The boundary wall of the martial soul world, which guards the entire 10 directions starfield and is not attacked by other planes and realms, unexpectedly shattered at this moment. No one is more aware of the importance of the boundary wall to the world of martial spirits than the God Emperor Xingtian, the Spirit of Xingtian, and the Spirit of Heaven. The guard who lost the boundary wall of the plane is like a woman stripped naked, appearing naked in front of various vast star fields. It is only a matter of time before it is eroded and swallowed. At the very least, the chaotic starfield, which is closely adjacent to the 10 directions starfield, will definitely sneak in. At that time, in the entire world of the 10 directions starfield, there will be countless turbulent vortexes in the void, and many creatures will disappear because of this. However, if one wants to break the boundary wall of the 10 directions starfield, even the Holy Heaven God Emperor, a powerhouse in the conferred God realm, will be able to break through the boundary wall of a few miles at most in conjunction with the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy and other continental powers. But now, what appeared in front of them was a huge gap in the boundary wall, nearly 10 miles wide. Could it be that other planes invaded? What? Someone. Suddenly, the expressions of Xingtian Shindi and others who had been looking up at the huge gap in the sky suddenly changed. I saw, in the endless dark star field, an extremely eye-catching snow shadow body appeared above the vast dark starry sky. Like a holy goddess, walking from the sky, moving step by step, calm and leisurely, without any sense of strangeness. At this time, everyone knew that the woman in the snow skirt was the one who broke the boundary wall. However, as she got closer and closer, the entire sky turned pale. Even in the broken starry sky, the endless visions of heaven and earth, as well as the supernatural power of the giants such as the Holy Emperor below, can't affect her in the slightest, the brilliance of the avenue and 10,000 laws on her body. She came to the gods, a dominant existence. Millions of years ago, the battle between the gods and demons in ancient times created a myth that everyone in the history of the 10 directions starfield knows and knows. Now, she has crossed the 9 heavens and outer heavens, and descended suddenly, but she is no longer the original her. At this time, her raising her hand and throwing her feet can cause the entire 10 directions starfield to overthrow. There was no mighty divine power, nor any powerful spiritual power, she just walked casually and fell from the sky step by step. Soon, they reached the sky above the battleground of the Godhead, and a pair of ice-like cold eyes swept across the audience. All the cultivators in the audience trembled in unison, and all the true energy in everyone disappeared completely. You guys want to kill Chu Yan? When this sentence fell to the ground, the audience fell into dead silence. Hashtag C2814 Xiantian comes. When this sentence fell to the ground, everyone in the audience was stunned. Xian. Empress Xiantian. The four big bosses, Xingtian Divine Emperor, Xingtian Spirit, Heavenly Tao Spirit, and Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, all trembled and looked shocked when they saw the snowy figure. Empress Xiantian. The Xiantian Empress, who soared in one fell swoop in the ancient battle between gods and demons. How is this possible? Empress Xiantian is back. It turned out to be. For a moment, all the bosses and strong men present were shocked, and they all raised their heads, staring at the snow shadow in the sky intently. Empress Xiantian, the only existence who has ascended to the god realm in the 10 Directions star territory for millions of years. Although few of the bigwigs present have seen her real body, as long as they are martial arts practitioners, no one has heard of the legend about her. Back then, after the great war between the gods and demons in ancient times, he united the world with his own power and counterattacked the domain of the gods. After failing, he broke the seal of heaven and earth with the method of reaching the sky, and flew into the domain of the gods. Master Xiantian. The face of the forbidden god lord was full of joy. They never expected that at this time Empress Xiantian would suddenly appear. In this way, this world-killing game against Chu Yan will take a turn for the better. How did you appear here? Are you going to violate the oracle? Xingtian Shindi, the spirit of heaven and other big bosses, their eyes flickered, and they were suddenly taken aback, as if they had thought of something. The identity of Empress Xiantian is too special, of course they know it well. It's just that now, with the overall situation already in place, Empress Xiantian suddenly broke through the boundary wall of the 10 Directions starfield and appeared here, which definitely violated the rules of God's domain. Are you trying to save him? Tian Dowling made his eyes flicker, looked at Empress Xiantian, then at Chu Yan, and asked. No. She wasn't trying to save him. That Chu Yan is one with her at all. Xingtian Shindi's eyes flickered with brilliance, and his pair of divine light eyes seemed to see through everything. He is her heavenly curse. What? When Feng, the Holy Spirit, the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy and other big bosses all changed their faces, and their faces were full of disbelief. How is this possible? Empress Xiantian is not. No. She is not Empress Xiantian. She has broken the seal of the soul. Now, she is herself. After saying a few words, all the strong men and big bosses present were at a loss. However, only the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, the Holy Heavenly Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit had expressions of horror on their faces. Because they are very clear about Empress Xuanhuan's secret. You guys know too much. In midair, Empress Xuanhuan's voice was like frost, so cold that one's bones were shivering. The next moment, without waiting for everyone to react, a jade hand lightly waved, and between the heaven and the earth, countless celestial lights surged and turned into icebergs and snow shadows, like an army of snow country. Facing the endless ice crystal snow shadows between the heaven and the earth, each one is like an ice crystal warrior, and the edge cannot be seen at a glance. All the auras are connected together, and the sky and the earth are eclipsed. At this moment, all the powerhouses and bosses present could clearly feel it. Facing such a terrifying wave of ice crystal troops, even existences such as the Holy Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy are simply not enough to resist. This is an extremely powerful army, even if there is not a single voice coming out, it is full of fighting spirit and momentum like a rainbow. Roar! 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 Without any sign, the tiger-roaring cloak that Chu Yan was wearing made a roaring roar. The huge tiger head on the cloak emitted thousands of red lights, dyeing half of the sky blood red. The next moment, the tiger seal soared into the sky, turned into a tiger-headed red seal, and flew towards Empress Xiantian in midair. Tiger roar! Empress Shantian saw the red seal flying towards her. She waved her jade hand and took it in her hand. At this moment, Empress Shantian, holding the tiger-headed vermilion seal and shining with divine splendor, is like a god of war, invincible, swallowing the world with arrogance. Go! At this moment, everyone was amazed at Empress Shantian, the army of snow country behind her, and just now, how could a tiger mark rush out of Chu Yan's body and fall into Empress Xuanhuan's hands? Between Chu Yan and Empress Shantian, is it really? Only the face of the divine Emperor Shantian was full of horror, and his soul trembled slightly. He knew very well that although Empress Shantian had broken the seal of her soul, now, her cultivation level would definitely not be the same as it was before. However, as soon as he thought of some legends about Empress Shantian in God's domain, his heart would feel cold and his scalp would feel numb. Quick retreat. Not only the divine Emperor Shantian, but also the 7 great clans present, the suzerain patriarchs of all forces and other giants from the continent surged with true energy, cast various spiritual treasures and artifacts, turned around and left, at an astonishing speed. Including the divine emperor of the holy heaven, the spirit of the holy heaven, and the spirit envoy of the Tao of heaven, they are all the same, waving all kinds of spiritual seals, wanting to leave this place. What? Suddenly, a flood of fleeing appeared in the entire sky, and all the giants from the mainland who were still majestic just now started to flee. They, of course, would not know about the various terrifying legends about Empress Shantian, which was attracted by the giants in the mainland, including Shantian Pavilion and Xinyu. Although they knew that Empress Shantian must be very strong if she could ascend to the god realm, but with this, she could scare away the giants of the mainland, as well as the holy heaven god emperor and the heavenly Tao spirit envoy. You know, from the beginning to the end, she just said 2 sentences. Just relying on these 2 sentences, the strongest team in the 10 Directions starfield was scared to death and fled in a panic. How amazing is this power and influence? Above the sky, facing the tide of fleeing giants from all the continents, Empress Shantian showed no surprise on her face. She raised her jade hand lightly, the frost all over her face instantly solidified, and a wave of ice sprayed out with a wave of her hand. Boom, boom. This ice tide, like a flood from heaven and earth, rushed through it, blasting all the gods and spirit treasures in the sky into dust. And those mainland giants who were frantically fleeing were hit by the ice tide flood, and all of them were immediately shattered, and their gods were shattered. Ah! There was a scream, and blood burst from the sky and the earth. A continental tycoon, a powerful man in the divine realm, lost his divine power and life, and fell from the sky towards the ground like a kite with a broken string. The strong spectators and bosses below could only see that at this moment, as if dumplings were falling from the sky, countless giants from the mainland and powerful gods poured down like raindrops. And above the sky, Empress Xuantian's face was covered with frost. She turned her icy eyes, looked at a figure who had escaped 100 miles away, and waved out again. The demon god's heavenly collapsed Jew. The figure felt the icy power coming from behind him, and immediately roared loudly. The divine power exploded all over his body, and the divine light soared to the sky. Boom, boom. However, without waiting for him to push it with all his strength, the ice tide rolled past like thunder, like an avalanche, crushing a tiny ant, and smashing it into ice slag and powder in an instant. The Lord of the Demon Sect is lost. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2815 The Heavens Fall. The loss of the head of the demon sect immediately made all the leaders of the demon sect shudder. This is the Lord of the Demon Sect, an existence whose cultivation has reached the 8th level of the divine realm. However, in the face of this Empress Shantian, she couldn't even handle a move, and she was immediately turned into a powder. Whoosh! Empress Shantian, who was in midair, after killing the Lord of the Demon Sect with one blow, didn't have the slightest intention to stop. The snowy shadow swayed lightly, one step covered 10 miles. Her snow shadow body passed by, the snow shadow fluttered, the ice crystals filled the sky, and the world was frozen by it. All the holy emperors and divine realms were all frozen into ice sculptures by this terrifying ice power, and the life in their eyes quickly disappeared in despair and fear. Ah! The patriarch of the Soul clan, his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had been stimulated by death, blood was rolling all over his body, and his true chi cultivation had been crazily improved. This is obviously a taboo technique, using the essence and blood of the whole body in exchange for powerful strength, in order to resist the ice power that attacks the body. Heaven-forbidden technique. The patriarch of the Thunder clan, purple thunder exploded all over his body, and thousands of thunders entangled his entire divine body, blasting countless cracks, turning his body into thunder, and the thunder was astounding, like a giant of thunder disaster. My Tianyu building is one of the three major forces, Little Bingwei. The owner of the Tianyu building was even more furious, his eyes were blood red, and a powerful aura continued to erupt in his body, and he actually wanted to use his strong physical strength to resist this ice tide. However, no matter if it was the Soul clan's forbidden breaking technique, or the Thunder clan's incarnation thunder, or the top body of the Tianyu tower, all of them fell silent instantly after being swept by the snow tide, turning into shining ice sculptures. In the entire 10-direction star field, who can do it, with one move, kill the three giants of the mainland, the top gods. This time, she did it. With one step of power, heaven and earth are absolute, invincible. Regardless of whether it is a holy realm or a divine realm, as long as you are in this world, facing the ice tide, there is no life at all. All dead. All the strong and big guys watching the battle. Looking at the ice sculptures full of cracks in the sky, the whole soul trembled, and the look of horror with swollen eyes was incomparable. You know, in the past 100,000 years in the 10-direction starfield, there has never been a mainland giant lost. Not to mention, as before, in one breath, the 4 giants of the mainland were lost at the same time, and there were even other giants. Quick, run away. One of the 3 great demon gods of the demon clan, Mr. Shanhai, looked at this scene with horror on his face and cold air on his hands and neck. At this moment, he was full of regrets. If I had known earlier, Chu Yan had something to do with this terrifying Empress Xintian, and if I killed them, I would never follow Xintian Pavilion into this troubled water. However, just when they were about to break out and escape again, they were suddenly startled. Stop! I saw that, above the sky, the figure of Empress Xintian stopped instantly, and the ice tide stagnated. Since I'm back, I can return this homeland to a clear future. Her voice, like ice and thunder, resounded through the world. Almost at the same time as her voice sounded, the terrifying Snow Nation army behind them, with 10,000 ice armors shining, moved in unison, charging towards the Xingtian Pavilion with incomparably terrifying fighting power. 9 Heavens Profound Jade Art. The Holy Heaven God Emperor and the Spirit Envoy of the Heavenly Tao, seeing the army approaching, suddenly felt dead in their hearts, and one after another supreme divine arts, including the rules of heaven and earth, turned into attacks all over the sky and swept out. This time, they came, although they were not the body of the deity, and all of them were shot by the original will, but their cultivation base has long surpassed the realm of gods, and they are not comparable to those mainland giants. And, even so, with the cultivation of the Divine Emperor of the Holy Sky and the cultivation of the lower gods of the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, they were still beaten to the brim by those ice-armored warriors and retreated in a row. Every ice-armor warrior's attack has a strong fighting spirit, and his breath is like a tide, directly crushing the forbidden and divine spells issued by them. Xintian, even if you come back and help Chu Yan, it doesn't make any sense. Xingtian Shindi was in a panic, and roared with unwillingness on his face. Even if he merged with the Godhead, he will not be able to attract the God of conferred lightning tribulation at all. After all, he is a strong conferred God and the master of Xingtian Pavilion. After a hard fight, his will has completely calmed down. Even if Empress Shantian returned from the outer world of the 9 heavens, broke through the boundary wall and appeared, so what? Here is the 10 direction starfield. Infinity and lawlessness, the chaos of heaven and earth, the origin of primordial mists, the soul of heaven and earth, return. The spirit of the holy sky, the spirit of the way of heaven, screamed loudly, and shot out the power of original will one after another. In the next breath, their figures disappeared instantly on the spot. They are originally the will spirit bodies of the deities, tangible and intangible, higher-level existences than their own bodies, and have their own spiritual intelligence. However, in the final analysis, their current existence is still inseparable from the essence of the avatar. Therefore, if the will communicates with the deity, he can return to the deity in an instant, without being hindered by any magical restrictions. However, above the sky, Empress Xuantian's expression did not fluctuate at all. Boom. I saw that with a wave of her jade hand, the tiger's head scarlet seal in her hand rose into the sky, turned into a shocking red light, and hit a space in the void. This collision was like a big seal shaking the sky, or like a sky seal hitting a mountain, and there was a dull and loud noise. Ah! The next moment, there was a shrill scream from that void. A group of black phantoms and a piece of red phantom were blasted into pieces, and above the void, 2 hidden phantoms, one black and one red, were blasted into dust. At the same time, a large area of the sky is revealed, and it is clear. The will of heaven, the will of the holy sky, may not be able to match it at all for ordinary warriors, let alone kill them. But for an existence at the level of Empress Shantian, breaking it is as easy as flipping the palm of your hand. Smashing these 2 forces of will definitely cause a certain degree of trauma to the strength of their deities. Now that the Tian Daoming curse has broken out, there is no need to be polite to anyone. So far, the incarnation of the will of the Emperor Xingtian, the incarnation of the will of the Xingtian Pavilion, and the incarnation of the will of the Tao of Heaven have all been bombarded and killed, and none of them escaped. As for the other mainland giants, Empress Shantian didn't bother to make a move. In the entire sky, at this time, there were no people, and they all escaped cleanly, and no one dared to hang with Empress Shantian for a day. Master Shantian, the Forbidden God Lord and others, with surprise on their faces, flew over together and saw the Tao. Master Shantian, it should be Lord God of War. Emperor Kuan and Emperor Yuansheng also flew over quickly, and said with smiles on their faces. There is no need to say too much about this matter, you come with me. Empress Shantian waved her hand to stop them from continuing. At the same time, she turned her head and shouted to the 10,000 ice armor warriors behind her. Ling, protect Chu Yan. Promise. The 10,000 ice armors responded in unison, turned into a wave of ice, rushed towards the Godhead battlefield, and surrounded it like an iron bucket with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. On the other side, Empress Shantian waved her big hand, wrapped around the Forbidden God Lord, and disappeared on the spot. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2816 Cultivation Source. Seeing the Lord of Forbidden God and Empress Shantian leave, the expressions of Emperor Kuan and Emperor Yuansheng changed at the same time. By now, it's all over. They never expected that the Forbidden God Lord and the others would have such a terrifying backhand. Fortunately, they gritted their teeth and held on to the end. Now, with the support of Empress Shantian, after Chu Yan sealed it, the chances of breaking the Xingtian Pavilion have greatly increased. At this moment, in the battlefield of godhood below, an incomparably mysterious force surged out of Chu Yan's body. A large piece of divine light, like a wave, surged around Chu Yan's body. This is Godhead fusion completed. Emperor Kuan and Emperor Yuansheng were stunned, and rushed over to look at the battlefield of Godheads. Chu Yan, start to condense the Godhead. From all directions, all the powerhouses and bosses who were watching the battle jumped up and gathered towards the Godhead battlefield. Now that the shocking war is over, everything has returned to calm, and the crisis has been lifted, they naturally dare to come closer again. Boom, boom. In Chu Yan's body, the holy power is like a tide, like 10,000 thunders, conceived and born in his body, and there are continuous muffled sounds. Pieces of divine aura gushed out from the Godhead battlefield, sweeping the world. At this moment, Chu Yan was as imposing as the sky, sitting upright like a god, and his whole body was radiant, reflecting the sky and the earth. The next moment, that powerful divine breath erupted suddenly. The sixth heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. The seventh heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. The eighth heaven of Saint Emperor realm. Saint Emperor realm, ninth heaven. In the blink of an eye, in less than 10 breaths, the aura of cultivation on Chu Yan's body rushed from the fifth heaven of the Saint Emperor realm to the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. Saint Emperor realm, 9 heavens. At this moment, no matter whether it was Emperor Kuan or Emperor Yuansheng, they all looked at Chu Yan in shock. In all directions, those strong men and big bosses who watched the battle all had expressions of horror on their faces. This is the first time they have seen Chu Yan practice and break through. However, this practice is too terrifying. In this world, there are still people who have cultivated and made such breakthroughs, and directly rushed to the fifth level realm in one breath. Boom, boom. It was as if in the Godhead battlefield, all the divine aura had accumulated to the limit, and once again burst out a shocking explosion. The next moment, on Chu Yan's body, a myriad of divine lights shot up into the sky. Demigod realm. In an instant, all the divine auras in the Godhead battlefield disappeared like a tide, replaced by only the divine aura of Chu Yan, surging between the heaven and the earth. Finally finished. Chu Yan's eyes slowly opened, a divine light overflowed from his eyes, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Chu Yan, who has fused all the fragments of the Godhead and has been cultivating, has not stopped or moved, but everything that happened just now has been perceived by his spiritual consciousness. Very dangerous. Just a little bit, the whole fusion process will be interrupted. But now, everything is over, and his fusion cultivation has been completely completed. What a powerful force. Chu Yan slowly raised his hand, and lightly clasped both hands, a trace of strength swam in his palm, condensing and not dispersing. Now, it's just a thunderstorm. The demigod state is not the end of Chu Yan at all. What he needs now is the thunder of heaven and earth. After recasting the body, it will be a matter of course and break through the God state in one fell swoop. God, God. In all directions, all the strong spectators and bosses looked at Chu Yan with terrified expressions on their faces. You know, before, Chu Yan dared to fight against the strong in the divine realm with the cultivation base of the fifth heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. Now that his cultivation has broken through to the demigod level, how terrifying will Chu Yan's combat power be? Godhead. In the next breath, Chu Yan restrained his spiritual consciousness, and looked at his Tao map and the young Godhead pill in the world of the Sea of Knowledge. I saw that my Tao map completely enveloped the young Godhead pill, and the two forces rushed, as if they wanted to merge, but they were incompatible. It turned out that the liquid-like young pill of the divine rank had completely condensed into crystals after fusing the fragments of the divine rank. Just one step away. But although Chu Yan is very clear that he is in urgent need of heaven and earth thunder tribulation, but after fusing so many Godhead fragments, Chu Yan also discovered that his own Godhead seems to be completely different from other Godheads. A special breath continuously overflowed from the Godhead, as if an endless treasure was about to be fully opened. Godhead shows some signs of mutation. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness carefully explored around the Godhead and Taoist map. Summoned, Chu Yan's cultivation base has reached the demigod realm, which is only one step away from the God realm. And in the divine realm, the Godhead in the body is the source of all power. Therefore, any abnormality is of vital importance to Chu Yan, and there is absolutely no sloppy. Therefore, the strange situation of the Godhead made Chu Yan a little worried. Because, logically speaking, the Godhead should not be able to play any role before reaching the God realm. But now, the Godhead in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness releases countless breaths, slowly connecting with everything in the world of sea of consciousness. Not only the Tao map, but also the Wuhun of the five gods, the Emperor's seal, the pagoda hall, and the flesh and blood of the whole body's meridians, Qi He Danshan, all of which are released by the Godhead, blending with each other. Boom. A huge force seemed to be awakened in the body, filling Chu Yan's whole body with a sense of power. This feeling is like the whole world is his domain, being in it, as if he belongs to the world, and the world is himself. All power and spiritual sources are inexhaustible and never-ending. Just as Chu Yan's breath was puffing, and the sense of strength in his whole body exploded, suddenly, a vague phantom rushed out of the Emperor's seal. It was a strange and incomparable figure, which appeared above his own sea of consciousness and sky, and began to evolve continuously. The phantom seemed to be practicing an extremely complicated technique with each move. "Who are you?" Chu Yan was a little surprised, and said in a startled voice. Of course Chu Yan is aware of the power of the Emperor's seal, but the Emperor's seal has also changed, but it doesn't seem to be changed independently, as if it is controlled by some force. Sense, feel, don't miss it. The next moment, in the Emperor's seal, an indistinct voice came from that blurred image, which echoed in the world of the sea of consciousness. Swish. Without waiting for Chu Yan to react, the blurry phantom disappeared instantly and returned to the Emperor's seal. Immediately afterwards, Dean returned to normal, emitting a faint golden light, as if nothing had happened just now. What's the situation? Let me realize. Could it be? A chill suddenly rose in Chu Yan's heart. This Emperor's seal is so extraordinary. After awakening the Emperor's seal in the Holy Tomb against the divine way, did any changes occur? Or in other words, being possessed by some ancient power? In this way, everything about me is not under his peeping. Who is this guy? Chu Yan frowned tightly. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't seem to feel any hostility. The blue-armored giant didn't respond to him, so you must ask next time to see who is sacred. After making up his mind, Chu Yan slowly closed his eyes, and began to recall the phantom he saw just now, and the special skill that evolved. Boom, boom. Almost in Chu Yan's spiritual body, just following the movement of the phantom, thousands of thunderbolts suddenly exploded on the entire Godhead battlefield, making a thunderous sound like the roar of heaven and earth. Remember the URL of the mobile version, Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2817 Fusion is complete. The next moment, Chu Yan hurriedly stopped and stood in a daze. What's happening here? It's just that I practiced a few moves according to the moves in my memory, but there is such a big movement. However, the next moment, when Chu Yan's consciousness swept outside, his expression changed suddenly. I saw that outside Yu Linglong and the others, a large amount of divine power exploded continuously in the bodies of each of them, and countless divine lights shot up into the sky. Chu Yan can clearly sense that the powerful and violent divine power is constantly erupting in each of them. Now, without the intervention of any rules of heaven, if it breaks out completely, it must break through to the divine realm in one fell swoop. Linglong, this is not the time to break through to the divine realm. The primordial spirit source in the Godhead is of great use. Chu Yan's face changed, and he quickly sent a sound transmission to Yu Linglong and the others, telling them all the insights he had just learned about the integration of Godhead. Yu Linglong and the others are different from her now. After all, they haven't condensed the Emperor's seal and bred the Tao map. If they break through to the God realm now, then their martial arts peak may be the same as those mainland giants, at most they are ordinary God realm powerhouses. In the future, if you want to break through the Holy Heaven Pavilion and ascend to the God realm, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Therefore, before breaking through the divine realm, one must first condense the Emperor's seal and conceive the Taoist map, step by step, focusing on the foundation. Understood. After hearing Chu Yan's explanation, Yu Linglong, Chang Tianhe, and others woke up with a start, nodded and replied. Although they saw that they were about to hit the divine realm, they believed in Chu Yan 100%, so without any hesitation, they began to restrain their divine power. The cultivation base is breaking through, and everyone's cultivation base has stopped above the 8th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, and they stop in shock and no longer attack. All divine breaths were forcibly suppressed. Surprisingly, the divine powers within their qualifications seemed to cooperate very well, and they did not continue to erupt, and all fell silent. What? There isn't a single god realm. Outside of the Godhead battlefield, Emperor Kuan, Emperor Yuansheng, and some giants all looked stunned. To know. The Godhead battlefield is the god-making place of the 10 Directions starfield. This time, so many geniuses gathered here, all of them were amazingly talented. However, after merging with the Godhead, without the suppression of the laws of heaven, there is no one who is strong in the divine realm. It seems that Chu Yan stopped them. Primordial spirit source is very useful. Could it be? The next moment, Emperor Kuan, Emperor Yuansheng, and other giants suddenly changed their expressions when they recalled Chu Yan's words. Obviously, Chu Yan is going to let them all condense the Emperor's seal, conceive the Taoist map, and then hit the divine realm. In this way, at that time, there will be several perverted combat powers like Chu Yan in the 10-star fields. Quickly, announce the news here, as well as the news of Empress Xuanhuan's arrival, to the world. In Emperor Kuan's eyes, Kungxia flickered, turned to look at Emperor Yuansheng, and said. This? I understand. After being taken aback for a moment, Emperor Yuansheng understood what Emperor Kuan meant in an instant, turned around quickly, and gave orders to the big bosses of the Fox clan behind him. The next moment, countless paths of spiritual consciousness transmitted sound, like a net of heaven and earth, released in all directions, and the entire sky. The heavenly Dao Ming mantra has already appeared in this world. Empress Xiantian travels through the 9 heavens and outer heavens and lands in the 10 Directions starfield. Everything has become a bright card. Now is the opportunity, an opportunity not to be missed. Time flies by like electricity, spreading the news of the whole world like a tide. In less than half an hour, the news about the Godhead battlefield completely stirred up the entire 10 Directions starfield. What? Chu Yan merged with the Godhead. Integrated 4 gold and stone Godheads, and broke through in one fell swoop. Hiss. The demigod-level cultivation base, this is too terrifying. His combat power can't even kill the god level. Heaven and earth thunder tribulation didn't show up. Then how can you become a god? I heard before that on the Godhead battlefield, with his own strength, he beheaded all the descendants of the 3 great powers, the 7 great clans, and even killed a bunch of Saint Emperor powerhouses, so his current combat power. Empress Xiantian appeared on the Godhead battlefield and blasted back Xingtian Pavilion and Tian Dao. What? The demon sect, the Lei clan, and the patriarch of the Tianula were all killed by the Xiantian Empress. My God! This 10 Direction star field is really going to change. Cultivators all over the world were shocked when they heard the shocking news. They could never have imagined that the Empress Xiantian would return to the 10 Directions starfield. Moreover, the power is so strong that Xingtian Pavilion, Tian Dao, and mainland giants will all be killed and forced to retreat by one person. And the legend about Empress Xiantian was dug up from the classics by countless people, and everyone was stunned when they saw it. It turns out that in ancient times, someone broke through the Xingtian Pavilion and ascended to the realm of God. In this way, Xingtian Pavilion and God's domain are not really invulnerable. As long as they are strong, they can still ascend to God's domain. We should join against God. Break through the Xingtian Pavilion and ascend to the God realm. This way is feasible. A strong man and a big man, his blood was boiling, his whole body was tense, and his eyes were full of flames. At this moment, overwhelming shocking news spread, and had an earth-shaking impact on the martial arts rules of warriors all over the world. From this day on, everyone's martial arts path, which originally aimed at the divine realm, has been completely changed, and all of them have been changed, breaking through the Xingtian Pavilion and ascending to the realm of the gods. Because, on this road, there is hope. Ha ha ha, holy Tengus, haven't you thought about it? Master Xingtian is back. All the wrong and distorted martial soul Tao will be cleared up. That year, I didn't follow Master Xingtian and missed the opportunity. This time I will never miss it. It's finally here. The starfield of the 10 directions, Master Xingtian, and Chu Yan are like the sun and the moon facing the sky. All the darkness covering the world of martial spirits will be broken, and the light will reappear. Almost on the same day, in the 10 directions starfields, in one place and one place in the secret realms of the Jedi, terrifying existences woke up one after another, laughing and roaring loudly. These ancient powerhouses who have been sleeping for countless years have been hiding for so long, and they have been waiting for today. Back then, they were all strong followers of Empress Xingtian. If Empress Xingtian returned, how could they not be excited? What a Chu Yan, he has really come to this step. My daughter has vision. In the demon god citadel, the master of the dark temple nodded slowly with a look of surprise on his face. Perhaps all the previous efforts have finally paid off today. The Dark Temple's support and help to Chu Yan for many years has finally blossomed and borne fruit today. Now, that kid can be trusted. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, #C2818 sweeping the world. After a great battle, Xingtian Pavilion, the Holy Temple. In the main hall, the Holy Heaven God Emperor and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy sat on the high seats with ashen faces. Besides the elders of the Xingtian Pavilion, there were also the patriarch of the High Clan, the owner of the Xuanhuan Palace, and other mainland giants. Gather here. With the arrival of Empress Xingtian, as soon as she made a move, the 4 giants of the mainland died tragically. Now, they were so terrified of being killed that they dared not go back to their respective mountain gates. This time, the power displayed by Empress Xingtian was too terrifying. If they each returned to the mountain gate, maybe the entire clan would be wiped out. So gather together and maybe hold off a bit. Report to Pavilion Master, Taoist Nantian has just announced to the world, starting today, join the Tao against God. Report. The Heavenly Mystery Clan spread the order to the world, and form an alliance with Anishan Tao, and advance and retreat together. The 2 great monster gods of the Monster Clan go to the Tiankuan clan and ask to meet the Kuan Emperor. One after another, the news continued to gather and echoed in the temple. Every time news came, the expressions of all the bigwigs in the palace would change. These are all 10 direction starfields, hidden giants, or extremely powerful and influential people, and now they are all leaning in the direction of Anishan Tao. Now that the battle was defeated, and hearing such news again, all of them were darkened and extremely depressed. Humph. A bunch of idiots. The voice of the Holy Spirit resounded in the hall. Empress Xingtian, even if this deity descends, but her cultivation and strength are in the 10 directions starfield, it is impossible to exert her full strength. Besides, the heaven and earth thunder tribulation is still in our hands. If you want to overcome the tribulation, it's just a dream. As the ruler of the 10 directions starfield, for the first time in hundreds of thousands of years, he felt that the situation was out of control. Xingtian Monument, in your opinion, how should we deal with it now? The spirit of heaven turned his head, looked at the spirit of Xingtian, and asked. The current situation is already very unfavorable. Although not all the forces that have taken refuge in them have turned against God, but the situation has reversed, and the change in strength is only a matter of time. Moreover, although the heaven and earth thunder tribulation is in their hands, Empress Xingtian is a god of cultivation, who can guarantee that she has no means to help Chu Yan overcome the disaster. Of course it is possible. You know, Empress Xingtian ascended from the 10 directions starfield and stayed in the divine realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Whether it's the 10 directions starfield or the god's domain, she is very familiar with it, and maybe she can really find a way. If that time comes, even if they join forces again, what use will it be? Everyone, don't worry, I will immediately report to God's domain and lower the God's curtain. When the time comes, the 4 of us will join forces to block them. It will not be a big problem. At this time, the God Emperor Xingtian, who was dominated by everyone, had no choice but to comfort him. However, although it is comforting words, it is telling the truth. The divine curtain is the greatest reliance of the Xingtian pavilion to rule the 10 directions starfield, so its power cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the real body of the divine Emperor Xingtian is still in the Holy Mountain, and the real body of the heavenly Tao spirit envoy is also on his way. How terrifying is the strength of the deity who has made a move and exerted his peak combat power. Backed by the God realm and the heavenly Tao of the 10 directions star realm, no matter how strong Empress Xingtian and Chu Yan are, it would be as difficult as going to the sky to kill them. However, their deity, one is the body of the gods, and the other is the rule of heaven. It stands to reason that they are not allowed to shoot. Therefore, as long as they make a move, it will definitely cause great trauma to their deity. Since Empress Xingtian came down from the 9 heavens outer heaven, then we can do the same, invite the powerhouses of the God realm to come and kill that Chu Yan, but... Emperor Xingtian thought for a long time, and finally thought of a way. While speaking, he looked at everyone and said. The only reason why I only mentioned Chu Yan and not Empress Xingtian is that even if Empress Xingtian descends to the 10 directions starfield, there is a time limit. Moreover, she is here to help Chu Yan. As long as Chu Yan dies, what is the point of her being in the 10 directions starfield? A strong man in God's domain. But now... Hearing the words, the spirit of heavenly Tao frowned slightly, and just about to speak, his face suddenly changed. Boom, boom. An extremely powerful sound of thunder exploded in the void, shaking the entire temple. What? The faces of all the mainland giants present changed in unison. There is a place, a vision of heaven and earth has occurred. The spirit of the holy heaven reacted the fastest. With a flash of thought, he waved his big hand, and a large piece of holy light gushed out, turning into a light curtain in the midair of the hall. In the light curtain, there is a land of green mountains and green waters, which is extremely beautiful. Boom. 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 However, in this place, between heaven and earth, countless muffled thunders continued to explode. The talented cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to have noticed the vision of heaven and earth in this place, and they all raised their heads to look at the sky. The entire 10 direction star field, not only Xingtian Pavilion, but other powerful forces, seemed to have sensed the vision of heaven and earth here, and they all used the means of reaching the sky, opened their sky eyes to peep, and looked over here. What's the situation? This is the broken sky. The entire sky exploded. Is it a disaster that will destroy the world? When everyone saw this vision of heaven and earth, they were shocked by the astonishing scene, their faces changed greatly, and their spirits trembled. Even in the temple, the mainland giants such as Xingtian God Emperor were all shocked. I saw that on that broken sky, the entire sky was reduced to ashes. Compared to before, when Empress Xingtian descended, the power to break through was much stronger. Countless chaotic spacetime turbulences turned into countless black holes, frantically devouring the spiritual energy of this world. A dense darkness descends. The sky is like this, and the ground also begins to crack. Cracks and huge pits continue to appear. Trees and spiritual peaks are slowly collapsing. The next moment, a large piece of land suddenly peeled off the ground from among the large mountains and spiritual peaks, and flew towards the sky. It looks like an island, rising to the sky, like Xie La Peak, constantly devouring everything around, expanding the volume of Xie La Peak. The colossal Xie La Peak charged into the sky, and the powerful airflow it picked up formed an extremely terrifying gale, sweeping in all directions. Like a doomsday storm, it swept across the earth, mountains, and cities. Everything it passed was destroyed, and the lives of people were devastated. All kinds of screams, through the light curtain, spread to the Xingtian Hall, and the faces of the mainland giants such as the Xingtian God Emperor turned pale. This is simply an image of annihilation. All life, in this terrifying vision of heaven and earth, is more miserable than grass and dust, powerless to face death. Various emotions, such as terror, pain, and fear, raged between the heaven and the earth and spread continuously. Swish! Suddenly, a dazzling shadow of ice crystal shot directly from the far horizon. #C2819 Create the World. At this moment, everyone in the world looked at the ice crystal shadow together. Even the apocalyptic power sweeping all directions, under the aura of this ice crystal, instantly became dim. This ice power is like the overlord of heaven and earth, unrivaled. Empress Xiantian, Xingtian Shindi, and the others reacted quickly and were startled at the same time. What's the situation? Why does this phenomenon of heaven and earth appear? Why did Empress Xiantian appear there? What is this for? The Tao of Tianyin, came where is the world, my original heart, merged with the heaven and the earth, like the source of the spirit, came to the world. Empress Xiantian hangs in the air, her snow skirt flutters, her hands are constantly forming seals, and she sings Sanskrit tones, attracting countless cultivators to look up at this overlord of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow, condensed into a knot. Almost at the same time as she was singing, 3 thunderclaps exploded and flew from the sky. These 3 figures are the Lord of Forbidden God, Emperor Kuan, and Sword God Aoki. Like 3 shocking rays of light, behind each person, a long colored aura stretched across the sky like a long river. These 3 long rivers of spiritual light are connected to the end of the sky. Boom, boom. The 3 of them exerted their strength suddenly, with mighty and violent power, like countless gods and demons, exploding continuously in the sky. Everyone can see with their own eyes that the 3 different colored spirit rivers, like spirits, fly to the sky under the control of the 3 of them. Looking from a distance, it looks like 3 Lingyi Tianlongs flying up from the ground. Then, what is that? My God! It seems to be the breath of the Buddha's dark world. The dark world of the Buddha. How could it be? In the temple. All the giants in the mainland were stunned and completely dumbfounded. They don't want to blend the Buddha dark world with the starfield of the 10 directions. The mistress of Hunyuan Palace's complexion changed drastically, and her face was full of shock. Impossible. The patriarch of the High Clan spoke directly, shaking his head in denial. The dark world of the Buddha is self-contained, so huge, it is impossible to escape. Moreover, looking at the aura of the 3 Lingyi dragons, they are obviously much stronger than the might of the Buddha in the dark world. This is absolutely impossible. The faces of the 4 big bosses, Xingtian Divine Emperor, Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, Xingtian Monument Spirit, and Heavenly Tao Spirit, also changed drastically. Their eyes were full of astonishment, and their entire spirit body was trembling. Of course they knew what was going on right now. This is the entire 10 directions starfield, the source of all power, the real spiritual source of heaven and earth. Moreover, that is obviously the result of the dark world of the Buddha being bound together with the spiritual source of heaven and earth. How can this be? The spiritual source of heaven and earth in the 10 directions starfield has long been divided by them, so how could it still exist? What's going on? At this time, the land of visions of heaven and earth. Above the sky all around, there are constantly figures flying rapidly. These people are all bigwigs and tycoons of all forces in the 10 directions star field. Before, when Chu Yan was on the battlefield of godhood, they either joined the Xingtian pavilion, or they waited and watched neutrally. Now, if they want to join an Aishan Dao, or form an alliance with an Aishan Dao, they are naturally embarrassed and go directly to God Emperor Tianji and Baipao to take care of them, so they are all going to find Emperor Yuanxing to get online. For a moment, the Fox clan became lively, and Yan Ran became a foreign affairs mountain gate against the Tao of God. And in another place, at this moment, Chu Yan was studying with all his heart the skill that surprised him so much. The phantom in the Emperor's seal seems ordinary, but the more you study it, the more astonished Chu Yan's consciousness becomes. The phantom's body and the source above the Godhead seem to have something in common. Even, he has a feeling. The power of this phantom is more powerful and mysterious than the source of the Godhead. The phantom is starting to solidify. Chu Yan has been watching the changes in the phantom in the Emperor's seal, and will not let it go. This phantom seems to be watching me too. As long as I feel something, it will change and improve, but as long as I relax a little, it will loosen up. Constantly pondering in his heart, Chu Yan's face was solemn. Chu Yan, come here with the Tian Kuan clan, and Qing Lian, ready to cross the catastrophe. At this moment, Empress Xuanhuan's voice sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Crossing tribulation. When Chu Yan was stunned, the cyan sky lotus rushed out of the sea of spiritual clouds in the sea of consciousness, turned into a cyan streamer, and flew towards the edge of the sky. Not only Chu Yan, but even the Emperor Yuanxing and other mainland giants were all stunned. It is no secret that the rules of the world have been tampered with. Everyone already knows that in this 10 direction star field, all the rules that can overcome the catastrophe have been controlled. Now, Chu Yan has just merged with the Godhead, and he is about to cross the catastrophe. Senior, thank you very much. Chu Yan woke up quickly, with a look of joy on his face, turned around and said to Emperor Kuan and Emperor Yuanxing. My companions are still merging, please leave some strong ones here to guard, and everyone else will go with me. Good. When these words landed, Emperor Kuan and Emperor Yuanxing nodded at the same time, and immediately began to arrange. Immediately afterwards, a large number of figures soared into the sky, and together with Chu Yan, they flew towards the sky. Now, everything is governed by Chu Yan, even Emperor Kuan and Emperor Yuanxing, a clan emperor of the Tiankuan clan, and a clan leader of the Fox clan, would obey Chu Yan's orders. At the place where the heaven and earth were abnormal, Empress Xiantian didn't stop for a breath, she kept forming divine seals, shot out one after another ice power, and shot out of the 3 Tianhe dragons. The 3 Lingyi Kanglongs instantly became extremely bright and began to evolve continuously. The 3 Aoki sword gods also gave their full support. When they roared up to the sky, they mobilized all their divine power, picked up a large wave of divine power, and pushed the 3 Lingyi Kanglongs towards the Feitian peak above the sky. Boom! 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 In the next breath, all the cultivators in the sky and the earth heard an astonishing sound of air explosions exploding one after another, and endless waves of spiritual energy rushed out from Feilai Peak. Wherever this wave of spiritual tide passed, in all directions, all the auras of cultivators were suppressed and could not move. The whole world, at this moment, seemed to be completely frozen. The 3 King Kanglongs collided with Feitian Peak and merged immediately without any resistance. Everyone can clearly feel that after the fusion of the two, an incomparably vast and terrifying power was born between the heaven and the earth. Master Xiantian, what are you going to do? The hidden giants looked at the scene in front of them, all of them were full of doubts. Extracting a trace of the origin of heaven and earth from the 10 directions starfield, and then creating such a large suspended land, this is. In the Xingtian Great Hall, the 4 rulers, including the Emperor Xingtian, all had shocked expressions on their faces. They suddenly seemed to think of something, and their expressions changed wildly at the same time. No, she wants to. Without waiting for them to cry out in shock, the frost-faced Empress Xingtian spoke coldly in the light curtain. It's now, do it. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C28 2011th Party Continent. Following the order of Empress Xingtian, countless celestial light and divine splendor emerged from the sky, earth, and sky, and large formations of heavenly spirits also appeared, and began to buzz. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the rolling sound of thousands of thunderclouds, above the sky, a large wave of magical spirit waves surged like a beast tide, rushing towards the flying sky and earth suspended above the sky. Just in the blink of an eye, the spiritual wave entered, and the myriad beasts manifested their spirits, and above the sky, roars that shocked the sky. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky with divine splendor, and they were all shocked. It was almost a miracle. The horror of Empress Xingtian was amazed by the world at this moment. None of them could have imagined that the power of a cultivator could reach such a terrifying level. Now they have all seen that this vision of heaven and earth was obviously created by Empress Xingtian with her own strength. This Empress Xingtian is an existence at the overlord level in the 9 heavens outer heaven. Lead the army, break the boundary wall of the 10 directions star field, and the deity descends. Now, with the power of one person, what a terrifying vision of heaven and earth can be created. No one can match such power. Click. The fusion of the earth and the sky and the spiritual tide directly aroused the reaction of the 10 directions starfield, and the entire continent began to tremble slightly. Storms, floods, and violent thunder swept across the entire continent in the sky and on the earth. Perhaps, it was because of the spiritual tide that fell from the 9 heavens, which had a strong impact on the world of the 10 directions star field. Or it has already threatened the origin of the 10 directions star field world, and this kind of reaction directly caused all kinds of terrifying disasters of annihilation. The delusion of the heavenly spirits, take this as the center, turn the sky and the earth, and turn the universe upside down. Yin and yang against the river, 9 degrees and 9 jumps, I am the command, the first pull of Taiyuan. Empress Xuanhuan's face was solemn, her eyes were as bright as thunder, and when she waved her hand, there was a vast sea of stars and countless auras of heaven and earth, constantly emerging and twinkling under her waving fingers. The 11th continent, Hongmeng, awakened. This sentence landed. The entire sky and earth have undergone earth-shaking changes. A huge aura mask appeared around the sky continent, completely enveloping it, turning it into a piece of spar boundary wall, completely isolating it from the 10 directions star continent. At the same time, the ground that was originally based on Feitian Peak had now expanded to the size of half the sky. Countless violent storms and heavy rain began to wreak havoc on the ground. Wanjun thunder and lightning, like countless electric snakes, shuttled across the sky and exploded. At this moment, a brand new continent appeared in front of everyone. What is this? Could it be a divine kingdom world created alone? No. The world of the kingdom of God is just the foundation. This is a brand new continental world called the 11th continent. Independent of the 10 directions star field, a brand new continent. Oh my God, is this an act of creation? The power of the gods is too terrifying. In the temple, the divine emperor of the holy heaven, the spirit of the heavenly Tao, the spirit of the holy heaven, the spirit of the heavenly Tao, and the 4 rulers of the mainland stared at each other with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open, completely dumbfounded. She actually created a continent world. Not only Xingtian Shindi and the others, but even the other mainland giants in the temple are all stupid now. Looking at the new sky and land in the light curtain, the scene of natural disasters raging, his face was full of horror and horror. Although they have heard that every powerful person in the divine realm can freely control the world of the divine kingdom. As for the world of the kingdom of God, as long as the power of the spiritual source of heaven and earth and the source of the world is injected, it can evolve into a brand new continental world. But that's just a legend. Now, seeing it with their own eyes, and appearing in front of them alive, makes their spirits almost explode. This Empress Xiantian is actually so strong. Xuantian's power is beyond your comprehension. At this moment, suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the temple. Immediately afterwards, all the mainland giants suddenly changed their expressions and turned their heads to look. I saw that the void in the holy heaven hall suddenly rippled, and a snow shadow stepped out from the void ripples. The figure of this woman is illusory for a while, and solidified for a while. Every time you take a step, the breath on your body will change greatly. One moment the Saint Emperor peak state, the other moment it is the conferred God state, switching back and forth, it is invisible and insubstantial, and it is difficult to lock the consciousness. You are. The gazes of Xingtian Shindi and the others all looked at the person who came, and their faces were full of shock. In just a split second, the power of the four giants erupted in an instant, completely sealing the entire Holy Heaven Hall. Here is the Holy Heaven Hall. Not to mention cultivators, even those who are strong in the divine realm, without the talisman seal of Xingtian Pavilion, it is impossible to enter. But now, this woman entered the temple so easily and appeared in front of him. My name is Xiantian, and I am the same person as Empress Xiantian. The snow shadow woman smiled lightly, and the tulle on her face was like 100 flowers blooming. Same person. Xiantian. What's the meaning? No. You are not her at all, she is over there. In the entire temple, upon hearing the answer from Shuiying girl, all the bosses were stunned, and even their spiritual sense was a little messed up. She is her, I am me. Snow Shadow said. I'm here this time, and I'm going to join forces with you, otherwise, what will happen to you? Don't I need to say more? As the words fell, the eyes of all the big bosses in the hall were startled, and then they all turned to the Holy Heavenly Emperor. Joint. The Divine Emperor Xingtian's eyes flickered, staring at the snow shadow woman in front of him, pondered for a long time, then waved his hand, removed the seal, and said, How do I know that you are not the clone of Empress Xiantian? Hearing this question, the snow shadow girl chuckled, shook her head, and continued. Xiantian will, the god of war himself, the conferred god soul, the three bodies are united into one, but they can't be merged at all. And I am the conferred god soul of Empress Xiantian. And now, the one who created the world there is Empress Xuantian's god of war, and it's just her body. When these words came out, all the bosses in the temple were stunned. Every single word, like thunder, resounded through everyone's sea of consciousness, shocking them immensely. However, at the moment when these words were spoken, hundreds of millions of miles away. Outland continent, Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect. Nuwa Das Rakshasa Soul Tianzong Mountain Gate, among the palaces and pavilions, a figure was startled suddenly, as if sensing something, his brows were slightly frowned, and he raised his head slightly, looking up at the sky. Immediately afterwards, the jade skirt swung lightly, the lotus step swayed, and she walked towards the gate of the Judian. Standing in front of the palace gate, just looking up, a pair of shining star eyes, looking at the endless sky, the eyes are like gods. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C2821 Earth. In the holy hall, what the Shuiying woman said caused the Emperor, Xingtian, and the others to look shocked. So, there is still a Xiantian Lingji. They never expected that the identity of Empress Xiantian would be so complicated. I don't need to explain too much about this point, I can only say that this is Heaven's Daoming curse, the Snow Shadow Girl said softly. Heaven's Daoming curse. Hearing these 4 words, the Holy Heavenly God Emperor jumped up from the big seat, and stared at the Snow Shadow Woman with a face full of astonishment. What is the Heavenly Daoming curse? Others don't know, but he and the 4 Heavenly Dao Lingshi are very clear. It's just that he finally realized now that the reason why the Shantian Empress suddenly descended on the 10 directions starfield and divided herself into 3 parts, the spiritual intelligence, the physical body, and the spiritual soul, was fundamentally the reason for the Heavenly Daoming curse. In this way, the Heavenly Daoming curse has been activated. Then, what should we do? The Emperor Xingtian's face finally sank. The Heavenly Daoming curse is God's realm's repeated orders to keep them tightly controlled in the 10 directions starfield. However, they didn't know where the Tiandaming mantra was or what it was, so they couldn't talk about monitoring it. But now, after hearing the words of the Snow Shadow Girl, all their doubts were solved. That Chu Yan is the heavenly curse of Empress Shantian. As long as you kill him, Empress Shantian is nothing to be afraid of. She is the soul of Shantian. Although she has been separated for hundreds of thousands of years, her understanding of the physical body is naturally clear. So, it's the same as our plan. Emperor Xingtian nodded. The words of this Shuang woman are very reliable, pointing directly to the core. It seems that they should be on the same side as them. Not bad. I also think that Chu Yan must be killed as soon as possible. Heavenly Dao spirit envoys seldom speak, but this sentence made all the elders in the hall nod their heads in unison. Although everyone knows that Chu Yan's combat power is super heavenly, and now he has merged with the godhead of gold and stone, and his cultivation level has changed from the 5th heaven of the Holy Emperor to the 5th heaven. All the while breaking through to the demigod realm. In the 10 directions starfield, there are not many strong men who can match it. However, for giants like them on the mainland, and existences like Xingtian God Emperor, it is not difficult to kill him. The point is, he is now supported by Empress Shantian and Anai Shindao behind him. The Snow Shadow Woman said. The 11th continent has already taken shape. As long as Chu Yan enters it, condenses the heaven and earth thunder tribulation, and enshrines the gods in one fell swoop, then everyone present here will be no match for him. Hearing this sentence, the big bosses in the palace frowned. The current Chu Yan has reached the top level of combat power. If he is a god, maybe even the Holy Heaven God Emperor can't do anything about him. No. Impossible. The Spirit of Heaven's expression changed slightly, and he said. The mainland world she created with her own strength is only 100 miles away. Even if it is self-contained, it is still under the shroud of the 10 direction star field, and the power of the laws of heaven can still intervene. Madness. As soon as the words that were almost the words of the spirit of the law of heaven came out, the Snow Shadow Woman directly scolded in a cold voice. The land in the middle of the earth, the country of China, even if the 11th continent is affected by your laws of heaven, it is only affected by it. Don't forget. Her purpose is not to really create a new continent, but just to let Chu Yan overcome the calamity and confer the gods. Therefore, even if there is a trace of the heavenly Tao of the 11th continent conceived, it is enough. That is the continental world she created. Only a trace of the way of heaven is conceived, and she can use this way of heaven to establish her own rules. When these words fell to the ground, the expression of the spirit of heaven's Tao suddenly changed. The big bosses in the hall naturally heard the meaning from the words, and all of them had dark faces. They didn't expect that Empress Shantian consumed so much energy just to help that Chu Yan overcome the tribulation. If Chu Yan is really successful and becomes a god in one fell swoop, then the 10 directions starfield will really change. In this way, things cannot be violated. What's the point of us joining forces? In the eyes of the divine Emperor Xingtian, there was a flash of thunder, obviously with a hint of anger. Since I'm here, I naturally have a solution. The Snow Shadow Girl glanced at the Holy Heaven God Emperor, and spoke again, revealing her plan. In an instant, the entire temple was filled with dead silence. Whether it was the Holy Heaven God Emperor, or the giants from the mainland, listening to the plan of the Shuang girl, the haze on their faces kept sweeping away, and their eyes became brighter and brighter. If this plan is really implemented, then they can completely kill it before the new continent is formed, when Chu Yan confers the gods. In this way, both Empress Xuanhuan's plan and Chu Yan's hope will be wiped out at once. Good. Good. Very good. The red light reappeared on the face of the divine Emperor Xingtian, looked at the Snow Shadow Woman, and said, "Since this is the case, I think this plan is perfect. If it is executed according to this plan, that Chu Yan will definitely be lost." As soon as Xingtian Shindi's voice fell to the ground, the Snow Shadow Girl turned around and said lightly, "I'll go first," etc. Seeing that the Snow Shadow Girl was about to leave, the Holy Heaven God Emperor stopped her. Since Empress Xingtian, because of the heavenly Dao Ming curse, has already 3 points, and both her physical body and her real body have appeared, so where is her spiritual and intelligent body? As soon as these words came out, all the bosses in the audience turned their heads and looked at Shuang girl. This question was not only for the divine Emperor Xingtian, they were also puzzled when they heard the words of Tiandaming mantra before. More importantly, as Xingtian Empress herself is so powerful, and now, the body of the soul is in front of them, and there is also a body of spiritual wisdom, and it is there again. If this spiritual body reappears, will it be like before when the deity came, and they will be defeated? What are you guys? Hearing the words of the Holy Heaven God Emperor, the Shuang woman stopped in her footsteps, her voice was like ice. Only you are worthy of knowing this. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the Snow Shadow Girl waved her jade hand without turning her head, and ripples appeared in the void, and she stepped into it, disappearing into the temple in an instant. At this moment, on the other side, in front of the 11th party continent, Chu Yan, Xuanhuan, Yuan Xingshindi, and other big bosses rushed over. Just before this vision of heaven and earth, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. This piece of earth that covers the sky and the sun spans across the sky and completely blocks the entire sky. The formed boundary wall and the gradually receding natural disasters have given birth to this 11th continent with vitality. Look, that's Chu Yan. Master Chu Yan is here. Did he create this vision of heaven and earth? Fart, that was created by Master Xingtian, but why did Master Chu Yan come here? It must be related. All the powerhouses gathered in front of this new continent looked at Chu Yan's figure and uttered their voices together. Chaos and all spirits, the heaven and the earth first opened, born. Empress Xingtian hangs in the sky, her whole body is as majestic as a tide, like a god of heaven, every word, the sound of thunder and tremors, and the tremor of the earth. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2822 New World. Empress Xingtian didn't care about everything around her, her whole mind was concentrated on that new continent. Following her order, the colossal new world began to undergo a shocking reversal. Boom, boom. On the new world, all natural disasters have completely subsided, and infinite vitality is flourishing. Large tracts of forests were bred, spiritual peaks rose from the ground, rivers were trickling, springs were exquisite, and a large amount of water and mist shrouded the entire world. At the same time, in the earth, air currents of 5 colors overflowed from the ground, gathered in the sky, condensed into clouds, and moved with the wind. The ground below lost a large piece of land, rumbling and trembling. However, seeing the new land in the sky began to flourish, all the cultivators began to stabilize their minds. A brand new continental world was born. Heavenly Tao conceives, 10,000 laws soar into the sky. Empress Xuantian's eyes were like God's, she raised her bare hands lightly, and shot out streaks of willpower in the void, converging into a golden tide and flying towards the new continent. This injection of will immediately made everyone clearly feel that the new continent was roaring with joy, and its vitality was even more majestic. At this moment, everyone looked at that piece of new land with brilliance in their eyes. You know, this is a world without any rules of heaven, and God's realm is forbidden. Here, there is no martial soul, no godhead. Chu Yan, this 11th continent is the Empress Shantian, built for you. Standing in midair, Aoki Sword God turned around, looked at Chu Yan, and said, "As long as you enter it, the Tao of Heaven in the 10 directions starfield will no longer mean anything to you, and when the time comes, you will be able to become a god if you attract thunder and calamity from heaven and earth." Speaking of this, Aoki Sword God's eyes were full of light. At the beginning, when Empress Shantian made this plan, it was the biggest secret, and only he and Empress Shantian knew about it. New World. Chu Yan, who was full of astonishment, looked at all this. My heart is full of shock. Breeding a new world, creating a continent, this legendary godlike miracle actually appeared before my eyes. Chu Yan, who was watching intently, suddenly felt his heart tremble. I saw that in the world of his sea of consciousness, the phantom of the Godhead suddenly rushed out and appeared in the world of the sea of consciousness. Looking up at this new continent, the whole body of the phantom was trembling. It seems that Godhead Phantom is very interested in this new continent. Chu Yan, come. In midair, Empress Shantian suddenly spoke, looked at Chu Yan and called out. Good. Chu Yan quickly withdrew his consciousness, turned into electricity, and rushed to the sky. With a swish, according to the guidance of Empress Shantian, Chu Yan was not hindered at all when he passed through the boundary wall of the new world. In an instant, Chu Yan landed on a huge spiritual peak. An extremely familiar feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. Although there are not many rules of heaven and earth, they are basically similar, but they obviously have a lot of intimacy with him, and there is no hostility at all. This is completely opposite to the rules of heaven in the 10 directions starfield. The laws of the sky and the rules of the earth, according to my will, the thunder calamity will run. Taking a deep breath, in Chu Yan's eyes, the light burst out, and the divine aura burst out all over his body. Now is the last chance. No waste is allowed. Take this opportunity to arouse the thunder and calamity of heaven and earth, and become a god in one fell swoop. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and he crazily raised his true energy and godhead breath, causing countless spiritual sources in the surrounding world to explode. However, at this moment, a feeling as cold as an arrow appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness instantly, making his whole body feel like falling into an ice cellar. Dangerous. Chu Yan's eyes were wide open, and he felt his entire scalp was exploding. Moreover, the cyan sky lotus in his body, the phantom of the Emperor's seal, and the Taoist map of the 9 suns were all trembling violently. Senior Qingjia, be careful, there is danger. The next moment, in the blink of an eye, Chu Yan's eyes turned suddenly, he looked at the sky, and shouted loudly. The feeling at that moment made Chu Yan completely aware that the direct target of that sense of danger was not himself, but the green-armored giant. Empress Xuanhuan's eyes flashed violently, and almost at the same time Chu Yan's words fell to the ground, her body turned and she raised her hand to press it to the void beside her. Boom, boom. The ice imprint was like a mountain, and countless divine lights exploded. Amidst the remaining energy of the air waves that filled the sky, a large purple-gold spear pierced the void and emerged from the sky. I didn't expect you to be awakened to this extent. Compared with me, you were only a little behind. A thunderous sound broke through the clouds and waves, shaking the sky and the earth. When everyone heard this voice, their spirits tightened, their hearts seemed to be suppressed by some force, and even breathing became difficult. It seems that the appearance of this gun and this voice made the whole world freeze for this. In everyone's sea of consciousness, a crisis appeared at the same time, impacting everyone's soul like an ice tide. It was as if a catastrophe was about to strike, and no one could escape. Spiritual wisdom. Or soul body. Empress Shantian stood in the air, her snow skirt fluttering, her face was cold, she spoke. Just arrived, but you don't have any chance. That ethereal voice resounded again. Immediately afterwards, above the distant sky, a stream of golden light appeared and flew towards this side. In less than a few breaths, the golden light rushed and appeared in front of everyone. In an instant, a terrifying power, like thunder rolling from the sky, swept across the world, and all the laws of heaven and the spiritual origin of heaven and earth trembled. This is no longer the impact of power and influence, but the sense of fear emitted by their original will. She is the soul of God of War. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes looked at the golden armored figure in unison, all of them were shocked. Especially Chu Yan, who was in the New World, looked at the golden armored figure in the sky, and it was 90% similar to the familiar figure. It's just that the familiar figure is wearing green armor, but the one in front of him is wearing golden armor. However, in the sky, whether it is the snow shadow body of Empress Shantian or the golden armored body, the cultivation and strength of both are suppressed by the 10 directions star field. Although it is the limit strength that this world can withstand, it is obvious that the cultivation aura of the golden armor body is obviously stronger. At this moment, in the Xingtian Pavilion, in the Xingtian Great Hall, Emperor Xingtian and a group of giants from the mainland stared closely at the light curtain in front of them with concentrated expressions. They knew that this was a duel between the two incarnations of Empress Shantian, and they must not miss any detail. However, those spectators at the scene were in a daze, unable to understand the situation at all. Because, in the sky, Xueying and Jiuxiao had almost the same aura and consciousness, and they couldn't tell each other apart. It looks like a deity, a double feeling. However, how could there be a fight between the deity and the avatar? The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C2823 Golden Armored Soul. All the eyes of the audience gathered in the sky, looking at the two confronting figures. Everyone is full of doubts and incomprehensions. If it is said that the two auras and consciousnesses are exactly the same as the deity and the avatar, then why do they look like they are on edge? What are you looking at? Hurry up and cross the tribulation. Leave her to me. Empress Xuanhuan's face was covered with frost, she turned her head and glanced at Chu Yan in the new world below, and shouted. While speaking, countless ice crystals emerged around her body, like 10,000 stars, reflecting 5 colors of ice crystals. Okay. When Chu Yan heard the shout, his spirit was lifted, and he woke up immediately. Concentrating his mind, Chu Yan turned his eyes, looking at the new world in front of him, and the divine aura in his whole body improved again. Now, no matter how strong the soul body of the green-armored giant is, Chu Yan's current main task is to overcome the tribulation. Only by surviving the heaven and earth thunder calamity can one break through to the divine realm and improve one's strength. With me here, don't even think about crossing the catastrophe. With a body in golden armor, holding a purple gold long spear, he stepped forward with one step, the tip of the spear swept across, golden light burst out, and countless mysterious lights rushed out. Wherever it passes, the laws of heaven and earth, the great way and all laws, are all broken. Boom. The next moment, Empress Shantian waved her jade hand, and all the ice crystals around her body turned into sharp arrows of ice crystals, covering the golden armored body. Facing the mighty tide of ice crystal arrows, the golden armored body did not retreat in the slightest, striding like thunder, each step was to raise the spear to parry, shattering all the ice crystals attacking the body. At this time, in the new continent below, above Chu Yan's head, a large sea of spiritual clouds gathered, and thunder exploded. Heaven and earth thunder tribulation has begun to gather. However, at this moment, the eyes of the golden armored body flashed brightly, and with both hands reprinted, a divine seal blasted out when he raised his hand. boom, boom. The divine seal was in the air, blasting towards the new land below. The whole new world. Under the bombardment of this divine seal, the heaven and earth rules that had just gathered were instantly blasted into powder and scattered in all directions. In my name, change the world and change the world, this sun must not gather the sky and the earth to snatch it. In my name, the heavens and the earth will be changed, and this child will not be able to merge. After the golden armored body shattered the thunderclouds gathered by Chu Yan with one blow, his jade mouth opened slightly, and the divine language and Sanskrit sounds continued to resound through the world. Following her voice, not only the world of the 10 direction star field, but also the world of the new continent, the heavens and the earth trembled, and the power of various rules changed rapidly. With the establishment of these new worlds, after those collapsed, the thunderclouds floating around Chu Yan's head began to dissipate quickly. Moreover, the sense of intimacy that the new continent brought to Chu Yan disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by the same complete sense of hostility as the heavenly Tao of the 10 directions starfield. This. Chu Yan didn't expect that it would become like this. You know, this new continent is a new world built by Empress Shantian, who consumed a lot of divine power. It can be said that Empress Shantian is the master of this new continent. But now, someone else changed all the rules of the world with just a few words. Look. The thundercloud is gone. The rules of the world have been changed. It's the same as Xingtian Pavilion. Then, who is that person? From Xingtian Pavilion, or God's domain. So strong. The bosses and ancient giants who were watching all around were all shocked, their pupils constricted. Although they didn't know the identity of that figure in golden armor, they knew what she did just now. Good, very good, excellent. In the Xingtian Hall of Xingtian Pavilion, there was a look of surprise. This new continent has just been conceived, and the laws of heaven and earth are in a haze. I didn't expect that she could modify it. This is really great. The face of the divine Emperor Xingtian was full of gloom, and he said with a light smile. Haha, that's right, Chu Yan can't even think about crossing the catastrophe now. Whether it's the 10 directions starfield or the new continent, they are all under the God's domain. If you want to become a country by yourself, it's a dream. This time, their hopes are completely cut off, ha ha ha. In the entire Xingtian Hall, there was thunderous cheers. Jin Jia's attack directly solved their biggest problem. As long as Chu Yan's chance to cross the catastrophe is cut off, other things will not be a problem at all. To achieve this basic condition, the plan that Jin Jia told them can definitely be achieved. My lord, what should I do? Aoki Sword God and a group of giants asked with shock on their faces. This golden armor, Empress Xuanhuan's spirit descended completely beyond their original plan, and there was no way to deal with it. The rules must be revised. Empress Xuanhuan's face was extremely cold, and she spoke with the sound transmission of her spiritual consciousness and Aoki Sword God, Lord of Forbidden Gods. Wait a minute, I'll revise the rules again, and when Chu Yan crosses the catastrophe, if he makes another move, you all resist with all your strength, at least blocking her for 5 breaths. When these words came out, the audience was stunned. This is simply a way out of no other options. Even the Empress Shantian never thought that the golden armored spirit would suddenly appear, and her strength was not inferior to hers at all. However, after all, she is the god of war of the 9 heavens, the body of Empress Shantian. Even if it is a shocking disaster, she will not be able to make her have the slightest mood swings in front of her. In just a moment, she thought of a countermeasure. However, the sound transmission of her spiritual consciousness had just been sent out, and a sudden change occurred. I saw, above the distant sky, a few dazzling rays of light suddenly lit up. These dazzling rays of light, as bright as big stars, completely illuminated the entire sky. Although it can't compare to the sun's radiant light, that kind of radiance makes people dare not look directly at it. When those rays of light got closer, everyone's eyes changed at the same time. Because when the breath hits, all the strong can accurately feel that it is the original breath of heaven and earth. Xingtian Pavilion and Tiandao, take action. There is no need to doubt that among the 10-star fields, the only one that can mobilize the origin of heaven and earth, apart from the Tao of heaven, is the Xingtian Pavilion. Good plan. I want to completely ban my new continent, the rules of heaven and earth. In just one thought, Empress Xiantian completely penetrated the calculations of Xingtian Pavilion and Tiandao. Now, Jin Jiaoshen's soul has modified the rules of the new world. As long as the origin of the heaven and earth of the 10 directions starfield is entered into the new world, then the new continent will completely become a part of the 10 directions starfield, and all the rules of the world will be determined by them. In this way, all the efforts she had made before, as well as Chu Yan's hope of becoming a god, were completely cut off. It looks like you've already discovered it. It's just me. The golden-armored spirit held a golden gun, looking at Empress Xiantian, her jade lips lightly lifted. It's just that you're right. I'm your worst enemy. When these words landed, Empress Xuantian's complexion suddenly changed. 3 Masters M. #C2824 integrate into the world. Just as Empress Xiantian was stunned, the rays of light on the edge of the sky accelerated instantly, like a few startled rainbows, flying across the sky. Call out! Call out! Call out! It flew across the sky like lightning, broke through the boundary wall of the new world, and submerged into the world where Chu Yan was. Boom, boom. Following these rays of light, they dissipated and merged in the new world, and the entire new world began to tremble violently. Rifts of spiritual light appeared from the land and void of the new world, like 10,000 rays of light, shooting towards the heaven, earth, and sky. At this moment, the changes in the new world that had stopped a long time ago happened again. Moreover, the power of the heaven and earth mutation this time is obviously much stronger than before. Swish. The next moment, the body of Empress Xiantian's snow shadow just flashed, then disappeared into the sky and appeared in the world of new continent. The jade hand flew up, and various spiritual seals were continuously shot, hitting the sky, the earth and the void around the new world. As a result, the rules of heaven and earth in the new world were reversed again. The continental transformation that had just been conceived was quickly suppressed before it happened, and calm was restored again. At this moment, everyone looked at the figure of Empress Xiantian above the sky with sudden expressions on their faces. This kind of power is really terrifying. With just a few gestures, a new world can be created and a new world suppressed. Leave immediately, prepare to call all the forces, change the time, and help Chu Yan overcome the tribulation and confer the gods on the 11th continent. Empress Xiantian didn't stop her hands, and at the same time sent out a sound transmission from her spiritual consciousness, speaking to the Aoki Sword God and the Forbidden God Lord. Immediately afterwards, above the sky, streaks of spiritual light descended from the outer sky of the 9 heavens and merged into her body. Countless God-sealed spirit patterns emerged around her, unfolding like an ancient scroll. The whole world trembles. Not only the new world in front of you, but also the world of the 10 directions star field. In the star field continents of all parties, in inconspicuous corners, there are huge cracks in the ground, which are constantly collapsing. The heaven and the earth are mysterious and yellow, the law is used by the sky, the living beings are the breath, and the sky is endless. Empress Xuantian's voice, at this moment, seemed to be the ruler of this piece of the world, resounding through the world, and at the same time resounding in everyone's sea of consciousness. Following that, her snow shadow body exploded, turning into pointless ice crystals, and continuously blending into the world of the new continent. In an instant, countless white snows fluttered across the entire new world, wrapping the entire world into a continent of ice and snow. Boom, boom. The land of ice and snow, it seems, is dressed in silver. A large amount of the power of the ice tide gathered from the ground, the sky, and the void, converging into a vast ocean, heading towards the sea of strange-colored spirit clouds in the sky, heading straight for it. Boom! 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 At this moment, the two forces are confronting each other head-on. After the collision, the blasted air waves and the light of destruction sweep across the world. This is a terrifying confrontation. At the same time, it is also a confrontation between the real masters of this new continent world. Although the big bosses present did not participate in it, nor did they have swords, but all the spirits trembled with the collision of the two terrifying forces. There is no doubt, the horror of these two forces. I am afraid that even a strong man in the divine realm, under such power, will be damaged within a few breaths. And those who are strong in the great emperor realm, I am afraid that if they get close to them, they will be turned into flesh and blood. At this time, the new world seems to be completely unaffected by the confrontation between the two forces in the sky, and continues to give birth to the law of heaven and nature. Everything is like a new continent, exuding vitality. This. No matter whether it was the Yuanqing God Emperor or the Kuan Emperor, they all looked at the scene in front of them with astonishment. Xuanhuan, Yuanqing, Tianji, Baipao, you must quickly gather all the forces, no matter if they are original or new ones, or those who are willing to join me against God, call them all and wait for the last moment. Aoki Sword God's face was solemn, watching the shocking scene in the sky, and continuously sending out sound transmissions from his spiritual consciousness. Now, everything has reached the most critical juncture, and the final preparations must be made according to the order of Empress Xiantian. Well, we'll go right away. Emperor Yuanqing and Emperor Kuan nodded in unison. The next moment, one after another spiritual consciousness sound transmission shot out from the scene, and spread towards the 10-direction star field world. Swish! Kuan Xia appeared in the void, and Emperor Kuan cast Kuan traveling thousands of miles, leading several high-level Anai Shindao leaders towards the Anai Shindao headquarters and several branches. In the blink of an eye, several senior executives of Anai Shindao disappeared on the spot. Great! This time, those guys against God are completely finished. In the Xingtian Hall of the Xingtian Pavilion, the faces of the giants of the earth, such as the Emperor Xingtian, became more and more joyful. They are all high-ranking figures in the 10-direction star field and major forces, so they naturally know that the current situation has pushed Anai Shindao into a desperate situation. The advantage is back in their hands. Very good. Xingtian Shindi blushed, stood up, and looked at the mainland giants in the audience. It's not too late. Everyone, just follow what Mr. Jiuxiao said before, and prepare separately. This time, it must be done in one attack, and Yang Yan will be completely killed. A gleam of coldness burst out from the eyes of the divine Emperor Xingtian. I am very sure of that. The sect masters and patriarchs all smiled and nodded when they heard this, and at the same time, their bodies were full of murderous intent. Chu Yan, this time, must die. Humph. Besides Mr. Jiuxiao, we have another chance to make a move regarding Chu Yan, and we will start with his martial spirit. As long as we... The spirit of Xingtian looked at the black-robed figure in the light curtain, his eyes were full of coldness, and he was constantly calculating in the sea of consciousness. Another plan against Chu Yan was quietly formed. But at this time, on the other side, the whole sect of Anai Shindao shook and began to make comprehensive preparations. In the starfield of the 10 directions, there are powerful existences, the ancient giants, who originally planned to form an alliance with Anai Shindao, or join them. At this time, after receiving the news, his expression changed, and he hesitated. At this time, it seems that the situation has become complicated again, and it is by no means the best opportunity to make a decision. More and more powerhouses are beginning to tend to wait and see and remain neutral. However, because Anai Shindao this time caused too much phenomena and movements in the world, there are still a large number of strong people who continue to join an Dao, so that their strength will increase rapidly. As for the ordinary sect forces in the 10 Directions starfield, as well as ordinary cultivators, they all looked at all this in a daze, and they didn't know what happened. They just stared at the huge new world above the sky, with expressions of surprise on their faces. Perhaps now, they still don't know how significant this change of world is to them. Maybe, the entire world of martial arts in the 10 Directions starfield will change accordingly. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C2825 Heaven and Earth Treasures. Everyone turned their eyes to the new continent in the sky. My God, it's still getting bigger. Boundless. This is already more than 1,000,000 miles. Bah. It's more than 100 million miles. I guess it's about to catch up with more than half of the area of the Xingtian mountain range. It's terrible. When will this be? From all directions, there are constantly strong and powerful teams arriving, and the crowds pouring in like a tide, want to witness the process of creating the world with their own eyes. When they arrived at the scene and saw the scene before them, they were all extremely shocked. Although they don't know the significance of this new continent, they know that this is the only creation in the history of the 10 Directions starfield. Of course, it may have happened earlier. After all, there are 10 continental worlds in the 10 Directions starfield. However, those things that happened in the era of chaos have nothing to do with them, and it is impossible for them to see them with their own eyes. On the other side, in the Godhead battlefield, Yu Linglong, Chang Tianhe, Shen Xingjia, and others, one after another, woke up from the merged Godheads, and jumped out together. Soon, they knew all the news about the shocking change just now. Under various summons, they also dispersed and returned to their respective camps. After all, now, they are the same as an Dao, they can do nothing but wait. At this moment, in the new world, the sky is full of rays of light, covering the entire newborn continent, illuminating the entire continent and world in a variety of colors. All kinds of powerful laws of heaven and earth, as well as the will of gods, filled this new continent, sweeping past like a gale. These hurricanes are extremely powerful. No matter who dares to touch them a little, even those who are strong in the divine realm will be instantly damaged. This power seems to be related to the power in the Godhead. Chu Yan sat on the top of the Lingfeng peak in the new continent, looking at everything around him, feeling carefully. His body was surrounded by an incomparably mysterious power of the law of heaven and earth, completely isolated from this new continent and the 10 Directions starfield. As for Jingjia Shenhun, it seemed that he had some scruples about Chu Yan, and he didn't attack Chu Yan again. In this way, Chu Yan has time to carefully understand the confrontation of the will of the two great gods, and everything about the birth of this new land. After all, he is in it and has unique conditions. Moreover, such an opportunity cannot be encountered once in millions of years. God's will, the decision of the soul. Chu Yan's eyes were lightly closed, and his spiritual consciousness was released, blending into the world around him, and perceiving it carefully. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a few days passed. In the past few days, the area of the new world is still expanding, as if there is no end. All the cultivators present were stunned by the huge new continent. Not only is the area 1/3 larger than before, but the expansion speed of the new world is also twice as fast as before. Now, all the cultivators standing under the new continent can only see darkness above the sky when they look up. Except for the new world, even a ray of light from the original sky could not be seen at all. This is troublesome. There was an ancient giant cultivator, his face was pale, and he spoke in a startled voice. How to continue to expand the volume of this new continent, this thunder-fire continent, can't bear it at all. When this sentence was spoken, it immediately attracted countless eyes from all around. At the same time, everyone understood what he meant. If the situation they were worried about really happened, then there would definitely be a natural disaster sweeping the world. And this confrontation between against God and Xingtian Pavilion may turn into a catastrophe. However, this worry only lasted for 2 days, and everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. Because the new world seems to have really expanded to the limit and stopped suddenly. Hum. After the new land stopped expanding, various laws of heaven and earth, and the power of the way of law, filled the entire sky continent, and in the endless void, there was a sound of rolling air. This voice sounds creepy, and all cultivators are all fascinated. However, they all know that this new continent has finally changed after its development. Boom, boom. A huge thunderbolt exploded from the sky, suddenly lighting up the entire dark sky. Everyone just felt that their eyes brightened and their pupils shrank sharply. This is the end. Looking at the lightning in the sky, after passing through the sky, leaving a huge tree-like electric trace, someone said in amazement. That's right. It looks like the gestation of the new world should be over, and the confrontation between the two powerhouses should have a result. I just don't know. Everyone was stunned when they said a camel, and then they all raised their heads and looked at the new world. What happened? Aoki Sword God is also extremely impatient, his whole body is tense, staring at the new world. They are not even qualified to participate in this level of battle, they can only wait here. Not only the side against Shinto, but also the big bosses in Xingtian Pavilion, Xingtian Hall, Xingtian Shindi, Tiandao Lingbian, etc., are also staring nervously. In this new continent, the final master is the Empress Xiantian, or the golden armored soul. Crash. The vision of heaven and earth in the entire new world suddenly regenerated. Countless divine light poured down from the sky, as if a gap had been blasted above the 9 heavens, forming a waterfall of divine light that broke the embankment, flying straight down. These divine lights, like the spiritual source of heaven and earth, have extremely powerful spiritual power. It poured down and irrigated the first inch of land in the new world, immediately causing countless green plants to grow wildly on the ground. A little bit of starlight shines brightly, the mist rises, and the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth are also conceived and born at the same time. All kinds of heavenly ranks, earthly ranks, and even God-grade spiritual grasses and immortal medicines broke through the soil layer and appeared in the world of the new world. Damn! Look, that's the Wuji treasure spring. Oh my god, 9 Frost Ghost Blood Branch. The Bull Soul Piercing Armor. Isn't that the spirit armor of the Earth system? How is this possible? So many treasures of heaven and earth have been born. These things are extremely rare in the 10 Directions starfield. All kinds of exclamations rang together, and all the bosses and warriors all changed their faces, and their faces were full of surprise. On the ground of the new continent, streaks of aura continued to break out of the ground, releasing various lights of different colors, which dazzled people. The point is that there are some treasures of heaven and earth bred in some spiritual light, which have never been seen before. However, as long as you feel those auras, you can find that the aura of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures is so thick that it is outrageous. It is very possible that it is the natural treasure of God's domain. How is this possible? Could it be that in this new continent, countless treasures of heaven and earth will be born? And all of them are above earth grade. Everyone's spirits trembled, and bloodshot eyes continued to appear in countless pairs of eyes. #C2826 Thai. What a new continent here. This is simply a treasure house that no one has ever set foot on. There is no doubt at all, as long as anyone rushes into it now, all the treasures of heaven and earth will be taken away. These things alone are enough to break through the God realm and become a God realm powerhouse. Moreover, among them, there are some spirit treasures bred by the 5 elements, which make people jealous even more. Even those powerful men in the divine realm and the bigwigs of various sects all saw the green light in their eyes, and their minds were in turmoil. At this time, in the new world. During the past few days, Chu Yan sat cross-legged on the Lingfeng peak, feeling the first changes in the entire new world, including the confrontation between the wills of Empress Shantian and Jiuxiao Divine Soul, as well as the ubiquitous laws of heaven and the source of all laws in the sky and the earth. All of these have given him incomparably huge gains. At this time, Chu Yan seemed to be sitting in a brand new source. As long as he stretched out his hand, every trace he touched was a brand new realm. The result of the confrontation: who is the winner? Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he looked at the surrounding world with the same doubts in his heart. Although he knew that the Empress Shantian and the Golden Armored Soul were one body, one was the body of the God of War, and the other was the soul of the God of War. However, the forces that were originally from the same root are now completely on the opposite side. All of this is because of God's domain. Just like Emperor Kuan, his physical body was also sealed by the God realm, and only a trace of his soul returned to the 10-direction star realm. Even before, if he came to help him confer the gods to cross the catastrophe, he had to borrow the body of the ancestors of the same family to temporarily restore the body of Tian Kuan. However, now the God of War's soul has been completely refined by the soul, and has completely become the minion of God's domain. Not only the physical deity, but also the body of the soul. For Chu Yan, their power is too powerful. In particular, both of them have turned into the law of myriad ways and the source of will to confront each other. This level of combat, it has completely surpassed the conferred God realm and directly reached the level of the celestial God realm, which is not something he can peep at. Boom, boom. Suddenly, in the sky, countless rays of divine light exploded, turning into a thundercloud, and pouring down a torrent of rain. In these raindrops, there is also an extremely rich spiritual source, and with each drop of raindrops, it falls into the soil of the new world. Everything grows and becomes crazy again in an instant. Even under Chu Yan, the originally bare Lingfang began to grow a large number of spirit grass and fairy plants. This. Chu Yan was a little confused, and his face was full of doubts. The two big brothers are fighting. Why will there be continuous spiritual sources of heaven and earth, nourishing this new continent? The next moment, Chu Yan's pupils trembled suddenly, and the hairs all over his body instantly stood on end. Because he suddenly felt that the power of the law of heaven and earth wandering around him suddenly began to penetrate into his body crazily. The power of these heaven and earth rules is extremely powerful. After rushing into Chu Yan's body, there was a fierce conflict with Chu Yan's own cultivation base and various forces. Chu Yan's combat power is not weak, but in the face of such terrifying rules of heaven and earth, he has no power to fight back. Boom. 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 After a loud bang, the Jinqi and various forces in Chu Yan's body were continuously crushed into powder and quickly dissipated. Chu Yan's cultivation base began to drop from the demigod state. How is this going? Before Chu Yan could finish his sentence, his cultivation had already fallen to the real martial realm. True martial realm. That was the state of his cultivation in Haotian continent. In the 10-direction starfield, he was not even as good as the lowest martial artist. The point is, Chu Yan's drastic drop in cultivation didn't stop at all. After just a few breaths of time, all the true energy in Chu Yan's body disappeared completely. The entire sea of air has completely become an empty existence. In other words, the current Chu Yan has lost all his cultivation and has become an ordinary person. The rules of heaven and earth that are running around in Chu Yan's body are like a series of restrictions, completely sealing off Chu Yan's physical body and cultivation base. No way. Chu Yan's eyes shrank instantly, and his whole soul trembled. Could it be that Empress Shantian was defeated? Now, I was completely suppressed by the golden armor spirit, and was directly abolished. Not only did he lose the chance to become a god, but even his cultivation base was banned, completely cutting off his path of martial arts. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes froze instantly, completely unacceptable. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Why are you still in a daze?" Hearing this voice, Chu Yan's soul trembled suddenly. He woke up suddenly, looked up at the sky, his face was full of surprise. Because, this voice is very familiar to him, it is the voice of Empress Shantian. "Hurry up and build the God-conferred altar." When the second sentence sounded, it had already reached Chu Yan's ear. Turning his head suddenly, he saw a snow shadow woman standing beside him, looking at him prettily. Her face was covered with frost, her skin was like creamy fat, and her eyes were as bright as a sea of blue stars. This appearance made Chu Yan startled. Compared with before, the current Empress Shantian doesn't show any signs of overlord at all. She looks like an ordinary lady, slim and elegant. Then, what attracted Chu Yan's attention the most was a faint cyan lotus blooming like a flower on the chest of the beautiful figure in the white skirt in front of her. You are a senior." Chu Yan was taken aback, and asked. He knew that the cyan sky lotus in his Sea of Consciousness world was the cyan armored giant. And the appearance of the green armored giant is not the appearance of the deity, but an illusioned appearance. But now, in the world of Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness, the cyan sky lotus in the Lingyun Sea has disappeared. But that incomparably familiar aura has already merged into the body of the woman in front of him, completely merging the two into one. That is to say, the Shantian Empress in front of me is the Shantian Empress who merged with the blue sky lotus in her Sea of Consciousness world. As if she didn't hear Chu Yan's question at all, Empress Shantian just looked at Chu Yan, quietly, without saying a word. Answering this question seems to be, your breath. Chu Yan swept his consciousness and found that the Empress Shantian in front of her also had no breath. Xuanhuan and I have nothing to do with each other. This battle is a tie. Empress Shantian replied. Tie. Hearing this answer, Chu Yan was stunned. That's right. If we continue to fight, there will be no results at all, so we have revised the rules of the world. Right now, in this new continent, the rules of heaven and earth are a bit chaotic. When Empress Shantian said this, her face changed slightly. It's not just us, any martial artist who enters this new continent will disappear and become ordinary people. Without martial arts, without cultivation, there will be no more battles. Do you understand? After explaining this, Chu Yan finally showed a sudden expression on his face. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C2827 New rules. Be it the 10 Directions Starfield or the Martial Soul World. From the moment of birth, the whole world is in a state of constant fighting and endless war. From the birth of chaos to the ancient times, to the later ancient times, including now, various battles are happening every day. This is the world of warriors, war and fire, interests and contention. But if that day, in this world, there will be no more martial arts, no more conflicts of interests, maybe it will be like now, between Empress Shantian and Jiuxiao Soul. Even if you are in hostility, you must stop fighting, and everything will return to calm. And now, in the new world, this is the situation. Since there is no way to tell the winner between Empress Shantian and Jiuxiao Divine Soul, the only way is to stop fighting. Because in hostility, if you stop fighting, a new rule of heaven and earth will be born. Both of them have the ability to formulate the rules of the world, so they directly modify the rules of the world. The astonishing result appeared. In this new continent, there is no more martial arts, cultivation, and realm, and everything has returned to the most primitive state. Then now. Chu Yan wanted to ask something, but couldn't ask. After all, he hasn't comprehended the level of Empress Shantian and the others, so he can't understand it at all. Did the spirit grass fairy plant be brought from the realm of the gods? No. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Empress Shantian shook her head directly. Although this new continent is completely independent, it is separated from the 10 Directions Starfield after all, and the spiritual source of heaven and earth also uses the 10 directions starfield. So, these fairy grasses and spiritual plants are all native to the 10 directions starfield. This is impossible. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face changed suddenly, his eyes swept across, and he looked at the fairy lucidum and spirit grass around him, and said in surprise. As an alchemist, he couldn't be more familiar with the fairy grass and spiritual plants in the 10 directions starfield. Not to mention ordinary earth and sky grades, within 100 steps, there will be a god-level spirit grass and fairy medicine. This kind of treasures of heaven, material and earth are extremely rare in the 10 directions starfield, and it is impossible to be so dense. That's right. This is the spiritual source of heaven and earth in the 10 directions starfield, bred out of it. Empress Xintian nodded, her blue starry eyes flickered, she seemed to understand why Chu Yan was so surprised. The spiritual source of the heaven and earth in the 10 directions starfield is manipulated by others, so naturally it is impossible to breed these fairy grasses and spiritual plants. However, the spiritual source of the heaven and earth that I inject into the new world is not the part controlled by the domain of the gods and the way of heaven. There are too many things here, you don't need to worry about them now. Having said that, Empress Xuanhuan's face darkened slightly, she looked at Chu Yan, and said solemnly. Now, in this new continent, there will be 3 rules of heaven and earth. If you want to transcend the calamity and become a god, you must build a special altar. One day later, the new continent will begin to merge with the starfield of the 10 directions. At that time, everyone will be able to enter. Soon, the new world will give birth to the top fairy fruit. Only God's domain will have this kind of fairy fruit. When these words came out, Chu Yan was startled. Fairy fruit. What is the fairy fruit that only exists in God's domain? Not bad. The fairy fruit of God's domain, and it is the top fairy fruit. Each one has the same effect as the golden stone godhead you just fused. Empress Xintian replied softly. What? This? Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. He never thought that these fairy fruits would have such a powerful effect. There, how many? Chu Yan only felt that the blood in his body began to boil. 10 spiritual fruits, 5 divine fruits. 15 in total. Empress Xintian replied. So much. Chu Yan did not expect that this number was 2 more than the 13 altars on the Godhead battlefield before. The rules of heaven and earth have changed, and it is normal to rely on altars to attract thunder disasters. After all his cultivation bases have been banned, and using the altar can play a role in communicating with the world. However, once these 15 fairy fruit medicines are released, a new continent will be opened, and countless practitioners will be attracted. At that time, those who have not won the golden stone godhead on the battlefield of godheads will probably all come rushing in. However, as long as they enter this new continent, everyone's cultivation and ore will be banned. Then how to compete for these fairy fruit medicines? Could it be that he was punching and kicking like ordinary people? Thinking of this, Chu Yan was speechless, and the corners of his eyes twitched. It can't be like the world of ordinary people, dispatching a large army, the 2 sides rely on the number of people, let's have a big battle. These don't care about our business. Empress Xintian, of course, knew what Chu Yan was thinking, and shouted directly. I just want to remind you, there is only one day. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan immediately reacted. I have to hurry to find a place to build the altar, otherwise, a day later, a large number of cultivators rush in, and I lose my cultivation and combat power, the consequences will be unimaginable. Go. Go quickly. Chu Yan's face darkened instantly, he jumped up and flew towards the distance. Now, his cultivation base has been lost, and he flies, completely relying on the strength of his physical body. Fortunately, his physical cultivation base has also reached the semi-divine state when he merged with the Godhead. Otherwise, it might not work out right now, and I really have to rely on my feet to walk. However, the moment Chu Yan soared into the sky, his body shook a little, obviously not adapting to the state where all the true energy in his body was lost. Fortunately, Chu Yan's comprehension realm has reached the level of the gods, and his understanding with the world is not low. Even if he is in the divine state, he is not much different. Just when Chu Yan flew to the depths of the new land and began to look for the location of the construction altar. In the new continent, the results of the battle between Empress Shantian and Jiuxiao Divine Soul also began to spread to the entire 10 directions starfield. Announce the world. Why is this? When Qingmu Sword God received the message from Empress Shantian, he was a little dazed for a moment. Regarding the 3 major rules of heaven and earth in the new world, Sword God Aoki didn't understand at all why he wanted everyone to know. Whether it is the newly bred treasures of heaven and earth in this new continent, or the 15 fairy fruit medicines mentioned by Empress Shantian. Those are resource treasures against the heavens. Isn't it a pity that these things are so directly open to everyone in the world? Everyone, execute it. After pondering for a while, Sword God Aoki didn't follow everyone's request to discuss with Empress Shantian, but directly issued an order to announce. Hearing the words of Qingmu Sword God, although everyone was puzzled, they also sent messages one after another, and began to tell the world. On the other side, in the Xingtian Hall of Xingtian Pavilion. At the same time, the Divine Emperor Xingtian also received an order from the Jiuxiao Divine Soul. Issue a holy order to the world to spread the news that the new world will be opened in one day, and 15 divine fruits will be born. The Xingtian Pavilion moved after hearing the wind, and the heroes of the world were boiling. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2828 turn on. A storm swept across the entire 10 directions starfield. What? Divine fruit. Equivalent to Jinsher Godhead, you can directly break through the God realm. There is also a chance to become a god. Impossible. Isn't this bullshit? This is the effect of Godhead battlefield. That's right. The new continent seems to have been stripped from the Thunder Fire continent. If you say that, could it be? Oh my God. Doesn't this mean that the next battle of Godheads has been brought forward? Bullshit. It should be that in the future, there will be an extra Godhead battlefield in the 10 directions starfield. Great. Hurry up. All kinds of sounds of surprise resounded all over the continent, and every sect faction that had just returned from the New World was still among the top bosses. Hearing such news, he was instantly excited. Ha ha ha, I wasn't qualified to participate in the Battle of the Godheads, so it's fine now. Sure enough, the sky will never stop me, give me another chance. This time, I must break through the divine realm in one fell swoop. Fengshen. I want to confer the gods. Why is only Chu Yan able to confer the gods? The entire 10 directions starfield, all the cities, and the mountain gates were all blown up. Because, there may still be some conditions and restrictions in the previous Godhead battlefield, but this time the opening of the new world does not have any restrictions. In other words, anyone can participate in this 10 directions star field and enter it. Even if you are an ordinary person and have never practiced martial arts, as long as you can rush to the new world, you can participate in it once. As for the warriors of all major trends, after their cultivation and realm were suppressed, it was equivalent to saying that everyone had returned to the same starting line. Even if you are a suzerain, after entering the new world, there is no difference at all with an outside disciple. This kind of absolute fairness made all warriors go crazy. For a while, the 10 directions starfield, which had been quiet for a few days just now, shook again. A large number of warriors began to gather in groups towards the new world. This time, the number of people dispatched is probably the largest in the history of the 10 Directions starfield. From the elders of the suzerain to those who sweep the floor and look at the mountain gate, as long as they are individuals, they are all recruited and transferred to the new world. Each sect force dispatched the largest number of people. Just thinking, when entering the new world, the number advantage may be the biggest advantage. Countless flying spirit treasures, like a large monster bird, covered the entire sky. Among the major chambers of commerce, as long as it was a spirit treasure that could fly, it was sold out. Even the loose cultivator alliance, which gathers together in time at ordinary times, is unprecedentedly convenient, and the entire alliance gathers together. Time passed quickly, and a large crowd of black clouds gathered from all directions above the sky towards Lehua continent. Looking from a high altitude, it can be seen that all the creatures in the world are gathering towards the new continent like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. And this is just the beginning. All the powerful sects gathered in front of the new continent immediately began to reorganize the army, and all the disciples of the sect were organized into formations according to the sect army. At the same time, the high-level leaders among the major forces began to negotiate with each other and reached a huge number of various alliance agreements. Some sect forces reached a joint agreement with more than a dozen forces within an hour. The new continent is floating above the sky of Thunderfire continent. It is absolutely impossible to break through the thick boundary wall, even if it is a strong person in the divine realm. Even for the existence of Xingtian Divine Emperor and Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, I am afraid that it will take at least a few days to break through it together. However, after a day, the new continent will open, there is no need at all. So, everyone is waiting patiently. Swish. 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 High above the sky, one after another piercing sound continued to resound. Against the Shinto, Xingtian Pavilion, the 3 major forces, and the 7 great clans, all of them were absent. In the entire 10 Direction star field, except for some 3rd and 4th-rate forces, who are still on their way, almost all others have gathered here. Time passed slowly. Countless people gathered at the scene, but it was very quiet, except for some heavy breathing and a small amount of spiritual sound transmission. There was no movement at all. Soon, half a day passed. The huge new continent world above the sky suddenly trembled, and the entire continent world trembled. Boom. 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 A thunderstorm exploded, and on the boundary wall of the new world, a crack in the void slowly opened. It looked like a gate to heaven and earth suddenly opened. Although the speed is extremely slow, everyone can feel that near the gate of heaven and earth, all the restrictions and rules of heaven and earth are slowly dissipating. As long as this door is fully opened, one can enter it. Crash. Some sect forces in the distance, seeing the movement here, couldn't help it immediately, and rushed forward with a large number of people. Returning to the spirit sect, follow me. With a loud shout, a sect force 10 miles away was filled with crowds, and countless figures soared into the sky, approaching the gate of heaven and earth in the new continent. Boom, boom. The large crowd of people surged, causing the world to tremble. Guilingzong, the 3rd-level power in the Xuanhuan region. There are so many people. Some bosses recognized Guilingzong's identity and exclaimed directly. At a glance, there was no less than 100,000 people returning to the Lingzong, and the crowd was like a tide. This is just an ordinary 3rd-rate force, and it has dispatched so many disciples and disciples. The key point is that someone discovered that among the disciples of the Guiling sect, there were even martial artists who had cultivated at the martial emperor realm. This level of cultivation was not necessarily enough to even guard the city gate before, but now it will appear in such a high-level secret realm. 100,000. Look behind. Some bosses chuckled and reminded loudly. When everyone heard this, they turned their heads to look, only to see that behind Guilingzong, there were still several waves of people moving forward. This guiling sect actually divided everyone into 3 echelons, surging forward like a wave. This method of battle formation is completely the attack formation of the army charging in the world of ordinary people. Really regard this new continent as a battle of ordinary people. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment, their eyes flickered, and various thoughts in their hearts kept flashing. After all, they have never experienced the rules this time. Therefore, the methods and plans adopted by each sect are all different. Look! The door is open. At this moment, suddenly, someone shouted loudly. At this moment, everyone's fascination tightened at the same time, and they all looked in the direction of the gate of heaven and earth. I saw that the huge crack in the boundary wall before had cracked open at this time, the size of a city gate, standing in the sky like a gate between heaven and earth. Crash! A piece of strong wind blows from the gate of heaven and earth, like a mountain gate, sweeping the audience. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C2829 undercurrent. At this moment, the will of all the giants in the world descended. Everyone's attention is focused on the new continent that has been opened. Including Xingtian Pavilion, Xingtian Divine Emperor, Heavenly Tao Spirit Envoy, Xingtian Spirit and Heavenly Tao Spirit. Call out. Suddenly, a meteor shadow shot directly towards the gate of heaven and earth in the new world from the distant horizon, and it approached the entrance of the gate in an instant. However, the appearance of this piece of jade did not cause any forbidden attack. Even the powerful killing moves of Xingtian Pavilion and Tian Dao arranged around the new continent did not respond. On the other side, the main hall of Xingtian Pavilion is 100,000 feet underground. In a dark underground palace. You dare to treat my lord. In the dilapidated underground palace, there is a corrosive smell everywhere. If anyone is here, they will definitely feel nauseated. Because, in this underground palace, all spiritual energy and air are isolated. I don't know how many years, there is no even a trace of outside air entering the underground palace. Humph. What a joke. You really think I don't know about that incident back then? A voice came out of a piece of jade, and he sneered at the heavily injured body in front of him. Although you're going to die, you're much luckier than me, that's fine. Yusher's voice suddenly became low, and sighed. Nonsense. What the hell are you trying to do? If you want to. The severely damaged body was covered with a green gold battle armor, and together with the physical body, there were broken and wounds everywhere. This is the body of the god of war. There are too many things in this world that I want to hide, but there are always some that will be known. So, I may know all the things that happened at the beginning. Yusher's voice, without any fluctuation, replied softly. But I'm not here to talk to you this time, I'm just here to tell you that last time when she was in the 9 heavens outer heaven, she attracted the attention of Supreme Will. These words were extremely plain. However, when the word Supreme Will was spoken, the void in the entire underground palace suddenly sank. The god of war's body suddenly exploded into a ball of flames, burning violently above his body. Supreme Will is a fart, a shit-like existence. If I hadn't been physically alive back then, I would have crushed him into powder. The powerful fighting power caused the fire to burn fiercely, as if it wanted to burn the whole world. With a roar of these words, the entire Shangtiange mountain range trembled and shook slightly. The Holy Spirit standing in front of her felt a chill all over her body, and her scalp exploded. The Supreme Will is just like me, a body of will, but what is the existence behind the body of will? Yusher took a deep breath and continued. Humph. You deserve to talk to me about this, just wait, as long as you dare to intervene, you will definitely regret it. The god of war snorted coldly, his eyes were full of disdain, the flames all over his body slowly fell silent, and the fighting power began to dissipate. Ha ha ha, what a lord god of war! The spirit of Xingtian laughed wildly, and then said, Others may be afraid of you, Lord God of War, but your threat means nothing to me. Among the jade stones, that phantom flashed its figure, and its eyes burst out with bright eyes. It raised its head to look at the sky, directly penetrated the 100,000-foot layer of soil, broke through the holy heaven pavilion, and shot towards the outer sky of the 9 heavens. A pair of terrifying eyes stared at each other from a distance. I really regret it, it must be you. In the end, the only thing that can be done is my plan and layout, just watch. Speaking of this, the corner of Jade Spirit's mouth lightly raised, he withdrew his gaze, glanced at the god of war's body with closed eyes, and disappeared on the spot with a swish. Talk, it doesn't make any sense. For so many years, there was no agreement at all. Only time, the invincible time, can prove everything. At the same time, Laihuyu, New World. Warriors like a tidal wave, picked up waves, and rushed towards the gate of heaven and earth. The opening of the gate of heaven and earth is like opening a huge city gate, and those crowds who had been waiting in front of the city gate rushed in instantly, scrambling to be the first. At this time, Chu Yan and Empress Shantian had already entered the depths of the new continent. In nearly a day, they flew thousands of miles away. Both of them were very tired, and their speed slowed down significantly. Too tired. Without the cultivation of true energy, flying with only physical strength, a distance of 10,000 miles, will consume a lot of money for them. If it was in the past, let alone 10,000 years, even a distance of 100 million miles is only a few breaths and a few swings of the hand. There are so many treasures of heaven and earth, look at this Dihuan grass, it's not bad. Chu Yan glanced around, flickering, looking at a golden herb below, tsk. As an alchemist, seeing so many precious elixirs, how could he not be moved? Moreover, since this day, no fewer than 100 elixir above the heaven rank have been encountered. If he was allowed to pick all of them, it would be as easy as flipping the palm of his hand to refine a few elixir that surpassed the rank of 9th grade golden elixir. It is not impossible to directly refine the elixir by adding a 5-element aura. After all, this kind of elixir that transcends heaven has almost disappeared in the 10 directions star field. However, now he can't refine it at all. On the one hand, it is because time does not allow it. At the same time, without the cultivation of true qi, his alchemy ability has also fallen to the bottom. Don't talk about elixir, I'm afraid it's just an ordinary golden elixir, which can't be refined. Chu Yan, who was looking around, suddenly felt a wave of hostility, and shot from not far away. Being targeted. As soon as he turned his head, his consciousness swept over him, and Chu Yan saw a body-refining monster in the shadow of the dense forest, with a pair of green beast eyes staring at him. We are its prey. Chu Yan gave a wry smile, turned to look at Empress Shantian, glanced over, but was taken aback. I saw that Empress Shantian was hugging a rabbit with a smile on her face, stroking the snow-white rabbit's fur with eyes full of tenderness. The Empress Shantian in this scene, who still has a trace of the might of a god of war, is completely like a woman with tenderness, which makes Chu Yan completely dumbfounded. I invite you to eat animal meat. Chu Yan smiled lightly, then turned his head to stare at the monster in the body-refining state. Prey and food, at this moment, instantly reversed. Not long after the birth of the New World, the highest level of monsters here is currently only in the body-refining realm. Although Chu Yan has lost all his true energy and cultivation base, it is not a problem at all to deal with a monster in the body-refining state. Picking up a stone, Chu Yan strode towards the monster, ready to strike. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A violent wind swept across the mountains and forests, picking up a burst of flying sand and rocks, and lightning bolts in the sky suddenly exploded. She is changing the rules of the world again. Empress Shantian caressed the frightened rabbit in her arms, looked up at the sky, and spoke softly. She's still revising. Chu Yan was taken aback. It's okay, it's just a very small adjustment, not a modification. Empress Xintian lowered her head, looked at the white rabbit in her arms again, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Roar. A beast's roar exploded, and in the dense forest, not far away, shadow struck. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C2830 Beast War. This is not a monster at all, but a group. One after another tall beast shadows rushed out of the dense forest, roaring and rushing towards Chu Yan. Call out. The stone in his hand shot out like lightning, and hit the head of the pig demon who rushed in front, blasting a bloody hole. Then, Chu Yan raised his fists and rushed into the herd. Wan Lai Long Jin. Boom. The punch was like thunder, and with the sound of piercing through the air, it hit the top of the second monster's head, sending it flying straight upside down. Swish. A little under his feet, Chu Yan's body, like an arrow from the string, punched the third monster. Boom. 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 Fist after punch, each punch either blasted a monster, or directly exploded with the sound of bone shattering. Roar. Roar. A group of pig demons, with blood-red eyes, staring at Chu Yan, have no intelligence at all, and the bestiality, rushing up frantically, opening their mouths to bite. This group of monster pigs, numbering no less than 100, is extremely fierce. He rushed up without fear of death, attacking Chu Yan from all directions like a tide. Tom. A little inattentive, Chu Yan's back was like a lightning strike, and he was hit by a strong force, his body was crooked, and his footwork suddenly became chaotic. After retreating 3 or 4 steps in a row, Chu Yan stood still, with a look of astonishment on his face. I was actually hit by a body-refining monster. The corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily, and Chu Yan was speechless. It's really a tiger falling into the sky. Now, his true energy cultivation has been suppressed, and even a group of monster pigs in the body-refining state are so difficult to deal with. However, flying 10,000 miles in a row before had consumed a lot of his physical body. Without the physical strength nourished and supplemented by true qi, after consumption it is extremely difficult to recover. Ban. At this moment, 100 paces away behind him, there was a coquettish voice. Hum. In the void, a powerful force surged like a shock wave. All the demon pigs were rushed by this force, and they were so frightened that their hair stood on their heads, the blood in their eyes faded, and they were all terrified. A sword in the sky. Not missing the opportunity at all, Chu Yan picked up a branch on the ground, raised his hand, and stabbed out with a sword. Puff. The sword chi was 3 feet away from the body, piercing through the golden hull stone, stabbing a demon pig until blood blossomed, screaming again and again. Roar. The demon pig under the injury suddenly became fierce, and the remaining dozen or so, with red eyes again, rushed towards Chu Yan at the same time. Boom, boom. Big trees were smashed into powder by these strong demon pigs, sawdust flying, and pigs howling to the sky. The violent beast's breath, like a wave, launched an impact on Chu Yan. 13 thunder swords. The branches in his hand turned into sword shadows, stabbing them 13 times in a row, and each sword shadow was like a dazzling starlight, slashing straight at the dozen or so pigs and beasts around. Puff. 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 Groups of blood splashed, and each of the 13 pig beasts attacked by the sword chi instantly straightened their eyes, dilated their pupils, and the huge pig body fell to the ground. Under the momentum, a long groove was drawn on the ground before it could breathe cut off. Roar. The last monster pig didn't give up attacking because of the death of its companion, on the contrary, those eyes were so red that they were about to bleed. With a howl, he brought up a large amount of demonic energy, opened his stinky pig's mouth, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Die. The branch in Chu Yan's hand swept across like thunder, and a crescent-shaped sword chi flew across, slashing at the pig demon. Call out. However, at this moment, in the distant mountains and forests, a sound of piercing the air rushed over. Huh! Someone! Chu Yan's complexion changed drastically, and he withdrew his move in an instant. The branches swept across, and the green leaves that hit him were chopped up and exploded, turning them into scattered leaf ends. How did you come? A dozen or so steps away, Empress Xuanhuan's face was frosty. She put down the rabbit in her hand, patted it, and let the rabbit rush into the grass in panic. As soon as he looked up, he looked at the dense forest beside Chu Yan. His face was frozen, and he said in a cold voice. Not bad. A mortal can kill so many monsters. This body is so strong. A figure in a golden armor and snow skirt came out of the dense forest, with a faint smile on his face, looking at Chu Yan and Empress Xiantian. Come here, it is. Jinjia Divine Soul. Since you and I have made an agreement, why are you here? Empress Xiantian said coldly. Besides, the agreement is done, you are still modifying the rules, isn't this suitable? Yo. Angry. Looking at Empress Xuantian's expression, Jiuxiao suddenly laughed. Her face was like a peach blossom. She moved lightly, walked up to the two of them, and waved her jade hand. Swish. She took the white rabbit that had been hiding in the grass out of thin air, held it in her arms, and stroked it gently. However, the white rabbit seemed to be frightened, and its whole body was shaking. Seeing this scene, she glanced at the white rabbit in the arms of the golden-armored spirit, and Empress Xiantian frowned instantly. It's just a little adjustment of the rules, and there's nothing serious about it, so why be angry? What Jiuxiao said was an understatement, as if it was really just a trivial matter. However, this is a revision of the rules of the world. Even the slightest change may cause countless newly born creatures in the new world to be wiped out in an instant. But, to her, it's really insignificant. You and I have the same roots, and although we have different camps, for tens of thousands of years, we have been the supreme position in God's domain, so I can't kill you, and you can't kill me, so don't look at me with that kind of eyes. Jiuxiao raised his eyes and saw that Empress Xuantian's eyes were full of frost, and immediately sighed softly. Although there was some reluctance on his face, he still gently put down the white rabbit in his hand and let it escape. Swish. The white rabbit seemed to sense some kind of crisis, panicked, kicked its limbs, and rushed towards the grass next to it. However, every time its body takes a step, a piece of white ashes will fly up from its body like sand and dust. When it reached the original hiding place, except for the four legs, the whole rabbit body was turned into fly ash. A living being disappears in an instant. Jiuxiao's eyes were dull, looking at the disappearing white ashes. His face was full of loneliness, his red lips parted slightly, and he sighed. I can't help myself. This sentence immediately made Empress Xiantian and Chu Yan stunned. Can't help it. However, just in this dazed effort, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of Jinjia's soul, and the figure shot out like a white lightning in an instant, rushing towards Chu Yan. Swish. 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 An ice crystal was in her hand, condensed into the shape of a long sword, and slashed towards Chu Yan, continuously, splitting out sword shadows all over the sky. How could Chu Yan not guard against the golden armor spirit? The moment she appeared, all of Chu Yan's consciousness was locked on her. Therefore, when a gleam of light flashed in her eyes, Chu Yan reacted. The sword is like rain, the light is like snow, the sword is like a wish, play the world, my soul, the sword follows me. It was like a sword song, sung continuously in the mouth of Jiuxiao. Add bookmark for easy reading. #C2831 Sneak Attack. The golden-armored divine soul does not have the power of a god of war overlord. At this time, in Chu Yan's eyes, she was like an extreme sword repairman, singing in her small mouth, and waving the ice sword in her hand like a shadow. Every sword cut is ever-changing, some are like thunder, some are like electricity, some are like snow, and some are as light as feathers. A sword in the sky. Facing such a master of swordsmanship, how could Chu Yan bear it? When he lifted the branch in his hand, the horizontal sword cut. The blood in the whole body is boiling, and the fighting spirit is like a tide. Except for the last time, after seeing the sword of Qingmu sword god, Chu Yan has never met a real swordsman. Therefore, at this moment, the sword intent of Xuanhuan had a great impact on him. Although the cultivation of true qi is banned, the understanding and display of sword intent will not be affected in any way. As soon as the sword came out, the shadow of the sword was like a tide, and the sword light shot up into the sky, striking the sky. Roar. The pig demon, caught in the middle of the two waves of swords, roared again and again, turned his head and looked to the left and right. For a moment, he didn't know who to attack. However, in the next breath, two waves of swords came like a shadow and crashed into each other. Boom, boom. Although the collision of swords and swords did not have the power to soar into the sky, each sword's shadow exerted the power of sword intent, colliding with each other and constantly exploding. With the remaining strength of the sword energy, he rushed out 10 steps and swept across it. The pig demon was instantly dismembered and turned into minced pork all over the place. Huh. Good sword. Chu Yan looked at the two waves of swords, and they were evenly matched, and no one could restrain the other. His eyes lit up and he shouted. Roar! 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 For some unknown reason, the sword in Xuanhuan's hand kept waving, and it seemed to have a very peculiar sword intent. As it spread to the surrounding world, within 100 steps of her feet, countless plants grew wildly together. These plants, as if inspired by something, grew up and turned into large grasses and vines, and accompanied by the shadows of the ice swords, they attacked Chu Yan together. Huh. This is... Chu Yan was overwhelmed by this scene. His face changed in shock. Sword melts into the world. It never occurred to him that the sword intent of this golden-armored spirit could reach such a terrifying level. Not only the surrounding plants, but even the wandering monsters within 100 miles, also let out one after another earth-shattering beast roars, rushing towards this side. They didn't even look at Xuanhuan, like a wave of beasts, rushing towards Chu Yan together. This wave of beast tied Jihai, the number is no less than 100. She can do this step. Chu Yan's eyes flickered. This is not due to her own divine power, because she, like Chu Yan and Empress Shantian, possesses divine power and is all forbidden, making it impossible to exert her original divine power. Therefore, her power is entirely dependent on the killing intent of the sword, causing all the creatures around to be infected by this killing intent, and together they regard Chu Yan as the target. In other words, with her sword out, within 100 steps, the world is Chu Yan's enemy. All with the ultimate goal of killing Chu Yan. This is the supreme sword intent, the sword melts into the world. If the most important threshold for the cultivation of swordsmanship is the unity of human and sword, then to become the master of sword, one must do it so that the heaven, earth and sword can merge. Of course, Chu Yan had heard of this kind of sword intent, but he couldn't do it yet. Now that I saw it with my own eyes, my mind was shocked and my face was full of astonishment. Swish. Just as Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, the sword peak of the golden-armored soul turned and pointed directly at Empress Shantian behind Chu Yan. All the tides of ice swords turned around together, leaving behind those beast tides Jihai to attack Chu Yan. The golden snow skirt, like a radiant shadow, held a shining ice sword, and with great power, directly attacked Empress Shantian. Even now, she has no divine power, but just this sword power is unmatched. You, still not giving up. Empress Shantian looked at the golden-armored spirit who had been attacked and killed in midair, and her face immediately sank. Clang. Without knowing where it came from, a golden halberd, as long as an arm, was stabbed out suddenly, held in the hand of Empress Xiantian, and with a backhand, she slashed at the falling ice sword. You killed me at all. As the halberd light passed by, the sword shadow shattered, and under the collision of the two, the surrounding space trembled slightly. The swords and halberds collided, and the remaining waves of energy exploded, bringing up a wave of energy, which planted the surrounding beasts into the sea, and at the same time twisted them into fine powder, flying in all directions. Chu Yan, you go first. Holding a short halberd in her hand, Empress Xiantian stepped out, and she was already in front of Chu Yan, blocking him behind her, and shouted. Swish. Hearing Empress Xuantian's voice, Chu Yan turned around and left, without any hesitation. These two big brothers are going to fight again. This kind of battle between them is simply not something he can participate in. There is no point in staying here. The most important thing is that he still has important things to do, so he can't delay at all. The black shadow was like lightning, and the strength of the physical body unfolded, pulling out an afterimage, and rushing towards another direction. However, the golden-armored soul, who was blocked by Empress Xiantian, looked at the background of Chu Yan's departure, and didn't seem to have any intention of chasing after him. Not good. Empress Xiantian naturally saw her expression and saw it in her eyes, and suddenly a bad feeling rose in her heart. She turned around hurriedly, and looked at Chu Yan. Boom. 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 At a glance, one could see Chu Yan galloping ahead, one figure after another, breaking through the soil layer and blocking the way in front of Chu Yan. Break! Without a trace of hesitation, Empress Xiantian danced the golden halberd in the air, and a beam of halberd light shot out, directly sinking into the sky above Chu Yan's head. Boom, boom. The light of the golden halberd sank into the void, and directly exploded a large ripple opened, and a thunder and lightning shot out from it, blasting the black shadows in front of Chu Yan into powder. All of a sudden, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the monster's limbs and arms were scattered all over the sky. Swish. Chu Yan kept his figure and ran all the way, stepping through the sea of blood on the mountain of corpses, passing across, and galloping towards the distant mountains. Follow me. Xuanhuan looked around, and all the gathered monsters were prostrate on the ground, trembling all over, and roared angrily. Although these monsters were born not long ago, they already had some intelligence. With wisdom, one naturally knows fear. Therefore, the thunder and lightning from Empress Xiantian scared them so much that they didn't dare to move at all. Scatter. With a wave of the ice sword in Xuanhuan's hand, the bright sword light swept across, sweeping away the remaining layway, and ordered again. Chase. There was no deterrence from the power of thunder in the void, and all the monsters roared in unison, and at the same time chased in the direction where Chu Yan left. From behind Chu Yan, one could see that a fan-shaped wave of beasts formed rapidly, like a sea wave, rushing towards Chu Yan's rushing figure. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to open the distance. Seeing that, Chu Yan is about to be completely swallowed. Chu Yan, go down. Empress Xiantian shouted loudly in the distance. Boom. Hearing this, Chu Yan punched the ground without any hesitation, blasted a huge hole in the ground, and jumped down. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C2832 I am the Lord. The huge cave was not a dead thing, but as Chu Yan entered, it started to squirm violently as if alive. Quick! Empress Xiantian rushed over, surpassed the front of the beast tide, and entered the cave wall ahead of time. As soon as she entered, the cave began to shrink rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original state, and the cave disappeared without a trace. Bang, bang, bang. The beast horde that came after that crashed into the mountain wall, immediately smashing into a large spray of blood. I didn't expect her to make the layout in advance when she was fighting me. Empress Shantian and Chu Yan were both in the dark cave, and they couldn't see their fingers, but they could see the seriousness on each other's faces. Walk. Empress Shantian let out a soft drink, and walked towards the front of the cave. In the direction of the end of the cave, there is a strange brilliance, like a will-o'-the-wisp, floating in the void. This strange colored brilliance looked particularly strange in the dark cave. Roar! 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 After walking not far, he could hear the dull and loud noise of a powerful monster hitting the mountain wall crazily at the entrance of the sealed cave behind him. Chu Yan and Empress Shantian ignored it at all and walked straight forward. Huh! This is... Not long after he left, Chu Yan was slightly taken aback by a bright light before his eyes. I saw that it seemed as if I had passed through some kind of space-time transmission channel. The dark tunnel I was in just now seemed to be in a paradise, and pink peach blossoms were blooming everywhere. Hurry up! The entrance restriction won't last long, and we don't have much time. Empress Shantian swayed gently with her lotus steps, and walked towards a large sea of peach blossom trees. Her snow shadow was set off by the sky full of peach blossoms. She was extraordinarily beautiful. It's still a long way from here to the conferred god altar. Walking in the sea of peach blossoms, Empress Xuanhuan's eyes flickered with divine consciousness. She looked around and said softly, "If those monsters behind Jiuxiao get entangled, we'll be hard-pressed to get there sooner." In addition, a large number of cultivators from the 10 Directions starfield are gathering here. These words made Chu Yan feel a little bit, and he didn't take advantage of the situation. They are now trapped here, far away from the altar of conferring gods, and the opening of the new continent is imminent, and there will be a wave of beasts behind them at any time to catch up. "Senior, let's go next," Chu Yan asked with a frown. Under such a situation, it is extremely difficult to reach the altar of conferred gods quickly and smoothly. Moreover, judging from the current situation, between Empress Shantian and Jiuxiao Divine Soul, the control over the rules of heaven and earth is obviously dominated by Jiuxiao Divine Soul. This was supposed to be the case. After all, Empress Shantian was only a deity with a physical body, and the golden armored soul was the body of the soul. The power to communicate with heaven and earth and control the spiritual source is originally the spiritual power of a cultivator. Empress Shantian just nodded casually when she heard the words. Her expression was still solemn. It was obvious that she didn't know how to deal with it. After all, in this new continent, her strength cannot be exerted, and there are powerful opponents like Xuanhuan. At the same time, he must protect the weaker, Chu Yan, and go to the altar of conferred gods. Compared with the golden armored spirit who only needs to make trouble constantly and has no entanglements, her pressure is countless times greater. Now it seems that there is only one way. Empress Shantian turned her head, looking at Chu Yan with a pair of icy eyes. Her face said resolutely, "Huh? What way?" Chu Yan was taken aback. In this situation, both of them are greatly weakened. There are crises in all directions, and there is no external force to support them. What else can they do? "Follow me as master, join my temple of war god." "What?" When these words came out, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and he froze there. To her. "Lord. Join the temple of war. Not bad." Empress Shantian nodded, looked at Chu Yan and explained. "Only by joining the temple of war god can I pass on the 9 forms of divine power to you. Based on your understanding and foundation, in a short period of time, as long as you learn one style, you can evolve the technique of integrating 3 cleansing just like me. In that case, your physical body, soul, and intelligence can all be divided into one, and your strength will be greatly increased." Having said that, Empress Shantian stopped, but Chu Yan completely understood what she meant. Empress Shantian wants him to also learn the war god temple skills, and like her, differentiate into a body, soul, and spirit to fight against the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth. But, is this really good? Temple of War. That is the existence of one of the 9 gods in the domain of the gods. Even in the domain of the gods, it is an existence that is looked up to by countless powerful people in the domain of the gods. Not to mention, in this 10-direction star field, it would be difficult for ordinary cultivators to take a look at it. It's just that, what the hell is it to serve her as master? Could it be that he wants to be like that Tiger Talisman Gold Seal, join some God of War battalion, and be some kind of battalion envoy? God's domain, Chu Yan, will definitely go. Moreover, after going to God's domain, he will definitely join a side. Compared with other forces, Chu Yan is now the most familiar with the Temple of War god, and his relationship with Qingjiao God of War is not bad. If Empress Xiantian invited him to join the Temple of War god, he would naturally not hesitate. But now, Empress Xiantian wanted him to serve her as his master. In this way, the meaning changes completely. Why, you don't want to? Empress Xiantian frowned slightly, and looked at Chu Yan with a strange look in her eyes. This is definitely the first time to split the world. Someone actually wanted to reject him. You must know that the Temple of War God is definitely a powerful existence among the 9 overlord forces in God's domain. In normal times, don't say that she speaks, there are countless God's domain powerhouses who have tried every means to serve her as the master and join the temple. However, after 10,000 years, there will be no more than a few hundred experts in the God's domain who can join the Temple of War God as they wish. This number is extremely small compared to the 10-direction starfield. More importantly, the number of cultivators in God's domain is many times smaller than that in Shifeng starfield. However, compared to other overlord forces in God's domain, there are only a few hundred people in 10,000 years, which is ridiculously low. However, in Empress Xuantian's opinion, among those recruited by the Temple of War God over the past few 100,000 years, Chu Yan is definitely the one with the best talent and aptitude. His Dao map and Emperor seal alone are enough for Empress Xiantian to invite her. I'm sorry, Senior, I can't serve you as master. Chu Yan shook his head and chose to refuse. He was destined to cultivate his own way, and his biggest trump card was the Wuhun of the 5 divine beasts. God's domain, to him, is still unknown. Perhaps the Temple of the God of War is very strong, but Chu Yan has always suspected that the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts also has its own strength in the realm of the gods. If that's the case, Chu Yan's first choice is of course to stand on the side of the 5 gods and beasts. Moreover, he passively endured the heavenly Dao Ming curse of Empress Xiantian, and now that he can choose independently, he will of course do it according to his own will. Good, very good. Empress Xiantian looked at Chu Yan, and a strange color flickered in her icy eyes. The mobile version updates the fastest URL, m. #C2833 Join the Temple of War. Seeing the change in Empress Xuantian's expression, Chu Yan suddenly tensed up. After rejecting her by herself, she will turn her face. After all, at her level, she is almost an existence above 10,000, let alone in the 10-direction star field, even in the god realm, she is also an existence at the level of a god. Moreover, her 2 voices are good, very good, they sound a bit adulterous. At this time, Chu Yan came to his senses. Although this Empress Xiantian is the ruler of the Temple of War God and a high-ranking existence, she is still a woman after all. It's faster for a woman to turn her face than to turn a book. Okay. It's fine if you don't serve me as master. But you must join the Temple of War God. Empress Xiantian smiled lightly. Call. Hearing these words, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. After joining the Temple of War God, you are eligible to practice the 9 forms of divine might. Even if you don't have the core exercises, the 9 external exercises of the divine might will be of great benefit to improving your combat power and strength. 9 forms of divine might. Chu Yan's eyes brightened slightly, although he was slightly puzzled by the promise of Empress Shantian so happily. How do I feel? From the beginning, you just wanted me to join the Temple of War God. Is there? Join or not, it doesn't matter. Empress Shantian looked at Chu Yan and smiled brightly. It seems that since I have known her for so long, this time is the happiest time for her to smile. Seeing such an expression made Chu Yan feel uneasy in his heart slightly. Women can't be messed with. Chu Yan shook his head, thinking to himself. Okay. I agree to join the Temple of War God, and pass on the 9 forms of divine might to me. In the current situation, if he doesn't want to break the situation he faces will be too troublesome. The 9 forms of divine power turned out to be a technique of the Temple of War, so its power would naturally not be weak. Go. Get out of here first, let's find a safe place. Looking back at the depths of the cave, those monsters were still hitting each other, and the rumbling sound was endless. Breaking through the mountain wall is only a matter of time. There is no safe place. However, Empress Shantian shook her head directly and said to Chu Yan. The 9 forms of divine power are extraordinary, but for you, it is also a test. If you are really stupid, you are not qualified to join my Temple of War. If you're not stupid, time's enough. Looking at Chu Yan, while Empress Shantian was speaking, a golden spirit seal lit up at the brow position, and a strange divine breath fluctuated all over her body, slowly spreading out. Then, she raised her jade hand lightly, and in the palm of her white as lotus root, held up a ball of 9-color light, like a flame, rising and dancing slowly. Go. With a word of coquettishness, the 9-color flame was pushed by her, and flew straight to Chu Yan, shooting directly between the eyebrows, and sank into it. Boom, boom. Chu Yan's eyes straightened instantly, his whole body trembled suddenly, and the sea of consciousness exploded in an instant. Like thousands of miles of thunderclouds, rolling and galloping in the world of sea of consciousness. Coming from the edge of the sky, like thousands of troops, rushing through the sea of consciousness and the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, the thousands of miles of thunderclouds completely crossed the border and disappeared without a trace. On the blue sky, a little bit of golden light stays, shining like a golden star, constantly twisting and evolving, showing the appearance of words. Eternal ages return to the soul, heaven and earth are sacrifices, humans and gods coexist, 99 return to the original, the universe is the ultimate. Life begins with death. What is life? What is death? The cycle of cause and effect, above all, Tao, is the majesty of Ling Tian. The name of a person, the dignity of a god, starts from the root, originates from the law and changes, and the fruit is conceived. If you fall into life and death, you are a person. If you escape life and death, you are a god. Chu Yan's gaze followed these words, and every word sounded in his heart, and he could clearly sense that an extremely mysterious force was gestating between the heaven and the earth. The golden text is constantly evolving, and Chu Yan is also constantly studying it, and his whole mind is instantly attracted by it, unable to extricate himself. Between the lines, the mystery of heaven and earth is fully revealed. Chu Yan has never seen such a miraculous technique since he practiced martial arts. It seems that this technique does not need to be practiced at all, and all the powers of the original technique are directly fused with the power of the original technique, and retransformed. Originally, Chu Yan thought that the famous war god temple exercises in the god realm would be difficult to understand and would require a lot of time to comprehend. But now, in less than half a stick of incense, Chu Yan has completely mastered it. The mystery of the 9 forms of divine power surprised Chu Yan. At the same time, I am yearning for God's domain even more. Based on this exercise alone, it can be seen that God's domain is the real world of martial arts for cultivators. What a 9 forms of divine power! It seems that 3 and 3 are the number, and each is the basic method of the body, soul, and spiritual wisdom. Practice any of the three styles, but the original power of one of them can be greatly improved. If any one of the three is connected, a single source can be differentiated. So that's how it is. It's really mysterious. Chu Yan was talking to himself, his eyes were shining, but he was startled by Empress Shantian, who was standing aside. What she taught Chu Yan was only the entry-level exercises of 9 forms of divine power. However, Chu Yan has just practiced, and he has already touched the connection of the core exercises only with the introductory exercises. This Chu Yan's talent and comprehension ability are really abnormal. Calm your mind, forget about things and yourself, regard yourself as your god, use Qi as your prestige, and move within. Empress Xuanhuan's voice exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world, like rolling thunder, interrupting Chu Yan's thoughts about the core exercises, and driving them back to the exercises in front of him. Good. Chu Yan nodded, restrained his mind, and continued to comprehend the 9 forms of divine power in front of him. Let me give you a helping hand, so that your wisdom and soul can be reborn first. Empress Xuanhuan's icy eyes shone with a large amount of brilliance. The powerful divine breath, like a stream of water, is next to Chu Yan's body, constantly pouring into Chu Yan's body. Now, Chu Yan has practiced the Xuanhuan 9 styles introductory technique, and he is considered a member of the Temple of War God. But she knew that sooner or later Chu Yan would practice the core skills, so why not open a channel for him now that his cultivation is going well? The power of the god of war merged into Chu Yan's body, and a wonderful wave of breath swayed instantly, rebounding all the power of the god of war of Empress Shantian back. It never occurred to her that her divine power would be rebounded, and Empress Xuanhuan's expression changed instantly. Boom, boom. The next moment, the thunder exploded, directly blasting the void above the heads of Chu Yan and Empress Shantian into a piece of powder. What? Supreme will. This time, Empress Shantian was completely stunned. She never expected that the intervention of supreme will power would be attracted. You must know that this new world is a new world, and any foreign power of the rules of heaven and earth cannot penetrate into it. But now, the only thing that can blow up the void above their heads is the existence of the supreme will that transcends the realm of the gods. Why? Empress Shantian looked at the sky, her face full of astonishment. She didn't know how to attract such a terrifying existence. Literature Museum M.